A talented young man gains fame in school, only to have his martial arts dreams shattered by a mere 30,000 enrollment fee. With only 3 months left until the college entrance exams, the homeroom teacher, Li Ming, stood at the podium and declared, "Students, it's time to determine your future path. Those choosing the martial arts track must pay the 30,000 enrollment fee within 7 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Sitting in the back row by the window, Su Hong was startled by the figure. He had been diligently practicing martial arts, and his natural talent in this field was outstanding, with his vitality ranking among the top in the class. However, for a student working part-time, gathering 30,000 in 7 days was impossible. "Teacher, could the enrollment fee be postponed?" After class, Su Hong approached the office to make his request to Li Ming. Li Ming looked at the troubled young man and sighed inwardly. Su Hong was indeed a promising student, ranking in the top 10 of his ordinary class. However, in past years, only the top 3 from such classes had a real chance of entering a martial arts university. Su Hong was 10th. Paying the fee might well be futile. When Su Hong was 3, his parents died in a beast tide, and he had since lived with his uncle, Su Guoming's family. Su Guoming already had 2 children practicing martial arts, and supporting 3 martial arts practitioners was a heavy burden for an ordinary family. "Su Hong, the rules are the rules. There's no leeway," Li Ming said carefully. "You don't necessarily need to go through the college entrance exams to practice martial arts. You can also do so at a martial arts gym." Even Li Ming didn't quite believe his own words. The resources available at a martial arts university far surpassed those of a gym if one could pass the exams. Leaving the school, Su Hong looked up at the sky, recalling his experience of crossing worlds. This was a world both similar to and different from his previous life. 300 years ago, a star seed fell from the heavens, reviving martial arts and unleashing evolved beasts upon the world. The star seed also shattered Blue Star's barrier, leading to an invasion by armies from myriad worlds. Amid internal and external crises, human warriors rose to push the battlefield from Blue Star to the heavens. To this day, the battlefields of the heavens remain ablaze. At the start of his journey, Su Hong had boldly declared he would become a supreme warrior and conquer the myriad races. Now, he found himself blocked by a mere 30,000. "Su Hong, what are you daydreaming about? Come spar with me," his best friend, Chun Lin, shouted, snapping him back to reality. Su Hong realized he had unknowingly wandered to the sports center entrance, where Chun Lin was waving from the steps. In the early evening, the gymnasium at Xingqing No. 1 High School was still brightly lit. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Chun Lin clutched his hand and staggered back several steps. "You've improved your Vajra fist too quickly. Have you reached the subtle level already?" Su Hong nodded, acknowledging his breakthrough a couple of days prior. The mastery of martial arts is ranked from highest to lowest as entry, proficient, subtle, mastery, and perfect. Chun Lin had reached proficiency, while Su Hong had achieved the subtle level. Late at night, when Chun Lin mentioned underground boxing matches, Su Hong frowned. Although they offered high prizes, the participants were seasoned veterans or martial artists who survived by hunting beasts in the wild. Their levels might not be high, but their martial arts skills were honed to perfection, often resulting in fatalities. Until the early hours, only the sweat-drenched Su Hong remained practicing Vajra fist in the gym. After showering, he walked alone on the deserted streets. Under the sparse stars and a bright moon, the young man looked up at the sky, his heart filled with uncertainty about the future. In the old neighborhood, the remaining streetlights cast a faint glow, barely illuminating the dim streets. Su Hong dragged his weary steps to his doorstep, about to push the door open when he suddenly paused. From behind the door, he could faintly hear his uncle and aunt talking, and he instinctively held his breath to listen closely. "I remember the rent is due in a month, right? How much are we short?" His aunt's voice was filled with concern. "We have to pay for a whole year at once, and we're still over 8,000 short," his uncle, Su Guoming, replied softly, followed by a heavy sigh. "I'll figure something out. Don't tell the kids, especially Xiao Hong. He's at a crucial time with his college entrance exams coming up, and we don't want him to know." Hearing these words, Su Hong silently lowered his hand, leaning against the wall with mixed emotions. After a brief silence inside, his aunt spoke again, her voice full of worry. "I heard from the neighbors that if you want to enroll in martial arts school, the registration fee is quite high." "How much?" "Probably tens of thousands." Silence enveloped the room again. A moment later, the sound of a lighter flicked. Su Guoming walked to the window, lighting a cigarette, remaining silent. His aunt hesitated and said, "Maybe I should stop taking my medication. It's not like it's going to cure me, and it would save a lot of money. Plus, Xiao Hai and Xiao Min are in middle school now. It's a crucial time for their growth, especially with martial arts training. We can't skimp on their food. I'll stop the medication and find a job. Doing some sewing work from home isn't enough." "Your health is already poor. Don't think about that," Su Guoming said firmly. "Just focus on your treatment. Xiao Hai and Xiao Min shouldn't lack what they need, by whatever is necessary." And Xiao Hong's registration fee as well. He's the most talented in martial arts in our family. He must continue training. But, no buts, Su Guoming softly interrupted. As long as I'm here, this family won't collapse. I'll figure it out. Don't tell the kids about these things. Let's stop talking now. We don't want to wake Xiao Hai and Xiao Min, and Xiao Hong should be home soon too. Okay, let me help you apply the ointment. All right. Standing at the door, Su Hong lowered his head, silent, his fists clenched tightly. After a while, he took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face, and pushed the door open. I'm back, Su Hong called out, trying to sound cheerful. In the small living room, his uncle Su Guoming was lying on the sofa, while his aunt held a pungent-smelling ointment. Hearing Su Hong's voice, the worry on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by smiles. Xiao Hong, you're back. How was practice today? Su Guoming asked with a smile, his eyes full of care. Great progress. Su Hong chuckled, stepping forward to take the ointment from his aunt. Let me do it, aunt. Hey, you rascal, his aunt playfully poked Su Hong's head. That's my husband you're trying to take over. The three of them laughed, the room filled with a warm atmosphere. After applying the ointment, Su Guoming stood up, patting Su Hong's shoulder. You've practiced late. Get some rest so you're not tired tomorrow. Got it, Su Hong replied, then jokingly added, Uncle, should I help you back to your room? Su Guoming's eyes widened. You rascal, you think you're grown up now? Teasing your uncle? He raised his hand, pretending to strike. Su Hong laughed and dodged, running into his room. That kid, Su Guoming said with a smile, shaking his head. But as he took a step, his expression changed abruptly, his hand quickly supporting his waist, pain written on his face. His aunt hurried over to support him, and the two slowly made their way back to their room. Meanwhile, in his own room, Su Hong quietly closed the door, his smile fading instantly. Their small house, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, was cramped and crowded, yet it carried the hopes and struggles of the entire family. In the cramped room, 3 bunk beds were lined against the wall. Su Hong tiptoed in, his gaze sweeping over his sleeping younger siblings. He carefully climbed into his lower bunk, just about to pull up the covers when his brother Su Xiaohai's voice drifted down from above. Big brother, you're still awake? Su Hong replied softly, not expecting his sister Su Xiaomin to poke her head out from under the covers too. Big brother, I'm awake too. Su Hong was about to speak when Su Xiaohai suddenly said, Big brother, I don't want to study anymore. This made Su Hong sit up straight instantly, his brows furrowed. Why? Is someone bullying you at school? Su Xiaohai scoffed, as if, it's a good thing I don't beat them up, let alone them bullying me. I'd give them a couple of punches and swell their faces. Then why? Su Hong asked, puzzled. Su Xiaohai leaned over the bedhead and explained seriously. I want to drop out early to help the family. I'm stronger than Dad now and can help him move things. Su Xiaomin chimed in softly. I'll join Xiaohai, so Dad can rest more. I'm even stronger than Xiaohai. He can't beat me, so I can definitely move things faster. What did you say? Su Xiaohai exclaimed, and the two started to squabble. Watching his siblings' playful fight, Su Hong fell silent. He knew they had overheard their uncle and aunt's conversation. Big brother, what do you think? Su Xiaohai asked. No way. You both need to focus on your studies, Su Hong replied firmly. Come on, big brother. Su Xiaohai pleaded softly. Xiaomin and I don't have as much talent in martial arts as you. We'll drop out to ease the family's burden, and you can focus on your training. Once you get into the martial arts university and become a martial artist, Xiaomin and I can just relax. Su Xiaomin giggled in agreement. Yeah, big brother, once you're a martial artist, I won't work anymore. I'll just stay home and rely on you. Su Hong forced a smile, his heart a mix of emotions. His siblings' thoughtfulness touched him, yet he had no words to respond. Seeing Su Hong silent, the siblings exchanged a glance, wanting to say more. Enough, Su Hong said, rubbing his face and putting on a confident front. You just need to focus on your studies. The family's issues aren't for you to worry about. I already have a plan for the tuition and rent. Hearing this, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin eagerly asked, Really? Su Hong nodded, his lips curving slightly upwards. Of course, you think your brother's martial arts training is for nothing? He spread his arms dramatically. Don't you know what talent is? The siblings exchanged a glance, excitement sparkling in their eyes. Su Xiaohai couldn't help but laugh at his brother's exaggerated demeanor. Big brother, are you showing off again? Su Hong raised an eyebrow and gave Su Xiaohai a playful flick on the forehead. Su Xiaomin, who was about to tease, quickly retreated under the covers, leaving only her bright eyes visible. Do you have something to say too? Su Hong asked, looking down at Su Xiaomin. What? Big brother, I didn't say anything. Don't blame me. Su Xiaomin hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head. All right, get some sleep, Su Hong said, amused, and turned to leave the room. He gently pushed the door open, standing in the narrow hallway, leaning on the railing to gaze at the night sky. After a long while, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. My talent? Maybe, but it's not nearly enough. Su Hong took a deep breath, exhaling forcefully, as if trying to expel his worries. Suddenly, he recalled what Chen Lin had mentioned that afternoon. Underground boxing matches, Su-hong muttered, pulling out his cracked phone to search. His eyes locked onto the prize money figures. With my advanced Vajra fist technique, it's not entirely impossible. Su-hong mused, his eyes gradually filling with determination. Desperation breeds change, and without it, he couldn't solve the martial arts tuition and family issues. He had been hesitant, but thinking of his young siblings willing to give up martial arts for the family, he, an 18-year-old man, couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Just as Su-hong made up his mind, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's unwavering martial spirit, system successfully bound. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been automatically opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Unparalleled throughout the ages. Su-hong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden notification sound. He snapped back to reality, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. A system, he muttered to himself, hardly believing his ears. After 18 years in this world, he had long abandoned any hope. Yet now, a system had awakened in his mind. Su-hong's gaze quickly scanned the few lines of text from the system, finally settling on the keywords, unyielding martial heart. So that's it. A complex smile tugged at Su-hong's lips. Perhaps this system had always been dormant within him, just waiting for the right moment to awaken. But achieving an unyielding heart was no easy feat if it weren't for overhearing his uncle and aunt's words today, and learning that his younger siblings were willing to quit school to ease the family's burden. He might never have developed this do-or-die resolve. Taking a deep breath, Su-hong calmed his turbulent emotions and began to carefully study the system's functions. As time passed, his eyes grew increasingly bright. The system's capabilities were exceptionally powerful. In short, as long as he defeated or killed any enemies, including fierce beasts, he could earn martial points. These points could be used to enhance various attributes, such as vitality and martial skills. Open the system panel, Su-hong mentally commanded. Instantly, a simple panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Su-hong. Talent, unparalleled through the ages. Vitality, 85. Spirit, 23. Physique, mortal body 3. Martial skills, Vajra fist subtle 7. Glimmering palm proficient 35. Air step beginner 56. Martial points, 0. The plus signs next to each attribute indicated that martial points could be used for enhancement. Su-hong carefully analyzed the information on the panel. 85 vitality points, up 3 points from a month ago, just 5 points shy of becoming a quasi-martial artist, he calculated silently. 90 points for a quasi-martial artist, 100 points for a first-tier martial artist. Suddenly, Su-hong's attention was drawn to the spirit section, a look of disbelief crossing his face. In this world, besides martial artists, there was a path known as the spirit practitioner. Spirit practitioners could manipulate all things with invisible mental power, a rare and formidable ability. And now, his system could even enhance spiritual power. Forcing himself to remain calm, Su-hong continued to review the other attributes. There were no major surprises in the martial skills section, but the plus sign next to mortal body caught his attention. Could it be that in the future I might transform my physique, evolving into some powerful form? The thought made Su-hong's heart race with excitement. After calming down, he noticed the newbie gift pack containing the unparalleled through the ages talent. With a hint of curiosity, Su-hong quickly opened the description. Talent, unparalleled through the ages. Description, the concept of talent has existed since ancient times. Possessors of this talent are unrivaled in talent, unmatched by any, hence the name unparalleled through the ages. These words left Su-hong in a daze. Unrivaled talent throughout history? I don't feel particularly special. He began to recall the challenges he faced while practicing the Vajra fist, and suddenly, a startling realization made his eyes widen. The questions that used to trouble Su-hong suddenly became simple and straightforward, as if anyone could understand and master them. He felt parched, and this strange sensation made his heart race. He tried to think about the techniques of floating light palm and stepping on air, and clear instructions for the moves instantly flooded his mind. How could it be this simple? How clueless was I before? Su-hong muttered to himself in astonishment. It felt like asking an adult what 1 + 1 equals. The answer just naturally appeared in his mind without any thought. Eager to test his hypothesis, Su-hong remembered an open space in his neighborhood. He decisively leaped over the railing, instinctively using stepping on air. Previously, his beginner-level stepping on air could barely manage a single step on air. Living on the 5th floor, he judged that one step would be enough to land safely. However, something unexpected happened. As Su-hong stepped off the railing, his foot landed on air as if it were solid ground. The silent night sky suddenly erupted with a deafening boom. Su-hong shot up like a cannonball, reaching the top floor of the building in one leap. He stood firmly on the top floor's wall, glancing back and then down at his feet with an incredulous expression. Wow, is this real? Su-hong was stunned. Although the building was only 8 stories high, his beginner-level stepping on air had propelled him 3 floors in a single bound. It felt surreal. At that moment, A notification sounded in his mind. Stepping on air beginner, stepping on air mastery. Stepping on air mastery, stepping on air sublime. No way, just one move, and I'm at sublime level? Su Hong was utterly bewildered, gasping in disbelief. Now he finally understood what unparalleled talent truly meant. Although stepping on air was just in a level martial art, advancing from beginner to sublime in one step was outrageous. Just one step, in a single breath. His thoughts raced. Then, the A-level floating light palm must be the same, right? And the D-level Vajra fist, how long for that? 2 breaths. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his heart pounding and breathing quickening. However, just then, a furious voice echoed from the neighborhood. Who the hell is setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Can't a person get some sleep around here? Whoever's setting off fireworks, I'll catch you, and you'll be sorry. Su Hong awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the noise from his stepping on air had woken the neighbors. Better get going, he thought, quickly moving to the other side of the rooftop and jumping down. This time, he chose to descend one floor at a time, afraid another stepping on air might provoke even harsher complaints. Soon, Su Hong landed lightly on the ground floor, as nimble as a cat, making no sound at all. He hurried toward the neighborhood's gate, noticing the security guard had already nodded off. Standing at the entrance, Su Hong looked back at the rundown neighborhood. The same path that had seemed so daunting before now filled him with confidence. He silently vowed, "Give me a little more time, and I'll solve everything. My uncle won't have to work so hard. My aunt will have a chance to recover, my siblings' tuition won't be an issue, and I'll pay for my martial arts registration." A sense of determination surged within Su Hong. Previously, with just the Vajra fist at sublime level, he had the courage to enter underground fights. Now, with the system, he was brimming with confidence and resolved to forge ahead relentlessly. A few minutes later, Su Hong found himself alone at the nearby open-air training ground. In the chill of the early morning, the empty space seemed particularly desolate. Despite having practiced boxing all day, Su Hong felt no fatigue, only a surge of excitement. His eyes were suddenly drawn to 2 brand-new machines. When did they add 2 first-level combat power testers here? Su Hong murmured in surprise. These devices were specifically designed to measure a martial artist's combat power, requiring only a full-force strike to display an accurate value. A first-level tester meant it could measure the combat power of first-level martial artists. Su Hong quickly recalled his martial arts knowledge. A first-level martial artist is divided into low, middle, and high grades. Although martial arts levels are primarily distinguished by vitality, actual combat power varies from person to person, depending on the grade and proficiency of the martial arts mastered. Martial arts grades range from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, to F. Let's test my current combat power, Su Hong said to himself as he stepped in front of the tester, taking a deep breath to adjust to his optimal state. He executed a powerful strike with his Vajra fist. After a dull thud, the numbers on the tester rapidly climbed, eventually settling at 1027. I broke the 1,000 mark. Su Hong's eyebrows lifted with delight. He knew that for most martial artists, having combat power 10 times their vitality was considered standard. With 85 points of vitality, achieving a combat power value of 1027 made him a standout among his peers, comparable to an early-stage first-level martial artist without using martial arts. This was largely thanks to his proficient Vajra fist. Driven by curiosity, Su Hong opened the panel to check the progress of his Vajra fist. When he saw Vajra fist subtle 58, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Wow, it was just 7 before, and this punch increased it by 51, he thought excitedly. A few more practices, and I might reach the perfect stage. Eagerly, Su Hong began to practice the Vajra fist with full concentration. The sound of fists cutting through the air echoed continuously. On the 3rd punch, Su Hong suddenly felt a surge in his momentum, with gusts of air swirling around his fists as if to tear through the atmosphere. A prompt sounded in his mind. Vajra fist subtle Vajra fist mastered. Su Hong didn't pause, fully immersing himself in the practice. His punches became increasingly fierce and domineering. Suddenly, he delivered a seemingly ordinary punch that caused the surrounding air to burst open. Vajra fist mastered, Vajra fist perfect. It's the perfect stage already, Su Hong exclaimed, pulling out his phone to check the time. Only a few minutes had passed. Advancing a grade martial art from subtle to perfect in such a short time was astonishing. Eager to test his newfound strength, Su Hong returned to the tester. He repeated his previous actions, executing the Vajra fist with full force. With a loud crash, the multi-ton tester was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall. Whoa! Su Hong jumped in surprise, quickly rushing over to right the fallen machine. He certainly couldn't afford to pay for such expensive equipment. As his heart raced, Su Hong couldn't help but feel thrilled and expectant about his rapidly advancing abilities. The open-air martial arts arena was silent in the dead of night. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the night. Who's there, sneaking around at this hour? Su Hong jolted and turned his head sharply. He saw a young man, looking sleepy and disgruntled, slowly approaching from a distance. This young man was assigned by the Star City to guard the newly installed first-level combat power testers and shifts. Ever since these devices were installed, martial artists had been flocking to the area, waking him up every morning at 6. Just when he thought he could finally sleep peacefully at night, he was disturbed again. He thought to himself, at this time, it can't be a ranked martial artist. With my first-level skills, I should be able to scare them off easily. As he walked, he wondered, is it really necessary to place these combat power testers here? It's been days, and the highest record is still my 1208. Isn't this overkill? When he saw Su Hong standing in the arena, he became more certain. So young, how could he be a ranked martial artist? Unless he's a genius. But what genius would come to a place like this in the middle of the night? Hey, you, the young man began, but then noticed the combat power tester leaning against the wall, his suspicion growing. Was this combat power tester always in this position? So close to the wall. He squinted, his tone turning severe. Are you trying to steal the combat power tester? You've got some nerve. Su Hong, while setting the toppled tester upright, explained, I wasn't stealing it. I was training and tested it. Tested? Why would you move the combat power tester to the wall for a test? Ridiculous. The young man sneered, secretly pleased. What he thought was a tedious job turned into an opportunity to catch someone red-handed. As he approached Su Hong, warming up, he threatened, Kid, you better surrender. Don't even think about fighting me. Just so you know, the record on that combat power tester is mine. Su Hong, irritated by the baseless accusation, responded firmly. I told you, I didn't steal it. I accidentally knocked it to the wall. Knocked it? You. The young man almost laughed out loud. Even he couldn't knock the tester away, let alone this teenager who looked like a high school student. He was about to act, but then caught a glimpse of the tester's screen. The number displayed made his eyes widen in shock as he glanced between the screen and Su Hong's youthful face. You want to fight me? Su Hong's tone turned cold as the young man approached. The young man felt a chill down his spine, instantly changing his tune. Oh? No. Sir, I was just joking. Pretend I was never here. Keep training, bye. He bowed respectfully and ran off. Su Hong was bewildered by this sudden change in attitude, scratching his head, thinking, what's with that guy? Is he crazy? His eyes fell on the combat power value, and he murmured, the perfect level of the Vajra fist increases power more than I expected. Then he began practicing 2 other martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, the young man stumbled back to a nearby hut, collapsing into a chair, his heart racing. Wow, a combat power of 1850, almost at a mid-first level martial artist. One punch from him could kill me. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looks like a high school student. I better not take any high school jobs in the future. He gazed through the window at the open-air arena, still shaken. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, what kind of genius trains in an open-air arena in the middle of the night? They must have too much time on their hands. At 5 in the morning, the open-air martial arts arena echoed with deafening explosions. A figure shot through the sky like an arrow, tapping lightly in the air with each descent, only to launch off like a cannonball to the other side. Moments later, the figure landed steadily, revealing the handsome face of a young man. Open the system panel. Su Hong whispered to himself. Instantly, a virtual panel appeared before him. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unparalleled. Vitality, 85. Spirit, 23. Physique, mortal body 3. Martial skills, diamond fist perfect, glimmering palm perfect, sky step perfect. Martial arts value, 0. Su Hong clenched his fists, his expression full of excitement. Overnight, 1 level martial art and 2 level martial arts had all reached perfection. He strode toward the first level strength tester, unleashing a continuous barrage of punches and palms for a full minute. The results showed his strength fluctuating between 1800 and 1900. Su Hong was secretly delighted, as he was now incredibly close to the strength of a mid-level first-tier warrior. Even though his vitality was only 85 points, he was just an ordinary martial apprentice. In underground fighting arenas, matches were clearly divided, apprentice against apprentice, Kwasa warrior against Kwasa warrior, warrior against warrior. With his current strength, he could easily handle apprentices and even Kwasa warriors. There's an underground fight every night. I'll check it out tonight, Su Hong planned. First, let's head home. At the breakfast table, his aunt hesitated for a moment before advising. Xiao Hong, practicing martial arts requires hard work, but you shouldn't stay up all night. You need to learn to rest. His uncle nodded in agreement. Don't be so hasty. It's important to persevere and accumulate gradually. You need to balance work and rest. They both appeared normal, with no trace of last night's worries. Don't worry, uncle and aunt. I'm feeling great, Su Hong replied with a smile, eating his bun. Su Xiaoman chimed in. Mom, Dad, don't worry. My brother is as strong as an ox. He could plow a field all day without breaking a sweat. Su Xiaohai wanted to tease him, but remembered the scolding he got last night. He wisely kept quiet, and it proved to be the right choice. Just as Su Xiaoman finished speaking, their aunt tugged on her ear. Is that how you talk to your brother? Brother, help me. Su Xiaoman gasped, pleading with Su Hong. You deserve it. Su Hong laughed heartily. Su Xiaohai watched, silently grateful for his wise decision. Amidst the laughter, breakfast ended. Mom, Dad, we're off to school. Uncle, Aunt, I'm taking them now. Be careful on the way. Xiaohai, Xiaoman, don't bully your classmates. But if anyone bullies you, stand your ground. Our family doesn't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it, understand? Su Xiaoman playfully whined. Oh, Mom, I know. I'm so well-behaved and cute. How could I bully anyone? Su Xiaohai smirked slightly. You definitely don't bully others. Su Xiaohai secretly grumbled to himself, but dared not say it out loud. He caught Su Xiaoman giving him a mischievous grin and wisely chose to keep quiet. When his mother's gaze turned to him, Su Xiaohai immediately straightened his back, put his hands behind him, and tried to look cool as he said, Mom, I'm just glad I'm not bullying others. Who could possibly bully me? Though in his mind, he added, except for Su Xiaoman. Soon, Su Hong led his younger siblings out of the neighborhood. As soon as they stepped out, he noticed the smiles on the little ones' faces had vanished, replaced by worry. Su Hong was moved and joked. Oh, you two have learned to change expressions now. With that, he tousled their hair playfully. Hey, big brother. Messing with our heads will stunt our growth. Su Xiaoman protested indignantly. Su Xiaohai, looking at Su Hong with a hopeful glint in his eyes, quietly asked, Brother, is what you said yesterday true? Do you really have a solution? You're not just tricking us, right? Hearing this, Su Xiaoman stopped protesting against Su Hong's violence and let him pat her head, softly saying, Brother, tell us the truth. If it doesn't work out, we can just drop out and help at home. Su Hong stopped walking and turned their faces towards him, speaking earnestly. Don't worry, I'm not lying to you. I really have a plan. Seeing Su Hong so serious, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. They knew that once Su Hong showed this kind of sincerity, he would never deceive them. It meant he truly had found a solution. Yay! Su Xiaoman cheered, jumping up, while Su Xiaohai beamed with a bright smile. Seeing his siblings return to their usual lively selves, Su Hong's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the reason for his efforts, not for anything else, but to see genuine smiles on his family's faces. After dropping his siblings off at school, Su Hong arrived at Xingqing No. 1 High School Senior Class 6 a few minutes later. As soon as he walked in, Chun Lin eagerly beckoned him to sit down. Su Hong, have you thought about it? Want to check it out tonight? I'm not going. Su Hong shook his head. Are you serious? Chun Lin's eyes widened. You'd really miss out on the martial arts showdown? Sure you won't regret it. Inwardly, Su Hong thought. I'm not going to watch, I'm going to fight. He didn't reveal the truth to Chun Lin, knowing that once he did, Chun Lin would definitely try to stop him, or even tell their uncle and aunt, adding to their worries. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Li Ming, entered the classroom and announced loudly, Quiet, everyone. Head to the gymnasium immediately. This announcement took the students by surprise. Someone asked, Teacher, are we skipping morning self-study? Li Ming smiled and replied, You can have morning self-study, but today the principal has invited a third-level martial artist to teach you a clever martial art. Are you sure you want to miss it? A third-level martial artist teaching us personally? And it's a clever martial art. The students realized and immediately rushed towards the gymnasium, faster than they normally would during lunch breaks. Clever martial art. Su Hong's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of challenging martial arts. He was only afraid there wouldn't be enough to learn. Clever martial art? Wow, if I learn this, I could totally ace the monthly exams. Chun Lin exclaimed excitedly, punching the air before leaning over to Su Hong and whispering, If I master this, maybe I'll even dare to enter the underground boxing matches. Su Hong looked at him in shock. Chun Lin blinked and gave Su Hong a playful punch, grumbling, What? Don't believe me. Before Su Hong could respond, Chun Lin deflated. Forget it. Even if I learn it, I won't fight. Those martial artists really hit hard, and many have mastered their skills. I'd just be cannon fodder, better to just watch from the sidelines. Then, Chun Lin's eyes suddenly twinkled as he patted Su Hong's shoulder with a faux mature air. Little Hong, I have high hopes for you. When your golden fist reaches perfection, you go fight. I'll place bets, and we'll split the winnings. After saying that, Chun Lin laughed at his own joke. Am I not hilarious? Su Hong gave him a thumbs up. Absolutely hilarious. At the entrance of Xingqing No. 1 High School, Principal Li Chengshan was pacing anxiously. The early summer sun blazed down, filling the air with a stifling heat. A few minutes later, a black sedan slowly approached, the tires making a soft rustling sound against the ground. The car door opened, and a well-built middle-aged man swiftly jumped out. Shen Tian, it's quite a hassle to get an old comrade like you to come over, Li Chengshan remarked with a hint of teasing in his voice. Shen Tian widened his eyes and retorted irritably. I came here on my own, and you call that a hassle? I should be sitting in a hotel, waiting for you to invite me with a grand procession. They exchanged a playful jab and then burst into laughter, bumping fists as if they were back in their days of fighting side by side. Shen Tian was Li Chengshan's former comrade in arms, and now a formidable third-tier martial artist, a step above Li Chengshan, who was only at the early stage of the third tier. Come on, my students are all gathered in the gymnasium, just waiting for you, Li Chengshan urged, pulling Chen Tian along as they hurried inside. Chen Tian looked exasperated and complained, really? You're working me like a mule? I come all this way, and you don't even offer me a cup of tea. Is this how you treat guests? Tea? Sure. Li Chengshan quickly pulled out 2 bottles of drinks from his pocket. Do you want green tea or black tea? Looking at the iced black tea and iced green tea in Li Chengshan's hands, Chen Tian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're something else. Calling iced black tea tea. Impressive. So, are you drinking or not? Hand it over. Chen Tian grabbed the iced black tea and examined it closely. Wow, it's a big bottle. 1,000 milliliters. Pretty generous, right? Li Chengshan chuckled. Chen Tian flipped him the bird, tired of the banter, and asked, let's get serious. How are your students? At the mention of this, the smile vanished from Li Chengshan's face, replaced by a deep sigh. Most of these students are still trainees, with only about a dozen at the quasi-martial artist level, and just 2 at the first tier, who have only recently broken through. Chen Tian was momentarily stunned and said, so, there's not even a promising candidate, and you want me to teach martial arts? Hardly any of them will be able to learn. Li Chengshan, you don't really think my Thunder Fist technique is as common as cabbage, do you? It's a clever martial art. With the quality of your students, maybe those 2 first-tier martial artists can learn it. The quasi-martial artists might barely grasp the basics. But trainees dreaming of learning clever martial arts? That's wishful thinking. Li Chengshan, slightly annoyed by the criticism, retorted, nonsense. I'm not asking you to teach the trainees. It's mainly for the 2 first-tier martial artists and the dozen quasi-martial artists. Then why gather all the students in the gym? Equal opportunity. As the principal, that's all I can do. Who knows, maybe there's a trainee who can actually learn it. Chen Tian shook his head, you're really dreaming now. As they spoke, they arrived inside the gymnasium. The large space was packed to the brim, and all the students' eyes instantly focused on the 2 of them. Li Chengshan cleared his throat and loudly announced, students, let's welcome the third-tier martial artist Chen Tian, who will be teaching us martial arts. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the gym. Su Hong and his classmates, led by their homeroom teacher Li Ming, stood in the middle of the gym, joining in the applause. The school's gifted class occupied the front row, closest to the principal and Chen Tian. They had a designated space around them, allowing for ample room to practice, a privilege unique to them. Not only could they closely observe Chen Tian's martial arts instruction, but they could also mimic his moves, maximizing their learning efficiency. The regular class students didn't have such privileges. They were crowded together, standing awkwardly, only able to watch from afar with wide eyes. Once the demonstration was over, they would have to find their own place to practice. Many of them stared at the gifted class with both envy and jealousy. The gifted class students stood tall and proud, exuding confidence. Yet, the 2 at the front, Li Tu and Chen Shan, remained exceptionally calm. These 2 were the only first-level martial artists in the school. Chen Tian scanned the room and got straight to the point. All right, everyone, let's skip the small talk. Today, I'm going to teach you a clever martial art Thunder Fist. I'll demonstrate it 10 times, and it's up to you to learn as much as you can. With that, Chen Tian assumed a stance. The room fell silent, every student holding their breath, afraid to miss any detail. The gifted class students began cautiously mimicking Chen Tian's movements. Li Ming turned to his class and reminded them, pay close attention, this is your chance. He too widened his eyes involuntarily. Even as a first-level martial artist, this was a rare opportunity for him. Chen Tian began demonstrating Thunder Fist, explaining as he went, Thunder Fist is fierce and domineering. As a beginner, your punches will produce a thunderous sound. With that, he unleashed a punch, a deafening boom echoing throughout the gym. Mastery allows 3 booms, expertise 5, and full proficiency 7, which is my current level. Chen Tian's fists moved faster, producing a rapid succession of 7 thunderous booms that left ears ringing. He slowly retracted his fists and continued. When you reach perfection, you'll produce 9 booms. However, he shook his head. Even I haven't reached perfection. If you can grasp the basics today, consider it a success. Chen Tian glanced at the gifted class students imitating him. Li Tu and Chen Shan in the front were the best, though still just imitating. Chen Tian wasn't surprised. You have 10 seconds to recall, then I'll perform it again. Chen Tian announced. Over in class 6, Chun Lin couldn't help but whisper, who can learn this? Is this really clever martial arts? It's ridiculously difficult. He struggled to move his feet. It's so cramped, I can't even stretch my legs. I'm probably going to forget everything when we practice. Right, Su Hong? Chen Lin turned to vent to Su Hong, only to find he was no longer there. Where did he go? He wondered, looking around but unable to find him. He quickly nudged Li Ming and whispered, Teacher, I don't know where Su Hong went. Li Ming paused, frowned, and scanned the room. He soon spotted Su Hong's figure disappearing through the gym's back door. Leaving now means he's given up. Li Ming shook his head. recalling Su Hong asking to delay his enrollment fee payment, and sighed. Let him be. Focus on your learning. Oh, Chen Lin replied absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, outside the gym's back door, Su Hong stood on an empty patch of ground, rubbing his chin and murmuring to himself. Clever martial arts don't seem that hard, do they? He recalled Chun Tian's demonstration of Thunder Fist and attempted to mimic it. Suddenly, Su Hong threw a punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the silent open space. The sound of a notification echoed in Su Hong's mind as he practiced the introductory moves of Thunder Fist, but he remained deeply focused on his technique. Moments later, 3 thunderous booms resonated, and the system's notification updated. Thunder Fist Introductory, Thunder Fist Proficient. In the gymnasium, at the front stood Chen Shan and Li Tu from the elite class, their eyes locked in a silent rivalry. As the only first-tier martial artists in the school, they considered each other their sole competition, ignoring the rest of their classmates, including those in the elite class. Today, they were observing Chun Tian's Thunder Fist demonstration, each eager to master it first and outshine the other. After completing the 7th round of Thunder Fist, Chun Tian approached Li Qingshan. How was it? Li Qingshan asked eagerly. Not bad. The ones at the front, Chun Shan and Li Tu, have the best talent and should be able to get the hang of it, Chun Tian replied. Li Qingshan felt a sense of relief. The clever martial arts technique was indeed challenging, with difficulty increasing alongside its rank, just like its power. Teaching this group was no easy task, and Li Qingshan had prepared for the worst that no one would succeed. Fortunately, the school's finest, Chun Shan and Li Tu, did not let his efforts go to waste. What about the other students in the elite class? Do you think they might learn it? Li Qingshan inquired. Chen Tian shook his head. It's difficult. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. If even the other potential martial artists in the elite class struggled, the majority of students in the regular classes, who were at a novice level, stood even less chance. It's good to challenge them, but there's certainly a lack of promising talent in this batch, he remarked with a shake of his head. At this moment, Chen Tian returned to the students and announced in a loud voice, the last 3 times. With that, he began demonstrating Thunder Fist once more. After completing another round, Li Tu, deep in thought, unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Wow, Li Tu's got it. Is this what it means to be a genius? Li Tu felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, I've learned it. Eagerly, he glanced over at Chen Shan, only to hear another thunderous boom as Chen Shan also mastered the technique. I learned it first, so I win, Li Tu said with a slight smile, his lips curling up. Don't get cocky. It was only a matter of seconds. Let's see who comes out on top in this month's exam. Chen Shan replied with a determined look. Watching the two of them, the rest of the elite class felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Though they were part of the elite class, next to these two, they felt no different from students in the regular classes. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, 5 consecutive thunderous booms echoed. Thunder Fist Proficient, Thunder Fist Subtle. It took just over 10 minutes to reach the subtle level. Su Hong checked the time on his phone, marveling. No wonder it's a clever martial art. It's on a completely different level compared to D or A-level techniques. With that, Su Hong continued to focus intently on practicing Thunder Fist. Inside the gymnasium, Chun Tian finished demonstrating the Thunder Fist 10 times. Li Qingshan's expression shifted from hopeful to disappointed. Aside from Chun Shan and Li Tu, no one else managed to learn it. Well, it's still something. At least 2 people got it, Li Qingshan consoled himself. In truth, it wasn't just the students who struggled. Even the teachers from the regular classes felt a bit embarrassed. They hadn't managed to learn it either. As teachers, being outperformed by 2 students from the elite class was a humbling experience. How on earth do Chen Shan and Li Tu come up with these ideas? At that moment, Chun Lin was sitting on the bleachers in the gymnasium, his eyes constantly drifting towards the back door, his tone filled with impatience. He had completely checked out, his mind no longer focused on the martial arts lesson at hand. If I had known, I would have left with Su Hong and saved myself the time. Chun Lin muttered under his breath, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Next to him, Li Ming furrowed his brows, a vein visibly throbbing on his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to offer some encouraging words, but facing the harsh reality before him, he could only choose to remain silent. His gaze slowly swept across the gymnasium, his heart filled with mixed emotions. We're really just here to keep them company, Li Ming sighed inwardly. The only ones in the school who can truly be called geniuses are Chun Shan and Li Tuesday compared to them. The other students in the talent class pale in comparison. The gap in talent was starkly evident at that moment. Li Ming shook his head. Maybe Su Hong was right to leave early and avoid being discouraged. Meanwhile, in the center of the gymnasium, Chun Tian, who was fully focused on teaching the Thunderbolt Fist for the 10th time, was already sweating. He walked over to Li Qingshan, slightly out of breath. Not bad, Chun Shan and Li Tu have learned it. So it wasn't a waste of time coming here, Li Qingshan said with a cheerful smile, patting Chun Tian on the shoulder. How about saying a few words to the students? Afterward, I'll treat you to dinner. No need for a speech. I'll take you up on the dinner, though. I need some fresh air. Chen Tian waved him off and headed straight for the back door of the gymnasium, with Li Qingshan's motivational words echoing behind him. Students, even though only Qin Shan and Li Tu learned it today, don't be discouraged. Remember, Chen Tian shook his head with a smile and walked out the back door, soon finding himself outside the gymnasium. He looked up at the sky and softly mused. The path of martial arts is incredibly harsh. The gap in talent only widens, and catching up without both effort and opportunity is nearly impossible. As he spoke, Chen Tian's peripheral vision caught sight of an open space, and he suddenly made a small sound of surprise. In the distance, a student in a school uniform was practicing martial arts alone, specifically the thunderbolt fist he had just taught. Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that just after the lesson ended, a student from the regular class would immediately come out to practice, showing such dedication. Unfortunately, for a regular class student, learning it is much easier said than done, Chen Tian thought to himself. Even Qin Shan and Li Tu, who watched me up close and mimicked me, took 7 tries to learn it. For these students, who rely solely on memory to practice later, mastering it is as hard as reaching the sky. Chen Tian shook his head, ready to turn and leave, when suddenly, boom, 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 a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the open space, 7 in total. Chen Tian's eyes widened instantly, and he whipped his head around to stare intently at the student on the field. Until boom, 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 another 7 echoes. Mastered the thunderbolt fist? A regular student. Chen Tian's voice trembled, his lips quivering. No, I just taught it, and a student has already mastered it? Is this real? Chen Tian was in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the student's back, not daring to blink. Gradually, his expression shifted between understanding and confusion, until finally, he watched in a trance, completely absorbed. Who knows how much time passed? Boom, boom, boom. As 9 thunderous sounds erupted from the field, a flash of insight hit Chen Tian, and he slapped his thigh with joy. I get it now. That's how it is. Not wanting to waste a second of his sudden inspiration, Chen Tian immediately began practicing the thunderbolt fist on the spot. Soon, 7 thunderous sounds echoed. At that moment, Chen Tian's eyes glinted with clarity, and he unleashed another punch. Boom. 8 echoes. Just one step away from the perfect 9. Chen Tian slowly retracted his fist, taking a deep breath. I can't believe, after being stuck at mastery for years, I finally broke through today. Wow, old Chen, you've improved again. Li Qingshan, who had just come out, let out a startled cry at the scene. But then he seemed to realize something, his expression changing. You sly old fox, were you holding back earlier? Chen Tian was stunned, staring at Li Qingshan in disbelief. What did you say? You claim you can only manage 7 strikes when you could clearly do 8? I traveled all this way to teach martial arts, and you try to placate me with a bottle of iced tea. Li Qingshan chuckled awkwardly. Didn't I say I'd treat you to a meal? He mumbled under his breath. But you can't hold back like that. Hold back my foot. Chen Tian fumed, but his anger was cut short as his expression suddenly changed. He whipped around, scanning the empty ground behind him. There was no one there. The young man had vanished without a trace. Li Qingshan didn't notice Chen Tian's change in demeanor and continued awkwardly. Well, I just had a breakthrough. Before he could finish, Chen Tian let out a sharp scream. Damn it. What happened? Li Qingshan asked, bewildered. Chen Tian, gritting his teeth, landed a heavy punch on Li Qingshan's eye socket. It's all because you just popped out of nowhere. Li Qingshan winced in pain, his eye instantly bruising. Ouch. Chen Tian, was that necessary? The iced tea was just a joke. Suddenly, Chen Tian changed the subject. You said before that the school didn't have any promising students? Li Qingshan paused, nodding instinctively. Yeah, you've seen the students. The most talented ones here are Qin Shan and Li Tuesday. Would you consider someone who can execute the thunder fist with 9 strikes a promising student? Chen Tian asked with a cold smile. Li Qingshan retorted. Chen Tian, are you out of your mind? Calling such a prodigy just a promising student is an understatement. His voice trailed off as realization hit him, his breathing quickened, and his eyes widened. Wait a minute. What do you mean? You really didn't know? Chen Tian was puzzled, then recounted the earlier events in detail. After listening, Li Qingshan's legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed. He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself. There's such a prodigy at Xingqing High School? How did I not know? Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground. Are you saying that student was just on that empty ground? With Chen Tian's confirmation, Li Qingshan burst into action, leaving a trail of afterimages as he dashed towards the empty space. He looked around and finally spotted a student in a school uniform heading towards the cafeteria. Hey student, wait up. Li Qingshan hurried to catch up. What's your name? I'm Qin Lin. The boy replied, looking puzzled. Quick, show me a set of thunder fist. Li Qingshan urged eagerly. Qin Lin scratched his head. Here right now? Hurry, Li Qingshan insisted. Okay, alright. Qin Lin said, confused, and awkwardly assumed his stance, recalling a set of Thunder Fist from memory. How was it, principal? How did I do? Lin asked, suddenly excited, thinking the principal had recognized his martial arts talent. Li Shan fell silent, looking at the expectant Lin. He opened his mouth but eventually just said, "Not bad. Keep working hard." With that, he turned and walked away, letting out a long sigh as he went. "All teachers, report to my office immediately." The principal's voice thundered across the campus, echoing in every corner. Lin stood in the hallway, his heart pounding with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He thought to himself, the principal must have seen my Thunder Fist. That's why he's urgently gathering all the teachers. I must be a hidden genius. As Lin reveled in his own fantasy, Tian walked past him. He hesitated, his mouth twitching as if to speak, but decided against it. He thought, forget it, shattering a young boy's dreams is too cruel. 5 minutes later, the principal's office was packed with teachers, including Li Ming and all the other staff members. Principal Li Chengshan scanned the room and said sternly, "I want the names of every student who left the gym early." Faced with the principal's serious demeanor, the teachers exchanged puzzled glances. Li Ming hesitated before asking, "Principal, are you planning to punish those students?" He had already decided not to mention Su Hong's name if punishment was involved. Punish? Li Chengshan's expression suddenly turned excited. "I'm thrilled. Our school has a prodigy, Thunder Fist 9 Echoes." The announcement was like a bomb going off in the office. Every teacher's heart skipped a beat, and Li Ming was particularly shocked. Thunder Fist 9 Echoes? Such a martial arts genius was unheard of at their school. Even renowned martial arts masters like Chen Shan and Li Tu had struggled to grasp it after 10 attempts. Li Ming sighed in relief. Since it wasn't about punishment, it wasn't his class's issue. However, Li Chengshan suddenly pointed at him. "Let's start with you. Did anyone leave your class early?" Yes, one student named Su Hong," Li Ming answered truthfully. Li Chengshan's eyes lit up. Has there been anything unusual about him recently? Or maybe Su Hong is a reserved type, not one to show off. Li Ming considered his response. He is indeed quite composed. As for anything unusual, Su Hong has been worried about paying the humanities registration fee. He even asked if he could have a few extra days to pay. His mood might be a bit low lately. Hearing this, Li Chengshan seemed disappointed. He thought, how could a genius capable of executing Thunder Fist 9 Echoes not afford a mere 30,000 yuan? With such talent, he could easily earn that in a few underground fights. Exclude him. Next, he pointed to another teacher and told Li Ming, "By the way, if the student is in financial difficulty, give him an extension on the fee. I approve it." "Thank you, principal." On behalf of Su Hong, Li Ming quickly expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Su Hong was in the cafeteria having his meal. As he ate, he opened his system panel to check his status. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unmatched in history. Vitality, 85. Spirit, 23. Constitution, mortal body 3. Martial skills, Thunder Fist perfect, Vajra Fist perfect, Flash Palm perfect, Step in air perfect. Martial value, 0. Seeing that his Thunder Fist had also reached perfection, Su Hong was secretly delighted. He began contemplating how to earn martial value. The system informed him that defeating opponents would grant it. Su Hong immediately thought of the underground fight club, assuming the fighters there would qualify. After receiving confirmation from the system, he was reassured and began eating heartily to replenish his energy for the evening's match. Lin sat in class, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the neighboring classroom. He noticed yet another student being called to the principal's office, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Strange, why haven't they called me yet? Lin rested his chin on his hand, feeling a bit puzzled. The principal had already gathered all the teachers, but hours had passed without anyone notifying him to go to the principal's office. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and Lin turned to his classmate Su Hong. "Hey, Su Hong, are you sure you're not going to watch the underground boxing match tonight? I've heard quite a few classmates are going, including Chen Shan and Li Tu from the honors class." "Definitely not going," Su Hong replied briefly, his attitude firm. At that moment, the sharp sound of the dismissal bell rang out. "I'm leaving now," Su Hong said quickly, grabbing his backpack and almost running out of the classroom. 2 hours later, night quietly descended. Su Hong stood in front of a tall black building, having changed out of his school uniform into casual clothes, with a mask covering his face. He knew that the basement level of this building was the venue for the underground boxing matches. The entrance was crowded with people, the noise incessant. Entering the building, Su Hong informed the security guard that he was there to compete. The guard gave him a once-over, then nodded and let him through. Su Hong took the elevator straight to the basement. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a wave of heat mixed with the blaring of heavy metal music hit him. Multicolored neon lights flashed continuously, fighters laughed in groups, and scantily clad women moved around serving drinks. Clearly not accustomed to this environment, Su Hong instinctively covered his ears and quickly scanned the area, soon locating the registration desk. A sign at the registration desk detailed the schedule for the matches and the prize money for each level. Su-hong's eyes moved up the list, winning a match in the novice category earned 1,000 blue star coins. In the intermediate category, 5,000 blue star coins. And in the advanced category, 10,000 blue star coins. Additionally, the champion of the novice category could earn an extra 30,000 blue star coins. Over 40 people had already signed up for the novice category. With only a bit over 40 people, I'd only need to fight 6 or 7 matches, Su-hong thought, his gaze fixed on the 30,000 blue star coins prize, licking his lips with a hint of disappointment. That's not much. The enrollment fee for the martial arts course is 30,000. The family rent is short by over 8,000, and my younger siblings' tuition fees add up to around 50,000 or 60,000. Plus, there's the cost of my aunt's treatment. Not much. The staff at the registration desk chuckled. You sound pretty young, and you're already talking big. The speaker was a charming woman who looked Su-hong up and down, noting his masked face. If you think you can win the championship, you can try the defense mode. Take everyone on yourself, she suggested with a hint of provocation in her voice. Oh, Su-hong was instantly intrigued. If I choose the defense mode, does the prize change? The woman blinked, initially thinking Su-hong was just being overconfident, but his interest surprised her. Yes, in defense mode. If you defeat everyone, the final prize doubles, she explained. But you won't get the 1,000 for each win. In simple terms, if you choose defense mode, you either win it all or leave with nothing. Got it. Do you want to compete? Su-hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, the woman handed him a badge from under the counter, representing a participant. You can go and have your blood pressure checked. She pointed to a machine on the left. Wait. Su-hong suddenly pointed towards the blood pressure machine, frowning. What's going on there? He noticed that a competitor who had just finished checking, an advanced level fighter, held a badge identical to his own. Oh, these badges are the same for every participant, no difference, the woman explained casually. Su-hong frowned, but before he could finish speaking, the young woman interrupted him with a smile. She explained, I understand what you're saying. Fighters with high vitality can't downgrade to compete in the martial apprentice arena. But if a martial apprentice isn't afraid of death, they can challenge the Kwasa warrior or even warrior arenas. Su-hong nodded thoughtfully, then turned to test his vitality. The woman watched him leave, her eyes flickering, and then quietly instructed the person next to her. Place a bet on him losing. Ms. Wang, is this guy really that weak? The person asked, puzzled. Ms. Wang replied irritably. Of course. His voice is immature, and he knows nothing about the rules. It's obviously his first time competing as a student. This is easy money. Wow. Then this student is definitely going to lose, the person said excitedly. I'll place a bet too, with 3 months' salary. Meanwhile, Su-hong completed his vitality test. 85 points of vitality, the staff announced, and then guided him to the locker room. Some competitors prefer not to show their faces, so we provide masks and headgear, the staff explained. Su-hong silently praised the thoughtful arrangement. In the locker room, his attention was caught by a minotaur headpiece. After ensuring it didn't obstruct his vision, he donned it, and, with a swing of the horns, confidently headed to the martial apprentice arena's waiting area. As he entered the waiting room, a commotion caught his attention. A group of martial apprentices were eagerly testing their combat prowess on a strength meter. Su-hong observed quietly, noting that there were 50 others besides himself, with combat values generally ranging between 1,000 and 1,200. No wonder they dare to compete in underground boxing matches, Su-hong thought. These are all martial apprentices with vitality under 90 points, whose normal combat power would be around 800. If I were still at my previous level, I'd be at the bottom. As the arena opened, the martial apprentices rushed forward. Suddenly, a minotaur Su-hong leaped ahead, claiming the stage first. I want to engage in the defending champion mode, he announced loudly. The audience fell silent for a moment before bursting into excited chatter. Is tonight going to be this thrilling? Someone's defending right from the start. Who is this minotaur? He looks impressive. Chun Lin, Chun Shan, and Li Tu exchanged puzzled glances. Someone nearby explained the rules of the defending champion mode, leaving them stunned. Wow, going all the way? This guy is so bold, Chun Lin exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement, then muttered under his breath, Su-hong, it's a shame you're not here today. When you hear about this tomorrow, you'll probably regret not being able to sleep. The martial apprentices below glared at the minotaur, clearly hostile toward his choice of the defending champion mode. A burly middle-aged man jumped onto the stage, about to deliver a taunt, but was immediately kicked off by a swift kick. Next, the minotaur said coldly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if challenging everyone present. The middle-aged man who had just been knocked off the stage sat on the ground, bewildered. One moment he was standing, and the next, he found himself on the ground. He checked his body, realizing he wasn't injured, and quickly stood up to thank Su-hong. The arena battles were notoriously dangerous, with lives hanging in the balance. Although referees were present, fatalities were not uncommon. It was usual for fighters to end up with broken bones after a match. However, being kicked off the stage without any injury indicated that his opponent had shown mercy. Su-hong merely waved his hand dismissively. Although he was competing with these people, his goal was purely financial, with no personal vendetta, so he refrained from causing serious harm. In the audience, people were initially stunned when they saw the middle-aged man kicked off the stage, then they began to chatter excitedly. That bullheaded guy has some skills. No wonder he's confident enough to challenge the champion mode. Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd, sparking a surge of interest in the bullheaded fighter. Most eyes were now glued to the martial apprentice stage. Chen Lin and his fellow students exchanged bewildered looks. What the heck? Wasn't this supposed to be a tough fight? How did he get kicked off with just one move? Li Tu explained. It's because that guy is too strong. His combat power is overwhelming. Chen Shan scoffed dismissively. Please, even if he's strong, he's just a martial apprentice. I bet he couldn't even take one punch from my thunder fist. What's the big deal? Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the waiting room for aspiring fighters. A middle-aged man wearing a white fox mask leaped onto the martial apprentice stage. I'm entering the champion mode too. His declaration instantly electrified the crowd. Holy crap, isn't that the white fox? The reigning champion for 7 consecutive days. And now he's going for champion mode. Wow, tonight's going to be amazing. So glad I came. The audience erupted with excitement, cheers and shouts filling the air. Meanwhile, in Su Hong's mind, a notification sounded. Defeated a martial apprentice. Gained 3 martial points. Su Hong pondered. 3 points? I wonder how many martial points are needed to increase my vitality by 1. The referee, holding a megaphone, loudly announced. 1 victory on the martial apprentice stage. 48 martial apprentices remain. Let's see if this bull-headed fighter can defend the stage, or if another challenger will succeed. His voice was full of enthusiasm, igniting the crowd's passion. The spectators roared with excitement, many jumping from their seats, shouting eagerly. Su Hong set aside his thoughts on the system and focused on the arena, gesturing for the next challenger. Next. Soon, a burly man jumped onto the stage. He grinned at Su Hong, his voice booming. Thanks for going easy on my friend earlier. In return, I'll try not to hurt you. As he spoke, his energy flared, almost matching that of the aspiring fighters on the adjacent stage, indicating he was just a step away from becoming one himself. Please, Su Hong replied with a smile, inviting him to begin. Here I come. The middle-aged man shouted, charging at Su Hong in a few swift steps. He launched a punch, the force of which whistled through the air. Facing the powerful punch Heaton, Su Hong didn't flinch. He raised his fist to meet the attack. As their fists collided, the entire stage seemed to tremble. The middle-aged man frowned, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the Minotaur to dare take his full-force punch Heaton. Considering the opponent had shown mercy earlier, he intended to hold back, but Su Hong's fist suddenly accelerated, colliding with his in an instant. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically as he felt a powerful force surge towards him. The thought of holding back vanished instantly. Just as he was about to counterattack, Su Hong kicked him off the stage, just like what happened to his brother earlier. The middle-aged man landed heavily on the ground, his backside falling exactly where his brother had sat, still warm from before. He looked up in bewilderment, staring incredulously at the Minotaur on the stage. As one of the top fighters of the day, with 89 points of vitality, he thought he could afford to hold back. Yet, the opponent not only took his punch, but also had the time to land a kick. Clearly, this Minotaur's strength was beyond his imagination. Where did this monster come from? The middle-aged man felt both frustrated and relieved. Fortunately, the Minotaur showed mercy, or that kick could have broken several of his ribs. 2 consecutive wins on the fighter's platform, the referee announced loudly. Next, over a dozen fighters took turns challenging Su Hong, only to be easily defeated. Throughout the process, he didn't even break a sweat. Su Hong thought to himself, with my perfect level Vajra fist, no one on the fighter's platform can match me. At that moment, a shout came from the next platform. 5 consecutive wins on the aspirant's platform. Su Hong turned to see a person wearing a white fox mask standing calmly on the stage. No wonder it's the white fox, truly powerful. Of course, the guy has won the championship for 7 consecutive days. How could he not be? I heard he has mastered level martial arts to perfection, far surpassing other aspirants. Hearing the audience's discussion, Su Hong's eyes flickered. Perfect level grade martial arts? That's the same level as his Vajra fist. With such strength, could he really win 5 matches in a row so easily? As Su Hong pondered, a sudden whooshing sound came from the side. He frowned and instinctively dodged to the side. A loud bang erupted where he had just stood. Looking up, he saw a young man grinning at him, not at all embarrassed by his failed sneak attack. Su Hong's expression turned stern. If that punch had hit the back of his head, the consequences would have been dire. Wow, it's that shameless Lin Ping again. Yesterday, he won the championship by sneak attacking and crippled his opponent. Extremely ruthless. Is sneak attacking allowed? Doesn't the referee intervene? This is underground boxing. Once you're on stage, it's fair game. The rules aren't that strict. I can't stand this guy. He's clearly top tier among fighters, yet he resorts to sneak attacks. and isn't even ashamed. It's disgraceful. Despite the audience's curses, Lin Ping wasn't angry. Instead, he waved cheerfully at them, as if they were praising him. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. Lin Ping's vision blurred as a massive fist came straight at his face. His expression changed drastically, and as he dodged to the side, he threw a punch. The moment the fists collided, Lin Ping's hand deformed instantly, his bones shattering. The terrifying force dislocated his arm, and his forearm bone pierced through the skin, exposing a large section of white bone. Ah! A sharp pain surged through Lin Ping's body like an electric current. He fell to his knees heavily, his face twisted in agony, and his cries of pain echoed across the arena. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached. Lin Ping, enduring the excruciating pain, struggled to lift his head, only to see the massive minotaur advancing slowly, murderous intent clear in its eyes. No, don't. I surrender. Lin Ping stammered, terror flickering in his eyes, his lips trembling as he tried to concede. However, before he could finish, a hand like an iron clamp suddenly reached out and dislocated his jaw. Lin Ping's words turned into incoherent whimpers. Spare me. His face was filled with fear as his legs felt like lead, and he collapsed to the ground. Desperately, he tried to crawl toward the edge of the platform, attempting to escape his terrifying opponent. Su Hong watched Lin Ping's pitiful state with a cold gaze, his voice icy. Keep trying to provoke me. Didn't you like sneak attacks? As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out without hesitation. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin Ping's chest caved in instantly, and his struggling body went limp, no longer moving. Su Hong expressionlessly withdrew his leg, turned, and walked back to the center of the arena, as if he had just done something trivial. Respect me an inch, and I'll respect you a yard, Su Hong thought to himself. The two middle-aged men earlier had been friendly, so he showed restraint. But Lin Ping's sneak attack aimed for the back of his head. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have died. Thus, Su Hong did not hesitate to strike fatally. Everything happened in a flash. The audience's anger hadn't fully dissipated when Lin Ping's chest collapsed, and he was dead. For a moment, the spectators were silent. But soon, after the initial shock, the crowd erupted into excited shouts. Good kill. Damn impressive. Such a strong minotaur. Even though Lin Ping was a villain, he wasn't weak, yet he was crushed and killed. I'm in love with the minotaur now. Sorry, husband. I think this guy has a real chance of winning. On one side of the audience, Chun Lin and other students watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing Lin Ping's lifeless body, their faces went pale, and some with weaker stomachs began to gag. Chun Lin was filled with mixed emotions. Is this the kind of life-and-death struggle between martial artists? He turned to look beside him, and saw Li Tu standing silently with his arms crossed. Chen Shan, who had always boasted about his thunder fist and initially dismissed Su Hong, was now speechless. Su Hong stood at the center of the arena, keenly aware of the changes within himself. It was his first time killing someone, and while he felt a bit nauseated, he could handle it. His body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from excitement or fear. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and scanned the crowd below, his voice carrying a chill. Next. The referee gave Su Hong a long look and announced loudly, Martial Apprentice Arena, 3 consecutive wins. However, a few seconds later, no one stepped forward to challenge him. In the waiting room for martial apprentices, the contestants were silent. They looked at Su Hong on the platform, their faces filled with shock and apprehension. The bloody confrontation was deeply intimidating. Having seen Su Hong show mercy twice before, they had been surprised by his strength, but were still willing to take the stage. But after witnessing Lin Ping being dragged away like a dead dog, they began to hesitate. Do we still fight? This guy is too strong, and he's ruthless. I'm afraid if I go up, I'll be carried off too. A few martial apprentices whispered among themselves, fear evident in their eyes. To them, Su Hong on the platform had become an insurmountable mountain. This remark caused a stir among the crowd. Several nervous martial artists involuntarily looked at the speaker, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. Why don't you go up? Someone retorted. The martial artist fell silent, an awkward expression crossing his face. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? The referee's booming voice echoed through the waiting room. The martial artists exchanged glances, tension and hesitation filling the air. After a moment, someone finally broke the silence, shaking their head and saying, Forget it. I'm not fighting. This guy is too strong. I wouldn't stand a chance. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Seeing this, the other martial artists remained silent for a moment before following suit. Forget it. Let's come back tomorrow, someone muttered under their breath. In no time, the waiting room was completely empty. Meanwhile, at the martial artist arena, the referee received the news and widened his eyes in surprise. Are you kidding me? He's only defended the stage for 3 rounds, and you're all giving up already? We sold tickets to the audience, and the show ends after just a few minutes? What are we supposed to do? The referee's tone was filled with urgency and frustration. At that moment, cheers erupted from the adjacent arena for aspiring fighters. Bai who had just knocked another opponent off the stage. The referee by the ring excitedly shouted. By who? 8 consecutive victories. Hearing this, the referee in charge of the martial artist arena breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have 2 other arenas to rely on, he thought to himself, then loudly announced. The martial artist arena, defense successful. Let's congratulate the Minotaur. As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause filled the venue. Su Hong slowly stepped down from the stage, leaving under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Impressive, I didn't expect to be wrong for once, a seductive voice remarked as he entered the waiting room. Su Hong turned to see the familiar woman he had encountered at the registration desk. Here, this is your prize money, 60,000 blue star coins, she said, handing him a wad of cash. Are you the one responsible for distributing the prize money to the winners? Su Hong suddenly asked. The woman paused, then shook her hand holding the money with a smile. Isn't it obvious? Then just hold on to it for now. I'll collect it later, Su Hong replied nonchalantly. The woman was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Before she could finish, she saw Su Hong already walking out of the waiting room, heading in another direction. This. She stood there, stunned, as a shocking thought crossed her mind. She hurriedly followed him, just in time to see Su Hong entering another room. Her gaze shifted slightly upward, catching sight of the words on the door, aspiring fighter waiting room. Oh my God, is he serious? Her face was filled with shock. She recalled the conversation they had at the registration desk, where she had jokingly said that martial artists who weren't afraid of death could upgrade to fight in the aspiring fighter arena. Little did she know, he had taken her words seriously. It's important to note that most martial artists who participate have a blood vitality of around 80 points. On the surface, this doesn't seem far off from the 90 points of aspiring fighters. But if it were that simple, why would there be such a clear distinction? When a fighter's blood vitality reaches 90 points, their physical body undergoes significant enhancement. This difference isn't reflected in the blood vitality numbers, but directly translates into actual combat strength. It may seem like there's only a 1-point difference between an 89-point martial artist and a 90-point aspiring fighter, but in reality, the latter can easily defeat the former. For a martial artist to challenge the aspiring fighter arena, in her eyes, was tantamount to seeking death. Her heart was filled with worry and unease, uncertain about what would happen next. This is madness. The young woman shook her head speechlessly. Meanwhile, Su Hong entered the waiting room for aspiring martial artists, drawing puzzled looks from the group. When they recognized him as the champion of the martial apprentice arena, surprise spread across their faces. They quickly assumed Su Hong was there to observe the battles between aspiring martial artists up close and soon lost interest in him. Su Hong's gaze was fixed on the arena. At that moment, Bai Hu once again sent his opponent flying off the stage, prompting cheers from the crowd. The referee's excited voice echoed through the venue. Bai Hu, 13 consecutive wins. The aspiring martial artists in the waiting room couldn't help but comment. Bai Hu is really strong, winning 13 matches so effortlessly. No wonder he's a 7-time champion. I have to respect his successful defense. Indeed, impressive. Everyone shook their heads, dismissing any thoughts of stepping into the ring. Just then, a cold laugh broke the silence. What a bunch of losers, a haughty voice chimed in. I thought the fighters in Star City's underground matches would be formidable, but it turns out that someone with this level of skill can achieve 13 consecutive wins. Hearing this, anger flashed in the eyes of the aspiring martial artists. Su Hong looked toward the source of the voice and saw a young man standing there with arms crossed, full of disdain. What are you looking at? Li Ming sneered. Did I say something wrong? A few hot-tempered aspiring martial artists immediately retorted. From what you're saying, you're from the neighboring city? Humph, anyone can talk big. If you think Bai Hu is weak, then get up there and defeat him. Just then, the referee's voice echoed again. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge on the aspiring martial artist stage? Li Ming let out a derisive laugh and strode toward the stage. As he left, he casually threw back. Watch closely, you frogs in a well. Watching his retreating figure, the aspiring martial artists looked grim. On the stage, Bai Hu stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the referee to announce his victory. Suddenly, a figure leapt onto the stage. Bai Hu raised an eyebrow. Another challenger? The audience immediately buzzed with excitement. Please, Bai Hu gestured courteously. Li Ming smirked dismissively and threw a punch. Bai Hu's brows furrowed, his eyes turned icy, and he raised his fist to counter. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Bai Hu's expression changed dramatically, as the terrifying impact forced him to retreat several steps before he could stabilize himself. Oh, Li Ming seemed slightly surprised. You can take a punch from me. I underestimated you. With that, he closed in rapidly. Try taking this punch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous crashes resounded in quick succession. In the next moment, Bai Hu flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood, and landed heavily off the stage. The arena fell into instant silence, the audience stunned. Thunderbolt Fist. Chen Lin and the other students were in disbelief. They never expected to witness the real power of the Thunderbolt Fist, which they had learned that morning, in action that evening. 3 booms, already at the mastery level. Li Tu and Chun Shan exchanged complex glances. As 2 of the top talents in their school, their Thunderbolt fist skills were just at the entry level. Yet, this young man, merely an aspiring martial artist, had already mastered it. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. This guy is incredible. He defeated Baihu so easily, truly impressive. This must be the clever martial art Thunderbolt fist, right? To master it at the aspiring martial artist level, he's definitely a genius. However, before the audience's praises could fade, their attention was drawn to new developments on the stage. On the stage, the young man who had just defeated the White Fox looked around with disdain flashing in his eyes. His voice was full of arrogance. Is this the level of martial artists in Xingqing's underground boxing matches? Compared to us in Yangqing, you are far behind. His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. The audience fell silent before erupting into a chorus of angry shouts. Everyone realized that this arrogant young man was here to cause trouble. The referees burned with anger but, constrained by their roles, remained silent. The audience, mostly locals, couldn't tolerate the outsider's provocation. A barrage of insults erupted. Get lost, you little punk. Are Yangqing fighters here to beg in Xingqing? In the face of the audience's jeers, Li Ming stood with his hands behind his back, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. His voice was cold as ice. Stop wasting your breath. If you have the guts, send a real martial artist to defeat me. At that moment, a cold voice came from the first-tier fighter's stage. A middle-aged man stood there, his expression dark as he spoke. Young man, don't be so cocky with your words. Li Ming glanced at him, then suddenly laughed, a hint of challenge in his eyes. What? Does a first-tier fighter want to make a move? Fine by me. These words infuriated the entire audience. A quasi-martial artist from Yangqing was here to cause trouble. If a first-tier fighter really stepped in, not only would it be a disgraceful act of bullying, but if they lost, it would be utterly humiliating. In the waiting room for quasi-martial artists, the fighters' faces were as dark as clouds. They hadn't expected this arrogant youth to be so powerful. Even the White Fox was no match. How could they possibly defeat him? Just then, a calm voice came from behind them. Make way. They turned in surprise to see a figure wearing a bullhead mask gesturing for them to step aside. Someone recognized him. Isn't that the champion of the martial apprentice stage? Get lost. What are you doing here? Brother, I understand you're angry, but if you go up there, you'll just be cannon fodder. Despite the well-intentioned warnings, the bullhead figure leapt forward, heading straight for the exit. This left all the quasi-martial artists staring in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you really going up there? Where did you get the courage? Meanwhile, on the quasi-martial artist stage, Li Ming was about to head towards the fighter's stage when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He raised an eyebrow as a figure lightly jumped onto the stage. The audience erupted into deafening cheers when they saw a quasi-martial artist stepping up to the challenge. Take him down. Go for it. However, the cheers abruptly stopped as someone recognized the newcomer. Wait, isn't that the bullhead guy? How did a martial apprentice get up there? The realization left the cheering audience dumbfounded, staring in confusion. Brother, what are you doing up there? What the heck is going on? The next moment, the scene on stage made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Su Hong, who had just stepped onto the stage, met Li Ming's amused gaze, beckoned with a finger, and softly said, Come on. The audience was instantly stunned, filled with disbelief. They murmured to themselves in astonishment. He's really going to fight. A martial apprentice challenging a quasi-martial artist. Is he crazy? Did the bullhead guy get overconfident? Isn't this just a death wish? This is the guy who easily defeated the White Fox. Arrogant, but undeniably strong. You have to admire his courage. No one in the audience or the waiting room believed Su Hong stood a chance. The gap between a martial apprentice and a quasi-martial artist was too vast. It seemed like a guaranteed defeat. The Minotaur's gone mad. That young guy's at the level of the triple thunder punch. In the audience, Qinshan couldn't help but exclaim. Li Tu shook his head, looking serious. Even without martial arts, not even a full-force punch from a regular fighter could withstand this. Even those 2 who just broke through to the first rank would struggle against this young man. Chen Lin was thrilled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, tonight's really something. Then he sighed regretfully. Su Hong, it's such a pity you didn't come tonight. On the stage, the referee's gaze was fixed on Su Hong, feeling anxious. Although he thought Su Hong was overestimating himself, he admired his courage for stepping up when the quasi-fighters hesitated. The referee resolved to intervene and protect Su Hong if needed. At this moment, Su Hong beckoned with a dismissive gesture. Li Ming squinted and sneered. How dare a mere fighter challenge him? It was laughable. It seemed he had gone too easy earlier, giving this guy the courage to step up. Courting death. Li Ming spat out coldly, and before the words fully left his lips, he launched a punch. He didn't even bother to use martial technique, confident he could easily defeat this overconfident fighter. Su Hong advanced instead of retreating, meeting the punch heat in. The next moment, their fists collided. Li Ming's pupils contracted slightly, his body swayed, and he involuntarily stepped back. Su Hong, however, only took 3 steps back. This scene stunned everyone present. The audience was dumbfounded, eyes widening in disbelief as they shouted, "No way!" Li Ming, who could easily defeat the White Fox, only made Su Hong step back 3 steps with a punch. This fighter is unbelievably strong. Where did this genius come from? Chen Shan and Li Tu exchanged looks of shock. Chen Lin scratched his head, genuinely impressed. Wow, this fighter is really something. If it were me, I'd have been knocked out ages ago. Pretty strong. On the stage, Su Hong steadied himself, genuinely impressed. But to Li Ming, those words felt like mockery. A mere fighter dared to go toe-to-toe with him and only stepped back a little more, yet still had the audacity to say pretty strong? It was blatant provocation. Li Ming's face turned dark, his energy surged. In the next instant, 3 thunderous booms echoed. The referee at the sidelines tensed up, ready to intervene. But suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. From the other side of the stage came the sound of thunder too, not just once, but 9 times. 9 thunderclaps. 9. Li Ming trembled, as if he'd seen a ghost. He had no time to react before he was struck, spitting blood, and collapsing unconscious on the stage. Silence fell over the crowd. The referee, who was about to step in, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The audience was in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, gasping collectively. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! As the audience snapped back to reality, they erupted. A fighter defeated a Kwasa warrior. Unbelievable. Chen Lin was stunned. Li Tu and Chun Shan's lips trembled uncontrollably. 9 booms. Li Tu swallowed hard. That's the perfect stage of the thunder punch. No way. Chun Shan screamed in disbelief. He's just a fighter. In the next moment, Su Hong and the man exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. They had once been hailed as geniuses for mastering the thunder fist in just 10 practices, yet the performance of this martial apprentice made them feel inferior. Such talent was beyond their reach. On the ring, Su Hong turned to the referee, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable confidence. I've won. The prize money should be mine now, right? The referee was momentarily stunned, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. As long as no other apprentice steps up, the prize is yours. Su Hong's gaze swept over the waiting room's apprentices. It was as if his look scorched them, prompting them to frantically shake their heads and step back several paces. Someone muttered under their breath, "Are you kidding? Club martial arts, perfect mastery. Who would dare fight you like that?" The referee announced loudly, "I declare the apprentice's ring defense successful." The audience erupted in excitement, the entire venue buzzing with energy. Amidst the cheers, Su Hong gracefully leaped off the ring, disappearing into the crowd. As he approached the waiting room, the apprentices instinctively parted to make way. Su Hong walked through expressionlessly, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded apprentices. Wow, where did this prodigy come from? Someone clicked their tongue. A martial apprentice treating apprentices like kids. Once outside, Su Hong saw the woman staring at him in a daze. He extended his hand and simply said, "The prize money." The woman snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed over the prize money to Su Hong. After carefully counting it to ensure accuracy, he turned to leave. Just then, the woman grabbed his arm, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. "It's so late. We have a place here where you can rest." Su Hong frowned, decisively pulling his arm away, and left without looking back. He thought to himself, women only slowed down my martial arts progress. As night fell, the streets were deserted. Su Hong emerged from a dark building, now dressed in ordinary clothes, quickly blending into the sparse crowd. As he walked, he took stock of his earnings. 60,000 blue star coins from the martial apprentice defense, and 100,000 blue star coins from the apprentice ring, totaling 160,000. Indeed, practicing martial arts costs money, but earning it is just as fast. Su Hong mused to himself. In just a few hours, I've earned nearly a year's salary for my uncle and aunt. His spirits lifted. The martial arts exam fee was covered, the family's rent was settled, and his younger siblings' tuition for next year was secured. As for his aunt's illness, while he couldn't claim a complete cure, he could at least ensure several treatment courses and medication. Lost in thought, Su Hong opened the system panel, carefully reviewing his status. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unmatched through the ages. Vitality, 85. Spirit, 23. Constitution, mortal body 3. Martial skills, thunder fist perfect, diamond fist perfect, glimmering palm perfect, sky step perfect. Martial value, 6,767 points. Having defeated 4 individuals tonight, Su Hong noted that the last young man provided him with the most martial value. He speculated that defeating stronger opponents yielded more martial value, with the opponent's talent possibly being a contributing factor. With martial value in hand, it was time to make good use of it. Su Hong's gaze wandered over the panel before deciding to enhance his vitality first. With anticipation, he began to allocate points, curious to see how much he could improve this time. Su-hong stared at the system panel, calculating silently in his mind. He lightly tapped the plus sign next to the vitality section, and a small prompt appeared, asking how many martial values he wanted to add. After a moment of thought, Su-hong chose to add 1 point. Instantly, a warm current swept through his body, and Su-hong felt a slight change. His gaze returned to the system panel, and he was pleasantly surprised to see his vitality had increased from 85 to 85.1. Just 1 martial value point could increase vitality by 0.1. This seemingly insignificant boost would normally take at least a week, or even half a month, of regular training to achieve. Excited, Su-hong was eager to invest all of his remaining 66 martial value points into boosting his vitality. However, a cautious thought crossed his mind: would his body be able to handle a sudden large increase? So, he decided to proceed gradually. First, he added 2 points and felt no difference. Then 5 and 10 points, still everything was normal. When he invested 20 points at once, Su-hong clearly felt his body swell slightly, with a faint tingling sensation. He patiently waited until his body adjusted before continuing to add more points. As his vitality value approached 90, Su-hong's aura suddenly surged. A wave of invisible energy spread out from him, lifting fallen leaves from the ground, making them dance in the air. Moments later, the turbulent vitality settled down. Su-hong clenched his fists, relishing the powerful energy coursing through him, and closed his eyes in delight. This rapid advancement was intoxicating. After breaking through to a quasi-martial artist, the strength of his physical body had significantly increased. Su-hong licked his lips, savoring this transformation. A few seconds later, he unhesitatingly poured all his remaining martial value points into his vitality. In the end, his vitality climbed to 91.7, a full 6.7 point increase from before. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting Su-hong's thoughts. He picked it up and saw Song Fei from Nule Martial Arts Club on the screen. In the past, Su-hong worked part-time at Nule Martial Arts Club as a sparring partner to earn extra money. Although the hourly rate was decent, at 100 blue star coins per hour, the job was quite grueling. Being a sparring partner essentially meant being a human punching bag, and even with protective gear, bruises were common. Answering the call, Song Fei's voice came through. Su-hong, it's almost 10. Are you almost here? On my way, Su-hong replied briefly. Great. Hurry up then, Song Fei said before hanging up. Even though Su-hong's current strength no longer required this part-time job, he decided to honor his commitment since he had agreed to it beforehand. After orienting himself, Su-hong headed towards Nule Martial Arts Club. 10 minutes later, as he passed an open-air training ground, Su-hong's eyes lit up. He remembered visiting here yesterday, where there was a first-level combat strength tester. I wonder how much my combat strength has improved after the breakthrough, he thought with curiosity as he walked into the training ground. In a nearby small shack, a young man yawned. Few today's group of martial artists left early. Finally, I can get some decent sleep. Awesome. Since being assigned to watch over the place, this was the earliest he had been able to sleep in recent times. The young man lay in bed, recalling the events of the past few days, feeling a bit uneasy. But soon, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he couldn't help but yawn. Well, it happened once, but it can't happen every night. With that thought, he contentedly closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep, his snores filling the room. Suddenly, a series of 9 thundering booms erupted, sounding as if they were right next to him. Startled, the young man leaped out of bed, only to hit his head hard on the ceiling with a resounding thud. Ouch, he exclaimed, crouching on the floor, clutching his head in pain. Not again, he muttered through gritted teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration as anger simmered in his eyes. He flung open the door with a bang and stormed towards the outdoor training ground. Halfway there, he slowed down, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Could it be the same genius from yesterday? He wondered, hesitating but doubting it. Geniuses like that usually train at school or a dojo. It's rare enough for one to show up here even once. After a moment's hesitation, he decided, well, since I'm already out, I might as well check it out. Remembering yesterday's encounter, his anger subsided, and he calmed down as he continued on. Soon, he arrived at the outdoor training ground. From a distance, he saw the screen of a combat power tester lit up. Looking around, he saw no one. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath, seriously, hitting and running like this is just crazy. He grumbled as he approached the combat power tester. Although the screen would turn off after a few minutes, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Whoever did this, I better not catch you. His words were cut off by a scream that rivaled the thunderous booms earlier. He had caught sight of a number on the tester's screen. Combat Power, 2023. Holy crap. His mouth hung open in shock, and he quickly glanced around as if he were a thief. Once he was sure no one was around, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness they left and didn't hear what I said. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling fortunate. Suddenly, he slapped himself, almost offending a genius yesterday and nearly doing it again today, all because of his loose tongue. Feeling a mix of fear and relief, he headed back to his small room. As he walked, He suddenly slapped himself again. The sharp sound echoed through the quiet night. Breaking the 2,000 mark, Su Hong thought with satisfaction. He soon arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, where Song Fei was already waiting. Seeing Su Hong, Song Fei waved. Su Hong, come on. Let's train for a bit. I hired a martial arts instructor today, so you can learn with me. A martial arts instructor? Su Hong asked curiously. Song Fei smiled proudly and explained. Actually, it's a clever gun technique. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, wielding a weapon greatly increases a person's combat power, and the same goes for martial artists. However, martial artists use alloy weapons. Weapons, like martial techniques, are graded from F to SSS. A clever gun technique is much more expensive than ordinary martial arts. Alloy weapons are pricey too. Su Hong hadn't considered them before because he couldn't afford them. I should choose a weapon too. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage against enemies with alloy weapons, Su Hong thought as he walked into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with Song Fei. Su Hong and Song Fei walked side by side, their steps light as they arrived at a spacious and bright training room. Su Hong looked around, amazed at the space that was at least over 200 square meters. The walls were lined with mirrors, allowing martial artists to observe their own postures as they practiced. At that moment, the training room was already filled with a dozen martial artists who were patiently waiting. As soon as they saw Song Fei, smiles spread across their faces as they greeted him. Song Fei, you're late. One of the martial artists teased, a playful glint in their eyes. Song Fei frowned. What do you mean? Don't tell me the lesson's over. Another martial artist explained, it hasn't started yet. I meant you haven't been here for the past few days, and today is the last day for teaching clever gun techniques. Hearing this, Song Fei was stunned, regret written all over his face. He beat his chest in frustration. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to play. Damn it. If I had started from day one, I might have gotten the hang of it by now. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. What happened? Song Fei asked, sensing something was off. A martial artist explained with a bitter smile. Don't even mention it. The guy teaching the gun techniques is Jiang Ming, a third-level martial artist. He's only here because he owes the owner a favor from years ago. He barely teaches, just goes through the motions a few times and leaves, without giving any pointers. We've been at it for 6 days, and none of us have grasped the basics. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Su Hong, filled with curiosity. Song Fei quickly introduced him. This is my buddy. I brought him along to learn with us. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The martial artists welcomed him warmly, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Su Hong responded with a smile. Thanks. The vibe here at the Martial Arts Center is pretty nice. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, the door burst open with a bang. A young man, clothes stained with blood and looking disheveled, leaned against the wall as he walked in. Despite his bedraggled appearance, he wore an arrogant expression. My teacher didn't teach well? If you lack the aptitude, don't make excuses, the young man scolded coldly. At these words, the martial artists frowned, except for Su Hong, who showed a hint of surprise. Song Fei quietly asked a martial artist beside him, who is this guy, acting so full of himself? That's Li Ming, the student of the martial artist teaching the gun techniques. He usually acts superior, looking down on the martial artists of Xingqing. The martial artist whispered back. Li Ming, with sharp ears, snapped. What are you whispering about? None of your business, a martial artist retorted coldly. Li Ming sneered. Is that all you've got? This attitude thoroughly angered the martial artists. Someone sneered back. You've got so much potential, yet you got beaten up so badly, looking like a beaten dog. This remark hit a sore spot for Li Ming. His face turned livid as he glared at the speaker, itching to retaliate. But considering his injuries, he could only snort in anger and head upstairs to the second floor of the martial arts center. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Jiang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking out over Xingqing. A burly young man approached respectfully, saying, Teacher, it seems Li Ming has gone out again. That kid, Jiang Ming muttered, his tone a mix of exasperation and reproach. Jiang Ming traveled from Yangcheng with his 2 disciples, with a clear goal in mind to challenge the talented martial artists at Xingqing High School. He was somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that underground boxing matches were a complete waste of time. Jiang Ming's gaze fell on Li Ming. This aspiring martial artist had not only learned his spear techniques, but also mastered the clever Ben Lei fist. With skills like these, participating in underground fights seemed like an unnecessary overkill. Lian, go find that kid and bring him back. I need to give him a proper lesson. Jiang Ming said sternly. Yes, Li Yin responded, about to head to the door when it suddenly swung open. A disheveled Li Ming walked in. Teacher, senior brother. Jiang Ming and Li Yin both widened their eyes at Li Ming's appearance. What happened? Jiang Ming frowned. Did you try challenging a first-level martial artist again? No. Li Ming replied awkwardly, reluctant to explain. But under his teacher's intense gaze, he reluctantly recounted the events. After hearing the story, Li Yin stared in disbelief. A martial apprentice with 9 strikes of the Ben Lei fist. Jiang Ming frowned. How could such a genius be involved in underground fights? Are you sure you're not lying? Teacher, I swear I'm not lying, Li Ming replied firmly. This left Jiang Ming in silence. His 2 disciples had learned the Ben Lei fist from a martial artist who had spent years mastering it. It took Li Ming 3 months to reach proficiency, while Li Yan, as a first-level martial artist, learned even faster and reached a subtle level. Even then, their instructor had marveled at their talent. But now, a mere martial apprentice had mastered the Ben Lei fist to perfection. Jiang Ming found it hard to accept. Seeing Li Ming's shaken confidence, Jiang Ming suppressed his astonishment and reassured him. Don't compare yourself to such prodigies. Focus on healing, and once you're better, join Li Yan in challenging the martial artists of Xingqing High School. No matter how talented others are, it's important to strengthen yourself. Start by defeating the martial artists at Xingqing High School and use them as stepping stones toward your martial future. With these words of encouragement, Li Ming regained his confidence. Yes, he nodded resolutely, vowing to become stronger and avenge today's humiliation. It all begins with defeating the martial artists of Xingqing High School. When should we challenge the martial artists at Xingqing High School? Li Yan asked, glancing at the injured Li Ming. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. Li Ming's recovery will take a few days, so let's plan for the end of the month. The end of the month? Li Yan hesitated. I remember Xingqing High School has monthly exams then. Before he could finish, Li Ming interrupted, his confidence reignited. Senior brother, isn't that perfect? Clenching his fists, his eyes burned with ambition. With the exams, all the talented martial artists from Xingqing High School will be there. Let's show up on that day. Hearing this, Li Yan nodded. Which school should we start with? Li Ming smiled confidently. Let's go for the strongest Xingqing First High School. All right. Li Yan, inspired by Li Ming's confidence, nodded firmly. Seeing his disciples' spirits renewed, Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Prepare well in the coming days. No one is to leave. Yes, they responded in unison. All right, I'll finish teaching the spear techniques on the last day, Jiang Ming said as he left the room, leaving his 2 determined disciples to prepare for their upcoming challenge. After the teacher left, Li Ming and Li Yan stood in the corridor of the martial arts school, their eyes full of disdain. I really don't know what those useless people have to teach. Li Ming shook his head and sighed. It's been 6 days, and not a single beginner. Li Yan sneered in agreement. Do you think these people come to the martial arts school for any other reason? They're just a bunch of misfits. Teaching them is a waste of time. Most of these martial artists are in their 30s or 40s, and the best among them is only a first-tier practitioner. They have no talent. It's a miracle if they can learn anything. The 2 of them looked down on the martial artists who came to study at the school. Their words happened to be overheard by Jiang Ming, who had just stepped out of his room. These 2 kids, Jiang Ming shook his head with a smile, secretly agreeing with their sentiment. These martial artists might have a chance with level or flevel techniques, but to learn a clevel technique, especially a spear technique, was nearly impossible for them given their talent. However, it wasn't his concern. He was only teaching to repay a favor from the past. After today's final lesson, he would simply walk away. Inside the training room, the martial artists were growing impatient. It's been almost half an hour. Where is he? One of them complained. He's not serious about teaching, and he's late too. It's frustrating, another agreed. Well, he's a 3rd-tier practitioner after all. If he wants to act superior, what can we do? Someone said helplessly. As they chatted idly, the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Ming strode in with a standard-issue spear in hand, scanning the seated martial artists before commanding. What are you all standing around for? Pick up your spears. Despite their dissatisfaction with Jiang Ming's attitude, the desire to learn martial arts compelled them to suppress their annoyance and quickly stand up, grabbing their spears. Su Hong stood quietly at the back, holding his spear. Jiang Ming casually announced, all right, today is my last day. I'll teach you the Fury Sea spear technique, so pay attention. As usual, I'll demonstrate it 3 times. With barely a pause, Jiang Ming began to perform the technique, indifferent to whether the others were ready. The martial artists hurriedly widened their eyes, trying to learn and mimic his moves. Song Fei, who was learning for the first time, clumsily swung his spear, looking awkward. However, Su Hong, standing at the back, remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ming. To him, Jiang Ming's rapid movements seemed to slow down, allowing him to effortlessly capture every subtle action. Su Hong's mind was racing, his understanding of the Fury Sea spear technique rapidly deepening. Soon, Jiang Ming completed the first demonstration. At the same time, a prompt appeared in Su Hong's mind. He thought to himself, the Fury Sea spear technique is slightly more difficult than the Thunderbolt fist, but only just. Jiang Ming gave no time for reflection, immediately moving on to the second and then the third demonstration. In just 9 minutes, he had completed all 3 rounds. All right, how much you learn is up to you, Jiang Ming said indifferently before turning to leave the training room. Once he was gone, the martial artists couldn't hold back their dissatisfaction any longer and began to complain. Damn, how are we supposed to learn anything? If he doesn't want to teach, he shouldn't. 3 times, and he barely glanced at us. He never intended to teach. Song Fei stood there, bewildered. As a newcomer, he was even more lost. The other martial artists had at least watched for 6 days and could mimic the moves to some extent, but he struggled to grasp even the basic actions. He just stood there, looking completely dumbfounded. Song Fei glanced at Su Hong and couldn't help but remark, "I was watching him spin that gun like a whirlwind, and I couldn't even begin to imitate it." Su Hong nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "Indeed, no ordinary person could learn that." But he kept his thoughts to himself, just glancing at the panel where Raging Sea Spear Technique, Mastery, was fully memorized. He only needed a bit more practice to perfect it. Just then, after some grumbling, one of the martial artists suggested, "Let's spar with each other and share our experiences from the past 7 days." A middle-aged man waved to Song Fei and Su Hong with a smile, saying, "Song Fei, you and your friend should join us. We may not be experts yet, but we have some experience with spear techniques that we can share with you." Song Fei was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Su Hong was about to decline, but then thought, "If I win, could I earn martial arts points?" In no time, everyone found a sparring partner and began their matches. The middle-aged man waved to Su Hong, saying, "Hey there, young man, come on, I'll be your opponent." Su Hong picked up his spear and approached. Knowing it was Su Hong's first time, the man said, "I'll hold back my strength, just watch my movements closely." With that, he slowed his motion and thrust forward. With a loud smack, a spear fell to the ground. The middle-aged man was bewildered, only managing to catch a glimpse of Su Hong's lightning-fast thrust, reminiscent of Jiang Ming's technique. Sorry sir," Su Hong said awkwardly. After mastering the spear technique, he instinctively blocked the attack. Suddenly, he froze as a notification sounded in his mind. Checking the system, he saw, martial arts points 5. Su Hong was overjoyed, realizing that winning a spar could also earn him martial arts points. The middle-aged man picked up his spear again and curiously asked, "Have you studied spear techniques before?" "No," Su Hong shook his head. "Wow. Then you must be a genius," the man exclaimed, suddenly looking shocked and stammering. You couldn't have already mastered the Raging Sea Spear technique, could you?" Hearing the commotion, other martial artists gathered around. When the man explained, exclamations erupted. "Wow, we've been training for 7 days, and you're better after just watching for 9 minutes. Mastered it. So fast, damn." Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, handsome, spar with me too." Me too, I want to learn." Seeing Su Hong suddenly become the center of attention, Song Fei was bewildered. In his mind, Su Hong was always ordinary. How did his martial arts talent become so extraordinary? Faced with the oncoming crowd of martial artists, Su Hong suppressed his excitement and called out, "One at a time, everyone, one at a time." But inside, he was elated. "These are all martial arts points. You defeated your opponent, increasing your martial arts value by 3. Another victory added 6 more points. Yet another win added 5 points. A final narrow victory added 0.3 points. In the following moments, Su Hong sparred with a dozen martial artists in succession. Each victory was accompanied by a prompt in his mind, steadily increasing his martial arts value. However, when he challenged the middle-aged man again, he realized that no additional points were awarded. It seems you can only gain martial arts value from the same opponent once within a certain time frame, Su Hong mused, though he was overjoyed. In a short time, his martial arts value had soared to 35 points, largely thanks to contributions from first-level martial artists. Su Hong was pleasantly surprised to find that after breaking through to a quasi-martial artist, he gained fewer points from defeating another quasi-martial artist than he did at the martial apprentice level. This discovery thrilled him. "Wow, Su Hong, you must be a martial arts prodigy," Song Fei exclaimed in shock as he picked up his spear. Su Hong modestly replied, "I don't know, maybe I've just had a breakthrough." "Awesome," Song Fei gave a thumbs up, then sheepishly added, "Could you teach me?" "Sure," Su Hong agreed readily. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists gathered around eagerly, saying, "Hey buddy, teach us too." Looking at their expectant faces, especially the middle-aged man who had kindly guided him earlier, Su Hong agreed with a smile. The group of martial artists quickly stood at attention like obedient students. Su Hong said slowly, "I'll demonstrate once, trying to move slowly. You all try to imitate." With that, Su Hong gripped his spear and began to perform the furious sea spear technique. His movements were as fluid as a swimming dragon, each strike like a dragon diving into the sea with impressive force. "Wow, this seems more than just entry level," someone exclaimed. "I remember Jiang Ming's disciple, Li Yan, achieved mastery in the furious sea spear technique, and Su Hong seems almost as skilled. Could he have reached the subtlety level?" As the martial artists learned, they discussed in shock. With the last comment, everyone was stunned. As students of the martial arts school, they had seen Li Yan practice and even tried to learn by watching. But now, observing Su Hong's performance, they realized he was improving rapidly and was not much different from Li Yan. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Su Hong, have you reached the subtlety level?" "Yes, I have," Su Hong admitted straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, the martial artists were full of admiration and became even more eager to learn. Truly a genius. Everyone should learn well. This was no exaggeration. After demonstrating 3 times, Su Hong's understanding of the Furious Sea Spear technique skyrocketed. After the 3rd round, he checked his system panel and was pleasantly surprised to see Furious Sea Spear Technique Subtlety, Furious Sea Spear Technique Mastery. Mastery achieved. Su Hong's grip on the spear tightened, his expression filled with excitement. At this moment, a group of martial artists gathered around, humbly asking questions about the issues they encountered while practicing. Su Hong patiently answered, focusing most on Song Fei and then the kind middle-aged man. Furthermore, Su Hong had each of them practice individually, while he moved among them, correcting their mistakes in posture, angle, and other details. His demeanor was akin to an experienced martial arts teacher. The martial artists accepted his guidance willingly, amazed to discover that Su Hong's teaching was even more insightful than Jiang Ming's. This was not an illusion, but a fact. In just a matter of minutes, their understanding of the Furious Sea Spear technique advanced significantly, with remarkable improvements. He had already learned far more than he had in the past 7 days with Jiang Ming. At that moment, the kind middle-aged man suddenly thrust his spear forward, and a faint roar like a tsunami echoed in the air. He paused for a moment, then shouted excitedly, "I've got it! I've finally grasped the Fury Sea Spear technique." This scene ignited a spark among the other warriors, who immediately became as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, practicing their spear techniques with renewed vigor. The training ground was filled with the sound of shouts and the flicker of spear shadows. Their desire to improve was almost palpable. Under Su Hong's guidance, the warriors' progress was rapid, like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. The 2nd and 3rd warriors soon followed suit, and then the 4th Song Fei succeeded as well. When he thrust his spear and felt the change in his internal energy, he was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Song Fei pumped his fist and shouted, "Wow, Su Hong, you're an amazing teacher. It's a waste if you don't become a martial arts instructor." Hearing this, the surrounding warriors nodded in agreement, their faces full of recognition. They knew what they had been through in the past 7 days. Jiang Ming had taught 7 classes without anyone mastering the technique. Yet now, in just over 20 minutes, Su Hong had helped 4 warriors, including first-timer Song Fei, grasp the basics. This was a testament to Su Hong's exceptional teaching skills. When the 7th warrior also succeeded, Su Hong slowly put away his spear and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His agreed practice time with Song Fei was up, and Song Fei had already grasped the Fury Sea Spear technique. Su Hong reflected that his relationship with Song Fei was initially just a business deal. Song Fei paid for his sparring services. Song Fei didn't have to bring him along to learn the Fury Sea Spear technique, but he did. Because of this, Su Hong decided to reciprocate by giving Song Fei special attention in his guidance. Now that his teaching task was complete, Su Hong didn't plan to stay any longer. However, as he prepared to leave, a group of warriors surrounded him, looking unsatisfied with the session ending. "Is it over? We gained so much today," one warrior exclaimed, while the others put down their spears, eyes filled with reflection. Seeing Su Hong about to leave, they exchanged glances and hurriedly moved to stop him. "Young man, you're Su Hong, right? Thank you for teaching us so diligently today. Take this money. It's not much, just a token of our appreciation," one warrior said, handing Su Hong a stack of blue star currency. "I have some too." Others followed suit, offering money to Su Hong. Su Hong was taken aback, not expecting this at all. He declined a few times, but under their insistence, he eventually accepted the unexpected windfall, a total of 50,000 blue star currency. "Su Hong, don't think it's too much. With your teaching quality, it's worth more than 50,000, someone sincerely remarked. Soon, amidst waves of farewell from the warriors, Su Hong left the training ground. They watched him go with a mix of regret and admiration. "He's definitely a genius. Ah, if only we could have him teach us a few more days." Someone turned to Song Fei. "Song Fei, you came with Su Hong. You must know him well, right? We can pay to hire him." Song Fei was momentarily surprised, then shook his head with a wry smile. Although he was the youngest among the group, his affluent background gave him the broadest perspective. Su Hong's abilities were beyond what genius could describe. During the lesson, he clearly felt that Su Hong was most attentive to him, and after helping him master the basics, Su Hong quickly took his leave. Clearly, Su Hong was reciprocating Song Fei's earlier kindness. "Let it go, everyone," Song Fei said softly, seeing the hopeful looks from the others. "Being able to learn from a genius like him, even once, is a significant opportunity for us." Hearing this, the other warriors nodded in agreement, no longer insisting. "In just a short while, we mastered the basics. It feels like a dream." Someone couldn't help but marvel. Honestly, his teaching is so much better than Jiang Ming's. Before the word settled, the training ground doors swung open. Li Yin strode in, coldly stating, "Gossiping again. My teacher taught you for 7 days, a full 7 days, and not one of you got it. Your lack of comprehension is pathetic." Yet you have the nerve to complain about the teaching. As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, the martial arts hall erupted into chaos. The martial artists stood up, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and anger. If you can't teach, you can't teach. Do you think we're blind? One burly martial artist spoke up first, his voice dripping with disdain. Exactly, another young martial artist chimed in. Someone else taught us for less than half an hour, and we improved more than we did in 7 days with your teacher. More than just improved, a middle-aged martial artist added with a cold laugh. It's like night and day. Your teacher might as well have not taught us at all. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. A flash of anger crossed Li Yan's eyes, and he was about to retort when Jiang Ming walked over. What's going on? Jiang Ming asked with a frown, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Li Yan pointed at the martial artists and repeated what they had just said. Jiang Ming listened, his brows furrowing deeper, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Half an hour, better than my 7 days of teaching, Jiang Ming said coldly, his tone full of scorn. Although he hadn't been very diligent in his teaching, how could such a small martial arts hall possibly have someone with a better understanding of spear techniques than him? With that thought, Jiang Ming's expression grew even angrier. Nonsense, he shouted. You say someone taught better than me? Where is this person? Let me see for myself. He paused, then added with a sneer. He probably doesn't even exist. Song Fei stepped forward, his brow furrowed. He's my friend. He's already left after teaching us. Hearing this, a contemptuous smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. Your friend? He glanced at Song Fei, saying dismissively. I admit I wasn't very serious in teaching, but no mere would-be martial artist friend could surpass me. This statement infuriated the martial artists who had just been taught by Su Hong. Without a word, Song Fei picked up a standard long spear from the ground. Watch closely, he said to Jiang Ming and Li Yan, then demonstrated the fury of the sea spear technique. As Song Fei moved, a faint sound of a tsunami echoed through the hall. Li Yan's pupils contracted sharply, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Jiang Ming was also visibly stunned but quickly furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Song Fei. I haven't seen you these past 7 days, which means this is your first time here. You watched me demonstrate 3 times and already grasped the basics, which shows you have talent. Jiang Ming argued stubbornly. Hearing such shameless words, the other martial artists couldn't hold back any longer. You call that 3 demonstrations? Who teaches martial arts in just 3 rounds, in less than 9 minutes? One martial artist rebuked. You say it's his first time here, but you can't say the same for us, can you? Another martial artist mocked. Facing the crowd's questioning, Jiang Ming sneered. You? You lack the comprehension to learn such advanced martial arts. These words completely ignited the martial artist's fury. Then open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Are we really as lacking in comprehension as you claim? With that, they all picked up the standard long spears, shouting in unison, watch closely. In the next moment, the faint sound of a tsunami echoed one after another as 6 martial artists simultaneously performed the entry-level fury of the sea spear technique. This scene completely stunned Jiang Ming and Li Yan, leaving them speechless. We spent 7 days learning from you without any progress, but someone else taught us for less than half an hour, and we've already learned it. What do you have to say now? The martial artists demanded in unison. Jiang Ming's eye twitched, his mouth opened, but no words came out. At this moment, Song Fei added with a cold laugh. And you seem to look down on my friend? Let me tell you, he's also a would-be martial artist, just a high school student, and had never touched a spear before. These words hit Jiang Ming like a sledgehammer, shattering his last shred of dignity. The martial arts hall fell silent, everyone waiting for Jiang Ming's response. After casually watching the demonstration 3 times, not only did he learn it, but he also quickly reached a profound level of mastery. In just half an hour, he even managed to teach 7 beginners in the art of the spear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's face turned ashen, and he muttered under his breath. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Fei didn't say much, but silently performed the furious sea spear technique once more. As the spear's momentum unfolded, the faint sound of crashing waves echoed in the training room. Jiang Ming watched this scene, his mouth twitching, momentarily speechless, and fell into silence. The undeniable truth was right before his eyes, leaving him no room to refute it. Seeing Jiang Ming at a loss for words, Song Fei and the others scoffed and turned to leave the training room. Jiang Ming stood there with a frown, and after a long while, he murmured to himself. A novice, never touched a spear before, and reached such mastery overnight. Does Star City really have such a prodigy? Li Yan was also struck speechless by these words. After a moment of silence, he tentatively said, Teacher, what they said might not be entirely true. He recalled how it took him 2 days to grasp the basics of the furious sea spear technique, earning him continuous praise from Jiang Ming as a genius. And now, someone was telling him that a novice had mastered it to a profound level in less than an hour. Li Yan found it unbelievable. Suddenly, Li Yan remembered something and said, Teacher, didn't Song Fei mention that the prodigy is a student? Hearing this, Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. He quickly recalled the names of renowned martial arts prodigies in Star City schools, but couldn't match anyone to Song Fei's description. Never mind, Jiang Ming sighed. If it's really a student, you'll encounter them when you challenge the prodigies of Star City schools after Li Ming recovers. Saying this, he patted Li Yan's shoulder. Don't worry too much. Song Fei is likely exaggerating. Reaching such mastery in under half an hour is unheard of, even among the prodigies of the major cities. The mastery of the spear technique might be true, but they have likely practiced for a long time. Just focus on honing your skills. With your mastery of the furious sea spear technique and the vitality of a mid-level first-tier warrior, there are few in Star City who can rival you. As night fell, the dim streets were barely lit by the yellowish streetlights. Su Hong walked home, filled with joy. He had earned an additional 50,000 tonight, making a total of 210,000 Blue Star coins when combined with the previous amount. He carefully tucked the money into his backpack, filled with emotions. The night's earnings were beyond anything he had ever dared to dream of before. Rent and registration fees were now covered in just one night. In this world of advanced martial arts, anything is possible with strength. Su Hong looked at his backpack, bulging with cash, and contemplated. He thought of the front lines, where the myriad races of the heavens constantly eyed Blue Star with ambition. If they ever breached it, ordinary people would be at their mercy. At that moment, Su Hong became even more determined to become strong. He no longer wanted to experience the helplessness of being unable to change his fate. With this resolve, Su Hong opened his system panel to carefully review his attributes. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unmatched through the ages. Vitality, 91.7. Spirit, 23. Physique, mortal body 3. Martial skills, furious sea spear technique mastery, thunderous fist perfect, diamond fist perfect, floating light palm perfect, sky stepping walk perfect. Martial value, 35. Su Hong glanced over the panel and recalled his experiences at the martial arts hall. Since he had shifted his focus to teaching, his furious sea spear technique remained at the mastery level. Without a suitable weapon, the technique couldn't be fully utilized. He resolved to earn enough money to buy an alloy weapon soon. Remembering the ease of wielding a spear, Su Hong made up his mind. The spear feels comfortable. I might as well stick with it. With this thought, Su Hong began to focus on allocating points, preparing for his future training journey. The most crucial task now is to enhance my vitality. Su Hong stared at the unchanged vitality value on the panel and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Without the guidance technique, relying solely on self-exercise, the speed of increasing vitality is painfully slow. During the martial apprentice and quasi-martial artist stages, the only way to boost vitality is through monotonous training, and it often takes half a month to increase just 1 point of vitality. Once one breaks through to a first-level martial artist, the situation changes significantly. Practicing the guidance technique allows one to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly strengthening oneself. However, Su Hong dared not try it recklessly at the moment. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is incredibly domineering, and if one's physique is not strong enough to absorb it rashly, there is only one outcome: exploding to death. This is a bloody lesson learned through the lives of countless human compatriots over hundreds of years. After repeated verification over the long years, only when vitality reaches 100 points, becoming a first-level martial artist, can the body withstand the impact of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. With this in mind, Su Hong decisively allocated all 35 martial arts points to vitality. Instantly, he felt a warm sensation spread through his limbs, and his vitality surged, coursing through his veins like a rushing stream. This remarkable feeling lasted for a few minutes before gradually subsiding. Eagerly, Su Hong checked the system panel, and the vitality column displayed 95.2. He was just 4.8 points away from becoming a first-level martial artist. Seeing his martial arts points depleted once again, Su Hong began contemplating how to acquire more. As he racked his brain, he passed by a small shop, and the news on the television caught his attention. In the outskirts of Xingqing, the trend of ferocious beasts is gradually increasing. The city lord of Xingqing is summoning martial artists to hunt these beasts, with generous rewards. Hearing this news, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Killing ferocious beasts not only grants martial arts points, but also earns money to buy weapons. More importantly, he recalled the scene in the underground boxing match where he killed Lin Ping. It was his first time killing someone, and it caused some discomfort both mentally and physically. I need to get more accustomed to blood, Su Hong resolved silently. I'll go to the wild to kill ferocious beasts. He immediately decided to set off for the wilderness the next day. As for school, since the college entrance exams were approaching, students were allowed to decide whether to attend classes freely. However, they had to return for the monthly exam, or they would face penalties. Meanwhile, in a rundown neighborhood, the streetlights flickered intermittently. Su Guoming dragged his weary body toward home, supporting his waist with one hand, his face twisted in pain. He had accidentally strained his back yesterday, but today he had to endure the pain and move goods all day. Reaching the foot of the stairs, he looked up at the steep steps and sighed deeply, filled with sorrow. He muttered under his breath, "Damn boss, I've worked for you for most of my life, and you won't even agree to advance a month's salary." Su Guoming felt a profound sense of helplessness and despair. After venting for a while, Su Guoming sighed, struggled to support his waist and the handrail, and began climbing the stairs. The five-story climb felt like scaling a small mountain to him, taking a good 10 minutes to reach his front door. He took a deep breath, mustered his energy, and forced a smile as he opened the door. In the living room, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin were diligently practicing their stances, their little faces covered in sweat. Seeing their father return, the two children cheerfully called out, "Dad, you're back." Su Guoming nodded with a forced smile, feeling a mix of emotions, pride in his children's hard work and frustration at his own helplessness. Footsteps sounded from the kitchen, and their aunt, wearing an apron, came out. Seeing Su Guoming holding his waist, she immediately went to help him sit down, her face full of concern. As soon as he was seated, Su Guoming quietly said, "No luck." The words made her heart sink, but she forced a smile and said, "Then we'll think of something else." With that, she turned to get some ointment. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. "I'm back," Su Hong's voice called from outside. Su Guoming quickly stopped his aunt, signaling her not to fetch the ointment, and whispered, "So the kids don't worry." Su Hong entered with a beaming smile. The two little ones immediately cheered and rushed to greet him. Suppressing their worries, Su Guoming and his aunt asked with a smile, "Xiao Hong, why are you so happy today? We haven't seen you like this in a long time. Did you make it to Aquasa Warrior?" Su Hong's eyes twinkled as he feigned surprise and said, "Uncle, how did you know I became a Aquasa Warrior?" The whole family was stunned by his words. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin, who were exercising, lost their balance and fell to the floor with a thud. "Brother, are you joking?" the two little ones asked incredulously as they rubbed their sore backs. Su Hong nodded seriously, confirming, "It's true, I'm a Kwasa warrior now." Hearing this news, the two little ones excitedly jumped on Su Hong, their faces full of admiration. Their uncle and aunt also smiled sincerely, happy for Su Hong. However, Su Guoming's heart grew heavier. He recalled his conversation with colleagues today, learning that the registration fee for martial arts school was 30,000 yuan and had to be paid within a week. Su Hong had never mentioned this to the family, making Su Guoming feel even more guilty, as if he were holding back his child. He secretly resolved to ask his boss again tomorrow, determined to gather the money somehow. Just then, Su Hong smiled mysteriously and called everyone to gather around the dining table. "What's up?" Su Guoming teased. "Is there a surprise?" "There sure is." Su Hong excitedly opened his backpack and began emptying its contents onto the table. Piles of cash cascaded out like a waterfall, covering the entire table. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Su Guoming, his aunt, Su Xiaohai, and Su Xiaomin all stood there, speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. A whopping 210,000 blue star coins spilled out of Su Hong's backpack, instantly covering the small dining table. The cash piled up like a mountain, glistening temptingly under the dim light. Su Guoming, Aunt Qianlan, Su Xiaohai, and Su Xiaomin were all stunned, their minds blank as they stared fixedly at the massive sum of money. Su Guoming was the first to recover, his voice slightly trembling. Xiao Hong, where did this money come from?" His eyes showed a hint of worry, fearing that Su Hong might have gone astray. The others also turned their gaze towards Su Hong, waiting for an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Su Hong flashed a confident smile. "Don't worry, uncle. This is a special scholarship the principal awarded me after I broke through as a prospective martial artist." He told a harmless lie, knowing that if he admitted the money came from underground boxing matches, his family would be very concerned. Sure enough, upon hearing this explanation, his uncle and aunt looked relieved, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Seizing the moment, Su Hong stood tall and declared, "Uncle, aunt, you've worked hard all these years. From now on, I'll take care of this family." These words made Su Hong prouder than any honor. Su Guoming, his voice trembling with excitement, struggled to control his emotions. "Good, good. You've done well, much better than your uncle." Turning to his aunt, Su Hong gently said, "Aunt, focus on getting better. I'll earn the money." Hearing this, Qianlan burst into tears, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin looked at him with bright, admiring eyes. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Su Guoming and Qianlan stayed up talking, their voices filled with emotion and relief. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin clung to Su Hong, excitedly asking questions. Every time Su Hong showed a little skill, the two youngsters would cheer and applaud enthusiastically. The next morning at breakfast, his uncle and aunt insisted that Su Hong take all the money, saying he was at a critical stage and couldn't afford any delays. Su Hong declined repeatedly, eventually accepting only 50,000. However, his uncle and aunt were persistent, leaving Su Hong no choice but to use the excuse of school training to hastily leave home. Walking down the street, Su Hong let out a long sigh, thinking that the money was still not enough. If he had brought out 2 million yesterday, perhaps his uncle and aunt wouldn't have been so conflicted. He resolved, time to hunt some fierce beasts and make more money. With that, he flagged down a taxi and headed to the outskirts. 10 kilometers away, the outdoor martial artist base was already bustling with activity. Since the founding of Star City, it had provided various services for martial artists hunting fierce beasts. Today, due to the previous day's news reports, even more martial artists were drawn here, hoping to kill beasts and earn rewards. The entrance to the base was crowded with vehicles, as martial artists, either alone or in groups, queued up to get inside. Getting out of the taxi, Su Hong looked at the sea of people at the base and couldn't help but marvel. So many people. Half an hour later, he finally squeezed through the base's entrance. Su Hong finally stepped into the martial artist base, taking in his surroundings. The transparent glass walls allowed him to easily observe the outside world. His attention was soon drawn to a group of martial artists gathered in front of a large screen. Not far from the entrance to the wilderness, bloodied martial artists were returning, carrying bags dripping with blood. Upon closer inspection, Su Hong realized the bags were filled with the left ears of fierce beasts. He watched intently as these returning martial artists arrived at the settlement point, where staff members skillfully took the bags, carefully identifying and counting the left ears. Phrases like 15 first-tier initial phase beasts could be heard from the staff. Turning his gaze to the large screen, Su Hong saw the reward standards for hunting fierce beasts clearly listed. 300 blue star coins for non-tier beasts, 1,000 blue star coins for first-tier initial phase beasts, 3,000 for mid-phase, and 5,000 for high phase. The bottom of the screen noted that the left ear must be cut off as proof, otherwise no settlement would be made. Su Hong calculated that with his current strength, hunting first-tier initial phase beasts should be no problem. 10 would earn him 10,000 blue star coins, a considerable reward, not to mention the additional income from the beast's pelts. Carrying an entire beast would take up too much space, so it made sense that these martial artists only brought back the left ears. After a moment's thought, Su Hong decided to head towards the wilderness entrance. However, he soon found himself joining a long queue. The lure of the rewards had attracted many martial artists, and Su Hong couldn't help but worry whether the nearby beasts had already been hunted to extinction. Just then, a rough shout interrupted his thoughts. Make way. Turning his head, Su Hong saw a small team of 5 first-tier martial artists, led by an arrogant young man, swaggering past the crowd to the front of the line. Although there were stronger teams and even a few second-tier martial artists, everyone silently made way for the young man. The arrogant youth sneered and, with his 4 companions, strode into the wilderness entrance. Once they were out of sight, someone muttered under their breath, "Damn it! Acting all high and mighty just because of his uncle. If it weren't for his uncle, I'd have taught him a lesson long ago." With the first voice breaking the silence, other martial artists began to voice their dissatisfaction. From their complaints, Su Hong quickly pieced together the situation. The arrogant youth was named Yi Feng, a first-tier mid-phase martial artist. His uncle, Yi Qi, was a third-tier martial artist and the head of this martial artist base, doting on his nephew. Su Hong thought to himself that there's always someone abusing their power no matter where you go. However, this had nothing to do with him. As Yi Feng and his group left, the line started moving again. Soon, it was Su Hong's turn. So young, and you're going out alone." The staff member looked at Su Hong with mild surprise, but said nothing more, letting him through. After walking through a 10-meter-long passage, Su Hong finally set foot on the wilderness land. The fragrant, sweet air greeted him, and he took a few deep breaths before choosing a direction and striding forward. In the dense forest, towering ancient trees were everywhere, and Su Hong moved cautiously among them. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled, and he immediately crouched, his eyes sharp. A warrior emerged from the underbrush, causing Su Hong to shake his head in disbelief. He hadn't encountered a single fierce beast on his journey, but he'd come across plenty of warriors. The outer areas must have been cleared out. I need to head deeper in, he thought. With a sudden leap, Su Hong's body was almost parallel to the ground. He kicked forcefully in midair, and with a loud bang, he shot forward like an arrow. After covering several dozen meters, he kicked again, his speed increasing sharply as he disappeared into the depths of the forest. 10 minutes later, as he ventured further into the heart of the forest, Su Hong finally encountered his first fierce beast, a Tumderlong wolf with crescent-shaped fangs. A Tier 1 initial stage beast, a shadow moon wolf. He immediately recognized it, recalling his lessons from school. The shadow moon wolf drooled from the corner of its mouth, its green eyes fixed intently on Su Hong, as if savoring his energy. Suddenly, a gleam of excitement flashed in the wolf's eyes. This human was the weakest warrior it had encountered. Howl! The shadow moon wolf let out a long howl and pounced towards Su Hong, its gaping maw aimed directly at his throat. Su Hong's breath quickened, his body tensed, and a thrill of life-and-death excitement made his hands tremble slightly. Faced with this lethal attack, Su Hong's mind was exceptionally clear. Without hesitation, he ducked down, not only dodging the attack, but also positioning himself under the wolf's belly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he punched upward. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted as the shadow moon wolf's abdomen was blown open with a transparent hole. Howl! The wolf crashed heavily to the ground and lay still after a few breaths. Su Hong exhaled deeply, his eyes still filled with excitement, but he suddenly frowned. The stench of the wolf's saliva hit him. Ugh, it stinks. He held his breath, quickly stepped forward, tore off the wolf's left ear, stuffed it into his large prepared backpack, and walked away. As he walked, Su Hong reflected on the battle. That ducking move was almost instinctive, far more agile than before. Dodging and punching seemed to have become subconscious actions. It seems that this unparalleled talent not only enhances my understanding, but also maxes out my combat awareness, he marveled. This encounter with the Shadow Moon Wolf gave him a direct sense of the difference. Previously, in underground fights, he had completely overwhelmed his opponents and hadn't noticed this aspect. Let's find another beast to test it out. With this thought, Su Hong quickened his pace, searching the depths of the forest. True to its reputation, the area was teeming with fierce beasts, and soon, a large black bear appeared before him. A Tier 1 mid-stage beast, a furious black bear, Su Hong murmured to himself, then provocatively beckoned with his finger, "Come on." True to its name, the furious black bear was easily provoked. Seeing Su Hong's taunting gesture, it instantly flew into a rage, letting out a deafening roar as it charged madly toward him. The massive bear-like figure charged forward. Su Hong could almost feel the ground trembling beneath him. The enormous black bear swung its hefty paws towards Su Hong, but he was agile enough to dodge every attack effortlessly. The enraged black bear kept attacking relentlessly, yet it couldn't even graze Su Hong. 10 minutes passed, and the bear was panting heavily, while Su Hong stood a short distance away, breathing steadily, his clothes unruffled. As expected, my combat instincts are exceptional, Su Hong thought to himself. A mid-tier first-level beast can't even touch me. This unparalleled talent is truly terrifying. With the test over, Su Hong decided to counterattack. He stepped forward, and the bear roared, raising its paw. However, before it could strike, a loud crash accompanied by searing pain came from its forepaw. The bear let out a pained cry and looked down to find its paw missing. As it raised its head, a fist loomed large in its vision. With a thunderous boom, the bear's head exploded. Su Hong quickly stepped back to avoid the splattering brain matter. The giant bear's body collapsed to the ground with a thud that shook the earth. Su Hong approached to retrieve the left ear and was about to leave when he heard a swift whooshing sound behind him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and a spear crashed into the spot where he had been standing. "Oh, quick reflexes," a voice remarked with a hint of surprise. Su Hong turned to see a scrawny man slowly lifting a spear. "Kid, hand over the beast ears you've collected, and I'll spare your life," the man said with a grin, pointing the spear at Su Hong. "Instead of hunting beasts, you ambush me?" Su Hong asked impassively. TSK, young people are so naive. Robbing is much quicker than hunting beasts," the man sneered. "Do you want the beast ears or your life? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide." Just as Su Hong was about to respond, his gaze fell on the spear pointed at him. He suddenly smiled. "Is that an alloy spear?" The man was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Of course. What grade is the alloy?" "Grade. Wait, why am I answering you?" The man realized his mistake and snapped angrily. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it, so now you die." He thrust the spear, but Su Hong appeared unconcerned, lamenting, "Only grade? Oh well, it'll have to do for now." Just as the spear tip was about to pierce Su Hong's throat, the man felt a blur before his eyes, his hand went numb, and he involuntarily released the spear. Immediately after, a solid kick hit his chest, sending him flying back into an ancient tree. Ugh! The man slid to the ground, spitting blood, bewildered, and at a loss. Tisk, as expected of an alloy weapon, the feel and hardness are unmatched by standard spears, Su Hong's voice praised. The man looked up to see the young man holding his alloy spear, evaluating it. The man swallowed hard, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. "Well, kid, I admit defeat. You can have the alloy spear." "Is that so? You're quite generous." "You may leave," Su Hong replied. The man forced a smile and turned to leave, secretly plotting revenge. Just then, a whooshing sound came from behind. As he turned his head, the spear slammed into his chest, caving it in and sending him flying again. "You said you'd let me go." The man struggled to lift his head, incredulous. Su Hong beamed. "Oh, I lied." The man's eyes widened with hatred, trying to speak. In the next moment, the spear pierced his heart. His eyes dimmed, and his head hit the ground heavily. After killing the small man, Su Hong was startled by his own transformation. The initial thrill of taking a life was gone, and the nausea that had accompanied it was nowhere to be found. His gaze fell on the backpack on the dead man's back, and curiosity drove him to open it. "Gosh!" Su Hong gasped. The backpack was stuffed with at least over 20 left ears of fierce beasts, which were quite valuable. He couldn't help but recall the small man's words. Murder and arson bring wealth. And now it seemed somewhat prophetic. Su Hong collected the spoils, feeling a mix of emotions. Although the harvest was substantial, the idea of killing the innocent for personal gain was something he neither despised nor wished to do. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Almost forgot to search the body. He quickly turned back and thoroughly searched the corpse, but found nothing. First time doing this. I'm not quite skilled yet. Su Hong reflected, and then turned to leave. As he walked, he opened the system panel to check his obtained martial arts points. 38 points. Without hesitation, he allocated all the points to his vitality. Immediately, a familiar surge of vitality swept through his body, raising his vitality from 95.2 points to 99 points. Just one more point to break through to a first-tier warrior. Su Hong was filled with anticipation, not only for the advancement in rank, but also for the ability to practice the guiding technique. He looked down at the grade alloy spear in his hand, feeling increasingly satisfied. With this weapon, he could finally elevate his mastered raging sea spear technique to perfection. Let's find a fierce beast and test the new spear. With this in mind, Su Hong began searching for traces of fierce beasts. When night fell, Su Hong found shelter in a cave. He moved a large boulder to block the entrance and sat down by the campfire, his eyes once again on the system panel. Martial arts points. 32. Enough to break through to a first-tier warrior. Su Hong licked his lips and allocated the martial arts points to his vitality. As his vitality leaped from 99 to 102.2 points, his body shook violently. The vitality within surged through his veins like waves, making his whole body hot, as if his limbs and bones were in a furnace. With a cracking sound, Su Hong's muscles swelled, bursting his sleeves and revealing arms with bulging veins. Moments later, the muscles, swollen from increased physical strength, slowly returned to normal, and his physique reverted from a muscular build to a slender frame. A first-tier warrior now. Su Hong clenched his fists, feeling the power within far surpassing what it was before, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The sensation of growing stronger, no matter how many times experienced, was always fascinating to him. Over the next 4 days, Su Hong relentlessly hunted fierce beasts, honing his skills. His raging sea spear technique quickly reached perfection. Each thrust of his spear was accompanied by a tsunami-like force, with astonishing power. Even mid-level first-tier fierce beasts would have their spines shattered after a few strikes. Time flew by, and on a morning 4 days later, Su Hong stood deep within the forest, transformed. The youthful innocence in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp and cold glint. His demeanor had undergone a metamorphosis, resembling that of an experienced hunter. At this moment, Su Hong gazed intently ahead. In front of him, a massive black serpent, stretching several dozen meters long, suddenly appeared before Su Hong, flicking its crimson tongue and fixing its cold, reptilian eyes on him. Su Hong instantly recognized the beast as the black jade python, a top predator even among the higher tier of first-level beasts. Over the past 4 days, this was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had faced. Without warning, the python's tail lashed out like lightning, its speed breathtaking. A giant boulder in its path shattered instantly, sending debris flying. Knowing he couldn't take the strike heat-in, Su Hong deftly dodged, leaping above the serpent's head. His spear shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, precisely striking the black jade python's left eye. Blood spurted forth as the serpent roared in pain and fury. It swung its tail again, but Su Hong cleverly maneuvered it to strike its own head. The impact was so great that the serpent lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Hong advanced swiftly, his spear piercing the serpent's right eye. After the successful strike, he quickly withdrew to a safe distance, calmly observing the now-blind python thrash wildly in the air. For the next several minutes, Su Hong employed a strategy of attrition. Each time the python paused, he delivered a decisive blow, then retreated swiftly. He repeated this until the black jade python was utterly exhausted, unable to even lift its tail. Only then did Su Hong move in to end the intense battle once and for all. Gazing at the serpent's mountainous corpse, Su Hong's heart still raced. Though it seemed effortless, he knew that a single hit could have been disastrous. Fortunately, the combat experience from the past 4 days, combined with his innate talent unmatched through the ages, had significantly enhanced his fighting skills. However, a new problem arose: how to claim his trophy from a creature without ears. As Su Hong examined the serpent's body, he noticed an unusually shiny scale on its forehead, distinct from the others. Carefully extracting it, he tested it with his alloy spear, discovering its remarkable toughness. Su Hong felt fortunate, realizing this special scale was a priceless piece of armor material. To be safe, he also took a regular scale as proof of the kill. With his backpack already stuffed full from the left ears of beasts he had slain, Su Hong began his journey back. Over the past 4 days, he had killed more beasts than he could count, at least dozens. On his way, Su Hong encountered several martial artists. They eyed his bulging backpack with greed, But noticing his blood-soaked appearance and the cold determination in his eyes, none dared to act rashly. It was then that Su Hong came across a group of 5 martial artists. Recognizing the leader as Yi Feng, he frowned and contemplated taking a detour. However, Yi Feng spotted Su Hong immediately, a glint of interest in his eyes, and called out, "Stop." Su Hong ignored him and continued walking. Seeing this, Yi Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he signaled his 4 companions to take action. A middle-aged man, eager to impress, stepped forward and obsequiously said, "Young Master Yi, it's just a young kid. I'll handle him." These past few days, under Yi Feng's lead, they had been running rampant, robbing and intimidating others. Many capable martial artist teams, intimidated by Yi Feng's status, had reluctantly handed over part of their spoils. With Yi Feng's nod of approval, the man rushed at Su Hong, eager to showcase his skills. He quickly closed the distance and swung a heavy punch at the boy's back. However, Su Hong, already on guard, suddenly spun around, his spear thrusting like lightning, piercing the man's heart. Blood gushed out as the man stared in disbelief at the spear tip protruding from his chest, then collapsed with a thud. The middle-aged man looked down in bewilderment, his eyes wide as he stared at his heart that had been pierced. His throat convulsed violently as he tried to speak, but only a whimpering sound came out, his throat already filled with blood. Su Hong swiftly withdrew his spear, and the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, silent and lifeless. As Su Hong was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the backpack filled with the left ears of fierce beasts on the man's body, and without hesitation, he grabbed it. In the next moment, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Yi Feng and the 3 martial artists didn't even have time to blink before witnessing the astonishing scene of a mid-level first-rank warrior being killed in an instant. Coming to their senses, the 3 martial artists widened their eyes in shock, looking in the direction where Su Hong disappeared, a strong sense of apprehension in their eyes. Yi Feng was initially stunned, but quickly became furious. "Damn it! You dare kill my man and take the backpack. You're dead." He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely at the 3 martial artists. "Chase after him with me and kill him." Hearing this, the 3 martial artists' faces changed dramatically. Their strength was similar to that of the deceased middle-aged man, and the young man who killed him with a single spear, even considering the middle-aged man's underestimation, was no ordinary person. More importantly, someone so young with such strength was surely a genius from Star City High School. One of the martial artists couldn't help but speak up. "Young Master Yi, that young man must be a genius from Star City High School. If we kill him, won't we?" Before he could finish, Yi Feng turned abruptly, glaring at him. The martial artist immediately fell silent. "So what if he's a genius? This is the wilderness." Yi Feng sneered. "Once he's dead, throw him to the beasts. Who would find out?" The 3 martial artists exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. "Follow me," Yi Feng commanded in a low voice and charged ahead, with the 3 martial artists following closely behind. However, after pursuing for a while, they were surprised to find that they couldn't catch up with the young man despite their speed. As the young man's figure grew more distant, Yi Feng gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted at the retreating figure, "Kid, I've memorized your face. If you know what's good for you, drop the backpack, or else." Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with menace. "I'll kill your entire family." Upon hearing this, Su Hong abruptly halted his escape. He turned his head, his eyes filled with fierce light. This Yi Feng had first sent people to rob him, and after being counter-killed, dared to threaten to kill his family? He was courting death. With a cold and ruthless gaze, Su Hong's resolve to kill surged. He looked away, his speed suddenly increasing, quickly leaving Yi Feng and the others far behind, soon disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Damn it!" Yi Feng cursed loudly when he lost sight of the target. The 3 martial artists were silent, not daring to make a sound. After venting for a while, Yi Feng turned angrily and headed towards the forest's edge. "Follow me. Since he's taken the backpack, he'll definitely go to settle it. We'll go straight to the warrior base entrance and ambush him." Upon hearing this, one of the martial artists glanced at the now darkening sky and cautiously said, "Young Master Yi, it's already nighttime, and the number of fierce beasts will increase. Shouldn't we return tomorrow?" Yi Feng frowned at this suggestion. Shaking his head, he said, "No. If that person travels through the night to return, he might escape." The 3 warriors fell silent, and the group moved quickly towards the edge of the forest under the cover of darkness. Yi Feng cursed incessantly. "That bastard, daring to kill my men and steal my things." The 3 warriors remained silent, though they were quite displeased. They had been enjoying a comfortable life by following Yi Feng and robbing others, but the appearance of this young man forced them to travel through the night. "If I see him again, I'll be the first to kill him," Yi Feng said through gritted teeth. "Humph, don't try to take him from me," one of the warriors muttered in agreement. "It's all because of that useless fool. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, we wouldn't be in this mess," another complained. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. A spear struck like lightning, piercing through one warrior's heart instantly. Having succeeded in the ambush, the figure quickly disappeared back into the dense foliage. Caught off guard, Yi Feng and the others were stunned until the fallen warrior hit the ground heavily. Damn it, it's that kid again. Yi Feng cursed, both shocked and furious. He never expected that the young man had been lurking in the shadows, following them. Seeing their companion, who had been speaking just moments ago, now lying lifeless, Yi Feng and the remaining two warriors felt a chill down their spines, their hair standing on end. Hurry, pick up the pace, let's get out of this cursed place. Yi Feng swallowed hard, urging them on. The two warriors dared not speak further, silently following him. The trio kept a wary eye on their surroundings, fearing another ambush. Sure enough, a loud explosion suddenly echoed through the forest. Yi Feng and his men tensed immediately, looking in the direction of the sound. However, after several tense seconds, no one appeared. Just wait until I catch that guy, Yi Feng growled through clenched teeth. Only dares to ambush. Come out and fight openly if you have the guts, don't you think? One warrior complained quietly, his voice tinged with fear. However, the third person did not respond. Yi Feng and the warrior froze, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. A thud sounded as another body hit the ground. Yi Feng and the remaining warrior quickly turned to see another companion lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Damn it, damn it! Fear flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he cursed to vent his emotions. Yi, young master Yi, stop cursing, let's just go. The last warrior tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve, his voice trembling. Hearing this, Yi Feng immediately fell silent, unwilling to linger any longer. Just as they turned to flee, they stopped short. Standing on the path ahead was a young man with a spear. It was Su Hong. Seeing Su Hong, Yi Feng's tension eased slightly. Bastard, not ambushing this time. He sneered, his tone filled with murderous intent. The last warrior also kept a close eye on Su Hong, afraid he would disappear again. In the dim light, Su Hong's gaze was icy as he looked at Yi Feng and the remaining warrior, as if they were already dead. He said softly, with just the two of you left, there's no need for an ambush. For Yi Feng, who had threatened to kill his entire family, Su Hong didn't want him to die too easily. No need for an ambush? Ha ha! Yi Feng laughed in anger. Who do you think you are? Before he finished speaking, Yi Feng shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The remaining warrior immediately followed, charging at Su Hong. Yi Feng and the warrior charged together, while Su Hong faced them with a calm demeanor, holding his spear. His spear moved like a fierce dragon, clashing directly with Yi Feng. The force of the impact caused Yi Feng's expression to change slightly, and he retreated a few steps with a muffled grunt, his eyes growing serious. He hadn't expected that with his first-tier high-level strength, he would be forced back by this young man's single strike. Seizing the opportunity as Yi Feng was pushed back, Su Hong swiftly turned his spear towards the warrior. His spear technique was bold and powerful, each strike carrying a sense of overwhelming pressure. In the blink of an eye, the warrior fell under Su Hong's spear. With a squelch, blood splattered from the spear tip, leaving a striking red mark on the ground. Watching this scene, Yi Feng's face darkened. In just a few hours, their initial 5-member team had been reduced to just him. Su Hong's cold gaze swept over, stepping closer to Yi Feng. It's your turn. When only 3 meters remained between them, Yi Feng suddenly sneered and pointed his right index finger sharply. A fierce energy shot towards Su Hong's chest like lightning. Su Hong's pupils contracted, and he instinctively dodged to the side. With a boom, the energy brushed past him, snapping the tree behind him in half. Seeing the astonishing power, Su Hong's vigilance increased. Yi Feng sneered triumphantly. Level martial skill, void-breaking finger. My uncle taught me this, and even though I'm just a beginner, my combat power far exceeds that of peers. This is why I dared to lead a robbery. Yi Feng continuously unleashed the void-breaking finger, sending streaks of energy towards Su Hong. Su Hong frowned, dodging and struggling to approach. A lowlife is a lowlife, genius or not. You're still getting beaten by me. Yi Feng taunted confidently. However, he didn't notice that Su Hong's eyes were fixed on his every move, occasionally showing signs of contemplation and understanding. A few minutes later, Yi Feng used the void-breaking finger again. This time, Su Hong seemed exhausted, reacting a fraction too late. Die! Yi Feng smirked, but then froze. Su Hong suddenly lowered his spear and pointed his finger in the same manner. An identical energy burst from his fingertip, colliding with Yi Feng's in midair and dispersing explosively. Yi Feng stood there, stunned and shocked. In disbelief, he attempted the void-breaking finger again, only to see Su Hong mimicking him, thoughtfully executing the same move. Yi Feng finally realized and screamed in disbelief. Damn it! Did you just learn that on the spot? Yi Feng was gripped by an unprecedented fear. In just a few minutes, this young man had successfully learned his void-shattering finger technique. This was a level martial skill. Yi Feng recalled how it had taken him an entire month to barely grasp it, and even then, his uncle Yi Chi had praised his talent. Usually, a second-tier warrior might not even learn it within a month. Yet this young man had mastered it during the battle. Yifeng couldn't help but gasp, his eyes falling on the boy's indifferent face, a chill running down his spine. What kind of monstrous genius have I provoked, he thought in horror. I can't stay here any longer, or I'll surely die. Terror made Yifeng's shoulders tremble uncontrollably. He struggled to fend off Su Hong while moving toward the forest's edge. Just then, a soft buzz sounded, and Su Hong pointed a finger, releasing a force far stronger than before. This force shattered Yifeng's defenses instantly and continued towards him with undiminished power. Yifeng had no time to react as the force pierced through his thigh. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. Mastery level. Yifeng couldn't even scream as he looked up at Su Hong approaching step by step, his voice filled with disbelief and terror. Learning during a fight is one thing, but how did he elevate the void-shattering finger to mastery so quickly? I've only just begun. Is this boy even human? Yifeng's face was full of fear as he saw the murderous intent in Su Hong's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Su Hong pointed again, and the force pierced through his other thigh. Yifeng grimaced in pain, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His body trembled, and his lips quivered with fear. If you dare kill me, my uncle won't let you go? Spare me, and I can give you a martial skill, the same level one from before. The skill is on me, and with your talent, I wouldn't dare provoke you again. Before he could finish, Su Hong coldly interrupted him. Killing you, I still gain the same. Yifeng wanted to say more, but several forces whistled through the air, piercing his forehead and heart. He died instantly, beyond any hope of survival. Su Hong's expression remained indifferent, with no hesitation. In his view, the moment this person threatened to kill his entire family, he was already sentenced to death. He was secretly thankful he learned the void-shattering finger during the fight. Otherwise, killing Yifeng would have been troublesome. Shaking his head, Su Hong quickly began to search the body. His movements were no longer as inexperienced as on the first day, but were now exceptionally practiced. Within seconds, he held a martial skill manual in his hand. Void-shattering finger. Level martial skill. This time I've really struck gold, Su Hong said with a hint of joy in his voice. Despite his unparalleled talent, Yifeng had only just reached the entry-level stage. Su Hong's ability to push it to mastery in such a short time was already remarkable. Given more time, he could have mastered it on his own, but how could that speed compare to reading and practicing the skill simultaneously? After flipping through the void-shattering finger for a while, Su Hong's gaze shifted to the backpack beside Yifeng, filled with the left ears of fierce beasts. 5 whole bags. Each bag contained as many beast ears as Su Hong's own backpack. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the silence surrounding the forest was broken by the sound of a young man's footsteps. He was struggling along a forest path, burdened with 6 large backpacks. Suddenly, an enraged black bear burst out of the bushes, charging at him with bared teeth and claws. A glimmer of calm flashed in the young man's eyes. He pointed his finger, and with a low shout, said, "Void break finger." Instantly, a white energy beam as thick as an arm shot from his fingertip, piercing the bear's heart in a split second. The massive creature collapsed with a thud, its blood staining the grass around it. Su Hong looked at the fallen bear, secretly pleased. The void break finger technique has finally advanced to perfection. Its power truly lives up to being a level martial skill, he thought, contemplating the new mid-range attack skill he had mastered and its potential applications in combat. As he continued on, Su Hong looked up and could already make out the outline of the martial artist base. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to stop. He pulled out the martial skill manual for the void break finger from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used a lighter to set the manual ablaze. Watching it turn to ashes, Su Hong thought to himself, I killed Yifeng, whose uncle is the base leader, a third-tier martial artist I can't afford to offend right now. If I'm discovered, it could be trouble. Better to be cautious after all. I've already perfected the technique, so keeping the manual is a liability. Shaking off his worries, Su Hong shouldered his heavy backpacks and marched towards the martial artist base. The base's plaza was already bustling with activity, despite the early hour. Martial artists returning from hunting fierce beasts were lining up at the settlement point. At that moment, staff members were tallying the spoils for a team named Thunder Squad. 67 first-tier initial stage beasts. First-tier mid-stage beasts. Total value 230,000, the staff member announced, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding martial artists. Thunder Squad is amazing. They've killed so many in just a few days. 4 standard backpacks full this haul is almost as much as I earn in months. Wow, comparing myself to them is demoralizing. I admit defeat. Even the staff couldn't help but praise them. Thunder Squad, you're the team I've seen take down the most beasts recently. As the 5 members of Thunder Squad reveled in their pride, a sudden exclamation shattered the plaza's clamor. Holy crap! The voice echoed across the entire plaza. Everyone turned to see a blood-soaked young man slowly approaching from the wilderness entrance. His clothes were drenched in beast blood, making him look particularly bedraggled. Even more shocking was the sight of 6 bulging backpacks on his back. each step causing a few drops of blood to drip from the bottom. Could those be all beast left ears in there? To fill 6 backpacks, how many beasts did he have to kill? And he's alone. Looks like a high schooler. What kind of prodigy is this? All the martial artists present, including the previously smug Thunder Squad, were stunned into silence by the sight. At this moment, someone in the crowd questioned, with so many, they must be low-level beasts, right? As soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately retorted, these are 6 whole bags. Even if they are low-level beasts, the sheer number is astonishing. Besides, how old is this boy? And he did it all by himself. This comment rendered the previous skeptic speechless. Indeed, regardless of the level of the beasts, for one person to hunt so many is a remarkable feat. However, most of the warriors still harbored doubts, speculating that the bags might just be filled with the left ears of low-level beasts. After all, the young man was alone, and even the 5-member Thunder Squad had only filled 4 bags. Amidst the chatter, Su Hong slowly walked towards the settlement point with his heavy backpack. A crowd of curious warriors immediately swarmed around him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Thunder Squad, feeling overshadowed, stood aside, unable to resist watching. Hello, just hand me your backpack, the staff member said with a respectful smile, stepping forward to take Su Hong's backpack. This courteous attitude left the surrounding warriors in disbelief, recalling the cold treatment they had received earlier. Only the Thunder Squad had been treated with such deference before. Without a word, the staff member lifted the backpack and began to pour its contents onto the ground. With a rustling sound, various beast ears cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a small mound. The warriors rushed forward to take a closer look. Furious Black Bear, Moonlit Wolf. Whoa, wow, they're all first-tier beasts. I can't find a single low-level beast. I'm amazed. Is this the efficiency of one person? Seeing the array of beast ears on the ground, the warriors were stunned. Suddenly, their eyes shifted to the remaining 5 backpacks, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Could it be that these backpacks also contained only first-tier beast ears? This can't be, one warrior said, swallowing hard. Before he could finish, the staff member had already picked up the remaining 5 backpacks and continued to pour out the contents. In no time, the ground at the settlement point was covered with beast ears. The warriors looked down carefully, feeling a chill down their spines as waves of shock coursed through their hearts. This is incredible. I can't see a single low-level beast. They're all first-tier, and many are mid-tier, with even a few high-tier ones. This is definitely a prodigy. The warriors looked at Su Hong as if he were an unbelievable phenomenon. At that moment, one warrior's gaze was drawn to something, and he exclaimed, "Whoa! Is that a black jade python scale? Black jade python. That's a top-tier existence among first-tier beasts." The crowd was taken aback and turned to look. The staff member carefully picked up the scale, examined it closely, and nodded in amazement. Yes, this is indeed a black jade python scale. With confirmation, the scene erupted. The black jade python was a terrifying creature they would avoid at all costs. The Thunder Squad, who had been disgruntled about losing the spotlight, fell silent. They recalled an encounter with a black jade python that nearly wiped out their entire team. Yet, this extraordinarily young boy had managed to slay one single-handedly, completely overturning their understanding. The staff member seemed to remember something and quickly asked, "Did you bring back the crystal-clear scale from the black jade python's forehead?" Su Hong paused, then pulled out the unique scale from his pocket. "Yes, that's it," the staff member said excitedly. "Our warrior base buys this scale at a high price. Are you selling?" Su Hong's eyes lit up, and he asked, "How much?" The staff member held up one finger. 10,000 blue star coins. Su Hong was taken aback. A left ear from a high-tier beast could only fetch 5,000 blue star coins. Yet, this one scale was worth 10,000. Considering the black jade python's special status among first-tier beasts, the price seemed reasonable. "Deal," Su Hong nodded. "All right, let me count, and we'll settle everything at once." The staff member began meticulously counting the mountain of beast ears. When the last ear was counted, he looked up with a hint of awe in his eyes, filled with respect for Su Hong, and then announced the results of the count. First-tier junior-level beasts, 72 of them. First-tier mid-level beasts, 83. First-tier senior-level beasts, 17. The staff member's voice was filled with barely concealed shock as they added, including the snake scales from the black jade python. That's 10,000. In total, 416,000 blue star coins. The entire base erupted instantly. The warriors widened their eyes, looking at each other in disbelief. Wow, 416,000. I can't earn that much in half a year. I'm only at the first-tier junior level. It would take me at least 2.5 years to achieve that. Is this what being a genius is like? It's hard not to be impressed. And the most incredible part is, he's just one person, my goodness. All eyes turned to Su Hong, filled with awe and respect. The 5 members of the Thunder team shook their heads in resignation. Any thoughts of comparison vanished. Together, they had only managed to kill beasts worth 230,000 blue star coins. while Su Hong alone had nearly doubled their total. The staff quickly completed the tally, and Su Hong's account soon received the notification for the 416,000 deposit. After confirming everything was in order, he turned to leave. The surrounding warriors made way for him, their eyes full of admiration. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the second floor of the base. With a crash, a figure burst through the window, landing with a cloud of dust. "No one is allowed to leave," the person shouted sternly. "Staff, lock down the base. Not even a fly gets out." The room fell silent instantly. Everyone recognized the figure as Yi Chi, the base leader. His eyes were bloodshot, and he radiated an intense aura of anger. Someone cautiously asked, "Manager Yi, what's going on?" Yi Chi scanned the room, his voice icy. "My nephew Yi Feng has been killed." The crowd collectively gasped. Yi Feng was dead? No wonder Yi Chi was so furious. Yet, a subtle satisfaction flickered in their eyes, quickly suppressed. Out in the wild, nearly everyone had been robbed by Yi Feng at some point. If not for his connections, they would have taken him out long ago. Yi Chi coldly declared, "From now on, all warriors will be searched. Only after clearing suspicion can anyone leave." Expressions of dissatisfaction appeared on many faces. Someone mustered the courage to speak, "Manager Yi, about the search." Before they could finish, Yi Chi interrupted with a cold snort. A hint of menace glinted in his eyes as he sneered. Yi Feng had a level martial skill on him. Whoever killed him must have taken it. Until everyone is searched and cleared, no one leaves. A level martial skill? The crowd inwardly marveled at Yi Chi's resources. Despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to protest further. Yi Chi was at the brink of rage, and refusing the search would likely end badly. The staff began searching the warriors one by one. Yi Chi stood by, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing each person closely. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the small mountain of beast ears at the settlement point, and a strange glint appeared in his eyes. Yi Chi said coldly, "Who killed so many beasts at once?" The eyes of all the martial artists and staff present immediately focused on Su Hong. Yi Chi's oppressive gaze followed suit, and when he saw Su Hong's youthful face, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He scrutinized Su Hong closely, his brow furrowed as he questioned, "You're a mere first-order martial artist. How could you have killed so many beasts?" Yi Chi paused, his tone suddenly icy. "I think you killed my nephew and stole their backpacks. And you have the audacity to come back here to settle accounts? How bold of you." Upon hearing this, the martial artists in attendance cast sympathetic glances. Yi Chi waved his hand and barked, "Go, search him immediately." A staff member approached Su Hong, only to be stopped in his tracks by a spear pointed at him. The entire crowd of martial artists was stunned, not expecting Su Hong to dare refuse a search. Still refusing? Yi Chi's eyes blazed with malice as he approached menacingly. However, before he could say anything, Su Hong said expressionlessly, "I'm a student of Xingqing First High School." This simple statement caused Yi Chi to pause. He scrutinized Su Hong's young face once more and glanced back at the mountain of beast corpses, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. A student from Xingqing First High School capable of killing so many beasts must be a prodigy. He didn't mind if other martial artists held a grudge against him for searching them, but offending such a promising talent could lead to trouble if they grew powerful in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chi's determination to find the culprit won out. He looked at Su Hong, his tone softening slightly. "My nephew has been killed, and I have to search you. But I'll make it worth your while. Cooperate with me, and I'll give you 10,000 blue star coins as compensation. How about it?" Su Hong deliberately frowned, showing some dissatisfaction, as if weighing the consequences. Seeing this, Yi Chi's brow furrowed, and he held up 3 fingers. 30,000. All right, all right. Su Hong reluctantly nodded after a moment of contemplation. The search was quickly completed, and the staff member shook his head at Yi Chi. "All right, you can go," Yi Chi said, waving his hand and transferring 30,000 blue star coins to Su Hong. After receiving the money, Su Hong didn't rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then headed towards the exit of the martial artist's base. Seeing Su Hong so calm, even taking the time to shower, Yi Chi, who had been silently observing, finally dismissed his suspicions about Su Hong. "Continue the search. No one leaves until suspicions are cleared." Yi Chi's cold voice echoed behind him. As Su Hong walked out of the martial artist's base, his face remained expressionless, but his heart was pounding in his chest. He was grateful for his caution in burning the Pisu Ji martial skill before returning. Otherwise, his life might have been in jeopardy. Yi Chi's decisive actions would have exposed anyone else. After all, level martial skills are too precious, and few would be willing to destroy them before mastering them. However, Yi Chi could never have imagined that someone could perfect the Pisu Ji technique on the way back from the depths of the forest to the martial artist's base in just a few hours. Su Hong hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed towards the city. He thought to himself, "I'm already a first-order martial artist. First, I'll go to the Martial Artists Association, pass the assessment, and get the Dao Yin technique. Su-hong's eyes were filled with anticipation. This anticipation wasn't just for the Dao In technique. Once he passed the assessment and officially registered as a first-order martial artist, he would receive a considerable monthly stipend. With a sense of anticipation, Su-hong opened the attribute panel. His eyes quickly scanned the various stats. Name, Su-hong. Talent, unparalleled through the ages. Vitality, 103. Spirit, 23. Constitution, mortal body 6. Martial skills, Raging Sea Spear Technique Mastery, Thunderous Fist Perfect, Vajra Fist Perfect, Glimmering Palm Perfect, Skywalk Step Perfect. Martial value, 534. Su-hong furrowed his brow slightly. Over the past 4 days, his vitality had only increased by 0.8 points. However, upon reflection, he felt at ease. After all, during this time, aside from sleeping, he had been constantly battling fierce beasts in life and death struggles. Such intense training naturally yielded better results than regular practice. Suddenly, a change caught his attention. Su-hong was surprised to find that the progress of his mortal body had increased from 3 to 6. Recalling the moment when he broke through to the first level of martial artist, he realized this 3 growth was an extra gain from that breakthrough. Yet, this discovery also left Su-hong somewhat helpless. A major breakthrough had only resulted in a 3 progress increase. Without the system's points, reaching 100 seemed like a distant dream. No wonder those with powerful special constitutions were so rare. As a martial artist, who wouldn't desire a special constitution, Su-hong was no exception. He decided to test how much martial value it would take to increase the progress by 1. Meanwhile, he noticed no change in his spirit attribute and sighed. It seemed he truly lacked the talent to become a spiritual mentor and would have to compensate through diligent point allocation. His gaze fell on the martial value, and he was pleased. In 4 days, his martial value had reached an unprecedented 534 points. He quickly calculated. A first-level early-stage martial artist needed 100 vitality points, while the mid-stage required 200 points. If he used it all to boost vitality, he was just over 40 points away from reaching the mid-stage. However, when he looked at the spirit and mortal body sections, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Although 534 points seemed like a lot, it was far from sufficient. To verify his hypothesis, Su-hong added 1 point of martial value to the mortal body, and the progress immediately increased from 6 to 6.1. At the same time, he keenly felt a slight increase in his strength. This discovery made him pay more attention to the mortal body section. After all, while vitality was a measure of level, true martial artists spoke with their combat power. Next, he added 1 point of martial value to the spirit, seeing the value rise from 23 to 23.1. Su-hong quickly realized that both the mortal body and spirit followed a 10 to 1 ratio. After some mental calculations, Su-hong concluded that raising the mortal body progress to 100 would require 939 martial value points. As for spirit, he still didn't know how much it would take to awaken as a spiritual mentor. He made a note to find time to research this information. After weighing the pros and cons, Su-hong began to allocate his martial value. Considering that increasing the mortal body's progress could directly enhance his strength, he unhesitatingly added 300 martial value points to the mortal body section, hoping this investment would lead to a significant boost in his power. The progress of Su-hong's physical enhancement suddenly jumped from 6.1 to 36.1. At that moment, sitting in the passenger seat of a taxi, Su-hong's body trembled, as if he was reliving the moment when he first broke through as a martial artist. His muscles swelled instantly, veins popped out, and his clothes seemed to groan under the strain, as if they might burst at any moment. The image of a graceful young man expanded into a muscular hulk, creating a stark contrast between his handsome, youthful face and his brawny physique. This sudden change terrified the driver beside him, who thought he had somehow offended this young passenger. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Brother, what did I do? Just tell me, and I'll change it." Despite his panic, the seasoned driver remained steady at the wheel. Su-hong, however, was too preoccupied to notice the driver's reaction. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, far beyond anything he had ever experienced. He was certain that he could now easily defeat dozens of his previous self. Moments later, Su-hong gradually adapted to his powerful new body. His bulging muscles slowly relaxed, and he returned to his original appearance as a graceful young man. He glanced at his now oversized clothes and was relieved that the fabric held up, preventing him from looking like an exhibitionist. He made a mental note to switch to stretchable clothing in the future to avoid such embarrassing situations. Su-hong turned to the driver with an apologetic smile. "Are you okay?" The driver, seeing Su-hong return to normal, was visibly relieved. "As long as you're okay, I'm okay." The earlier scene had indeed frightened him. Su-hong continued to allocate his attribute points. He added 200 martial arts points to his vitality, raising it from 103 to 123. Perhaps because of his earlier enhancements, this increase of 20 points in vitality didn't cause any discomfort. His 534 martial arts points quickly dwindled to 34. Without hesitation, Su Hong allocated these remaining points to his mental strength, increasing it from 23.1 to 26.5. As soon as he completed this allocation, his mind felt clearer than ever, as if the fatigue from days of hunting fierce beasts had been wiped away. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The Martial Artists Association was housed in a building in the city center. After exiting the taxi, Su Hong entered the building, inquired at the front desk about the location of the martial artist assessment, and was about to head there when he heard a familiar conversation behind him. Teacher, my talent isn't bad, right? Not only did I heal, but I also broke through to a first-level martial artist. Not bad. Perform well in today's assessment, and don't embarrass me. Su Hong turned at the sound and saw that it was Li Ming and his mentor, Jiang Ming. He gave them a brief glance before continuing towards the assessment area. Li Ming's progress was of no concern to him. Hey, why does that guy's back look familiar? Li Ming stared at Su Hong's departing figure, frowning as he tried to recall where he had seen him before. Unable to remember, he soon dismissed the thought and followed Jiang Ming to the front desk to ask for the assessment location. Go to the right, the front desk staff directed. Li Ming was momentarily stunned. He glanced again at the young man heading in the same direction and remarked in surprise, at such a young age, already a first-level martial artist? Jiang Ming was also a bit surprised, but seeing Li Ming's reaction, he seized the opportunity to teach him. See? Don't get complacent just because you've reached the first level. That young man is a few years younger than you, looks like a high school student, and is also a first-level martial artist. Li Ming, however, was unfazed. Teacher, I just started martial arts later than others. If I had begun earlier, I'd definitely be stronger at his age. He paused, then smiled confidently. Besides, in the end, martial arts is about combat power. With my mastery of the Thunder Fist, I could take down a student like him with a single punch. Jiang Ming shook his head silently. Sometimes having an overly talented disciple was more trouble than it was worth. After being defeated in an underground fight, Li Ming had become more restrained, but breaking through to the first level had brought back his old nature. Jiang Ming had hoped to use the young man as an example to teach Li Ming a lesson, but Li Ming's words were not without merit. Having broken through to the first level and mastered the Thunder Fist, his combat power was indeed formidable. If Jiang Ming continued to use the young man as a point of reference, Li Ming might even challenge him to a fight. All right, enough talk. Let's go to the assessment, Jiang Ming finally said. Su Hong arrived at the martial arts assessment venue, and a staff member immediately approached him, indicating for him to wait a moment. Taking advantage of this free time, Su Hong looked around, observing the other martial artists who had come for the assessment. He noticed that most of them were middle-aged, and these middle-aged martial artists were equally surprised by Su Hong's presence. To be taking the first-level martial artist assessment at such a young age, he must be a genius. A group of middle-aged martial artists remarked with envy in their eyes. Many of them had attempted the martial artist assessment several times before, only to meet with failure. Just then, Su Hong saw Li Ming and Jiang Ming enter. Li Ming noticed Su Hong's gaze and let out a light snort. He still remembered how his teacher had used this young man to teach him a lesson, and he was secretly eager to see if the boy could pass the assessment. Moments later, a staff member announced the start of the martial artist assessment and briefly explained the rules. The assessment consists of a blood vitality test and a combat power test. The blood vitality for a first-level martial artist is 100 points, as everyone knows. The combat power is the average of 3 tests, with a score over 1,000 needed to pass. As the assessment officially began, the middle-aged martial artists eagerly lined up for their tests. Su Hong, however, leaned quietly against the wall with his eyes closed, resting. Li Ming looked at the group of middle-aged martial artists with disdain, while Jiang Ming remained expressionless. Jiang Ming thought to himself that today was just a formality. Li Ming passing the assessment was a given, and the only one who might match him was that young man. He couldn't help but wonder whether the young man was fully confident or just recently broke through and decided to try his luck. But soon, Jiang Ming dismissed these thoughts, knowing that his own student couldn't be easily surpassed. The middle-aged martial artist assessments concluded quickly, with only 3 out of the dozen passing. Those who didn't pass felt some regret, but weren't too disappointed, planning to try again next time. These regulars didn't leave. Instead, they gathered to eagerly discuss whether the young man and the boy would pass the assessment. The young man seems promising. He looks like he was brought by a teacher, so he must be confident. The boy came alone, probably just trying his luck. But to be taking the martial artist assessment at his age, even if he doesn't pass, he's still a genius. Hearing these discussions, Su Hong remained indifferent. Li Ming, however, was somewhat disgruntled that people referred to Su Hong as a genius without mentioning him. Soon, it was Li Ming's turn to step forward for the assessment. Everyone immediately paused their discussions and watched intently. The first test was the blood vitality test. Qi and blood, 105 points, passed. Li Ming stepped up to the combat power testing machine, took a deep breath, and prepared himself. His fist shot out like an arrow, delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, 3 thunderous booms echoed throughout the venue. The numbers representing his combat power skyrocketed, finally settling at an astonishing 1763 points. Wow, is this for real? Li Ming murmured in disbelief. With just 105 points of chi and blood, he had unleashed a combat power of 1763 points? That was approaching the level of a mid-tier first-rank warrior. His martial arts skills must have reached at least a level. Otherwise, such combat power would be impossible. The middle-aged warriors present were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. As they looked at Li Ming's youthful face, they felt a deep sense of frustration. They were in their 40s and couldn't even pass the warrior assessment, barely breaking a combat power of 1,000. Yet this young man had reached 1763 points with his first punch. Amidst the murmurs of amazement around him, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Li Ming's mouth. He then delivered 2 more full-strength punches, achieving combat powers of 1721 and 1690 points respectively. The staff snapped back to reality and announced that Li Ming had passed the assessment. "It's your turn," Li Ming said cheerfully as he returned, smiling at Su Hong. A group of middle-aged warriors curiously turned their attention to Su Hong. Despite their lack of prowess in martial arts, their years of experience made them sense a hint of rivalry. This young man seemed to harbor some animosity toward the boy. Upon hearing this, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, not even sparing a glance at Li Ming, and walked straight to the chi and blood testing area. Seeing this disregard, Li Ming scoffed derisively, folding his arms as he watched from the side. Jiang Ming, observing his disciple's demeanor, shook his head helplessly. He silently resolved to find a prodigy to temper Li Ming's attitude after the assessment. Were there such talents in the universities around Star City? While Jiang Ming was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted at the scene. Wow? No way. Is the chi and blood tester broken? How can his chi and blood be so high? A group of middle-aged warriors stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Li Ming was also stunned, his mind blank. Jiang Ming, noticing his disciple's reaction, quickly looked up. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently. Displayed prominently on the chi and blood tester was a number, 123. Jiang Ming was utterly shocked. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Then his gaze fell on the expressionless, handsome young man, and he couldn't help but gasp. At this age, having such high chi and blood, surpassing Li Ming by over 10 points, where did this genius come from? Li Ming snapped back to reality, his expression shifting unpredictably. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, and then looking at the glaring chi and blood number, he felt like a ridiculous clown. No rush, no rush. High chi and blood doesn't matter. Combat power is everything. Combat power is everything. Li Ming kept reassuring himself, his eyes fixed intently on Su Hong. The staff were also taken aback, taking a moment to regain their composure before announcing, Chi and blood test passed. Next is the combat power test. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Su Hong approached the combat power testing machine. As he looked at the punching target, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. After enhancing his mortal body, he wondered how much his combat power had improved. Since he had to be tested 3 times, Su Hong decided to use no martial arts for the first punch, simply to gauge his own strength. He took a deep breath, his back arching slightly like a tiger ready to pounce. In the next moment, his fist shot out like lightning, striking the target with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The massive combat power testing machine was sent flying tens of meters away with a single punch, swaying violently in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This astonishing scene left everyone present speechless, plunged into a stunned silence. The martial arts examination area fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the combat power testing machine that lay in the distance, disbelief etched on their faces. A single punch had sent the device flying? What kind of terrifying strength was this? Jiang Ming stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. Li Ming's expression was a mix of light and shadow, his mind a whirlwind of complex emotions. He had just delivered his strongest strike, yet couldn't even budge the testing machine by a centimeter. Yet, the young man he intended to suppress had effortlessly sent it hurtling tens of meters away. The staff member snapped back to reality, looking at Su Hong with sheer astonishment. As the person responsible for the examination, he hurried over to right the fallen device. Just as he touched the machine, his eyes inadvertently swept over the lit-up screen. In the next moment, a shiver ran through him, and the testing machine fell heavily to the ground with a loud crash. However, the staff seemed oblivious to all this. His eyes were glued to the numbers on the screen, his shoulders trembling as he stammered, "Oh my God! Is this real?" Hearing this, the martial artists present could no longer contain their curiosity and urged the staff to step aside. Only then did the staff, as if awakening from a dream, hastily retreat. The numbers on the screen were instantly revealed to everyone. Combat power, 1862. The entire venue erupted. The middle-aged martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. Someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, 1862? That's even more terrifying than that young man's score earlier." Another gasped. My God, I thought that young man was already a top-notch genius, but I didn't expect someone even more formidable. Li Ming stared blankly at the screen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined that this young man's combat power would far surpass his own. Always priding himself as a genius, he now felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Jiang Ming looked at the young man's back in shock, his eyes full of astonishment. Just then, an exclamation broke the brief silence. A middle-aged martial artist said, trembling, "Wait, it seems like that young man didn't use any martial techniques just now, right?" This statement was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind. Recalling the scene, indeed, the young man seemed not to have used any martial techniques. Realizing this, the martial artists present could no longer remain calm. A chorus of gasps echoed, and everyone's gaze towards the young man was filled with awe, as if they were witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. He didn't use any martial techniques and achieved a combat power of 1862 with just his strength? That's stronger than Li Ming, who used techniques, someone marveled. Hearing these discussions, Jiang Ming, who was initially just bewildered, was utterly dumbfounded. A chill ran from his spine to the top of his head, leaving him frozen in place. Li Ming's legs gave way, and his vision darkened as he collapsed heavily to the ground. At this moment, the staff took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and respectfully said to Su Hong, "The first combat power test is complete. Please begin the second one." Upon hearing this, all the martial artists simultaneously looked up, their eyes once again fixed on the mysterious young man, eagerly anticipating the miracle about to unfold. Just now, relying solely on raw power, he displayed such terrifying combat strength. Now, will he finally use his martial skills? What kind of extraordinary power will that be? Jiang Ming and Li Ming stood frozen nearby, their eyes fixed on Su Hong. A tense atmosphere filled the air, making even breathing seem heavy. Su Hong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A satisfied gleam shone in his eyes, and he felt genuine joy at his own combat prowess. The strength gained from enhancing his physical form far exceeded his expectations. This was an advantage other martial artists couldn't hope to match because only Su Hong could freely control the strength and weakness of his physique. A surge of excitement welled up inside him. Given time, as his physical form progressed, perhaps one day he could fight across levels using just his physical strength. Su Hong's gaze locked onto the target once again. He subtly adjusted his breathing rhythm, his muscles tensing. Next, let's test my ultimate combat strength, he thought silently. In the next instant, Su Hong unleashed his full power, pointing a finger at the target. Void-shattering finger. A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantly, creating a buzzing sound in the air. The target emitted a groan under the unbearable pressure, and with a sharp burst of energy, it shattered explosively. Fragments flew in all directions, tracing arcs through the air. This scene left everyone present in shock. The onlooking martial artists collectively gaped, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the test target was blown apart? How exaggerated must his combat power be? The combat strength detector's screen began to flicker wildly. In a blink, it surpassed the 2,000 mark, finally settling on a staggering number, 3,004. To put it in perspective, the combat strength standard for a high-level first-tier warrior is only 3,000 points. And yet, Su Hong, a mere early-stage first-tier warrior, had already matched the prowess of a high-level first-tier warrior. What? Gasps erupted from the crowd. I'm stunned, really. This number is simply unimaginable. A prodigy, definitely a prodigy. A group of middle-aged martial artists exclaimed repeatedly, their expressions twisted with awe and reverence in their eyes as they looked at Su Hong. Jiang Ming was utterly flabbergasted, his voice rising sharply. 3,004 combat strength. His face was a picture of disbelief. For an early-stage first-tier warrior to rival a high-level first-tier warrior, what kind of talent is this? Could he have some special physique? Jiang Ming swallowed hard. He recalled that in top-tier cities like Modu and Daijing, there indeed existed some genius martial artists with special physiques. These geniuses boasted incredibly exaggerated combat strength, and ordinary martial artists of the same level couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. Reflecting on how Su Hong had surpassed Li Ming's combat strength without even using martial skills, Jiang Ming was convinced that Su Hong must possess some special physique. With this thought, he quickly turned to look at Li Ming. Jiang Ming had originally intended to find a genius to temper Li Ming's arrogant nature, but this kind of prodigious monster was hardly a character-building exercise. It might even shatter Li Ming's confidence. At this moment, Li Ming was slumped on the ground, his face blank and his eyes staring vacantly at the combat strength detector's screen, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's eye twitched, and he rushed forward to slap Li Ming, trying to snap him out of it. Li Ming, this kind of prodigy is naturally born with a special physique. It's normal not to be able to compare to him. You need to keep a level head. The monthly exam at Star City High School is coming up, and you should be competing with ordinary martial artists, not setting your sights too high. Meanwhile, The staff member's mouth was twitching uncontrollably as he looked at the shattered target. Feeling a bit awkward, Su-hong asked, since it broke, do I need to pay for it? He had been so focused on testing his ultimate combat strength that he completely forgot to consider whether the combat strength detector could withstand it. Of course not. The staff member replied instinctively. Does it need to be repaired? Su-hong asked again. No, no need to test a third time. You've already passed the assessment. The staff member quickly shook his head, thinking to himself. Fix it only to have you break it again? That would be pointless. Wu Linxian, the head of the Xingqing Martial Arts Association branch, sat in her office with a furrowed brow, anxiously staring at the flurry of messages on her phone screen. Her fingers tapped the desk unconsciously as waves of worry washed over her. To outsiders, Wu Linxian appeared to be riding high as the branch president, but only she knew the truth. If Xingqing didn't produce impressive results this year, her position would be in jeopardy. With the college entrance exams fast approaching, other cities' association heads boasted about their local prodigies, making Wu Linxian feel increasingly burdened. Xingqing had consistently ranked in the lower middle among Jiang and province cities. Although the quality of students was decent and there were a few prodigies, the gap remained evident compared to other cities, especially neighboring Yangqing. Wu Linxian sighed deeply, muttering to herself, looks like my time in this position might really be up this year. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in, Wu Linxian said lazily. A staff member burst into the office, breathless and brimming with excitement. Wu Linxian frowned slightly, motioning for him to sit and have a drink of water. She poured 2 glasses herself, handing one to the staff member and taking the other for herself. However, the staff member was too eager to drink and exclaimed, President, a genius just emerged at the martial artist assessment. Poof! Wu Linxian sprayed water in surprise, her eyes lighting up with delight. Ignoring the water dribbling from her mouth, she jumped to her feet and urgently asked, a genius? What's the situation? Tell me quickly. The staff member, startled by Wu Linxian's reaction, quickly reported the details of the assessment. When he mentioned Stage 1, initial level, with a physical combat power of 1800 points, and after performing martial arts, the combat power reached 3004 points, Wu Linxian's expression shifted from surprise to ecstasy. Ha! Forget about trying to push me out of this position, not a chance. Wu Linxian laughed heartily, then in a flash, crashed through the office wall with a boom, rushing downstairs. The staff member scratched his head, looking at the human-shaped hole in the wall, thinking, is this reaction really necessary? The president is so happy she didn't even use the door. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Martial Arts Association, Su-hong and several middle-aged martial artists who had passed the assessment were preparing to register their martial artist identities on the second floor, led by a staff member. Li Ming remained seated at the assessment site, while Jiang Ming was animatedly explaining something nearby. The staff member courteously said to Su-hong, follow me. I'll take you to the second floor to register your martial artist identity. The other middle-aged martial artists were left aside, but they weren't surprised. It was expected for a genius like Su-hong to receive special treatment. However, just as Su-hong and his group were about to step onto the second floor stairs, a loud crash came from above. With a boom, a figure descended from upstairs at an astonishing speed. Su-hong and the others blinked, and the next moment, a tall, curvaceous woman in her 30s appeared before them. The president's sudden arrival left the staff in shock. They had just informed their superiors, and she hurried downstairs without delay. Wu Linxian's gaze scanned the martial artists like a radar, eventually locking onto Su-hong. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Wu Linxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association's Xingqing branch. Su-hong responded in surprise, I'm Su-hong. He hadn't expected the association's president to be a woman. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Linxian personally escorted Su-hong to register as a martial artist. The middle-aged martial artists nearby discussed enviously, marveling at how a genius like him could receive such personal attention from the president. On the way, Wu Linxian asked, Su-hong, you seem like a high school student? Yes, I'm a student at Xingqing No. 1 High School, Su-hong replied truthfully. This answer left Wu Linxian momentarily stunned. She silently vowed to give Li Chengshan a piece of her mind for keeping such a talented individual a secret. With Wu Linxian's guidance, Su-hong swiftly completed his registration as a first-level martial artist. She explained, as a first-level martial artist, you can receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 blue star coins and access free cultivation techniques and guidance skills. Let's go collect them. Hearing this, Su-hong felt a surge of excitement. Although 10,000 blue star coins didn't seem like much, it surpassed his aunt and uncle's monthly salary. He secretly planned to persuade his uncle to quit his current job. Throughout the journey, Wu Linxian was kind and patient, explaining the knowledge behind the guidance techniques to Su-hong. She elaborated, guidance techniques mainly involve absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to strengthen oneself. Since spiritual energy has different attributes, guidance techniques vary accordingly. For example, The heavenly flame guidance technique I practice primarily absorbs fire attribute spiritual energy, enhancing oneself and imbuing attacks with fire attributes, increasing their destructive power. Su Hong listened intently, realizing these were things he couldn't learn from textbooks. He had thought guidance techniques were merely about absorbing spiritual energy, unaware of their complexities. Suddenly, Wu Linxian opened her palm, and a searing flame danced in her hand, burning the air to emit black smoke and a strong charred smell. She quickly wrapped the flame around her fist and lightly swung it. Boom! A flaming fist imprint shot out, and just as it was about to hit the wall, Wu Linxian blew gently, instantly dispersing the flame. Su Hong was astounded, deeply impressed by the power of fire-enhanced attacks. He eagerly anticipated learning the guidance techniques. Wu Linxian added, "Of course, projecting attributes isn't easy. If a first-level martial artist can incorporate even a trace of an attribute into their attacks, that's already commendable." Su Hong nodded thoughtfully. By this time, they had arrived at a room's entrance. Taking a deep breath, Su Hong followed Wu Linxian inside. In the world, spiritual energy is divided into 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute has its strengths. In terms of attack power, thunder ranks first, followed by metal, and then fire. Su Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the possibility of mastering the thunder guiding technique. However, his thoughts seemed to be seen through by Wu Linxian. Who wouldn't want to train in the most powerful thunder guiding technique? Wu Linxian said with a teasing smile. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, but remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Seeing his composure, Wu Linxian's impression of the young man improved. Different guiding techniques can't be practiced at will, Wu Linxian patiently explained. The key lies in the compatibility between the martial artist and the guiding technique. Su Hong suddenly understood and nodded. He felt a rare sense of nervousness. While eager to train in the thunder guiding technique, the compatibility was unpredictable. "Don't worry," Wu Linxian reassured him with a smile, a hint of envy in her voice. "You can achieve a combat power of 1863 with just your initial stage vitality without using any martial arts. This suggests you might have a special constitution, though it hasn't awakened yet. Even if the most compatible guiding technique isn't ideal, your future achievements won't be lacking." President Wu, Su Hong began. "Just call me Sister Wu," Wu Linxian interrupted. Sister Wu," Su Hong paused. "How strong is this special constitution?" Wu Linxian was silent for a moment, her expression turning serious. "You only need to know that those with a special constitution are unmatched by peers and can easily fight beyond their level." Su Hong's heart surged with anticipation. He secretly guessed that once he raised his ordinary body progress to 100, he would become special. Determined, he resolved to quickly earn martial points. Back to guiding techniques, Wu Linxian continued. "Take me for example. The Skyfire guiding technique is most compatible with me. If I forcibly trained in the thunder guiding technique, both my training efficiency and final combat power would be much lower than with the Skyfire guiding technique." Seeing Su Hong nod in understanding, Wu Linxian took out 7 differently colored crystal balls. "These represent different attributes," she explained. "Place your hand on one, and it will light up. The more of the crystal it illuminates, the higher the compatibility." Demonstrating, Wu Linxian placed her hand on the fire attribute crystal ball. It immediately emitted a dazzling flame, occupying 4/5 of the sphere. "My compatibility with the Skyfire guiding technique is about 80, Wu Linxian said with a proud smile. "Ordinary martial artists have about 20 to 30. Her 80 compatibility was already quite high, explaining why she became the branch president of the Martial Arts Association in her 30s. "Now it's your turn." Wu Linxian looked at Su Hong, eyes full of eager anticipation. She believed that Su Hong, possibly possessing a special constitution, would have high talent. She estimated his compatibility would be higher than hers, around 90. It wasn't that he underestimated Su Hong, but rather, he had already regarded him as a genius, which led to this estimation. Even if the compatibility was only one higher, it would still be a world of difference. Su Hong took a deep breath and nervously stepped forward. His hand trembled slightly as he slowly reached for the fire attribute crystal ball, emitting a faint red glow. Wu Linxian held her breath, staring intently at the scene, her heart filled with anticipation. The moment Su Hong's fingertips touched the crystal ball, a dazzling flash of fire erupted. Flames instantly filled the entire crystal ball, and the intense light illuminated the room, as if a miniature sun had suddenly appeared. "Ah!" Wu Linxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She stared at the crystal ball in shock, murmuring to herself, "It's full? The fire crystal ball is full. 100 compatibility." Suddenly, Wu Linxian let out a piercing scream, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Su Hong, trembling with excitement. She grabbed his shoulders, her voice high-pitched with enthusiasm. "Your fire attribute compatibility is 100? Do you know what this means?" Su Hong shook his head blankly, clearly unaware of the significance of this result. Wu Linxian, her face flushed with excitement, quickly explained. This means that when you cultivate the Skyfire guidance technique, you can absorb fire attribute spiritual energy from the world with 100 efficiency, without losing a trace. Your cultivation efficiency will reach the theoretical maximum. She continued to explain that cultivation efficiency depends on the compatibility with the guidance technique. For example, her own 80 compatibility meant losing only 20 of the fire attribute spiritual energy during absorption, which already allowed her to become a 5th-level warrior in her 30s and serve as the branch president of the Martial Arts Association. However, even she had never seen a warrior with 100 compatibility. Such geniuses exist, but are extremely rare. Even in the warrior-rich cities of Madu and Dijin, such talents are few and far between. And here they were, in Xingqing, a small city ranked in the lower middle of Jiangnan province. Wu Linxian was so excited she nearly jumped up, internally shouting, "I can't believe there's a talent here rivaling those in Madu and Dijin." She even considered taking out her phone to boast in the Jiangnan Province Martial Artists Association President Group. But soon, reason curbed this impulse. She thought warily, no, I must stay calm. If they find out and poach Su Hong, I'll go crazy." Suppressing her excitement, Wu Linxian said to Su Hong, "No need to test the others. Just cultivate the Skyfire guidance technique. You likely have a special physique, and becoming a strong warrior is almost certain for you." Unexpectedly, Su Hong scratched his head and expressed his desire to test the other attribute crystal balls. Upon hearing this, Wu Linxian looked as if she had seen a ghost. She internally screamed, "This is a 100 compatibility. What is there to hesitate about?" If it were her, she'd have been ecstatic. Su Hong's reaction made her acutely aware of the vast gap in natural talent between people. After calming herself, Wu Linxian said slowly, "All right, go ahead and try the others. But I can guarantee, no other attribute will have a compatibility as high as this." Su Hong nodded and reached for the thunder attribute crystal ball. The next moment, lightning erupted within the ball, filling it entirely, and faint thunder could be heard. Seeing this, Wu Linxian's mind went blank, her thoughts overwhelmed. Watching the crystal ball become completely enveloped by thunder, even faintly emitting the sound of thunder, Wu Linxian was momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a single word. One thought kept echoing in her mind. Full again. Full again. Damn it, it's full again. Wu Linxian felt like she was about to lose her mind. She rubbed her eyes vigorously to make sure she wasn't seeing things. What was going on? How could Su Hong have a 100 compatibility with the thunder attribute after already having 100 with fire? What kind of prodigy was he? It took quite a while for Wu Linxian to come back to her senses. She swallowed hard, looking at Su Hong as if he were an unbelievable anomaly. Yet, at this moment, Su Hong seemed unaware of her astonishment. Seeing the thunder crystal ball at 100 compatibility again, Su Hong sensed something was off. He thought to himself, perhaps with his unparalleled talent, his compatibility with any attribute would always be 100. With this thought in mind, Su Hong reached out to touch the wind attribute crystal ball. Seeing his actions, Wu Linxian was speechless, thinking to herself, still not satisfied? That's the most powerful thunder attribute. Come on, what more do you want? With 2 attributes already at 100 compatibility, it was beyond ridiculous. Wu Linxian mused, surely it couldn't. Her thoughts were interrupted as the wind attribute crystal ball lit up with a hum. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Linxian was stunned as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening even further. Another 100 compatibility. 3 attributes now, surely not. Before she could finish her thought, a series of humming sounds echoed. Hum. The metal attribute crystal ball lit up completely. Hum. The wood attribute crystal ball lit up completely. Hum. The water attribute crystal ball lit up completely. Hum. The earth attribute crystal ball lit up completely. Wu Linxian's expression shifted from shock to stupefaction, then to numbness. She felt a tingling sensation all over, her legs weak, barely able to stand. All full. There are only 7 attributes of spiritual energy in total. Goodness, you have 100 compatibility with all of them. Wu Linxian couldn't help but pinch herself, feeling the scene before her was too surreal, too dreamlike to be real. At this point, Su Hong realized it must be due to his unparalleled talent that all spiritual energies had maxed out compatibility. He could practice any attribute to perfection. He scratched his head in frustration, furrowing his brow slightly. Seeing Su Hong like this, Wu Linxian was almost driven to the point of spitting blood in frustration. She shouted internally, "Why are you even troubled? With all attributes at 100 compatibility, you can choose anyone you want." Wu Linxian was truly at a loss, even contemplating the absurd thought of giving Su Hong a good smack. It was just too infuriating. When she had first discovered her fire attribute compatibility was an impressive 80, she was overjoyed, envied by everyone around her. But today, forget it. She didn't want to think about it anymore. If she continued, she might really lose control of herself. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Wu Linxian forced a smile and couldn't help but ask, You have 100 compatibility. What's there to be troubled about? It's because they're all 100 that I'm troubled, Su Hong replied with a troubled expression. They're all maxed out. Giving up any attribute feels like a loss. Hearing this, Wu Linxian felt like she might grind her teeth to dust. So you want them all, huh? One can't be so greedy. She screamed internally. At that moment, Su Hong tentatively asked, Sister Wu, could I possibly get a copy of the guiding techniques for all 7 attributes? Wu Linxian was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at the incredibly greedy young man before her. Are you seriously considering mastering all of them? Wu Linxian was about to refuse, but suddenly paused. Her brow furrowed slightly, showing a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Wait, it seems there's no rule explicitly stating that you can't train in all 7 attribute guiding techniques simultaneously. There was a hint of surprise in her voice. But the thing is, who would have thought of that? The people who made the rules probably never imagined someone could have a 100 affinity with all 7 attributes. Wu Linxian hesitated for a moment before continuing. There's no such restriction in the rules, but trying to train in all 7 at once. No one knows what might happen since no one has ever done it before. She paused, her expression turning serious. Even if it's possible, the progress would be incredibly slow. Are you sure about this? Su Hong smiled and replied. I'm not necessarily aiming to master all 7. I just can't decide yet, so I want to try each one. If it doesn't work out, I'll focus on the lightning attribute. Hearing this, Wu Linxian let out a long breath, her shoulders visibly relaxing. She had been worried that Su Hong might stubbornly insist on training in all 7 guiding techniques at once. She recalled that someone had indeed tried this before, only to waste decades of their life and remain a first-tier warrior. Wu Linxian thought to herself. Although that person's combat power was incredibly formidable, unmatched among their peers, and even capable of overwhelming second-tier warriors, what was the point? They couldn't break through even the first tier after decades. No matter how unbeatable you are at your level, can you really defeat a master as a first-tier warrior? She knew that although that person's affinity with the 7 attributes was far less than Su Hong's, the precedent showed that training in all 7 guiding techniques simultaneously would undoubtedly result in painfully slow progress. Wu Linxian estimated that with Su Hong's 100 affinity, mastering a single attribute guiding technique might take less than 20 or 30 years to become one of the strongest among humans. But if he trained all 7, it was uncertain if he could even reach the 3rd tier in his lifetime. All right, I can give you all 7 guiding techniques, Wu Linxian finally decided, but couldn't help but add a reminder. Just don't get too caught up in it. Su Hong nodded in agreement with a smile. Seeing this, Wu Linxian reluctantly handed over the 7 guiding techniques to him. You can start training here. If you have any questions, just ask me and try to get started as soon as possible, Wu Linxian said. Got it. Thanks, Sister Wu. Su Hong sat down, full of anticipation. Wu Linxian suggested. I recommend starting with the Heavenly Flame guiding technique. It's the one I'm most familiar with, and it will give you some experience. If you later decide to switch to the Lightning guiding technique, you'll progress faster. Su Hong nodded, took out the Heavenly Flame guiding technique, and began to read it intently. Wu Linxian stood by, quietly timing with her phone. She recalled that when she first started with the Heavenly Flame guiding technique, her 80 affinity took her a full 12 hours to get started. She estimated that with Su Hong's 100 affinity, it might only take 2 to 3 hours, a speed that would truly astonish people. While Wu Linxian was lost in her thoughts, Su Hong's voice suddenly interrupted her. Sister Wu, I think I've got it. Wu Linxian's head snapped up, disbelief written all over her face. How long has it been? You've already got it. She glanced at the timer on her phone, her eyes gradually filling with shock. 34 seconds. Not even a minute. You've already got it? Seriously? Wu Linxian's eyes widened, her voice filled with astonishment. Su Hong scratched his head, somewhat unsure. I think so. I can feel the fire attribute energy entering my body, merging with my blood and energy. He looked at Wu Linxian. Sister Wu, does that count as getting started? Listening to the description, which mirrored her own initial experience, Wu Linxian found her throat dry and hoarse. She said, almost mechanically, try controlling that fire attribute energy and throw a punch. Hearing this, Su Hong immediately complied. He stood up, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch. As his fist swung through the air, a small flame flickered across its surface. The moment Wu Linxian saw the small flame, her mind went blank, completely stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Su Hong's fist, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Sister Wu, does that count as getting started? Su Hong's voice broke the silence once more. Wu Linxian was snapped back to reality by Su Hong's question. She nodded mechanically, her lips twitching. Yais, you've made it. Inwardly, she was screaming. 34 seconds. Heaven and earth. Is he even human? Thinking of her previous estimate of 2 to 3 hours, Wu Linxian wanted to slap herself. She regretted using common sense to judge a prodigy with 100 compatibility and 7 attributes. Looking at Su Hong, a bewildering thought arose in Wu Linxian's mind. Just how high is this level of talent? In just half an hour, her understanding of martial arts had been overturned countless times. That's all it takes to get started? That was quite simple, Su Hong said, somewhat surprised. I thought it would take at least a few minutes. I didn't expect the guiding technique to be so easy. Hearing this, Wu Linxian's eye twitched, and the urge to pummel someone resurfaced. Then, Su Hong innocently asked, Sister Wu, how many minutes did it take you the first time you practiced the guiding technique? Minutes? How could he think a few minutes is normal? Wu Linxian was about to retort, but swallowed her words. She sadly realized that, given Su Hong's 34-second entry speed, he might have considered that her 80 compatibility would slow her down. Saying a few minutes might actually be sparing her feelings. Facing Su Hong's expectant gaze, Wu Linxian reluctantly mumbled, about 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, okay. Su Hong nodded obediently, not pressing further. Wu Linxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Su Hong asked, by the way, Sister Wu, do you know much about psychic practitioners? Wu Linxian was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Don't tell me you're also a psychic practitioner. She dreaded getting a positive answer. With all 7 attributes maxed out and possibly having a special constitution, if he were also a psychic practitioner, how would other geniuses stand a chance? Su Hong chuckled awkwardly. No, I'm just curious about the awakening conditions for psychic practitioners. Good. That's a relief. Wu Linxian exhaled and then brought out a helmet-like device. This is a tool to measure mental strength. Try it on. While Su Hong put on the helmet, Wu Linxian began to explain, the conditions for awakening as a psychic practitioner remain a mystery. Some have weak mental strength, yet might awaken overnight. Others have strong mental power, just a step away from awakening, but may never cross that threshold in their lifetime. Based on past instances of awakening, even newly awakened mental power users have a mental strength of no less than 100 points, which has become an accepted standard. Su Hong nodded slightly upon hearing this and glanced at his system panel, noting that his mental strength was only 26.5 points. To reach the awakening standard, he would need at least 735 martial arts points, suggesting a long and arduous journey ahead. Taking a deep breath, Su Hong put on his helmet to begin testing. Moments later, the results showed 26.5 points of mental strength, the level of an average person. Wu Linxian, seeing the expected results, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Su Hong might suddenly exhibit an astonishing mental strength of over 100 points. Although she hoped for Su Hong to become stronger, the day had already been filled with too many shocks, and she couldn't handle any more surprises. Turning to look at Su Hong, Wu Linxian noticed that the young man appeared calm, showing no signs of disappointment. His composure made her reflect. If someone so young could possess such maturity, coupled with his almost prodigious talent, if he couldn't become a strong figure, then who could? Suddenly, Wu Linxian remembered something important and asked, Su Hong, your monthly exam is tomorrow, right? Su Hong was a bit surprised. Yes, Sister Wu. Are you keeping track of that? Wu Linxian replied with a serious expression. Make sure to give it your all, don't hold back at all. Su Hong was taken aback. Although he had already planned to do just that, Wu Linxian's earnestness puzzled him. Sister Wu, is there something I don't know about? Wu Linxian's eyes flickered as she sighed. In recent years, the friction between humans and various races on the battlefield of the heavens has been intensifying, and a great war could break out at any moment. The human leaders on Blue Star have decided that starting this year, they will select talents from each city for a training camp before the college entrance exams. Countries will invest substantial resources to accelerate the growth of the younger generation. Star City High School uses the monthly exam as a selection criterion to pick the best for the training camp. Su Hong was stunned by this revelation. He had always known there were formidable enemies outside, but hadn't realized the situation was so tense. In the past, he believed that when the sky fell, taller people would bear the brunt, and that there was still plenty of time. Even after obtaining the system, his motivation to grow stronger was primarily to provide a better life for his family. The concepts of the battlefield of the heavens and the war of the races had always seemed distant, but now they were within reach. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. If the human race were to be defeated, everyone he knew, his hard-working uncle and aunt, his younger siblings, would face slaughter. Su Hong rubbed his face vigorously, feeling an intense sense of urgency. He said firmly, Sister Wu, thank you for telling me this. I will definitely attend the training camp. Wu Linxian had been watching Su Hong, eager to see how he would react. Surprisingly, it took him only a few seconds to go from initial shock to complete acceptance of the news. What amazed her even more was that Su Hong seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Previously, in her eyes, Su Hong was just a talented but inexperienced young man. Now, although still youthful, there was a hint of resolute maturity in him. Sometimes, change and growth in a person happen in an instant. Wu Linxian had been skeptical of this saying, but today, she wholeheartedly believed it. With that thought, Wu Linxian smiled and gave Su Hong an encouraging fist pump. Go for it. Su Hong stepped out of the Martial Artists Association and headed home. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the streets. The area in front of the school was bustling with activity as children, just released from their classes, happily ran to their waiting parents. They embraced and laughed, creating a heartwarming scene that made Su Hong pause for a moment. As he continued walking, Su Hong looked up at the sky, and memories flooded his mind. He recalled the times when he could only stand helplessly as his aunt applied ointment to his uncle's injuries, a feeling of powerlessness that remained unforgettable. His uncle, Su Guoming, used to say, "As long as I'm here, this family will stand strong." Now, Su Hong had grown and was capable of taking on his uncle's responsibilities, supporting their small family. He silently vowed never to let this hard-won happiness slip away. His thoughts wandered further, and Su Hong pondered. If he could support his small family, who was there to hold up the sky for the entire human race? Clenching his fists, his gaze became resolute. He was determined to become stronger, so that if one day the strong of humanity were defeated, he could step forward and support the human race. If ever faced with a choice between his family and the human race, Su Hong's answer would be, defeat any who dare pose such a question. Home, then training. Su Hong refocused and strode purposefully towards his house. At home, thanks to the tens of thousands Su Hong had previously left, life had noticeably improved. His aunt smiled more, and his uncle no longer worked late into the night, coming home to rest on time. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman trained harder after school, hoping to one day make their parents proud like their brother. "I'm back," Su Hong called from outside the door, and the family's eyes lit up as they rushed to greet him. His aunt, concerned, said, "Finally, you're back. Look at you, so thin now. Are you not eating well at school?" Su Hong chuckled, knowing he was much stronger than before. "You're back," Su Guoming said, feeling reassured. "Yes, I'm back," Su Hong replied with a smile. "Brother," Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman exclaimed, jumping onto him from either side. After a playful scuffle, Su Hong turned serious and said, "Uncle, you don't need to work anymore. I can support the family." Su Guoming, feeling both proud and hesitant, shook his head. "Xiao Hong, with the college entrance exams approaching, you need to save your money. The path of martial arts is costly." Su Hong interrupted. "Uncle, I'm already a first-level martial artist, receiving a monthly stipend of 10,000 Blue Star coins. You really don't need to work anymore." A first-level martial artist. The family was astonished. Su Hong then placed a card on the table, saying, "This card has over 400,000. Uncle, aunt, please take it and use it without worry." Before leaving the Martial Artists Association, the branch president, Wu Linxian, had shared some information with Su Hong. In the resource-rich training camp, a contribution point system replaced the use of money. Su Hong decisively decided to leave all the earnings from the recent beast hunt, along with a previous 50,000, to his family, keeping only 30,000 for his martial arts registration fee. "Wow, more than 400,000. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman exclaimed, their eyes shining with admiration. Su Guoming and Chen were also wide-eyed. Although they didn't fully understand the strength of a first-tier warrior, the monthly stipend of 10,000 Blue Star coins was enough to astonish them. It was more than the combined monthly income from Su Guoming's manual labor and Chen Lan's needlework. Seeing their son receive such a high stipend at just 18, the couple felt immensely relieved and proud. Su Guoming held back his excitement, repeatedly expressing approval, while Chen Lan pressed her lips together, tears streaming down her face. Su Hong, observing his family's reaction, broke into a genuine, radiant smile that belonged to an 18-year-old. That evening, the family rarely dined out, indulging in a hearty meal that left them with greasy lips and full bellies. Afterward, they strolled leisurely under the night sky, enjoying an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Back home, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman begged Su Hong to teach them martial arts. With his unparalleled talent, Su Hong had a profound understanding of the martial techniques he had learned, making his explanations simple and clear. He initially considered teaching them the breaking void finger, but realizing his siblings were still young, he opted for the relatively simpler thunderbolt fist. Under Su Hong's comprehensive guidance, both Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoman grasped the basics within half an hour. With a punch, they could produce a thunderous sound. "Wow, I've mastered a clever martial technique," Su Xiaoman exclaimed in delight, her eyes forming crescent moons as she smiled. "Ha ha, let those two try to challenge me now. I'm going to be the school tyrant." Su Xiaohai laughed, hands on his hips, looking like a little overlord. Su Hong gave him a light tap on the head, warning him not to bully classmates without reason. Faced with his brother's admonition, Su Xiaohai behaved very obediently. However, it wasn't long before Su Hong discovered his brother was already making a racket, arranging a fight using their aunt's phone. Su Hong was amused but knew Su Xiaohai was just all talk, and with Su Xiaoman able to keep him in check, he decided not to intervene further. Returning to his room, Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on his experiences at the Martial Arts Association that day. His request from Wu Linxian for 7 sets of guiding techniques wasn't impulsive. Despite Wu Linxian's warning about the slow progress of simultaneous cultivation, Su Hong was more intrigued by the description of being invincible at the same level, even overpowering second-tier warriors as a first-tier. As for the difficulty, with the system at hand, he could simply boost his martial arts value. At this moment, Su Hong opened his panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unparalleled. Vitality, 123. Spirit, 26.5. Physique, mortal body 36.1. Martial arts, breaking void finger perfect. Martial arts value, 0. A new section for guiding techniques had appeared on the panel. Su Hong suddenly noticed the LV1 suffix next to the heavenly flame guiding technique. Could this technique be upgraded? Su Hong's eyes widened slightly, realizing this might be something only he could achieve. To test this idea, he immediately took out the other 6 guiding techniques and began attempting to cultivate them. With the unparalleled talent bestowed upon him, Su Hong completed his training in just a few minutes. He opened his eyes, eagerly accessing the system panel, and his gaze immediately locked onto the section for guiding techniques. All 7 techniques were now at the beginner level. Su Hong carefully sensed the changes within his body, noticing the 7 different elemental spiritual energies coursing through his blood, constantly merging. However, his joy was soon replaced by confusion. Su Hong discovered that these 7 energies repelled each other. Although they coexisted within him, he could only utilize one at a time. Extending his palm, a bolt of lightning appeared. When he tried to summon fire simultaneously, the 2 forces clashed violently and dissipated instantly. I must find a way to fuse them, Su Hong pondered, frowning. At that moment, he finally understood why the warrior Wu Lin Xian mentioned had been stuck at the first level for decades. The repulsion among the 7 attributes was the greatest obstacle. Determined to first attempt a fusion of the powerful offensive attributes of lightning and fire, Su Hong embarked on relentless efforts. Failure followed failure until the sky began to lighten. Finally, under his full control, lightning and fire miraculously fused together. Su Hong exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite his unparalleled talent, this process had required hours of arduous practice. His excitement was irrepressible, and he couldn't wait to test its power. Arriving at the martial arts gym, Su Hong, now wiser, directly chose the 3rd-level combat power tester. He first tested the power of lightning alone, delivering a punch that sent the combat power number soaring to 2343. This far exceeded his previous 1863 during the martial artist assessment, almost matching the strength of a mid-tier first-level warrior. Thrilled, Su Hong immediately began testing the fused lightning fire power. With full concentration, a faint glow of intertwined lightning and fire appeared on his fist. He punched fiercely, causing the target of the 3rd-level combat power tester to emit a deep thud. The numbers jumped wildly before finally settling at 3041. Su Hong's eyes widened in disbelief at the figure. The fused lightning fire power had propelled his combat strength to over 3,000, reaching the standard of a high-tier first-level warrior. Su Hong walked out of the martial arts school, feeling deeply shaken. He had just experienced the terrifying power of a tribute fusion firsthand. A martial artist with only 123 points of vitality could actually stand against one with 300 points. At that moment, he became even more determined to pursue the cultivation of the 7 guiding techniques. The same level is no match, and fighting across levels is as easy as eating and drinking. Wu Linxian's words echoed in his ears, and Su Hong couldn't help but imagine the future. How incredible would the power be if he could fuse all 7 attributes? Back at home, Su Hong eagerly attempted to fuse 3 attributes. However, after 2 hours with no progress, he realized that this was closely related to his level of guiding techniques and familiarity with the attributes. Currently, being able to fuse 2 attributes was already thanks to his unparalleled talent. I still need to earn martial arts points. Today's monthly exam is an opportunity to earn as many as possible, Su Hong resolved. His aunt's call interrupted his thoughts. After breakfast, Su Hong headed to school with an excited Su Xiaomin and Su Xiaohai. The 2 little ones couldn't help but show off as they walked, having learned the thunder fist the night before. Upon arriving at school, Su Hong went straight to the teacher's office. Teacher Li Ming seemed slightly surprised to see him. Oh? Su Hong, you're here. Oh right, today's the monthly exam. He then smiled. Su Hong, you can delay your martial arts registration fee for a few days. The principal specially agreed. Su Hong was taken aback, not expecting the principal to be involved. He quickly handed over 30,000 blue star coins. Teacher, I have the martial arts registration fee now. I'll give it to you right away. Li Ming was clearly surprised, looking at Su Hong deeply, and said sincerely, Su Hong, your uncle and aunt treat you so well. You have to work hard too. There's still some time before the college entrance exam. With effort, you still have a chance to get into a martial arts university. Su Hong nodded in agreement and returned to his class. Chen Lin, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, immediately put an arm around his shoulder and whispered, Su Hong, a lot has happened at school while you were away. What happened? Su Hong asked curiously. Chen Lin lowered his voice, speaking with envy. It's about the gifted class. Principal Li specially invited Qin Tian, who teaches Thunder Fist, to give them extra lessons. As a result, several of them have become first-level martial artists, and some have even mastered the basics of Thunder Fist. But the most impressive are Chun Shan and Li Tu. I heard their Thunder Fist has reached a proficient level, capable of delivering 3 strikes with incredible power. He sighed and continued. This month's exam will probably be a solo show for those two. Everyone else is just a backdrop, let alone us students from the regular class. There's really no comparison with them. Don't you think so, Su Hong? Just as Su Hong was about to respond, Teacher Li Ming entered the classroom and announced loudly, "The whole class, follow me to the sports field to prepare for the monthly exam." When Su Hong's class arrived at the field, the scene was overwhelming. A sea of heads filled the entire area, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. On stage, Principal Li Chengshan scanned the surroundings, ensuring all students were present, then cleared his throat to speak. "Students," his voice boomed across the field, "today's monthly exam is different from usual. Due to the tense situation at the front, Hua Nation has decided that starting this year, each class will hold a training camp to select and nurture talent." He paused before continuing. "This training camp is rich in resources, offering you the chance to access unimaginable martial arts and elixirs, with guidance from a 7th-level grandmaster." Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the crowd. The top 3 students in this monthly exam will earn the qualification to attend the Xingqing training camp. His words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the crowd. The students erupted in excitement, their discussions buzzing around. "Wow, a training camp? Isn't that just a blatant way to favor the geniuses? Man, I'm so envious. Only 3 spots, no way I stand a chance. Come on, buddy. You're ranked over 1,000 in the school and still dreaming of 4th place. The key is having a 7th-level grandmaster as a mentor. Our principal is only 3rd level. Li Tu and Chen Shan are definitely in, right?" With these words, all eyes in the school turned towards the top 2 talents in the genius class. Li Tu and Chen Shan faced the envious gazes with remarkable calm. For them, entering the training camp was practically a certainty. Although a few other students in the genius class had recently broken through to the 1st level of martial artists, the gap between them and these two remained significant. In the minds of Li Tu and Chen Shan, their only competition was each other. The top 2 spots in the school were destined for them alone. Chen Shan, with a piercing gaze and full of confidence, declared, "Last time, you were faster than me with the Thunder Fist, but this time in combat, I'll definitely take 1st place in the school." Li Tu responded calmly, "When I knock you down, I hope you can still keep that confidence." Meanwhile, in the regular class, Chen Lin listened to the principal's words and looked at Li Tu and Chen Shan, drooling with envy. He shook his head and sighed. With those two around, the other genius class students can only fight for 3rd place. As for us regular class students, we don't stand a chance. Su Hong silently glanced at the much-admired Li Tu and Chen Shan without making any comments. Li Qingshan continued, "Now all students, begin drawing lots. Once that's done, the monthly exam will officially start." With that, he moved to stand beside Chen Tian. Chen Tian, looking puzzled, asked, "Still haven't found that Thunder Fist 9 Echo's genius?" Li Qingshan sighed deeply, looking frustrated. "I've searched everywhere in the past days, checked all the students who left the gym that day, and found nothing. They're all students who've given up on martial arts. I think this genius might not even be from our school." After sighing for a moment, Li Qingshan asked, "With your teaching experience, where do you think Li Tu and Chen Shan stand in terms of strength in the training camp?" Chen Tian thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Probably around mid to lower level. Other schools have students who have reached mid or even high 1st level." Hearing this, Li Qingshan smiled wryly. "It seems my school's reputation is really not living up to its name this year." He sighed deeply once more. Recently, Principal Li Qingshan has been preoccupied with one thought. How wonderful it would be if the student who performed the thunderous 9 strikes was indeed from Xingqing No. 1 High School. Unfortunately, despite turning the school upside down, he couldn't find any trace of this martial arts prodigy. Just as Li Qingshan was drowning in disappointment, a teasing voice suddenly broke the silence. "Hey, old Li, why do you look like your wife just left you?" Li Qingshan frowned, looked up, and his expression soured when he recognized the visitor. "Jiang Ming, what are you doing in my school?" The visitor was indeed Jiang Ming, accompanied by 2 students, Li Ming and Li Yan. Jiang Ming chuckled. "Come on, we're old comrades. Can I visit your school?" As he spoke, his gaze swept across the students on the playground, lingering briefly on those in the gifted class. Turning back to Li Qingshan, Jiang Ming teased, "Old Li, your students aren't that impressive. Xingqing No. 1's reputation is a bit tarnished, isn't it?" Li Qingshan was immediately displeased, coldly retorting, "None of your business. Even with their eyes closed, my students can still beat those from Yangqing." Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this response. He grinned mischievously. "Really? I've brought 2 of my own disciples today. After your monthly exams, why don't we have the top student come and spar with them?" Li Qingshan scrutinized the two students behind Jiang Ming. Li Yin greeted him politely. Hello, Principal Li. Li Ming offered a faint smile and casually said hello. After the blow of the martial arts assessment, Li Ming had come to terms with things, thanks to Jiang Ming's guidance. He realized there would always be some unreasonable geniuses he couldn't compete with, but that didn't mean he couldn't outshine others. Scanning the students of Xingqing No. 1, he found only a few first-tier martial artists, which boosted his confidence. Seeing Li Qingshan sizing up his disciples, Jiang Ming smirked and casually added, Old Li, my two disciples aren't that remarkable. One has just broken through to the first tier, mastering the thunderous fist, with a subtle grasp of the furious sea spear. The other is slightly better, having recently advanced to the mid-first tier, with a proficient thunderous fist and mastery of the furious sea spear. How about letting them spar with your gifted students? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Qingshan's expression shifted, surprised at the strength of Jiang Ming's disciples, who even outmatched Li Tuchen. As he was about to find an excuse to decline, Jiang Ming added, Of course, if your students aren't up to par, I understand if you want to refuse. This jab made Li Qingshan's eye twitch and fists clench. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. All right then, I'll have the top student from the monthly exam entertain your students. Just make sure they can handle losing, otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Jiang Ming laughed, leading his two disciples towards the lounge, unconcerned about the monthly exams. He had already thoroughly investigated Xingqing No. 1, confident that no student there could rival Li Ming and Li Yan. Watching Jiang Ming leave with such confidence, Li Qingshan's face turned grim as he cursed under his breath. His gaze swept over the students in the gifted class, and he sighed inwardly. If only the genius capable of the thunderous 9 strikes was truly a student from his school, he could have really put Jiang Ming in his place. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, Li Qingshan knew that this martial arts prodigy was not from his school. As Li Qingshan and Jiang Ming agreed to spar, the students on the field had already finished drawing lots. Chen Lin exclaimed, Wow, Su Hong, your first opponent is a prospective martial artist. The entire class turned their eyes to Su Hong, their looks filled with sympathy. Chen Lin patted Su Hong on the shoulder and consoled him. Don't worry, I've got your back. Their homeroom teacher, Li Ming, also looked at Su Hong and sternly reminded him, You can try your best, but don't push yourself too hard. Getting injured will affect your future training. Just then, a loud voice echoed across the field. Number 665, Chen Peng, and number 666, Su Hong, get up on the stage. Su Hong quickly ascended the platform. Across from him, Chen Peng sneered. Are you going to step down yourself, or should I knock you down? Before he could finish speaking, Chen Peng suddenly found himself sitting awkwardly on the ground below the stage, bewildered. Referee, how on earth is this guy still a novice? Chen Peng shouted in confusion. Meanwhile, on Su Hong's side, his classmates were wide-eyed with disbelief after seeing him casually knock Chen Peng off the stage with a single move. Chen Lin shouted in shock. Wow, when did you become so strong, Su? Even their teacher, Li Ming, was visibly stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the following matches, students from the elite class dominated across the other platforms. Whether their opponents were from the elite class or the regular class, Qingshan and Li Tu stood out by defeating their opponents with a single move. Their performance surprised no one, not the students, the teachers, nor the principal, Li Qingshan. On the other hand, Su Hong continued to defeat his opponents with ease. Whether they were novices or prospective martial artists, they ended up sitting bewildered below the stage before they even realized what happened. Li Ming was left speechless, thinking to himself, Is this really my student? Su Hong's classmates were full of varied expressions, and Chen Lin's jaw dropped, as if he could swallow several eggs. As Su Hong kept winning, more students began to pay attention to him. Each time he defeated an opponent, it caused an uproar. On the platform, Li Qingshan took a surprised glance at Su Hong. That student over there seems unfamiliar. I didn't expect such a promising talent to emerge from the regular class. However, he quickly refocused on the elite class students. Chen Tian watched Su Hong's back, his brow furrowing as he felt a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. As time slowly passed, the monthly exam neared its end. Most students from the regular class had been eliminated, while not a single student from the elite class was out. The students discussed among themselves, some sighing. So this is the elite class? Well, it can't be helped. Even if they're not as good as Li Tu or Qin Shan, they're still among the strongest in the school. The regular class students have reached their limit. Just then, a voice called out again. Number 666, Su Hong, and number 28, Li Kaishan, come to the stage. Oh no, Su Hong is going to lose. The students murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with regret. Although Su Hong had performed well, they believed that a student from the regular class could never compare to Li Kaishan from the gifted class. Li Kaishan had reached 99 points of vital energy, just a step away from becoming a first-level martial artist, while Su Hong seemed to have reached his limit. Chen Lin, overhearing the chatter, muttered angrily under his breath. These idiots dare to underestimate my buddy. Su Hong, take down Li Kaishan and show them. Then, turning to Su Hong, he whispered reassuringly, don't push yourself too hard. After all, Li Kaishan is from the gifted class. There's no shame in losing. Li Ming patted Su Hong on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, with your current skills, getting into a second-tier martial arts academy shouldn't be a problem. Just don't get hurt. Although he didn't know why Su Hong had suddenly become so strong, as a teacher, he was genuinely happy for his students' progress. Su Hong nodded and stepped onto the platform. Li Kaishan, already waiting with arms crossed, raised his chin and said casually yet confidently, I saw your performance earlier. Not bad, but unfortunately for you, you're up against me. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. The moment he said this, the students erupted. Chun Lin couldn't help but mock. Wow, you're really full of yourself. I thought you were the top of the school. Hilarious. I remember you're one of the lowest in the gifted class, so stop pretending. Li Kaishan merely shrugged off the comment, unfazed. Even if I'm at the bottom of the gifted class, that's still better than the regular class, he replied, leaving Chun Lin and the others speechless. With a nonchalant smile, he gestured to Su Hong. Come on then. Su Hong nodded, and in an instant, closed the distance between them. His speed made Li Kaishan's expression change slightly, and before he could react, a fierce kick had already sent him flying off the platform. Li Kaishan lay bewildered on the cold ground. Did I just lose? A student from the gifted class defeated in seconds by a regular class student? The entire place was in an uproar. Whether they were cheering for Su Hong or mocking Li Kaishan earlier, everyone was stunned. Although they had criticized Li Kaishan's arrogance, they hadn't truly believed in Su Hong's chances. Who would have thought Su Hong would not only win, but do so in such a decisive manner? Wait, that's it. Is Li Kaishan really from the gifted class? I feel like I could have kicked him off myself. Dude, that's just wishful thinking. Don't get carried away. Wow, Su Hong is the first to beat someone from the gifted class. That's amazing. In Su Hong's class, Chun Lin's eyes were wide with disbelief. The other students were equally baffled, unable to comprehend how Li Kaishan could be defeated so easily. Then, Li Ming, astonished, revealed the truth. Su Hong has already become a first-level martial artist. The entire class was shocked. Su Hong had advanced to a first-level martial artist? Wasn't he just a martial apprentice not long ago? Chun Lin's mouth hung open as he looked at Su Hong on stage, finding him suddenly unfamiliar. On the platform, Li Chengshan's eyes widened in surprise. This is clearly a hidden genius. If he can reach first level in the regular class, imagine what he could do in the gifted class. As he thought about it, Li Chengshan felt a pang of regret. If only they had discovered Su Hong's potential earlier and taught him the Thunder Fist, his skills would have undoubtedly improved further. There might even have been a chance to compete for the 3rd place in the entire school and enter the training camp. But now, it was too late, and the opportunity was lost. If only they had discovered it earlier, then he could have learned the Thunderbolt Fist with Chen Tian. Li Chengshan slapped his thigh in regret, his frustration evident. Next to him, Chen Tian's mouth twitched slightly, silently cursing this fool for treating him like a workhorse. However, when Chen Tian's gaze landed on Su Hong, who was stepping down from the stage, his eyes suddenly deepened. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had seen this young man somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite place it. The first round of the arena battles had concluded. Only a handful of students remained, and apart from Su Hong, all the ordinary class students had been eliminated. The ones left were the top talents from the elite class. For a moment, all eyes were on this unexpected standout from the ordinary class. Li Tu and Chen Shan cast a slightly surprised glance at Su Hong, but quickly looked away. To them, defeating Li Kaishan was no big deal. They could easily do the same. No matter how strong this newcomer was, he couldn't possibly threaten their positions in the school's top 2. The students from the elite class who had already mastered the Thunderbolt Fist were only mildly surprised. After all, Li Kaishan was just a prospective warrior who hadn't learned the Thunderbolt Fist yet, so his loss was not unexpected. They were just a bit surprised that an ordinary class student had emerged as a first-tier warrior. However, those elite class students who hadn't yet mastered the Thunderbolt Fist looked at Su Hong with a hint of apprehension. Another strong competitor had appeared. They silently hoped that in the next round, Su Hong would draw an opponent who had already learned the Thunderbolt Fist. It was as if the heavens heard their prayers. Number 666, Su Hong, against number 5, Qin Qian, on stage. With this announcement, the crowd erupted. Qin Qian. The students' gazes turned sympathetic. Su Hong had hit a wall with his luck. Qin Qian was the 5th-ranked expert in the school, having just broken through to a first-tier warrior a few days ago. Most importantly, he had already mastered the Thunderbolt Fist and was a promising candidate for the training camp. Those elite students who hadn't learned the Thunderbolt Fist yet breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile crossing their faces. Su Hong was definitely going to be eliminated now. Honestly, they would rather face other familiar opponents than this sudden unknown. Now that Su Hong was up against Qin Qian, his elimination seemed certain, relieving them of a threat. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. as if he could already foresee the outcome of the battle. He secretly decided that once this monthly exam was over, he would transfer Su Hong to the elite class. The reactions among Su Hong's classmates varied. Li Ming's face was beaming. For him, Su Hong's progress to this point was already a pleasant surprise. Chen Lin, however, looked conflicted, feeling a twinge of envy as he watched his good friend suddenly rise, while he himself remained just a martial apprentice. As Su Hong stepped onto the stage, a hint of seriousness flashed in Chen Qian's eyes. He wasn't underestimating his opponent at all. Instead, he was fully focused on him. Everyone's attention was fixed on the arena, expecting a one-sided battle that would quickly conclude. Begin. With the referee's command, the atmosphere on the stage instantly became tense. Chen Qian let out a low shout, gathering strength underfoot, and shot towards Su Hong like an arrow released from a bow. He threw a punch, and it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the air. Thunder Fist Chen Qian used this crank martial technique right off the bat, clearly not daring to underestimate his opponent in the slightest. The students below the stage widened their eyes, and someone exclaimed, "It's over. I thought Su Hong might hold his own for a bit, but with that Thunder Fist, he's done for. He'll probably get knocked off the stage right away." However, to everyone's shock, Su Hong not only didn't dodge, but raised his fist to meet the attack head-on. The students were dumbfounded, as if watching a madman. Someone stomped anxiously. "What the heck? This is suicide. Referee, save him." On the stage, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Qian's eyes, but he had no intention of holding back. He was confident the referee would step in to save someone at a critical moment, so he was determined to give it his all. The next moment, the two fists collided with a dull thud. The students below held their breath, eyes glued to Su Hong, expecting him to be sent flying. However, to their astonishment, Su Hong remained unmoved, while Chen Qian staggered backward to the edge of the platform, letting out a pained groan. It was then that everyone noticed Chen Qian's fist was a bloody mess, blood seeping out and dripping onto the platform. The whole place fell into a dead silence, followed by a burst of exclamations. "My God, what's going on? What martial technique did Su Hong use? How did he defeat Chen Qian, who used Thunder Fist? That's a crank martial technique. How could it lose?" Class teacher Li Ming and students like Chen Lin were too shocked to speak. Over in the genius class, a group of students who had just breathed a sigh of relief looked at Chen Qian's bleeding fist with twitching eyes. Li Tu and Chen Shan, the two strongest in the school, were also stunned. They quickly furrowed their brows, a serious look appearing in their eyes as they gazed at Su Hong. On the stage, Li Chengshan stood up abruptly, his chair crashing to the floor behind him. He fixed his eyes on Su Hong and asked in a deep voice, "Chen Tian, did you see that clearly?" Chen Tian's expression was grave, as if he had seen something incredible. He nodded, speaking with a complex tone. This student named Su Hong didn't use any martial technique just now. He took a deep breath and continued. This student must have some kind of special physique, with strength that's unbelievable. This power seems stronger than some mid-level first-rank martial artists. Li Chengshan swallowed hard. Then his mouth broke into a wide grin. "Ha ha, my school actually has a student with a special physique, with such exaggerated strength. Ha ha." He laughed like a child, as if all his worries had vanished. Previously, he had been worried about Li Tu and Chen Shan, his two best students, only ranking in the middle to lower levels in the training camp. But now there was Su Hong, a student with an incredibly powerful special physique. It was a dramatic turn of events. However, Chen Tian's words quickly dampened his excitement. "Don't get too happy just yet." Chen Tian shook his head. Su Hong was in the regular class before, and the highest martial technique he might know is only drank. Even if his strength is amazing, if he faces a student who can harness a bit of elemental power, he has no advantage, and might even be at a disadvantage due to the low rank of his techniques. So, whether Su Hong can enter the top 3 in the monthly exam and qualify for the training camp is uncertain. It's even more unlikely he can be a match for Li Tu and Chen Shan, who have mastered the Thunder Fist. Li Chengshan's brows knitted tightly, and he began to worry. The referee continued to call students up, and one by one they battled, quickly determining the winners and losers. Then, the drawing of lots began again to assign new opponents. The victorious students showed no joy, instead praying fervently that they wouldn't draw Su Hong. Li Chengshan's heart was in his throat. He hoped Su Hong would face a weaker opponent. Otherwise, it would be a pity if the school missed the chance to send such a special physique to the training camp. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke. Next, Su Hong versus Chen Shan, the referee announced, and Li Chengshan's vision went black. Of all opponents, why did it have to be Chen Shan, who was ranked in the top 2 of the entire school? Not only had Chen Shan practiced the guiding technique, allowing him to harness elemental power, but his Thunder Fist was at a mastery level, and his vitality was at 120 points. This was going to be a disaster. Li Chengshan lamented internally, feeling his hopes dashed in an instant. Li Chengshan looked frustrated, while the students in the gifted class were all smiles, having heard that Su Hong was about to face off against Chen Shan. Though Qin Xian was quite strong, he was still a step behind the school's top two experts, Qin Shan and Li Tuesday. Everyone wondered if Su Hong, having defeated Qin Xian, could possibly conquer Qin Shan as well. As the referee's voice echoed, all eyes in the school were fixed on Qin Shan, like spotlights. Qin Shan took a deep breath, frowning slightly, clearly feeling the pressure. He gazed intently at Su Hong, who was stepping off the stage, with a serious expression. Feeling nervous already? Li Tu chuckled, teasingly. Qin Shan replied calmly. Just surprised. Once I defeat Su Hong, it's your turn next. Li Tu smiled slightly. I'll be waiting. Without another word, Qin Shan walked towards the arena. Wow, Su Hong beat Qin Xian? Class teacher Li Ming was speechless with shock. He never expected his student to advance so far and now challenge the second best in the school, Qin Shan. Chen Lin appeared bewildered, muttering to himself. Su Hong is actually going to fight Qin Shan. Am I dreaming? He slapped himself hard. Ouch. Chen Lin winced in pain. Nope, not a dream. On the platform, Qin Shan stepped up steadily, fixing his gaze on Su Hong, his demeanor growing more serious. Fight, the referee declared succinctly. The moment the words were spoken, Qin Shan charged at Su Hong like a released arrow, launching a punch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous booms erupted on the stage. Su Hong's eyes glinted sharply, and relying solely on his physical strength, he countered without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of punches filled the air as the two exchanged blows, locked in a stalemate. After several seconds of fruitless attacks, Qin Shan grew impatient. He suddenly roared. Li Tu, watch closely. This move was meant for you. In the next moment, as Qin Shan executed his thunder fist, a streak of blazing flame appeared on his fist. The students below erupted in excitement, exclaiming, wow, attribute release. Qin Shan can release attributes now? This is a powerful fire attribute, just shy of thunder. Qin Shan hit it well. Even Li Tu's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not expecting Qin Shan to have mastered attribute release. Fire attribute, Li Qingshan exclaimed, then smiled bitterly. Seeing Su Hong hold his own against Qin Shan's thunder fist, he thought Su Hong might have a chance. But with Qin Shan displaying his fire attribute, he realized Su Hong was likely to lose. Li Qingshan frowned, contemplating. The school finally had a student with a special constitution, and he didn't want Su Hong to miss the opportunity for the training camp. It seemed he would have to swallow his pride and approach the city lord to see if he could secure a special qualification for Su Hong. While Li Qingshan pondered, Chen Tian suddenly exclaimed, wow, old Li, look. Li Qingshan was startled and quickly looked up at the arena. His pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, Qin Shan roared, fall before me. His thunder fist, enveloped in flames, shot towards Su Hong like a meteor. Faced with this powerful strike, a hint of regret flashed in Su Hong's eyes. He had hoped to test whether his physical abilities alone could contend with a genius like Qin Shan. The outcome was unexpected. After just a few seconds into the fight, Qin Shan couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his full power. Su Hong secretly muttered, what a pity, and also threw a punch. However, this punch was different. It was surrounded by lightning. Boom. The two fists collided, and the lightning instantly engulfed the flames. Lightning attribute. Qin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could regain his composure, the terrifying force from Su Hong's punch sent him flying off the stage, where he landed heavily and lost consciousness. This happened in the blink of an eye, and the situation on the stage was instantly reversed. The students below were utterly silent, mouths agape, too shocked to speak. Li Qingshan's expression turned colorful, his tongue tied. This. Lightning attribute. Su Hong actually has the lightning attribute. Chen Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head with a sigh. Another special constitution, boundless strength, and now the most powerful attacking attribute, lightning. Su Hong's talent is terrifying. Wow, did you see that, Chen Tian? Lightning attribute. Li Qingshan finally managed to untie his tongue and shouted excitedly. He looked at Su Hong on the stage, thoroughly satisfied. Ha ha, we couldn't find the student with the 9 thunder strike, but a talent no less than, or even stronger than that, has appeared. Li Qingshan laughed heartily, his face flushed with excitement. You're indeed lucky, Chen Tian sincerely commented. Then, with curiosity, he added, haven't you noticed? Su Hong seems to have never used any martial arts technique. Could it be that he doesn't know any? No worries, it doesn't matter if he doesn't. Li Qingshan dismissed it, his face beaming with a smile he couldn't contain. What's the big deal? After this, just give him the thunder strike. Su Hong's victory over Qin Shan meant he had secured a spot in the training camp. That was the most important thing. As for martial arts proficiency, it was trivial. He could learn it later. All right, I'll teach him after this. Chen Tian nodded, also feeling a fondness for this talent. He was curious to see how Su Hong's comprehension compared to Li Tu Qin Shan. Below the stage, medical staff tended to the unconscious Qin Shan, while students buzzed with excitement. My gosh, I thought Su Hong was just a dark horse, but he's like a red hare. Incredible, he took down Qin Shan. So Li Tu, who is on par with Qin Shan, surely can't be a match for Su Hong either. The students were astounded. Traditionally, the top 10 spots in the school's monthly exams were dominated by students from the genius class. Li Tu and Qin Shan had always maintained the top two positions. But this time, a student from the regular class was about to take the top spot. It was like a dream. In Su Hong's class, Chun Lin and the others were completely stunned. Their teacher, Li Ming, was no better off, utterly bewildered with his mind blank. Under the medical staff's care, Qin Shan slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, momentarily confused. It took a few seconds to recall what had happened. Looking at Su Hong walking off the stage, Qin Shan's expression was extremely complex. He had given it his all and still lost. What a monster! Qin Shan sighed internally, fully conceding. He slowly stood up and returned to his spot in the genius class. Li Tu. After all our competition, who would have thought a dark horse would emerge? Li Tu chuckled. So what if it's a dark horse? Qin Shan paused, surprised by Li Tu's confidence. Why are you so confident? Like me, you're skilled in the thunder strike. I lost. Do you think you can win? Li Tu smiled confidently. If mastering the thunder strike isn't enough, I'll just take it to the next level. Qin Shan was momentarily stunned. Then he gasped. You mean you've perfected the thunder strike? Li Tu smiled without answering, exuding an air of certainty. Seeing this, Qin Shan's expression grew more complex. He hadn't expected that while he was holding back, Li Tu was hiding something even greater. Qin Shan felt a bitter taste in his heart. Li Tu's thunder punch had quietly reached an advanced level, making Qin Shan doubt his own chances against Su Hong. At that moment, the referee's voice interrupted his thoughts, announcing Li Tu's turn. His opponent was a top-ranked student in the school. The students below the stage immediately started discussing the potential outcome of the match. Li Tu is sure to win. It's just a matter of how long it'll take. Su Hong defeated Qin Shan in no time. Li Tu's strength is comparable to Qin Shan's, and since Su Hong beat Qin Shan, how could Li Tu stand a chance? Before they could finish, a silent thunderclap seemed to burst in the air. The entire arena fell silent. In the next moment, the sixth-ranked student was thrown to the ground, eyes rolling back as he passed out. The students widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene. Wow, 5 strikes. That was just a few seconds. 5 strikes. Li Tu's thunder punch has truly advanced. Not only that, I saw a golden glow on Li Tu's fist. He's mastered the gold attribute release. The gold attribute is as destructive as the fire attribute, only slightly less than Su Hong's thunder attribute. The students, who thought they knew the outcome, were completely stunned. Li Tu seemed to be there to prove them wrong, showcasing such terrifying strength right from the start. With his advanced thunder punch and gold attribute release, did Su Hong still stand a chance? Qin Tian was a bit surprised. Li Tu has improved quite rapidly. Li Chengshan happily stroked his chin. I didn't expect Li Tu to surprise me like this. In the subsequent matches, Su Hong and Li Tu easily defeated their opponents, advancing directly to the finals. As the referee announced the start of the final match, the students' excitement reached its peak. Go Su Hong. Show the elite class that the regular class can take the championship too. Go Li Tu. Take him down. The students split into 2 camps, their enthusiasm running high. The regular class students were flushed with excitement, waving their fists energetically. Chen Lin was so thrilled he took off his shirt and swung it wildly, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. Even their homeroom teacher, Li Ming, was caught up in the fervor, clenching his fist with eyes full of anticipation. On the other side, dozens of students from the gifted class were cheering for Li Tu, but their voices were instantly drowned out by the deafening roar from the far larger crowd of regular students. In the stands, Li Chengshan watched the lively scene with a smile, while Qin Tian couldn't help but remark, "Ah, to be young." Li Chengshan turned and asked, "Who do you think will win?" After a brief pause, Qin Tian replied, "Although Su Hong's strength is impressive, Li Tu has mastered my Thunderbolt fist to a fine level. As of now, I have more faith in Li Tuesday. However, in the long run, Su Hong's unique physique undoubtedly gives him more potential." Li Chengshan nodded. "You make a valid point, but I support Su Hong." Seeing Qin Tian's puzzled look, he explained, "Your assessment assumes Su Hong doesn't know any martial techniques. But who knows if he truly doesn't, or just finds it unnecessary to use them?" Suddenly, as if recalling something, Li Chengshan slapped his thigh. "Wait, didn't Su Hong also leave the gym early? And he was the first to leave." Qin Tian was taken aback. Li Chengshan continued, "I remember asking his homeroom teacher, who said it was because he might give up martial arts due to not being able to afford the registration fee. But is that the real reason? Maybe Su Hong already learned the Thunderbolt fist and left early to practice." "Impossible," Qin Tian immediately denied. "You said he only stayed for a few minutes. That time was enough for him to watch me perform once. Do you think my Thunderbolt fist is so simple that anyone can learn it by watching just once?" Li Chengshan argued excitedly. "But what if? Su Hong has a special physique. What if he really learned it at a glance?" Qin Tian shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. This is a clever martial technique. You know how difficult it is. This left Li Qingshan speechless. He had also learned clever techniques, and, even with a teacher's guidance, took an entire afternoon to grasp the basics, watching repeatedly. Su Hong had only seen it once, making it almost impossible for him to have mastered the Thunderbolt fist. I got carried away, Li Qingshan sighed. The two said no more, turning their attention to the platform. Amidst the crowd's attention, Su Hong and Li Tu ascended the stage, standing 5 to 6 meters apart. Li Tu smiled faintly and said, "Defeating Chen Shan puts you second in the school." Su Hong smiled knowingly. "And who's first?" "The first is, of course, me." Before he even finished speaking, Li Tu leaned forward, taking 3 steps in 2, and in a flash, was right in front of Su Hong. He raised his fist, with strands of metallic aura shimmering on its surface. As his fist sliced through the air, the atmosphere exploded with a series of thunderous booms. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous sounds erupted in succession. Li Tu went all out from the start, holding nothing back. He wanted to defeat Su Hong as quickly as possible, to prove to every student who the real number 1 in the school was. As Li Tu stepped onto the stage, his presence was overwhelming, and all the students' eyes instantly locked onto him. They simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Hong, eagerly anticipating a thrilling showdown between these two formidable opponents. Li Qingshan and Qin Tian also held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the arena. However, what happened next left everyone utterly astonished. Facing the formidable Li Tu, Su Hong remained unmoved. He slowly raised his right fist, and the power of thunder gathered around it, shimmering with a heart-stopping brilliance. In the next moment, Su Hong's fist shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! 9 thunderous blasts echoed in succession, deafeningly loud. The punch was as swift as lightning, leaving Li Tu with no time to react. The fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, sending him flying off the stage and crashing heavily to the ground. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood with wide eyes, bodies slightly trembling, faces etched with disbelief. The anticipated fierce battle had concluded in the blink of an eye. Su Hong had overwhelmed his opponent with a single, decisive move. Yet, what truly shocked everyone was not just the thunderous strike, but the 9 successive blasts of thunder. What the heck? 9 bursts of thunder punch. Is this real? Perfect mastery. Su Hong has achieved perfect mastery of the thunder punch. I just blinked, and Li Tu had already lost. This is unbelievable. This is the perfect mastery of the thunder punch, even more impressive than the instructor who teaches it. Just how strong is Su Hong's talent? The scene erupted in an uproar, with discussions buzzing everywhere. In the stands, Li Qingshan and Qin Tian stood petrified, their minds blank. The sound of the 9 thunderclaps echoed endlessly in their heads. 9, 9, 9 bursts. Qin Tian exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. 9 bursts of thunder punch. This is perfect mastery. I've only just achieved proficiency. Qin Tian's voice was filled with incredulity. Li Qingshan, too excited to speak coherently, leaned in close to Qin Tian's face, his flushed expression nearly touching him. Damn it, old Qin, say that again. Say again that Su Hong couldn't possibly learn it in one go. Qin Tian was left speechless, eventually managing only a wry smile. How was I to know your student's talent was this terrifying? This is a clever martial skill, and he really mastered it with just one glance? And not only did he learn it, but his mastery surpasses mine. I've only just reached proficiency. Qin Tian looked as if he could cry. What is this even? Thinking back to when he had considered mentoring Su Hong in Thunder Punch, it now seemed that Su Hong should be the one teaching him. It was as if the world had turned upside down. Ha! Seeing Qin Tian's stunned reaction, Li Qingshan burst into laughter. He looked at Su Hong on the stage, excitedly clenching his fist. A special physique with immense strength, the most powerful thunder attribute, and an extraordinary ability to comprehend martial arts in one go, mastering the clever thunder punch. Li Qingshan grew more and more enthusiastic, his words spilling out in excitement. This isn't just a genius. This is the dragon of Xingqing number 1 high. Meanwhile, below the stage, with the help of medical personnel, Li Tu slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Su Hong on the stage, a wry smile spreading across his face. Unexpectedly, he found himself in the same position as Qin Shan, lying there in defeat. Qin Shan poked his head out and grinned at Li Tu. Hey, isn't this the confident guy? What's up, brother? Li Tu rolled his eyes, looking helpless as he replied. Get lost. That Su Hong is a monster. That was the 9 echoes of Thunder Fist. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Qin Shan nodded sympathetically. You're right, that guy's a freak. Just then, Su Hong stepped down from the stage. The two immediately clammed up, saying no more. The monthly exam concluded. Principal Li Qingshan took the stage to deliver an impassioned speech. Afterwards, Su Hong, Li Tu, and Qin Shan, who were the top 3 in the school, were called to the sidelines. Li Qingshan greeted them warmly. Come on, have a seat. After a few compliments, His expression suddenly turned serious. You three are the strongest students at Xingqing First High, but don't let that make you arrogant. As I understand it, all the participants in this training camp are first-tier martial artists, including several at the mid-tier and even a few high-tier. Chen Shan and Li Tu were taken aback. Principal, are you serious? Even high-tier ones. Their faces were filled with shock. That was 2 whole levels above them, and no matter how talented they were, competing with such monsters seemed impossible. At this thought, both Chen Shan and Li Tu glanced at Su Hong. In their minds, Su Hong might be able to contend with mid-tier martial artists, but against high-tier ones, even the 3 of them together might not stand a chance. Li Qingshan continued earnestly. Indeed, there are a few high-tier martial artists. Actually, they aren't exactly ordinary students, but are offspring of some powerful families in Xingqing, even including the descendants of our city's lord. They have had abundant resources since childhood, and their martial skills are not lacking, so it's only natural their levels are higher than yours. Chen Shan and Li Tu listened with twitching mouths. The joy of gaining training camp qualifications was quickly doused with cold water, leaving them with mixed feelings. Su Hong, however, was secretly delighted. The more geniuses in the training camp, the better for him. The more people there were, the more martial arts points he could earn. The more offspring of powerful families and descendants of city lords who attended, the better. With their illustrious backgrounds, their martial skills would surely be top-notch. Su Hong recalled learning the void-breaking finger from Lin Ping. Lin Ping's background was merely having an uncle in charge of an outpost, which was insignificant compared to these geniuses. If Lin Ping could possess a great martial skill like the void-breaking finger, how could these geniuses' martial skills be inferior? With this in mind, Su Hong felt increasingly excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Currently, the void-breaking finger was his only decent attack skill, and his movement skill was still the grade Sky Step. As his strength grew, the Sky Step's grade was clearly falling behind. Li Qingshan advised, "That's all I know. The bus to the training camp will arrive at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't miss it." The 3 nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, a teasing voice came from afar. "Old Li, is the top student from the monthly exam out yet? My 2 disciples are getting impatient." The speaker was Jiang Ming, accompanied by Li Ming and Li Yan. Jiang Ming wore a faint smile. Upon learning the monthly exam had ended, he hurried over with his 2 apprentices. Seeing the 3 students in school uniforms in front of Li Qingshan from a distance, Jiang Ming's smile grew even wider. Gotcha, Jiang Ming thought. Now Li Qingshan has no excuse to refuse this challenge. Seeing Jiang Ming approaching with 2 disciples, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, Li Qingshan's brow furrowed instantly. However, when his gaze fell on Su Hong, his brow quickly relaxed. With Su Hong around, what was there to worry about? With this thought, a smile mirroring Jiang Ming's appeared on Li Qingshan's face. The top student from the monthly exam is here. If you hadn't come, I was about to send someone to fetch you, Li Qingshan said with a chuckle, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Jiang Ming was taken aback by this, and scrutinized Li Qingshan suspiciously. How could this guy change so drastically? Did he really think the students at the school could defeat his 2 disciples? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He had come well prepared, knowing the geniuses of Xingqing High School inside out. The strongest among them were Chen Shan and Li Tu, who had just recently broken through to the first stage. Even if they had been training with Chun Tian on the Thunder Punch technique, how much could they have improved in just a few days? Old Li, the tougher you talk now, the worse you'll look later. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Behind Jiang Ming, Li Ming stared intently at the backs of the 3 students, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Although he couldn't match the geniuses from the martial artist assessment ground, he silently vowed to win this match. In contrast, Li Yan showed little interest in the visit to Xingqing High. As a mid-first stage martial artist, he felt that dealing with these first-stage students was like adults bullying children, offering no sense of accomplishment. Soon, the 3 arrived at the viewing platform. Jiang Ming got straight to the point. No need for small talk. Let the top student from the monthly exam step forward. My disciple Li Ming will represent us. Li Ming stepped forward confidently, a triumphant smile on his face. Seeing Jiang Ming's confident demeanor, Li Qingshan couldn't help but smirk. Holding back his laughter, he nodded. All right, no more words needed. He turned slightly. Su Hong, there are 2 people here to challenge our school. As the top student, entertain them a bit. After a pause, he added, don't worry, it's just a first-stage martial artist. Okay, Su Hong nodded in agreement, secretly pleased to gain some martial arts points. Su Hong, hearing this unfamiliar name, Jiang Ming and Li Ming both showed surprise. In their previous investigation, they had never heard of this person. At that moment, the student named Su Hong turned around. The 2 instinctively looked over, and upon seeing Su Hong's face, Jiang Ming stood there as if struck by lightning. Isn't this the prodigy from the martial artist assessment? What's he doing here today? He's actually a student at this school. Jiang Ming's mind was in turmoil. It's you? Staring at Su Hong, The confidence on Li Ming's face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror. Memories of being overpowered flooded back, and he trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, unable to speak. For Li Ming, Su Hong had already left a huge shadow in his heart. He thought he'd never encounter him again, yet here he was, meeting him once more under his own challenge. I'm supposed to fight this prodigy? You've got to be kidding. Li Ming lamented inwardly. Seeing their reactions, everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Why did these two look like they'd seen a ghost when they saw Su Hong? Everyone exchanged confused glances, clueless about the situation. Su Hong, do you know them? Li Qingshan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Chen Tian, Chen Shan, and Li Tu all turned their gazes towards Su Hong, awaiting his response. Su Hong nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. We met during the first-level warrior assessment. Although his tone was understated, everyone present knew that something unusual must have happened at that time. Otherwise, why would Jiang Ming and his apprentice Li Ming be so alarmed? At this moment, Li Yan, who had been nonchalant, heard Su Hong's words, and his pupils contracted sharply. He turned urgently to Jiang Ming, his voice trembling slightly. Teacher, is this the prodigy? Jiang Ming nodded complicatedly. Yes, that's him. He never expected that the astonishing prodigy would be a student from Xingqing No. 1 High School. Receiving the confirmation, a sharp gleam flashed in Li Yan's eyes, and his gaze towards Su Hong grew intense, as if he had discovered a worthy opponent. Seeing them talk for so long, Li Qingshan grew impatient. Jiang Ming, stop wasting time here. Are we going to fight or not? Hearing this, Jiang Ming and Li Yan simultaneously looked at Li Ming to see his stance. Li Ming was initially stunned, then shook his head frantically like a rattled drum. No, no, no fight. He stuttered a bit. What a joke, fighting this prodigy. He didn't want to court death. The strength-testing punching target had been shattered by this person with a single punch. His head was nowhere near as tough as that target. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, ready to refuse. Just then, Li Yan urgently spoke up. Teacher, if my junior won't fight, I will. Jiang Ming was taken aback, seeing Li Yan's face full of excitement as he said, I want to see just how extraordinary this guy is. Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, Li Qingshan was displeased. Hey, are you kidding? Your disciple is at the mid-stage of the first level, and you dare let him fight Su Hong? Chen Shan and Li Tu also chimed in. Exactly, isn't this just bullying with a higher level? Even if he's just entered the mid-stage, he has 200 blood points, and he still dares to challenge. As classmates, they had no hesitation in standing united against an outsider. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was at a loss for words, as it indeed seemed like an unfair advantage. At this moment, Su Hong felt a bit anxious. He couldn't let this opportunity for martial arts points slip away. He quickly spoke up, Principal, mid-stage or not, I'll fight him. Everyone was surprised by this. Li Qingshan was a bit taken aback and quickly asked, Su Hong, are you serious? This is mid-stage first level. Su Hong nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing this, Li Qingshan was helpless and advised again. Su Hong, this Li Yan isn't an ordinary mid-stage first level. His Fury Sea Spear technique has reached a high level. Plus, you're unarmed and he's using a spear, which already puts you at a disadvantage, not to mention his higher level. Su Hong replied earnestly, Principal, don't worry, it's fine. Seeing this, Li Qingshan was completely helpless and had no choice but to let Su Hong take the challenge. Now that both sides had agreed, Li Yan was excited, holding his alloy spear, eager to take his position. Seeing this, Su Hong thought for a moment, then turned to Li Qingshan and asked, Principal, does the school have any spare alloy spears? We do, Li Qingshan replied instinctively. But soon, he realized and looked at Su Hong in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. You can use a spear too? The faces of everyone around were filled with shock, all eyes focused on Su Hong. In response to their attention, Su Hong simply nodded slightly and said calmly, I know a little. These three simple words exploded like a bomb in the crowd. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Know a little? Against Li Yan, a master of spear techniques, wasn't this just inviting humiliation? Li Qingshan thought to himself that Su Hong would be better off using his perfected Benlei fist. Although it might be at a disadvantage against a weapon, it would at least give him a fighting chance. But now, Su Hong chose to use a spear technique he only knew a little of. Wasn't he just weakening his own combat power? Despite the myriad of thoughts in his mind, Li Qingshan ultimately chose to remain silent. He waved his hand, and soon someone brought over an alloy spear. Chen Shan and Li Tu exchanged a peculiar glance. Chen Shan couldn't help but mutter quietly, I didn't expect Su Hong to be so arrogant. Li Tu nodded in agreement. To them, Su Hong was already at a disadvantage in terms of skill level, and now he was abandoning his strongest Benlei fist to use a spear against Li Yan, a master of spear techniques. It seemed like he was asking for trouble. However, Jiang Ming's reaction was different. His expression became serious as he recalled Su Hong's astonishing performance during the martial artist assessment. He leaned towards Li Yin and whispered, "Be careful. If this prodigy dares to use a spear knowing your mastery, his spear skills are definitely not simple." Li Yin frowned and didn't respond. Seeing this, Jiang Ming could only shake his head helplessly, clearly realizing that Li Yin hadn't taken his warning to heart. At that moment, Su Hong took the alloy spear handed to him by the staff. Li Yan's voice turned cold, tinged with obvious dissatisfaction. "Are you really going to fight me with a spear? You're wasting time. Use what you're best at." Hearing this, Su Hong's lips curled into a faint smile. "My spear skills aren't weak either. Stop talking and come on." With that, he walked into the arena with his spear. A flash of anger crossed Li Yan's eyes, and he said coldly, "Stubborn to the end. Very well." Before he finished speaking, his spear thrust forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. A wave-like roar exploded in everyone's ears. Chen Shan and Li Tu's faces turned pale instantly. With just a glance, they realized they couldn't withstand this strike. Chen Tian's eyes revealed a hint of amazement, thinking, "This is truly the mastery of the Fury Sea spear technique, deserving of the title of genius at such a young age." Li Chengshan frowned, his whole body tense, ready to step in and rescue Su Hong at any moment. However, at this critical juncture, an even more violent roar erupted, instantly drowning out the sound of Li Yan's spear. Before anyone could react, a dull thud echoed, and Li Yan was already spitting blood, flying backward like a broken kite, landing heavily on the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "You also know the Fury Sea spear technique?" "At a perfect level," Li Yan exclaimed in disbelief, as if witnessing something unimaginable. He had trained under Jiang Ming for 5 years to reach the level of mastery, yet this mere 18-year-old had already perfected the spear technique? At this moment, Li Yan finally understood why his teacher and junior brother always referred to Su Hong as a prodigy. The word prodigy kept echoing in his mind, his expression turning extremely complex. "Wow, taken out with just one shot." The exclamation echoed through the arena as everyone's eyes instantly locked onto Su Hong. As soon as Li Yan spoke, disbelief was written all over their faces. Su Hong stood poised with his long spear, as if that earth-shattering strike was just a routine display of his skill. Li Yan's words lingered in the air. "Su Hong's spear technique originates from the same source as mine, but his mastery far surpasses mine, reaching a level of perfection." Chen Shan and Li Tu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Their gazes darted between Su Hong and Li Yan, as if trying to confirm whether they had heard correctly. "This? Li Chengshan stammered, his tongue seemingly tied. He had assumed Su Hong's modest claim of knowing a bit of spear technique was just humility, never imagining that this bit would be so astounding. Chen Tian stood to the side, his mouth twitching involuntarily, clearly taken aback by the scene. Jiang Ming seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell, completely motionless. Li Ming swallowed hard, both awed by Su Hong's extraordinary talent and relieved he hadn't rashly challenged him. Suddenly, Jiang Ming snapped out of his daze, staring intently at Su Hong, disbelief in his voice. "How do you know my angry sea spear technique? I created it myself, and I don't recall teaching you." His words landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Su Hong calmly replied, "Thunderstorm Martial Arts School. I was talking about spear technique, not martial arts school." Jiang Ming's words trailed off, his expression freezing. It wasn't just him. Li Ming and the recently risen Li Yan were also struck dumb. All three recalled the events that had transpired at the Thunderstorm Martial Arts School. Jiang Ming muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with complexity. The news left Li Ming's legs weak, causing him to collapse to the ground. Li Yan's face turned pale, his previous confidence gone. Returning the alloy spear, Su Hong addressed Li Chengshan. "Principal, since we're done here, I'll head home to prepare for tomorrow's training camp." Still reeling from shock, Li Chengshan nodded blankly. "All right. Go ahead." As Su Hong walked away, he left behind a group of dumbfounded onlookers. After a moment, Chen Tian remarked, "Stop staring. A genius like him is beyond our comprehension." He suddenly chuckled. "Curious?" Li Chengshan asked. "What are you laughing about?" Chen Tian replied, "I was just thinking, when this prodigy joins the training camp, those other talented or well-connected geniuses won't know what hit them." He continued, "A golden-scaled fish is not meant for a small pond. Once it encounters the storm, it transforms into a dragon. For Su Hong, our star city is merely a small puddle. The training camp, the magical capital, and even the battlefield of the myriad races are where such a prodigy will truly shine." Watching Su Hong's receding figure, Chen Tian shook his head. "I feel like I'm witnessing a hidden dragon at the bottom of the abyss, its eyes now gazing at the surface. With this training camp, Su Hong will undoubtedly soar like a great rock, ready to take flight." Li Chengshan nodded in agreement, filled with admiration. Su Hong's talent is indeed astonishingly extraordinary." Then he paused, suddenly slapping his thigh. "Wait a minute. Su Hong is a student at my school. Why am I here in shock and awe? I should be celebrating." That evening, when Su Hong returned home, there was a slightly tense atmosphere at the dinner table. He took a deep breath and slowly shared the astonishing news of the day. Not only did he achieve the top score in the school's monthly exam, but he would also be participating in a training camp the next day. As soon as he finished speaking, his uncle and aunt were momentarily stunned, as if struck by this unexpected good news. After a while, they snapped out of it, exchanged smiles, and their eyes were filled with joy. However, the joy quickly turned into worry. His uncle frowned and asked, "Will there be any danger at the training camp?" As ordinary people, they were unaware of the harsh realities of the martial arts world. In contrast, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomin, though still young, had some understanding due to their martial arts practice. The two kids looked worried and were about to speak, but a glance from Su Hong silenced them. Su Hong knew well that if he told the truth, his family would be worried sick. So he deliberately acted arrogantly confident, describing the training camp, filled with geniuses, as if it were as easy as a spring outing. According to him, the other participants were nothing more than small trash and little ants that he could easily handle. His boastful talk indeed had the desired effect, gradually easing the worry in his family's eyes. After dinner, Su Hong inquired about his uncle and aunt's health. Learning that his uncle's back was improving and his aunt was beginning treatment for her illness, he felt somewhat relieved. Everything seemed to be slowly getting better. Back in his room, Su Hong opened his attribute panel and carefully examined his abilities. Name: Su Hong. Talent: unparalleled in eternity. Vitality: 123. Spirit: 26.5. Physique: mortal body 36.1. Guiding technique: thunder guiding technique. Martial skills: void breaking finger perfect, angry sea spear technique perfect, thunderous fist perfect, vajra fist perfect, glimmering palm perfect, sky stepping walk perfect. Martial value: 285,285 points. As he looked at these stats, Su Hong furrowed his brow. He recalled the principal's words and realized that this training camp would include not only ordinary students, but also those from prominent families and even the city lord's offspring. These individuals had never lacked cultivation resources since childhood, whether it be elixirs or martial skills, and their strength was likely at the mid to high stages of the first tier. Su Hong muttered to himself, feeling a sense of urgency. Although he could match a high-stage first-tier martial artist when using his Thunderfire power, with a combat power of just over 3,000, this did not account for his opponent's martial skills. Moreover, he was only at the initial stage of the first tier, his guiding technique practice was still short, the spiritual energy in his vitality was low, and the Thunderfire power was extremely energy-consuming, only usable as a trump card. Facing the upcoming challenge, Su Hong felt an immense pressure. Su Hong stared intently at the attribute panel, his gaze sharp and focused. A decision formed in his mind would allocate all 285 martial arts points to the mortal body category. Instantly, the attribute soared from 36.1 to 64.6, just 35.4 short of perfection. I wonder what kind of special physique I will awaken. Su Hong thought, his heart brimming with anticipation, eyes sparkling with excitement. As the points were applied, Su Hong felt his physical strength rapidly increase. His muscles tore and reformed, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, Su Hong opened his eyes, a gleam of vitality flashing within them. He clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power coursing through his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Each enhancement brought a surge of power, intensifying Su Hong's expectations for his special physique. He pondered, if there's such an improvement at the mortal body stage, how much more powerful will I become once I awaken a special physique? This thought fueled his excitement. Soon, Su Hong composed himself and focused entirely on practicing the guiding technique. The night passed quietly. The following morning, having practiced all night, Su Hong stopped the guiding technique. Despite not sleeping, he felt invigorated and not at all fatigued. The night's hard work had elevated the guiding technique for the thunder, fire, and metal attributes to level 3. The increased level significantly improved operational efficiency and the speed of absorbing the corresponding elemental energy. For now, Su Hong set aside the other 4 attributes of the guiding technique, concentrating on the 3 attributes that would most enhance his attack power. After a night of training, his blood energy value rose from 123 to 126 points, a substantial increase of 3 points. Seeing the changes on the panel, a gleam of joy flashed in Su Hong's eyes. Let's go. After a simple breakfast, Su Hong grabbed his alloy spear and prepared to leave. Before departing, he waved goodbye to his uncle, aunt, and younger siblings, who insisted on seeing him off to the gate of their community. He then turned and strode towards the school. Watching Su Hong's figure recede into the distance, his uncle and aunt were filled with mixed emotions. Their child had grown up, capable of standing on his own and shielding the family from storms. The burden on their shoulders felt significantly lighter. Su Guoming and Chunlan wore proud smiles, while Su Xiaoman and Su Xiaohai clenched their fists, determined to make their parents proud like their brother. Just then, a surprised voice broke the silence. "Oh, Guoming, Chunlan, why is your whole family out today?" Su Guoming and Chunlan turned to see a middle-aged woman standing behind them. She had a mix of black and white hair, squinty eyes, and was drenched in a strong perfume scent. "Oh, it's Sister Hong," Chunlan greeted politely, her eyes flickering slightly. This middle-aged woman, named Lin Hong, was their neighbor. She curiously asked, "Where is Su Hong off to, and why are you all seeing him off?" Before Su Guoming and Chunlan could answer, Lin Hong continued with a smile. "You know, my Lin Yin hasn't played with Su Hong in a while. Oh, and I remember Su Hong is still a martial apprentice, right? My Lin Yin recently advanced to a quasi-martial artist. He could teach Su Hong a thing or two about progressing." Hearing this, Su Guoming frowned, about to speak, but Chunlan discreetly pinched his waist. He looked at his wife in confusion, only to see her wink at him, signaling him to stay silent. Su Guoming hesitated, then noticed Su Xiaoman and Su Xiaohai also winking at him. These clever little ones. Su Guoming shook his head helplessly and chose to remain silent. The family of four stood quietly, watching Lin Hong perform her little act. Lin Hong suddenly remembered something. She elegantly brushed her long hair aside, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Oh, by the way, my son Lin Yin said that after becoming a first-level martial artist, he gets a monthly allowance of 10,000. He insists on saving it for my retirement, no matter how much I try to dissuade him." Chunlan listened to her endless chatter, a slight smile playing on her lips, and gently interrupted, "Hongjia." Lin Hong, interrupted, showed a hint of displeasure on her face. "What's up?" Chunlan nonchalantly imitated Lin Hong's earlier manner, pretending nothing was amiss. "Oh, nothing. Didn't you just ask what Xiao Hong was up to today?" Without waiting for Lin Hong to respond, she continued, "It's really not a big deal. Xiao Hong accidentally got first place in the whole school on the monthly exam yesterday. As it happens, there's a special training camp in Xingqing that only geniuses can attend, and Xiao Hong was selected." He just set off. She deliberately emphasized first place in the whole school, and only geniuses can attend. Lin Hong was dumbfounded and asked incredulously, "Really? Chunlan, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Chunlan leisurely brushed her hair back, sighing as she said, "Of course it's true. Hongjia, you wouldn't believe it. Ever since Su Hong broke through to a first-level martial artist, he's been a bit rebellious. He insists on giving us his monthly allowance of 10,000 to use, and even told us to stop working and enjoy retirement at home. We're only in our 50s, spending our days drinking tea, watching TV, and going shopping when we're bored. How dull is that? Hongjia, don't you think?" Lin Hong's face showed obvious embarrassment, her toes unconsciously tapping the ground as jealousy surged within her. Chunlan feigned surprise with a soft "oh," saying, "Hongjia, did you just zone out? You didn't catch what I said, did you? Let me repeat it for you." "No, no, no," Lin Hong hurriedly interrupted. "I heard you. I heard you." Seeing Lin Hong's awkward expression, Chunlan's face broke into a victorious smile. Lin Hong, consumed with jealousy, suddenly had a spark of inspiration and quietly asked, "Chunlan, did you say Su Hong went to a training camp?" "Yes." Chunlan nodded in confirmation. Lin Hong feigned surprise. "Aren't you worried? That training camp is dangerous." Upon hearing this, Chunlan and Su Guoming's expressions instantly froze. Lin Hong, noticing this, felt secretly pleased but maintained a facade of concern, exclaiming, "Oh my, didn't Su Hong tell you?" She paused, her face full of worry, and continued, "I heard from my son Lin Yin that this training camp is filled with geniuses. It's set up by China to train future talents for the heavenly battlefield. The competition is fierce and deadly." Hearing these words, Chunlan and Su Guoming turned pale, struggling to stand. At that moment, Su Xiaoman glared at Lin Hong with anger, her voice defiant. "So what? My brother is a genius, a really impressive one," Su Xiaohai said eagerly, his eyes shining with pride. "He ranked first in the whole school during the monthly exams. Even among the talented ones in the training camp, my brother is definitely the best." Hearing their son's words, Su Guoming and Chunlan's expressions softened a bit. However, Lin Hong's next words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their newly sparked hope. Lin Hong looked at them in surprise. "You didn't know? This training camp is no simple affair. The descendants of major families from Xingqing, even the city lord's offspring, will be participating." There was a hint of disdain in her voice. With their backgrounds, they've been fed high-quality elixirs and have access to abundant martial arts resources from a young age. Compared to them, being first in school is nothing. These words hit like a bolt from the blue, causing Su Guoming and Chunlan's faces to turn pale, their shoulders trembling slightly. Su Xiaoman and Su Xiaohai also began to feel uneasy, their confidence slowly replaced by worry. Lin Hong observed their reactions with satisfaction, though she feigned sympathy, shaking her head. "Ah, my Lin Yin is still the best. Even though he's just an aspiring martial artist, at least he'll always be by my side. I don't have to worry about him disappearing one day. With that, she turned and walked away proudly, leaving Su Guoming's family standing stunned at the entrance of their neighborhood. Silence enveloped them until Chun Lan suddenly snapped out of it. No, I have to bring Xiaohong back. She frantically reached for her phone, but was too nervous to succeed on her first 2 tries. Finally managing to get it out, just as she was about to dial Su Hong's number, Su Guoming stopped her. What are you doing? Chun Lan was on the verge of tears. Calm down, Su Guoming said in a low, stern voice. Xiaohong didn't tell us because he didn't want us to react like this. Chun Lan stood there, clutching her phone, her eyes misty. Su Xiaomin and Su Xiaohai bit their lips, remaining silent, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Su Guoming looked around at the 4 of them and said firmly, going to the training camp was Xiaohong's own decision. He's grown up, and we need to trust him. What we can do is take care of ourselves so he doesn't have to worry. In this critical moment, Su Guoming showed the resolve of a family leader. His words gradually calmed Chun Lan and the 2 children. We're off to school, Su Xiaomin and Su Xiaohai said, clearly a bit downcast, before heading towards school. Su Guoming and Chun Lan watched their children leave and then, as if by mutual agreement, turned to look in the direction Su Hong had gone. They stared for a long time before silently heading back home, their hearts filled with both worry and hope for their son. Meanwhile, Su Hong was on his way to school when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Su Hong, get in the car. Turning around, he saw a red sports car parked by the roadside. A well-built woman was sitting in it, waving at him. It was Wu Linxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Sister Wu, what are you doing here? Su Hong asked, a bit surprised. I came here just for you. Get in, and I'll explain, Wu Linxian replied with a smile. Su Hong nodded and got into the car. Wu Linxian hit the accelerator, driving towards the first high school. Sister Wu, is there something you need to tell me? Su Hong asked curiously. Wu Linxian's smile faded, her expression turning serious. I specifically came to warn you. In this training camp, there are many talents with higher levels than yours. I know. The principal told me about their backgrounds. Su Hong nodded, briefly recounting what Li Qingshan had previously explained to them. After listening, Wu Linxian added, as the president of the Martial Arts Association, I know more than he does. Her tone carried a hint of gravity, indicating she was about to reveal even more crucial information. According to Wu Linxian, among those martial artists, there are a few formidable individuals whose strength has reached the high level of the first tier, almost on the verge of becoming second-tier warriors. She added with a tone of amazement, the martial skills mastered by these monsters are at least grade. Upon hearing this, Su Hong raised his eyebrows slightly. Second-tier warriors? That's indeed formidable. But when he heard the latter part, a gleam of delight flashed in his eyes. Grade martial skills? To him, this was incredibly good news. Wu Linxian noticed Su Hong's unexpected joy and paused for a moment. You have quite the mindset, she said with a light laugh, shaking her head. It seems my special trip here was somewhat unnecessary. Seeing Su Hong's puzzled expression, Wu Linxian explained, I was initially worried about your mindset. After all, suddenly encountering peers much stronger than you might be hard for you to accept. Her tone turned serious. Su Hong, your talent is the strongest I've ever seen, bar none. But your current level is indeed quite behind those monsters. This is your disadvantage, and it's unavoidable, given the vast difference in backgrounds. Gazing into Su Hong's eyes, Wu Linxian continued. So I hope you understand that even if you face setbacks in the training camp, don't let it bother you. A temporary failure is nothing. Those geniuses with better backgrounds are only temporarily stronger than you. With your talent, surpassing them in the future is inevitable. Su Hong nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you, Sister Wu. No problem, Wu Linxian replied, waving her hand with a smile. As she drove, she secretly observed Su Hong with her peripheral vision. She noticed that even with the potential challenges in the training camp, Su Hong showed no anxiety and appeared remarkably composed. What surprised her even more was the occasional glint of excitement in Su Hong's eyes, as if he was eagerly anticipating the upcoming challenges. Wu Linxian thought to herself, with such terrifying talent and such a good mindset, if someone like him doesn't become a strong figure in the future, it would be inexplicable. We're here, Wu Linxian's voice interrupted Su Hong's thoughts. In the distance, the gates of a high school came into view. Su Hong saw the principal, Chen Shan, and Li Tu waiting at the entrance. With a roar of the engine, Wu Linxian floored the gas pedal, and the red sports car elegantly traced a beautiful arc before coming to a stylish stop at the school gate. At the school gate, a group of people stood silently, the atmosphere tense. Li Chengshan stood in the middle, flanked by students Chen Shan and Li Tu from the training camp. On the periphery were the gifted class teacher and Su Hong's homeroom teacher, Li Ming. Li Ming felt uneasy, standing further ahead than even the headmaster and other leaders, a privilege that left him both honored and surprised. Suddenly, a loud roar broke the silence. A red sports car drifted stylishly to a stop in front of them. The car door opened, and Su Hong stepped out from the passenger seat, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Following him, a voluptuous woman exited the driver's seat, and shock swept across the faces of those present. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Wu Linxian? Why did she personally bring Su Hong? They wondered. Li Qingshan was also taken aback and quickly stepped forward to greet her. President Wu, he called out warmly. Wu Linxian nodded in response, and they exchanged a few brief pleasantries. At that moment, a horn sounded, signaling the arrival of the coach for the training camp. Su Hong and the other two students quickly boarded, and the coach slowly departed. As the leaders watched the talented students leave, they dispersed quickly at Li Qingshan's signal, leaving only Li Ming standing there in a daze. Wu Linxian was about to leave when Li Qingshan stopped her. President Wu, your relationship with Su Hong is? He asked tentatively. Wu Linxian glanced at him and calmly replied. Don't worry, I just see great potential in his future. Relieved, Li Qingshan beamed. That's good to hear. President Wu, let me see you off. However, just as she was about to leave, Wu Linxian paused, staring at the smiling Li Qingshan with a dangerous glint in her eyes. She recalled recently asking him if there were any promising students at the school, and he had concealed Su Hong's existence. Principal Li, it seems you don't trust me much, Wu Linxian said with a dangerous smile, clenching her fist as she advanced towards Li Qingshan. What? President Wu, what do you mean by that? Li Qingshan asked, bewildered, instinctively stepping back. Do I really need to spell it out? Wu Linxian sneered, grabbing the fleeing Li Qingshan. Wait, President Wu, at least give me a reason. Li Qingshan pleaded desperately. Without a word, Wu Linxian delivered a series of punches, leaving Li Qingshan howling in pain. Li Ming stood by, dumbfounded, watching the president of the Martial Arts Association beat up the principal in broad daylight, thinking that if anyone saw this, it would be trending in Xingqing within an hour. That's for keeping secrets from me. Wu Linxian shouted in anger before driving away, satisfied. Only after the sports car had completely disappeared did Li Qingshan get up from the ground, looking disheveled. He touched his bruised eyes and swollen cheeks, took out his phone to check his reflection, and cursed angrily. Damn, that woman must be crazy. Although Li Qingshan appeared disheveled, he was actually unharmed. Wu Linxian had been very measured in her actions, which only left him more puzzled. Clearly, Wu Linxian's actions were simply to vent some anger, but where did this anger come from? Li Qingshan racked his brains but couldn't figure it out, his face full of frustration. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and glanced at Li Ming, who stood nearby with a blank expression. You saw nothing, understand? Li Qingshan warned maliciously. Huh? Oh, right, principal, I didn't see anything. Li Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded like a bobblehead, desperately trying to convey his agreement. Realizing he should be nodding instead, he immediately switched to vigorous nodding. Seeing this, Li Qingshan's mouth twitched, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Looks like I can't take out my anger on Li Ming. Sigh, I'm too well-mannered for that. Unlike that woman Wu Linxian. Li Ming, don't you agree? He sighed, shaking his head. Yes, principal, you're the most well-mannered. Li Ming quickly flattered him, though he cursed inwardly. None of these people are any good. He could clearly see that Li Qingshan had been itching to give him a beating. If he hadn't been quick-witted, he might not have escaped becoming a scapegoat today. The car sped along the road. As Su Hong chatted with Qingshan and Li Tu, he suddenly noticed the vehicle leaving the city and heading toward a towering mountain in the distance. Why are we leaving the city? Qingshan asked, puzzled. At this point, the driver unexpectedly spoke up. Didn't you know? This training camp is set in the Tianlin mountain range. Tianlin mountain range. Hearing this, Qingshan and Li Tu's expressions changed dramatically. Our training camp is actually in the Tianlin mountains, where fierce beasts roam. Su Hong frowned as well. The Tianlin mountain range spans several cities, including Xingqing and Yangqing, and is filled with fierce beasts, even home to beast kings comparable to 7th-level masters. The area is rich in spiritual energy, surpassing other regions, leading to fierce competition among the beasts. Even the peripheral beasts, at the first level, are far more ferocious than those found in the wild. It's a place ordinary 2nd-level warriors wouldn't dare to tread lightly, yet it's become the site of their training. This suggests how brutal the real training will be. As the car approached the Tianlin mountain range, roars of beasts occasionally echoed from the dense forests on either side of the road. In the underbrush, green beast eyes glowed, watching the vehicle intently. The three of them were tense, ready to respond to any potential beast attacks. Su Hong licked his dry lips, his eyes glinting with a mix of caution and excitement. The intense thrill, the adrenaline rush, and the tense atmosphere that felt like a life-and-death struggle could break out at any moment made him inexplicably exhilarated. I must be crazy to enjoy this feeling, he thought to himself. Fortunately, though beasts frequently appeared along the way, none attacked for some unknown reason. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of a camp at the foot of the Tianlin mountain range. Su Hong got out of the car and looked around the camp. It was a temporary setup, surrounded by spiked fences, with a single black tent in the center amid the open space. As he surveyed the camp, he suddenly felt several aggressive gazes directed at him. Following the gazes, he saw a group of teenagers on the open ground within the camp, staring in his direction. They stood in small groups, wearing different school uniforms, with expressions ranging from calm to arrogant to disdainful. The one thing they all had in common was an air of defiance, as if even the heavens were insignificant before them. These were the geniuses from various schools in Xingqing. Seeing this scene, Chun Shan and Li Tu couldn't help but clench their fists nervously. Su Hong, however, smiled excitedly. "Let's go," he called to the other two, leading the way as he strode confidently toward the camp, meeting all the eyes fixed on him. Su Hong strode towards the camp, with Chun Shan and Li Tu close behind, each wearing a different expression. As they stepped into the camp, a warrior in a black uniform approached them with a stern look. "Wait here until everyone arrives. Then the entry assessment will begin," the warrior stated succinctly. Su Hong raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that an assessment was required, but he nodded in agreement. The three of them casually found an open spot to stand, chatting while secretly observing their surroundings. Su Hong's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over each person. To his surprise, no one seemed intimidated by his scrutiny. Some showed disdain, others appeared arrogant, and some even grinned at him, eyes full of confidence. After observing for a while, Su Hong withdrew his gaze. He was well aware that unless there was a significant disparity in strength, it was difficult for warriors to gauge each other's level without actively displaying their energy. Before long, a luxurious vehicle arrived, drawing everyone's attention. This car was clearly of a much higher class than the previous ones, capable of accommodating more than a dozen people. The door opened, and a group of teenagers emerged, chatting and laughing in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Humph, here come the ones with deep backgrounds. Well, these guys have known each other since childhood, and their families are closely connected, so it's only natural they come together. The murmurs around him made Su Hong realize that this group must be the well-connected family Li Qingshan had mentioned. As the group approached the camp, Su Hong keenly noticed that although they appeared casual, they subtly centered around three individuals. These three were either the strongest or had the deepest backgrounds, Su Hong speculated. He scrutinized the trio. In the middle was a burly young man with black hair and clothes, muscles bulging, exuding an air of dominance. On the left was a handsome young man with white hair, dressed in white, holding a pink folding fan inscribed with "World's Most Handsome" in large characters. On the right was a ponytailed girl, sporting a white athletic vest and black tactical pants, exuding a heroic aura. The three walked proudly, with the others falling half a step behind in unison. Soon, the group entered the camp. The black-clad warrior stepped forward and announced loudly, "Everyone is here. Now, I'll explain the entry assessment rules." All eyes instantly focused on him. The rules are simple. The training camp is located within the Tianlin Mountains, 30 kilometers from here. Your task is to find and enter the training camp. However, entry requires a token. The tokens are buried inside certain fierce beasts, and you'll need to kill the beasts to possibly obtain them. The total time limit is 8 hours, and anyone who doesn't make it in time will be eliminated, regardless of how many there are. As soon as the warrior finished speaking, everyone present frowned. The rules sounded simple, and the time seemed ample, but everyone knew it wouldn't be as easy as it appeared. Tianlin Mountain Range, a haven for fierce beasts. Su Hong stood at the mountain's entrance, gazing into the dense forest ahead. His task was to venture 30 kilometers deep and reach the destination within 8 hours. It should have been a simple task, but ambition gleamed in Su Hong's eyes. If I just need to arrive within 8 hours, I can definitely hunt more beasts to earn martial points. Su Hong calculated silently, eager not to miss any opportunity as he was in desperate need of martial points. At that moment, a worried voice interrupted Su Hong's thoughts. "What if we encounter beasts far beyond our level?" The warrior announcing the rules chuckled coldly, his voice as chilling as ice. "Then you're just unlucky. Someone will rescue you, but it means you're out." "That's not fair," someone protested with a frown. "There's a huge luck factor here. Who knows what level of beasts we'll encounter? It might end up with the strong being eliminated and the weak getting into the training camp by sheer luck." "Fair," the warrior sneered, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. "Some of you still don't get it. What fairness is there in this world? Luck is part of your strength." The warrior's voice rose sharply, each word like a hammer. "If you don't want to be eliminated by high-level beasts, then every move you make must be careful. Avoid these risks as much as possible while you hunt the beasts." His eyes turned sharp, as if piercing into everyone's soul. "Remember, this training camp is to cultivate talents who can fight on the celestial battlefield against all races, not just to give you resources. Once you're on the celestial battlefield, who will talk to you about fairness? Overwhelming odds and survival of the fittest are the norms." The warrior's words hit like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone silent. The air was thick with tension and unease. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the silence. "Huh. If you're scared, Just leave now and stop hogging resources. Immediately, another voice chimed in. Exactly, if you think this is child's play and you're afraid of dying, quit early and stop wasting time. A skinny young man spoke with even more scorn. Heh, a bunch of losers, worrying about this and that, always imagining difficulties. You're scared before you even start. Why not just admit you're useless and get lost? These words were like a spark in a powder keg. The boy who had spoken earlier glared angrily at the skinny youth and shouted, "Say that again if you dare." The skinny youth looked disdainful, even more provocative. "I'll say it 1,000 times, you're still a coward, a loser. So what if I say it? What are you going to do?" He even taunted by curling his finger. "If you don't like it, take action. I'll take you down today, so you don't take up space in the training camp and waste my resources." Just as a conflict was about to erupt, the rule-announcing warrior lazily intervened. "No fighting in the camp. If you have issues, settle them after you set off." Suddenly, the warrior seemed to remember something, a malicious smile playing on his lips. "Oh, by the way, it's normal to worry about high-level beasts, but there are other ways." Everyone was puzzled, not understanding his meaning. The warrior casually threw out a suggestion like a bomb. "If you don't want to kill beasts and rely on luck, why not just snatch someone else's token? It's no big deal." With that, the atmosphere changed instantly. Many eyes lit up, as if they had just seen a new opportunity. The young man who had spoken earlier sneered at the lean boy, who responded with a grin and a glint of pride in his eyes. Su Hong pondered silently, realizing that these rules were clearly designed to encourage competition. Indeed, the rivalry was fierce. He glanced around at the crowd of 70 to 80 people packed together, the air thick with tension and anticipation. This was just the entrance assessment, not even stepping through the gates of the training camp yet, with likely more than half to be eliminated. "All right, enough talk." The warrior waved a stopwatch that started ticking, his voice booming. "The entrance assessment begins now. Everyone, move out immediately. The 8th-hour countdown starts now." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged towards the Tianlin Mountains like a tidal wave. Just as Su Hong was about to move, he heard an angry shout from behind. "You there? Come here." The young man who had asked about the beasts pointed at the lean boy, his eyes gleaming with provocation. "I'll send you home right now." The lean boy scoffed and beckoned with a finger. "If you want to be eliminated now, I'll oblige. Come on." In the next moment, the two collided like lightning, exchanging blows with fierce energy. The others merely glanced at them briefly before rushing deeper into the mountains. While Su Hong paused for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. He initially pretended to run towards the Tianlin Mountains like everyone else. Once he was sure he was out of the two's sight, Su Hong quietly restrained his presence and circled back. He lightly leaped onto a tree, hiding among the dense branches, and watched the intense battle below. They're fighting so fiercely, one of them is bound to be eliminated, and the other will likely be injured, Su Hong mused, rubbing his chin with a gleam in his eye. If they encounter beasts in the mountains, it could be dangerous. As a helpful and considerate person, I should assist them. Su Hong's lips curled into a slight smile as he calculated his next move. He wasn't targeting these two to rack up martial points. He genuinely enjoyed helping others. He was willing to sacrifice precious minutes, even if it meant falling behind, for the sake of helping them. Selflessness is truly the path of righteousness. Su Hong chuckled at himself, then furrowed his brow. Am I too kind? I should change this overly altruistic nature. If I encounter bad people in the future, I might really suffer. Outside the camp, a dull thud from a punch broke the silence. The lean young man, Wang Dong, collided fists with the boy opposite him, Chen Bei, forcing Chen Bei to stagger back several steps. Wang Dong crossed his arms, a cold smirk playing on his lips, his eyes full of disdain. Is this all you've got? Even if you join the training camp, you'll still be useless. Better go home while you can. Wang Dong's words were as sharp as a knife. Fury ignited in Chen Bei's eyes as he clenched his teeth and charged at Wang Dong again. However, the gap in their abilities couldn't be bridged by anger alone. Within 30 seconds, Chen Bei was struck by another heavy punch, blood spurting from his mouth. He fell to one knee, clutching his chest, his face as pale as a sheet. Wang Dong approached slowly, shaking his head with contempt. Is that it? Chen Bei's face was dark and silent. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something shocking, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing this, Wang Dong laughed disdainfully. What, playing tricks now? Do you think I'll turn around and look, and then you'll surprise me with a counterattack? You've read too many novels. Do you really think someone would fall for that? However, Chen Bei's expression turned strangely peculiar upon hearing this. Wang Dong frowned, unwilling to waste more words, and turned to leave. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air behind him. Huh? Wang Dong was startled, his expression changing abruptly. Was there really an ambush? He reacted swiftly, turning to confront the threat without hesitation. But the attacker was even faster. As Wang Dong turned, a thick wooden stick filled his vision, growing larger rapidly. With a heavy thud, the stick struck Wang Dong's face. Stars exploded in his eyes, and the world spun around him as he desperately tried to focus on the attacker's face. But as soon as he opened his eyes, his vision hadn't even settled. Wow, not knocked out yet, a low voice murmured, with a hint of surprise. In the next instant, the stick smashed down on Wang Dong's head again. This blow completely obliterated his consciousness. His body went limp, his eyes rolled back, and he only managed to curse Nima in rage before collapsing straight to the ground. From the ambush on Wang Dong to his collapse, the whole event was over in the blink of an eye. The once arrogant Wang Dong now lay on the ground like a beaten dog. Bei was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He looked at the handsome boy standing next to Wang Dong, holding the stick, feeling a surge of gratitude, and was about to express his thanks. "Why are you laughing?" the handsome boy asked in surprise. "Huh?" Bei's laughter stopped abruptly, his face puzzled. "What do you mean? You weren't helping me." Before he could process what was happening, the next moment, the wooden stick that had just knocked out Wang Dong landed on Bei's head. Already injured by Wang Dong, Bei now took a heavy blow from the stick and didn't even have time to utter a sound before his eyes rolled back and he passed out. In his final moment of consciousness, he realized this person was not there to help him at all, but was a complete backstabber. The handsome youth wielding the stick was none other than Su Hong. He glanced at the unconscious Wang Dong on the ground and thought to himself, "This guy is pretty tough. Took 2 hits to knock him out. No wonder he's stronger than Bei." Before he finished his thought, a notification of gaining martial points sounded in his mind, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. He casually tossed the stick aside, agilely climbed up the tree where he had been hiding, retrieved his alloy spear, and dashed deeper into the Tianlin Mountains. As for why he used a wooden stick instead of the alloy spear, Su Hong had his own reasoning. He came with the spirit of friendly mediation, not to kill. Since this was just outside the camp, the martial artist who explained the rules earlier witnessed the entire scene. He looked at the 2 unconscious geniuses on the ground, then at Su Hong's retreating figure, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was not the scene he had envisioned. There should have been a passionate battle between geniuses, not some unreasonable guy who swung a stick without a word. The martial artist scratched his head and consulted on the walkie-talkie. A voice with a hint of amusement replied, "Not disqualified. They didn't actively seek protection. If a beast targets these 2 knocked out guys, then they're just unlucky and can be eliminated directly." The martial artist nodded and walked away. Outside the camp, only the 2 boys remained, lying on the ground in the same position with large bumps on their heads. After a while, Wang Dong's fingers twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes, filled with confusion. He stood up, looked around bewilderedly, and shivered involuntarily when his gaze fell on the wooden stick on the ground. As his memories returned, Wang Dong's expression shifted from confusion to anger, then to deep humiliation. "Damn bastard. That sneak attacker better hope I don't catch him," he shouted in rage. Being ambushed and knocked out with a stick was a humiliation he had never experienced before. At this moment, Bei also came to and cursed loudly. "Damn. That guy has no manners. Hit me with a stick without a word." He regretted thinking that person was there to help and had even planned to thank him. Only then did the 2 notice each other's presence, exchanging a bewildered glance. Wang Dong asked in shock, "You got knocked out too? That guy wasn't with you." Bei was silent for a moment, pointed at the bump on his head, and replied, "What do you think?" For a moment, both were silent. After a while, they suddenly looked at each other again, feeling an inexplicable sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment and unexpectedly apologized. Sorry about earlier. Don't take it to heart." Bei shook his head and said frankly, "You are indeed stronger than me. It's nothing." Silence enveloped them once more. After a while, Bei suddenly suggested, "Shall we go get revenge on him?" Wang Dong immediately agreed. "Yes." He stepped forward and extended his hand to the still-seated Bei. Bei grinned, took Wang Dong's hand, and stood up. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Dong suddenly slapped his thigh and ran back to pick up the stick that had knocked them out. "Oh right, we need to bring this stick." Bei nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we need to give that backstabber a few hits to get even." The 2 exchanged smiles, naturally slung their arms around each other's shoulders, and headed toward the Tianlin Mountains. Who would have thought that these 2, who were just fighting fiercely, would become comrades in arms due to Su Hong's spontaneous, helpful act? A fierce roar of a beast pierced the sky, shaking the mountains and forests. Su Hong looked up alertly to see a massive black tiger appear out of nowhere, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light. Su Hong quickly sensed its aura and thought to himself, "High tier first rank. Quite formidable." The black tiger roared and lunged forward, its sharp claws tearing through the air. Su Hong remained calm, pointing a finger. A white energy beam from the void-breaking finger shot out like lightning, hitting the black tiger squarely in the chest. The giant beast staggered back, roaring in pain. Before its roar had even subsided, Su Hong had already closed in like a phantom. His spear gleamed coldly as it pierced through the black tiger's forehead with lightning speed. The enormous tiger's body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With practiced skill, Su Hong wielded his spear swiftly, cutting open the tiger's body to search for a token. He calculated in his mind. I've already covered 10 kilometers, killed quite a few fierce beasts, yet still haven't found a token. My luck is truly lacking. Just then, Su Hong's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed a token stained with tiger blood. He exhaled lightly. Finally found it. Took a full 2 hours. He carefully wiped the blood off the token and stored it away. Su Hong stroked his chin in thought. The entry assessment lasted 8 hours in total, and he'd spent 2 hours searching for the token, leaving 6 hours. He calculated, since there's no limit on participants, I should head to the training camp. The priority is to kill more fierce beasts during this time to earn martial arts points. With his mind made up, Su Hong gripped his alloy spear and set off towards the outskirts of the Tianlin mountain range. After exploring the 10 kilometers, he had a preliminary understanding of the distribution of fierce beasts in the mountains. In the 3 to 5 kilometer area, the beasts were most densely packed. The deeper he went, the fewer beasts there were, but their ranks were higher. The black tiger he had just encountered was the strongest beast he'd faced so far, a high-tier first rank. Although he could easily defeat it with his strength, the odds of encountering such beasts were low. In the outskirts, he could encounter a dozen fierce beasts in an hour, yet it took half an hour just to find this black tiger. Su Hong weighed the pros and cons. Though this black tiger provides far more martial arts points than low and mid-tier first-rank beasts, the efficiency is too low. Instead of chasing quality, it's better to accumulate through quantity. He decided to return to the outskirts to hunt the weaker but more numerous beasts, quickly amassing martial arts points. Setting a goal for himself, Su Hong calculated, my physical progress is currently at 64.6. To reach 100, I need 354 more martial arts points. Gathering that much in 6 hours is challenging, but for the sake of a special physique, it's worth a shot. Without further thought, Su Hong gripped his spear tightly and dashed towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, 30 miles deep into the Tianlin mountain range, a vast training camp stood majestically. Surrounded by mountains, the camp was occasionally filled with the terrified cries of fierce beasts, as if fleeing from some terrifying presence. In the sky, a majestic figure was engaged in a fierce battle with a golden rock. Each collision erupted with earth-shattering sounds that reverberated in all directions. The figure stood in the air, eyes gleaming with brilliance, showcasing the formidable power of a 7th-rank grandmaster. This is a master of the human race. Without wielding any weapon, he used just his iron fists to relentlessly pummel the mighty golden rock until it bled. Qin Tianlia's voice boomed like thunder, full of authority. Golden Rock Beast King, don't make me say it again. Get out now. I'm borrowing this land for a while. A fierce anger flashed in the eyes of the golden rock, but it knew it was no match. Reluctantly, it flew towards the horizon, its voice icy as it spoke human words before leaving. Qin Tianlai, if you and your people aren't gone in a month, I'll bring my entire clan and wipe out your training camp. Qin Tianlai dismissed it with a wave, as if shooing away a fly. Why so much nonsense? Just leave. It's only a month. Make some room. Or do I have to teach you a lesson before you learn? With that, he descended towards the training camp. Surrounding the camp, rows of warriors stood with eyes full of admiration. They thought to themselves, this is our human master. Even the formidable Golden Rock, known for its physical prowess, was left speechless. As Qin Tianlai landed, his 2 assistants, 5th-level warriors Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, approached him respectfully. Master Qin, let's go to the surveillance room and see how this batch of youngsters is doing, Qin Tianlai said decisively, heading towards the surveillance room. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, I hope these kids surprise me. I don't want to be outshone by those other guys. For this training camp, each city had a master in charge. Qin Tianlai was quietly competing with the other masters to see whose protégés would perform best in the exams. They even wagered quite a bit on the outcome. Soon, the group reached the surveillance room. The large screen displayed images of the talented individuals undergoing the entrance assessment. At that moment, the screen showed a burly young man in a black vest facing an attack from 7 high-level first-tier beasts. Unfazed, he moved with domineering grace, dispatching all 7 beasts within minutes. This kid is good. What's his name? Qin Tianlai asked. Bai Mu quickly checked the records. His name is Wang Tiantua, a high-level first-tier warrior with a blood energy of 340 points. He practices fire attribute guidance with a compatibility of 95 and possesses a special physique called the Barbarian God Body, which grants immense strength. He's also the son of the mayor of Star City. The mayor of Star City's son? Qin Tianlai remarked, impressed. He finally had a child worth mentioning. The mayor of Star City was known throughout China, not for his strength, but for his prolific offspring. He claimed, I may only be a 5th-level warrior, but I can have lots of kids. Eventually, one will become a master. Thus, he was humorously dubbed the Card Master. The screen switched to a flamboyant young man dressed in white, holding a pink fan. In front of him were dozens of swift-winged wolves, a fast and formidable pack of high-level first-tier beasts. Typically, warriors of the same tier would stand no chance. Yet, this young man easily outpaced them, disappearing with a few quick movements. Just as the wolves were about to give up, he reappeared, leisurely opening his fan to toy with them. Qin Tianlai noticed the words, "world's most handsome," on the fan, and his mouth twitched. Bai Mu introduced, "This is Lin Xinghe, a high-level first-tier warrior with a blood energy of 325 points. He practices wind attribute guidance with a compatibility of 96, and is a descendant of the Lin family from Star City." Next, a screen showed a beautiful girl with a ponytail walking quietly through a forest. Suddenly, a beast lunged at her, but she seemed unfazed. Just as it was about to strike, the beast froze midair, unable to move. Bai Mu continued, "This is Xiao Yan, who came with Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe. She's a mid-level first-tier warrior with a blood energy of 290 points and a wood attribute compatibility of 95. She's also a mid-level first-tier mentalist." Bai Mu's tone carried a hint of envy. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan's performance greatly pleased Qin Tianlai. He nodded slightly, signaling the staff to switch the screen. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, one of the assistant instructors, held a thick stack of documents and began introducing the talented individuals participating in the training camp. Lin Pe, a mid-level Stage 1 martial artist from the Lin family in Xingqing. Wang, also a mid-level Stage 1 martial artist from the Wang family in Xingqing. Bai Mu's voice was steady and clear as she introduced them one by one. After introducing more than a dozen individuals, she looked up at Qin Tianlai and said, "Master Qin, these individuals are all descendants of families from Xingqing." "Yes, all mid-level Stage 1 martial artists, not bad in strength." Qin Tianlai nodded casually, though a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. These family descendants had access to abundant resources from a young age and were carefully selected to attend the training camp, so their strength was indeed decent. However, compared to Wang Tiantuo and his companions, they seemed lacking. They merely had higher levels due to their rich resources, without any other outstanding qualities. The screen continued to flicker as Bai Mu began introducing students from various universities in Xingqing. As time passed, Qin Tianlia's brow gradually furrowed. The gap in level between these university students and the family descendants was evident. After reviewing 30 to 40 individuals, most were at the early stage of Stage 1, with only a few reaching mid-level Stage 1. Although these documents were personally filled out by the presidents of Xingqing universities and might be slightly exaggerated, the disadvantage of university students in terms of level was still quite apparent. The actual gap was likely even larger. Too much of a difference. Qin Tianlai shook his head in disappointment, losing interest in continuing to watch. "Master Qin, next are the student profiles from Xingqing No. 1 High School." Bai Mu's voice came through. "Students from No. 1 High School." Qin Tianlai perked up. In any city, the quality of students from No. 1 High School is usually among the best. With a hint of anticipation, he asked, "What level are the students from No. 1 High School?" Bai Mu glanced at the documents and replied, "All at the early stage of Stage 1, having just broken through recently." As she spoke, her gaze continued downward, casually browsing through the detailed information. "Just early stage? And only recently broke through?" Qin Tianlia's mouth twitched slightly. This level was practically at the bottom in the training camp. Most other early-stage students had broken through at least a month or two ago, with only a few having just broken through. Xingqing No. 1 High School seemed to not live up to its reputation. The disappointment in Qin Tianlia's eyes became more apparent. He was no longer interested in listening. "Forget it. I won't look anymore," he sighed, turning to leave. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sudden thud sounded behind him, as if something had fallen to the ground. "What happened?" Qin Tianlai turned around in confusion, his expression freezing. Bai Mu, who had previously been expressionless, now had her eyes wide open in shock, as if she had seen something unbelievable, completely stunned. A hint of curiosity flickered in Qin Tianlia's eyes as he followed Bai Mu's gaze to the ground. He discovered that the document detailing the students' abilities had fallen there. This scene piqued Qin Tianlia's curiosity. What kind of information could shock Bai Mu, a Stage 5 martial artist, so much? When reviewing the profiles of Wang Tiantuo and his companions earlier, Bai Mu had remained composed. However, at this moment, Qin Tianlai noticed Bai Mu's unusual reaction and curiously asked, "Bai Mu, what's going on?" Bai Mu seemed not to hear him, her eyes vacant and expression dazed, as if lost in thought. Qin Tianlai was surprised, thinking that this usually respectful young girl was so shocked she didn't even hear him. Just how astonishing was the information in those documents? Seeing no response from Bai Mu, Lindsay quickly bent down to pick up the scattered documents from the floor. "Master Qin, please wait. Let me take a look," Lindsay said respectfully. Qin Tianlai nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He wondered if there could be some promising students at this school who could rival Wang Tiantuo and his friends. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Wang Tiantuo and his companions were exceptional, with either special physiques, mastery of rare wind attributes, or being mentalists. They were undoubtedly prodigious talents. A student who had just recently broken through to the first rank couldn't possibly compare to them. There must be something unique about them. As Qin Tianlai pondered, another thud was heard as something fell to the ground again. Startled, he looked down and saw it was the same document. Again, Qin Tianlai looked up to see Lin Zhe also frozen in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment, mirroring Bai Mu's expression. Now, Qin Tianlai was truly curious. What was so special about this student that it left his two fifth-rank assistants so stunned? No matter how talented, there shouldn't be such a dramatic reaction. Shaking his head, Qin Tianlai thought to himself that young people lacked composure. As he stepped forward to pick up the document, he began to scold. You two really need to stop being so jumpy. Halfway through his sentence, Qin Tianlia's gaze fell on a student's information in the document, and he burst out with an expletive, "Holy crap!" He was utterly stunned, as if he had seen a ghost, and muttered to himself, "Is this for real?" Qin Tianlai quickly rubbed his eyes, and then widened them to carefully read the document again. The first thing that caught his eye was Su Hong, a senior at the school, first-rank martial artist, blood vitality of 123, crank martial art thunder fist at perfect mastery. If it were just these details, it would seem rather ordinary. The only commendable aspect was reaching perfect mastery in a crank martial art. But that depends on the comparison. Those who come to the training camp are all geniuses with considerable talent. What truly shocked Qin Tianlai were the following notes. During the first-rank martial artist assessment, with only 123 points of blood vitality, Su Hong achieved a combat power of 3,004 points on the combat power detector, comparable to a high-stage first-rank martial artist. His compatibility with the guide technique and all 7 attribute compatibilities was 100. He entered the Thunder Guide technique in 34 seconds during his first practice. Currently, he is practicing all 7 attribute guide techniques. It is highly likely that he possesses some special physique. Below was a red seal from the Star City Martial Arts Association president, along with a signature from Wu Linxian, the seal of the Star City Martial Arts Association president, plus a personal signature. This was essentially the president vouching for this student named Su Hong. Someone in the position of a Martial Arts Association branch president would certainly understand the seriousness of leaving a seal and signature. If this were fabricated, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. In other words, this student's information was as real as it gets. With a thud, the document fell to the ground once more. Yet Qin Tianlai seemed oblivious, his gaze still fixed on the content he had just read, utterly bewildered, mumbling incredulously. Is this even human? In the vast surveillance room, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to solidify the air. Qin Tianlai, a 7th-rank master, stood alongside 2 5th-rank martial artists, their expressions blank as if struck by lightning. Qin Tianlia's trembling hand clutched a document tightly, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, repeatedly drawing in sharp breaths. His gaze was fixed on the document, as if trying to burn a hole through it. All 7 attribute compatibilities at 100? Damn it! Is there really such a monster in this world? Qin Tianlia's voice was so sharp it nearly broke, his eye twitching uncontrollably. As a well-informed master, he believed he had seen his fair share of geniuses, but this document completely overturned his understanding. Even the top prodigies from the imperial capital and Magic City don't have such exaggerated data. Qin Tianlai muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. His eyes continued to scan the document, each line hitting his understanding like a heavy hammer. First time practicing the guiding technique. Entry in 34 seconds? Scoring 3,004 combat power with a single punch during the martial artist assessment? And possibly possessing some special physique? These pieces of information exploded like a series of bombs in Qin Tianlia's mind, leaving his brain blank and his whole being in a state of shock. He vaguely thought that even when he was struck on the head by the Golden Rock Beast King in a recent battle, it didn't leave him as bewildered as he felt now. This kind of prodigy, how could they emerge in a place like Xingqing? Qin Tianlai muttered, his eyes filled with incredulity. After a while, Qin Tianlai snapped out of his daze, suddenly becoming exceptionally excited. This is a 100 compatibility in all 7 attributes guiding technique. How terrifying must this Su Hong kid's talent be? Once in a century? Once in a millennium? As an experienced master, Qin Tianlai knew all too well what this meant. He couldn't help but compare Su Hong to the 3 geniuses he had encountered before, including Wang Tiantua. Although their guiding technique compatibility was also as high as 95, the 5 difference from 100 was like night and day. If Wang Tiantua and the others absorb 100 strands of spiritual energy and retain 95, then Su Hong can retain all 100 strands, Qin Tianlai murmured. In the short term, this 5 difference might not seem significant. But martial arts cultivation is a lifelong endeavor. He began to quickly calculate in his mind. 100 days, 1,000 days. My God, 1,000 days is just 3 years. This gap will only grow larger. Suddenly, Qin Tianlai felt as if he had stumbled upon a tremendous treasure. Initially displeased with being assigned as the head coach of the training camp in Xingqing, a mid to lower-ranked city in Jiangnan province, he now felt incredibly fortunate. Recalling the teasing and ridicule from masters in other cities, Qin Tianlia's lips curled into a smile. He remembered his impulsive boast about leading a genius to sweep through their training camps, having accepted numerous bets. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Qin Tianlia's smile grew brighter, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he could already see the grand prospects of the future. Just a few minutes after making the bet, Qin Tianlai was already regretting it, slapping his thigh in frustration. Yet, his face was lit up with a look of ecstatic joy. Ha! Let those fools mock me for being assigned to Star City. Qin Tianlai laughed up at the sky, his voice filled with pride. Star City is amazing, this so-called backwater. No, it's a treasure trove. And they dared to bet against me? Haha, what a gamble. I'm truly a genius. What a brilliant gamble. In his mind's eye, he could already see the future, leading Su Hong to sweep through other training camps, leaving the grandmasters in disbelief. Qin Tianlai thought to himself, this is someone with a 100 compatibility with 7 attributes, whose combat power at the initial stage of the first tier rivals that of the high stage, and who potentially possesses a unique physique. No other training camp's prodigy could match the prowess of this student named Su Hong. Qin Tianlai was confident that if martial arts universities saw Su Hong's profile, all the top ones would scramble to recruit him. With such astounding talent, anyone who didn't fight for him would be foolish. With this kind of potential, even if other prodigies shine in the college entrance exams, it's nearly impossible for them to overshadow Su Hong. He even exaggeratedly imagined Su Hong wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam. Just cutting out his profile and sticking it on his forehead while running to the university gates might result in him being dragged and unconscious. By the time he woke up, he'd already be wearing the school uniform, and the principal might even be standing guard at the gate, afraid he'd escape. However, after the excitement subsided, Qin Tianlai frowned slightly. It was odd that Su Hong was only at the initial stage of the first tier. This level was too low, with a vitality of just 123 points, placing him among the lowest in this training camp of prodigies. He didn't expect too much, but even a vitality of 200 points, reaching the middle stage of the first tier, would have been better. Qin Tianlai was troubled. Su Hong's potential was top-notch across China, but his vitality was indeed too low. Although his combat power was already comparable to a high-tier first-stage warrior, that was only when the opponent didn't use martial techniques. Currently, in terms of combat power, he couldn't compare with Wang Tiantuo and the others, and even against a student with a high martial technique level in the middle stage of the first tier, he wouldn't stand a chance. It felt like encountering a highly talented student whose current grades were very poor. Even if he started studying seriously, it would take time for his grades to catch up to the top students. Improving vitality requires time. Qin Tianlai scratched his head in frustration as he looked at the profile. But suddenly, his eyes caught a line. Currently practicing 7 attribute guidance techniques simultaneously. Qin Tianlai was initially stunned, then exploded in anger, cursing loudly. Wait a minute. Why is this kid practicing 7 guidance techniques simultaneously? Now I understand why his vitality is so low. Practicing all 7 at once would slow anyone down to a crawl. Did no one tell him about this crucial issue? Those idiots. Qin Tianlia's hair and beard bristled with anger, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Practicing multiple guidance techniques simultaneously was an absolute taboo in the global martial arts community. In the past, there was a martial artist in China who practiced all 7 at once. As a grandmaster, Qin Tianlai understood this better than Wu Linxian. The martial artist who practiced 7 guidance techniques back then was able to achieve invincibility among peers and even overpower second-tier warriors primarily because he developed a method of attribute fusion. The fusion of different types of spiritual energy can unleash incredible power. While this seems advantageous, Qin Tianlai frowned. He understood well that such fusion not only required an extraordinary talent, but also mastery over spiritual energy at an unparalleled level. The warrior had spent over a decade developing this technique, and mastery over spiritual energy couldn't be taught. It had to be explored by the warrior themselves. Qin Tianlia's frown deepened as he quickly calculated in his mind. Over a decade, even with mediocre talent, a warrior could reach the 3rd or 4th tier of strength. Yet now, Su Hong had only recently broken through the 1st tier and probably had no concept of controlling spiritual energy. Even if he did, with his talent, he might shorten the time somewhat, but it would still take several years at the very least. In a few years, it'll be too late. Qin Tianlai shouted in his mind. His gaze fell on the documents in his hand, which were now marred by his own spittle. He angrily crumpled the papers and tossed them into the trash can. Wu Linxian, as the head of the Martial Arts Association branch, you can't even explain this much. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Qin Tianlai gritted his teeth, even considering heading to Xing City immediately to give Wu Linxian a piece of his mind. Just then, A deliberate cough interrupted Qin Tianlia's thoughts. He looked up to see Bai Mu and Lin Zhe standing on either side, both pretending not to notice him. Bai Mu, catching Qin Tianlia's glance from the corner of his eye, quickly redirected his focus and cautiously said, "Ahem, it seems the first talent is about to arrive at the training camp. Shouldn't we go out to greet them?" Qin Tianlai instantly realized his lapse. He cleared his throat and quickly regained his authoritative composure. "Is that so?" he said steadily. "Then, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, come with me to wait at the training camp entrance." With that, Qin Tianlai clasped his hands behind his back and slowly headed towards the door. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Just as they crossed the threshold, Qin Tianlai suddenly stopped and slightly turned his head, giving the two a smile that seemed kind but was actually quite unsettling. "You didn't see anything just now, right?" Despite Qin Tianlia's seemingly friendly smile, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe felt a chill run down their spines. They instinctively shrank back and then nodded vigorously like obedient little chicks. Right, Master Qin, we didn't see anything," Bai Mu quickly said. Lin Zhe immediately echoed. "What are you talking about, Bai Mu? It was just the two of us in the monitoring room, right?" Is it? Oh, right, just the two of us, huh?" A bout of awkward laughter echoed in the hallway. "Let's go." Qin Tianlai nodded in satisfaction and took the lead. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe felt as if they had just narrowly escaped a dire situation, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and hurried to catch up. Both had the same thought. Being close to a master is like being close to a tiger. On the outskirts of the Tianlin mountain range, a fierce battle was unfolding. A 5-meter black bear roared as it charged at Su Hong, its massive paw swinging through the air. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Hong's eyes as he fearlessly rushed forward to meet the attack. "Bring it on," he muttered under his breath, raising his fist to counter the assault. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the forest. The first-tier mid-level beast, known for its strength, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into a tree several meters away. The black bear stared in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Su Hong clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. "With my enhanced physique, I can now contend with a first-tier mid-level beast using only my physical strength," he thought, gaining a clearer understanding of his abilities. The black bear quickly recovered from its shock, standing up in a furious rage and charging once more at Su Hong. However, before it could get far, a sound like a tidal wave cut through the air. Su Hong's alloy spear shot out like lightning, piercing the bear's forehead in an instant. Beside the fallen bear's body, Su Hong casually flicked the blood off his spear and glanced at his system panel. Martial arts value, 254. "I still need over 100 points to maximize my physique," he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After 5 hours of relentless hunting, Su Hong's school uniform was soaked in beast blood, and his face was smeared with dirt, giving him a somewhat haggard appearance. Yet, he paid no heed to this, his gaze resolutely scanning the surrounding forest. 3 hours left. I must gather the remaining martial arts value quickly. After a brief rest, he resumed his search for more beasts. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the training camp, a number of talented individuals had begun to gather. These once arrogant young people now looked at the three at the front with complex expressions. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan. These three possessed astonishing strength. They had arrived in just 1 hour, seemingly effortlessly, with not a wrinkle on their clothes. In contrast, the others appeared somewhat disheveled, with torn clothes, and some even stained with blood. There are always those better than us. The group of college talents couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Though they had also reached the training camp, the gap between them and the three was evident. Forget it. There's no point comparing ourselves to those three monsters. We're not bad ourselves. True, they come from prestigious families, so there's a gap from the start. We'll definitely catch up during this training camp. With determination, the young talents set their sights high, filled with ambition. As time passed, fewer and fewer participants managed to reach the training camp. In the last 2 hours, only a handful barely made it, looking exhausted, pale, and stumbling. The early arrivals shook their heads in pity at these latecomers. Even if they joined the camp, they would likely be among the weakest. Now, with only 1 hour left on the 8th hour countdown, the early arrivals had gained a rough understanding of the different skill levels based on arrival times. Among them, Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions, who completed the test in just an hour, had set the benchmark for others to strive for. Outside the training camp, martial artists began to arrive, and time slipped away like water. Most mid-level first-tier martial artists took around 3 hours, with a few looking quite disheveled. The early-stage first-tier martial artists took even longer. The faster ones managed to surpass some mid-level martial artists, while the slower ones took 5 to 6 hours. The last few arrivals took a full 7 hours, placing them at the bottom. As the martial artists mingled and conversed, another half hour quietly passed. With only 30 minutes left on the countdown, no new arrivals appeared. Some began to speculate. Could it be that no one else is coming? Should we end early? Yeah, If they haven't arrived in 7.5 hours, they must be really weak. Anyone who comes now would just be cannon fodder. It's better if they don't show up. Even if they do come, such stragglers won't get any resources, so don't worry. Just then, footsteps were heard on the path. Everyone turned to look in surprise. Lin Xinghe waved a pink fan and joked, "Oh, we have another expert." Beside him, Wang Tiantua kept his eyes closed, uninterested in looking. In his view, only Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan were worthy opponents. Xiao Yan sat on the ground, bored, with her face in her hands, looking uninterested. Qin Tianlai sighed in relief, the veins on his forehead no longer throbbing. He had been furious about Su Hong's delayed arrival, almost ready to head to Xingqing to confront him. At the end of the path, a handsome young man, covered in blood and looking disheveled, emerged. Most of the geniuses glanced at him briefly and then looked away, uninterested in this cannon fodder. Only Wang Dong and Chun Bei fixed their gaze on Su Hong. Wang Dong, holding a wooden stick, muttered, "Humph, hiding until now." Chun Bei agreed. "Don't worry, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him in the training camp." The two exchanged a look and chuckled, plotting their revenge. Elsewhere, Chun Shan and Li Tu were also in the crowd. They had lucked out by teaming up and arrived 3 hours earlier. Seeing Su Hong arrive just in time, they were puzzled. Su Hong, however, was too excited to care about anything else, eagerly checking his attribute panel. Martial arts value 360, mortal body at 64.6, needing 354 points to reach 100. He clenched his fists, impatient to find a place to enhance his mortal body. At that moment, assistant instructor Lin Zhe stepped forward and announced, "Time's up. Anyone who hasn't arrived by now is eliminated. Now, everyone follow me into the training camp, where I'll explain the resources and rules." As Lin Zhe stepped into the training camp, a vast open space unfolded before him. He stood before the eager crowd, his gaze sweeping across each expectant face as he began to introduce the camp's key facilities. The training camp features several critical areas: the combat power rankings, the gravity room, the agility room, the beast room, and most importantly, the martial arts pavilion. Lin Zhe's voice rang clearly, reaching each person present. The martial arts pavilion is more than just a name. It's your source of advancement. Here, you can exchange for martial arts techniques, agility skills, elixirs, and even alloy weapons. He paused intentionally, allowing the information to sink in before delivering the big news. The highest grade you can exchange for is grade A. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating everyone's eyes. The university students were particularly excited, their eyes sparkling with desire. Su Hong subconsciously licked his lips, inwardly pleased that he had come to the right place. Observing the crowd's reaction, Lin Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. "Of course, none of this is free. Except for accommodation, everything from daily meals and training to exchanges in the martial arts pavilion requires contribution points." He explained in detail how to earn contribution points by excelling in various training subjects, with additional rewards for outstanding performance. Facilities like the gravity room followed the same rules, with contribution points awarded upon meeting certain standards. Note that the gravity room and similar facilities are free for only 4 hours a day. Beyond that, you'll need contribution points. Without them, you can't use these facilities, Lin Zhe warned, a hint of caution in his tone. The crowd quickly grasped the importance of contribution points. Without them, their training would be limited, and much of their time would be spent idly. "Assistant Lin, is there a quick way to earn contribution points?" A voice urgently called out from the crowd. Lin Zhe chuckled, pointing to a nearby warehouse. "There are weighted vests of varying weights starting from 100 kilograms. The longer you wear them and the heavier they are, the more contribution points you earn." He then explained the smart wristband's functions, emphasizing its ability to monitor training progress in real time and automatically calculate contribution points. "That's all for today. Rest up tonight. Training officially begins tomorrow." "Dismissed," Lin Zhe announced, then followed by Mu and Qin Tianlai away. The students eagerly discussed among themselves as they headed towards the warehouse. However, Su Hong turned and walked straight to the dormitory, focused on one thought. Improving his mortal body was his top priority. Other students noticed Su Hong's actions and began to gossip. "Did that guy who arrived last just head back to the dorm? He's covered in blood, probably exhausted. He doesn't have the energy to wear a weighted vest. He could at least grab one to earn some points. 100 kilograms? He'd be laughed at. Forget it. He probably just wants to sleep. Leave him be." Expressions of disdain appeared on their faces as they looked down on the latecomer who seemed uninterested in progress. Just then, the warehouse doors slowly opened, and a group of eager students rushed inside. A mountain of weighted vests came into view, their weight distribution astonishing. They ranged from 100 kilograms to an incredible 10,000 kilograms, with all sorts of specifications available. The students exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves. "Isn't that weight way over the top? Can a first-level martial artist even handle that? Isn't it usually just a few hundred kilograms, maybe up to 1,000 at most?" However, Their amazement was soon interrupted by an even more shocking scene. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan headed straight for the 3,000 kilograms vests. Lin Xinghe was the first to try but couldn't move it an inch. Xiao Yan also attempted, only to give up immediately. The other students sighed in relief, including those from prominent families. At that moment, Wang Tiantuo effortlessly picked up the 3,000 kilograms vest, casually weighing it in his hand, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Without hesitation, he tossed it aside and picked up the 3,500 kilograms vest, easily putting it on. The entire room fell silent, everyone dumbfounded. Is he even human? 3,000 kilograms is too light. Xiao Yin muttered under her breath. Is this the power of the barbarian god physique? He's like a monster. Lin Xinghe's eye twitched as he exchanged a glance with Xiao Yin, both feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. In terms of strength, Wang Tiantuo, with his barbarian god physique, was undoubtedly the standout in the training camp, unmatched by any. After some consideration, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yin eventually chose the 1,200 kilograms vests. Other students, driven by a sense of competition, tried as well but couldn't even budge them, their faces turning red with effort. The stark difference in strength was disheartening for many. In the end, most settled for vests weighing a few hundred kilograms, with only a few mid-level first-tier martial artists barely managing to put on the 1,000 kilograms ones. The training camp provided everyone with single-room dormitories. Su Hong opened his door and looked around, quite satisfied with the tidy environment. He sat cross-legged on the floor and opened his system panel. Mortal body, 64.6. Martial value, 360,354 points. Let's boost it. With Su Hong's thought, his martial value instantly dropped to just 6 points. The progress of the mortal body began to soar rapidly. 80, 90, 100. The moment the progress reached its peak, Su Hong felt a shudder run through him. A warm current surged through his body like a fountain, permeating every inch of his being. His muscles swelled suddenly, and as he clenched his fists, he could clearly feel his strength reaching an unprecedented level, far surpassing the previous enhancements to his mortal body. Suddenly, an intense itching sensation overwhelmed him. Su Hong closed his eyes, focusing on the warm current continually merging into his bones and meridians. At one point, he abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam shining forth. Standing up, Su Hong gently punched the air. With a boom, it was as if the air itself exploded. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the room like a raging tornado. Papers, pens, pillows, and blankets were instantly caught in its grip, swirling through the air as if gravity had vanished. The entire room seemed to be in the throes of a bizarre juggling act, with objects tumbling and spinning in midair. After a few seconds, the floating items slowly descended, settling back in their original places. Su Hong stood there, stunned by the incredible scene, his eyes shining with disbelief. Snapping back to reality, he eagerly opened his attribute panel, eyes fixed intently on the physique section. Physique, Overlord Body Spirit Rank 0. Description, the pinnacle of strength among the world's 3,000 physiques. This brief description struck Su Hong like a sledgehammer, hitting him hard in the chest. The Overlord body was the epitome of power among the 3,000 physiques. His mind struggled to process this information, momentarily blanking out. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Hong's mind. Wait, could this also be related to my unmatched through the ages talent? He scratched his head absent-mindedly, a smile creeping onto his lips. A talent unmatched through the ages paired with the supreme strength of the Overlord body. This combination was almost unbelievably perfect. Driven by curiosity, Su Hong was eager to test the limits of his newfound strength. He reached for the alloy spear beside him, ready to step out of the room. However, the moment he grasped the spear's shaft, he felt something unusual. Looking down, Su Hong was instantly petrified. The once unyielding crate alloy spear had bent and deformed under his grip, leaving a clear handprint. How is this possible? Su Hong murmured, eyes filled with shock. A crate alloy, and I just crushed it like that? Amidst his astonishment, Su Hong suddenly remembered the origin of the spear, a mix of embarrassment and relief washing over his face. He had borrowed the spear from Lin Ping outside Star City without spending a dime. With this thought, his mood lightened considerably. Well, it was free anyway, and now it seems this crate alloy spear isn't enough anymore. Su Hong consoled himself. I need to earn a lot of contribution points. I have to upgrade to a higher grade alloy spear, and I need to get new martial techniques and footwork, possibly even reaching a grade. Thinking of the possibilities ahead, Su Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and walked out the door with determination, ready to face the challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Su Hong pondered as he walked, his eyes fixed on the plus sign next to Overlord Physique on the panel. This clearly indicated there was room for advancement, and it seemed that the spiritual level was just a classification. He was pleased at the thought being able to continue improving was certainly a good thing. Let's try the weighted vest first and see how strong this so-called pinnacle of strength, the overlord physique, really is. Su-hong thought with excitement as he strode towards the weighted vest warehouse. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was tense. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe stared at the screen with wide eyes as Wang Tiantoa unhesitatingly chose a 3,500 kilograms weighted vest. His boldness was impressive, truly worthy of the barbarian god physique. Qin Tianlai stood nearby, nodding slightly, satisfied with their performance. Bai Mu then curiously asked, Master Qin, isn't Su-hong practicing 7 different guiding techniques? Why didn't we explain things to him in detail earlier? Qin Tianlai shook his head, his tone seasoned and wise. We can't be so direct. Geniuses often have pride, and telling Su-hong straight out might backfire. We need to use clever methods to help him understand on his own. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe nodded thoughtfully, clearly agreeing with his words. Qin Tianlai then asked, By the way, are the night raid fighters assembled? Lin Zhe replied, It requires a bit more time. Coordinating with the varying blood and energy levels of the students is a bit tricky, but they are on their way. Qin Tianlai nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Bai Mu seemed to think of something and covered her mouth with a laugh. Seeing the puzzled looks from Qin Tianlai and Lin Zhe, she explained, I bet those students think today is really a day off for them. Watching them train hard in the gravity chamber, determined to use up the free 4 hours and even spend their contribution points, they'll be exhausted by evening. Just when they want to rest, we'll send in the night raid fighters, and they'll surely be groaning. Qin Tianlai and Lin Zhe smiled knowingly. The earlier talk about giving the students a day to rest was a beautiful lie. In a training camp, there's no such thing as rest. The night raid was meant to be a wake-up call for these young ones. However, this night raid was meticulously planned. It wasn't just to challenge the students, but also a carefully designed test. The night raid fighters would engage unknown, and depending on the target, the fighters would have varying blood and energy levels, matching closely with the target's strength. This would comprehensively assess each student's performance against an opponent of equal power. Qin Tianlai chuckled and said, You see, this is a chance for Su-hong to feel defeated. I've arranged for his night raid fighter to be much stronger than him. Once he's beaten, I'll step in to explain the drawbacks of practicing multiple guiding techniques. He'll surely listen and give up practicing all 7. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe exchanged knowing smiles, thinking to themselves, the older you get, the more cunning you become. This plan is truly flawless. Master Qin, could you tell us about the strength of the fighter you arranged for Su-hong? Bai Mu asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Zhe couldn't help but chime in. Even though Su-hong's vitality is only at the early stage of the first rank, his combat power rivals that of someone at the high stage. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlia's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He slowly replied, The night assault fighters I arranged for Su-hong are comparable in strength to those arranged for Wang Tiantoa and the others. They are all high-stage first-rank fighters, with vitality slightly over 400 and combat power around 5,000 points. This revelation hit Bai Mu and Lin Zhe like a sledgehammer, leaving them speechless and wide-eyed. They knew that Wang Tiantoa and his group's vitality was over 300 points, and even the weakest, Xiao Yan, a mid-stage first-rank mentalist, had nearly 290 points. It made sense to assign such strong night fighters to them. However, assigning a fighter of this caliber to Su-hong, whose combat power barely exceeded 3,000, seemed less like a test and more like an attempt to crush his spirit. How could Su-hong possibly stand a chance? Seeing the smug expression on Qin Tianlia's face, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe couldn't help but twitch their lips. They finally understood Master Qin's true intention. From the start, he was not interested in Su-hong's combat performance, but wanted to use this night assault to force Su-hong to abandon practicing all 7 guiding techniques simultaneously. While the latter was indeed more crucial, both Bai Mu and Lin Zhe found themselves at a loss for words. After a moment, Lin Zhe couldn't help but murmur, Master Qin, isn't this a bit unfair? It's like you're singling out Su-hong. Bai Mu cautiously agreed. Yeah, it really seems targeted at Su-hong. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlia's eyes widened, and he raised his voice slightly. Nonsense. Su-hong is practicing 7 guiding techniques at once. He needs to understand that this is a mistake and will significantly slow down his growth. Correcting this is what's most important. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe opened their mouths, unable to refute. On reflection, they couldn't argue with the logic, though they felt sorry for Su-hong, who was surely in for a tough time. They shook their heads in unison, sympathizing with Su-hong's unfortunate situation. Just then, a rapid knocking broke the silence in the room. Bai Mu stood up to open the door, revealing a soldier in uniform. The soldier saluted Qin Tianlai and reported, Master, all the fighters you requested are assembled and ready for your inspection. Good. Qin Tianlai nodded, then turned to Bai Mu and Lin Zhe. You too, come with me. Yes, they responded in unison. The group quickly left the room, heading towards the inspection area. Meanwhile, in the weighted vest warehouse, the other trainees had already gathered in the gravity and agility rooms. At this moment, Su Hong was alone in the warehouse. Walking in, Su Hong's attention was immediately drawn to the heaviest weighted vest. Does this really weigh 10 tons? He wondered aloud. Curiosity piqued as he moved swiftly towards the 10-ton vest. With a firm grip, Su Hong lifted the vest above his head, his face slightly flushed from the effort. He shook his head after a moment. It's doable, but it severely affects my speed and can't be worn for long. Su Hong estimated he could only manage the 10-ton vest for a few minutes before collapsing under its weight. He began trying on vests of different weights. Eventually, he settled on a 5-ton vest, which weighed 5,000 kilograms. Su Hong nodded in satisfaction. This weight is just right for me now. He jumped up and down a couple of times to feel the vest's weight. It's important to note that he was only an early-stage first-rank fighter. Even a second-rank fighter might not sustain this weight for long. Su Hong pondered. I wonder what weight Wang Tiantuo and the others chose. They're high-stage first-rank and geniuses, so it should be close to mine, if not heavier. Clearly, he had some misconceptions about the legendary strength associated with the Overlord physique among the 3,000 physiques. Just then, his smart wristband emitted a soft beep. Su Hong glanced at it and saw that 10 seconds after he donned the weighted vest, the wristband had detected the weight and started timing. I wonder how many contribution points this will earn me. Su Hong thought briefly before leaving the warehouse and heading straight for the gravity room. As Su Hong headed to the gravity chamber, on the other side of the training camp, a group of martial artists were waiting for Master Qin's arrival. At the front of the group stood 3 middle-aged martial artists and a young man with a disgruntled expression. The 3 middle-aged martial artists teased the young man. Bu Jingfeng, aren't you supposed to be a genius? How did you end up being summoned here? Yeah, aren't you a few years older than these training camp prodigies? If you hadn't joined the army, you'd probably only be in your first or second year at martial arts university. Haha, you're just like us old guys, here to serve these geniuses. Bu Jingfeng's dissatisfaction became more apparent as he listened. He gritted his teeth and said, I never thought I'd be called here to spar with these so-called geniuses. They say it's for night raids, but in reality, it's just sparring with them. If I were still in high school, it would be more fitting for these geniuses to be my sparring partners. The 3 middle-aged martial artists burst into laughter. Just then, Qin Tianlai arrived with Bai Mu and another person. Everyone immediately stopped laughing, stood at attention, and assumed a standard military posture. Even Bu Jingfeng temporarily hid his discontent. Qin Tianlai addressed the group briefly and then waved his hand. All right, let's skip the pleasantries. Now, come up and collect the target information for tonight's night raid. The details include their room numbers, so make sure you get it right. Yes, sir. The group of martial artists in military attire responded in unison. With Bai Mu and Lin Zhe distributing the information, most of the martial artists quickly received their targets. Only Bu Jingfeng and the 3 middle-aged martial artists hadn't received theirs. Qin Tianlai approached them with a smile and explained, You 4 will be rating the strongest among this batch of training camp geniuses. I'll personally give you your assignments. When Qin Tianlai handed out the information, one of the middle-aged martial artists exclaimed, Wang Tiantuo, 340 blood points. That's so high. The other 2 middle-aged martial artists also showed expressions of shock. Bu Jingfeng's discontent faded significantly as he thought. I initially thought we'd be here just to play with these geniuses, but it seems their skills are quite impressive. This could be a good challenge. However, when he looked down at his own assignment, his expression changed dramatically. He looked up incredulously and asked, Master Qin, is this a mistake? How did I get assigned a first-stage novice with only 123 blood points? This kind of weakling, and I'm supposed to be responsible for the night raid? Do they even deserve it? Qin Tianlai waved his hand calmly and replied, No mistake. Bu Jingfeng's face darkened. Even in front of a master, he couldn't help but question, Master Qin, isn't this underestimating me a bit? This is just a first-stage novice. Qin Tianlai rolled his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. If it were really that simple, would I have you take it on? Su Hong's combat prowess is truly extraordinary, comparable even to a high-level first-tier warrior. Upon hearing this, the 3 middle-aged warriors present couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. They thought to themselves, with only 123 points of vitality, yet possessing the strength of a high-level first-tier warrior, this is a prodigy among prodigies. Bu Jingfeng was also taken aback, clearly not expecting such remarkable talent from this student. However, he still felt a bit displeased. A genius is a genius, but Su Hong's current strength is merely on par with a high-level first-tier warrior. With over 400 points of vitality himself, he was nearing the 500-point threshold of a second-tier warrior. If he were to attack Su Hong at night, it would be like an adult bullying a child. Such a one-sided battle held no interest for Bu Jingfeng. Just as Bu Jingfeng was about to speak, Qin Tianlai announced with a smile, All right, that's it. Let's disband now. Everyone rest up and give it your all tonight. With that, he turned to leave. Bu Jingfeng hurriedly caught up. Master Qin, can I have a different opponent? Let me fight Wang Tiantuo instead. That kid has a powerful physique and should give me a good challenge. Qin Tianlai frowned and slapped Bu Jingfeng on the forehead, saying irritably, "Just fight who you're told to fight. Where do you get off being so picky?" Bu Jingfeng rubbed his head and muttered with dissatisfaction, "It's not fair. I'm clearly the strongest, yet I'm asked to fight the one with the lowest vitality." Ignoring him, Qin Tianlai turned to leave. Despite knowing the chances of changing opponents were slim, Bu Jingfeng was unwilling to give up and shouted at Qin Tianlai's retreating figure, "Master Qin, you know me, if you don't give me a different opponent, I'll really go all out. Don't blame me if I end up hurting this prodigy." Hearing this, Qin Tianlai almost laughed out loud. He thought, just as long as you do give it your all. If you can make Su Hong question his life choices, all the better. The harder the fight, the less likely Su Hong will pursue dual cultivation. As a master, Qin Tianlai had heard of Bu Jingfeng, a well-known martial arts enthusiast in the military, and had invited him for this very reason. With anyone else, he'd worry they might hold back too much. After a moment's thought, Qin Tianlai decided to provoke him further, turning back with a smirk. "Give it your all? I'm afraid even if you do, you might not beat Su Hong. Don't come crying to me if you lose." "Hey!" Bu Jingfeng was truly provoked now, angrily declaring, "All right, you said it. I'm really going all out, and if anything happens to him, I'm not responsible." Seeing Qin Tianlai dismissively wave him off, Bu Jingfeng was even more displeased. Three middle-aged warriors approached, looking apprehensive. "You're quite the martial arts fanatic, daring to speak so boldly to a master. Only Master Qin would tolerate you. Any other master might have strung you up for a beating." "Humph," Bu Jingfeng grunted, determined to go all out and give that prodigy a thorough beating, making Master Qin regret his decision. Seeing his resolve, the three warriors didn't bother persuading him further and started chatting among themselves. "This new weighted vest is really heavy, isn't it?" "Mine's not too bad, just a mere 3 tons. "Wow, impressive. Mine's just over 3 tons by 100 kilograms. Though they spoke modestly, their expressions were full of pride. Noticing this, Bu Jingfeng coughed deliberately. The three warriors curiously asked, "Bu, how much weight is your vest?" Bu Jingfeng cleared his throat and nonchalantly replied, "Not much, just 4.5 tons. 4.5 tons? The three warriors were wide-eyed with shock. Bu Jingfeng remained composed, secretly enjoying their astonishment. "Damn, 4.5 tons. If Master Qin knew you were carrying that much, he might not let you fight that prodigy. Yeah, that weight is comparable to a newly advanced second-tier warrior, right? Wow, you better go easy tonight. Don't really hurt that prodigy. His vitality is only 123 points." Bu Jingfeng crossed his arms with a confident smile. "Too late. I'm not stopping until I've beaten that student to the point he can't get out of bed. Let Master Qin regret it tomorrow." Seeing his firm attitude, the three warriors exchanged worried glances, already starting to feel sorry for the student named Su Hong. Outside the gravity chamber, a group of students was excitedly chatting, and Su Hong was drawn to the lively scene as soon as he arrived. "Wow, Wang Tiantua is incredible," one student exclaimed. "He went in wearing a 3-ton weighted vest and set the chamber to double gravity. That's like carrying 6 tons. That's really impressive," another student agreed. "Even though he looks like he's struggling, 6 tons is just unbelievable. Compared to him, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yin are way behind. Obviously, one has wind attributes and the other is a psychic. How can they compare to Wang Tiantua with his divine physical strength?" Listening to these discussions, Su Hong was secretly amazed. Wang Tiantua's vest is only 3 tons? That's light. I must have misunderstood the Bawang physique. Looking around, Su Hong noticed that the other gravity chambers were empty, which puzzled him. Just then, Chun Shan and Li Tu's voices came from behind. Su Hong turned and greeted them, then asked the question on his mind. "Isn't there free time? Why is everyone just watching?" Li Tu explained helplessly. "It's because others are just too impressive. Everyone wanted to train initially, but after seeing Wang Tiantua and the others go in, they decided to watch their skills first. They realized the gap was too big and felt embarrassed to use the chambers at the same time. There's plenty of time, so they figured they'd wait until those 3 were done." Su Hong shook his head, finding the reasoning a bit absurd. He walked straight to an empty gravity chamber, unwilling to waste time for such a reason. "Wow, Su Hong, are you really going in? Aren't you going to wait?" Chun Shan and Li Tu were stunned and tried to stop him, but Su Hong had already entered the chamber quickly. The other students noticed this and started talking again. "Hey, isn't that the last guy to arrive? He's actually going into the gravity chamber now. Is he crazy? Does he think Wang Tiantua and the others aren't wearing weighted vests? Yeah, when we were choosing vests, he went straight to sleep. He probably hasn't even put one on yet. Going in now, he's got a sneaky plan. You know, why didn't I think of that? Wang Tiantua and the others won't last long with their vests on, so if he isn't wearing one, he can stay longer. He's trying to show off. Let him be. He thinks we're fools." In the crowd, Wang Dong and Chun Bei's smiles were particularly mocking, clearly dismissive of Su Hong's actions. Meanwhile, Su Hong was already standing in front of the gravity chamber's control screen, carefully contemplating how to adjust the gravity. He seemed completely unfazed by the chatter outside. They never expected that before they could even start dealing with the guy who ambushed them, he would jump out and make a fool of himself. In the gravity chamber, Su Hong stood in front of the screen, frowning slightly. He wore a weighted vest that added 5 tons to his body and contemplated whether to increase the gravity to twice the normal level. Recalling his previous attempts, he realized he could only withstand 10 tons of pressure for a few minutes, which seemed a bit counterproductive. After weighing his options, Su Hong set the gravity chamber to 1.5 times the normal level. Instantly, an invisible pressure, as heavy as a mountain, pressed down on Su Hong from all directions. He felt his blood flow slow, his muscles constrict, and his entire body seemed enveloped by 7.5 tons of weight. Su Hong took a deep breath, sat down slowly, and began practicing his cultivation technique. As soon as he started, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Despite the increased difficulty of training under such pressure, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his progress was actually accelerating. No wonder this gravity chamber costs so much. It's way more effective than the weighted vest. Su Hong thought to himself, quickly focusing his mind on his training. Meanwhile, outside the gravity chamber, the students saw Su Hong had only set the gravity to 1.5 times and smirked dismissively. This guy must not be wearing a weighted vest. Why else would he only set it to 1.5 gravity? He's the last one to arrive, so it's normal for him to be weaker. Let's not dwell on it. Anyway, the gravity chamber is soundproof, so he can't hear us. After some laughter and chatter, the group lost interest in Su Hong and turned their attention back to Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions, occasionally expressing their admiration. 2 hours flew by. Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing within them. Under the pressure of 7.5 tons, in just 2 hours, apart from the thunder and fire techniques, all other techniques improved by 1 level. What thrilled him even more was that his vitality had increased by 4 points, from 126 to 130. The gravity chamber is so effective. The other training rooms for agility and beast combat must be just as good. Su Hong thought to himself, preparing to try out the other facilities. With 4 hours of free training time each day, he could come and practice anytime. As Su Hong stood up, Wang Tiantua and his companions also opened their eyes. They were drenched in sweat, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the gravity chamber's effects. Wow, under 6 tons of pressure, Wang Tiantua managed to last 2 hours. His physical strength must be the best in the training camp. I can't believe it. That last guy arrived later and is already giving up? Seeing Su Hong about to leave, the students burst into laughter, but their smiles quickly froze. Wang Tiantua and his companions were the first to exit the gravity chamber, immediately removing their weighted vests. With 3 heavy thuds, the vests hit the ground with a dull sound. Phew, finally some relief, Lin Xinghe said, panting slightly. A few more minutes in that vest, and he would have been flattened. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan also breathed sighs of relief, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders. At that moment, Su Hong also walked out. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit warm, and took off his jacket, revealing the weighted vest he wore underneath. What? The students' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Su Hong. When the students noticed that Su Hong was also wearing a weighted vest, their eyes widened in surprise. They whispered among themselves, "Oh wow, this guy is wearing a weighted vest. He must have some skills. How much does his vest weigh? I can't tell." These specially made weighted vests are designed for flexibility, so you can't see the weight from the outside. Only the internal material is different. No matter how heavy it is, even if it's the minimum 100 kilograms, being able to stay in the gravity chamber for 1.5 hours is impressive, especially since he was the last to arrive. True, but he definitely can't compare to Wang Tiantua and the other 2. Honestly, who among us can compare to those 3 monsters? As the students whispered, Lin Xinghe's lazy voice suddenly broke in. Holding a pink fan, he cheerfully said to Wang Tiantua, "Old Wang, I can't match you in the gravity room, but how about a competition in the agility room?" Wang Tiantua immediately declined. "No way." Lin Xinghe persisted, scared. Wang Tiantua gave him a look as if he were an idiot and coldly replied, "You practice a-level agility techniques with wind attributes. Why would I bother competing with you in agility? Wow, you know that too? Boring." Lin Xinghe pouted, losing interest. The students who overheard their conversation were astounded. A level agility? Damn, he's not even at the 2nd tier yet and has mastered a level agility? Is he even human? For crying out loud, how are there so many monsters here? I thought I was a genius at my school, but here I feel like just an average person. Now I finally understand why others looked at me with such complex expressions back at school. Pleased with the students' reactions, Lin Xinghe unfurled his pink fan, which boldly stated, "World's most handsome," in large characters. He smiled smugly and pretended to be humble. "Oh, it's just a level agility. Nothing worth mentioning, huh?" He couldn't keep up the act for long and chuckled. With a snap, he closed the fan and headed towards the agility room, saying, "Now, watch me perform." Wang Tiantua shook his head. What a show-off. Xiaoyan also rolled her eyes. Seriously, if he doesn't show off for a day, he gets uncomfortable. Hearing the words, a level agility, Su Hong, who was about to enter the agility room, paused, his eyes lighting up. He decided to stay and watch Lin Xinghe's performance. The students, intrigued by Lin Xinghe's confidence, followed along. Su Hong blended into the crowd, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Xinghe's back. Soon, Lin Xinghe entered the agility room. Su Hong noticed that this room was unique, with walls covered in countless arrow tubes. Someone, looking a bit apprehensive, commented, I checked out the agility room before. It's graded by difficulty level. I couldn't handle level 3. It was too fast to dodge. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback and looked at the speaker, a young heir with mid-tier bloodline power. They couldn't help but wonder, if someone at mid-tier can only manage level 3, how high will Lin Xinghe go? Level 5, level 6? With this curiosity, all eyes turned to the screen displaying the agility room's settings. The next moment, their expressions froze, eyes wide with shock. Whoa, level 10 really? Starting off at full intensity? The moment Lin Xinghe stepped into the agility room, all eyes were on him. Some gasped, some doubted, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. He's in a rank in agility, but he shouldn't be this confident, right? He's overdoing it, a student muttered under their breath. Before the words were fully spoken, an astonishing scene unfolded in the agility room. From the densely packed arrow tubes, countless headless arrows shot out at an astonishing speed, dizzying to the eye. Whoa, this speed. I can't even keep up with my eyes. How do you dodge this? Isn't this like having a map hack? Isn't this like having a map hack? The students exclaimed, their eyes wide open. The arrows moved with such terrifying speed that they left afterimages in the air. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming barrage of arrows, Lin Xinghe remained unflustered. He even leisurely took out a fan and began to fan himself. Just as the first arrow was about to hit him, Lin Xinghe's figure suddenly blurred, dodging with unbelievable speed. The arrows rained down like a storm, yet not a single one touched him. Lin Xinghe moved through the arrow storm like a nimble butterfly, gracefully evading every attack. This astonishing scene left all the spectators dumbfounded. Wang Tiantuo shook his head and remarked, Wind attribute is naturally fast, and with his rank agility technique, Fei Hong's cloud step, if his attack power were a bit stronger, I wouldn't have a way to deal with him. He then added, of course, he still wouldn't be able to beat me. Xiaoyan, not to be outdone, commented, he's fast, but if my mental power catches him, he won't be able to escape even with wings. As everyone discussed, only Su Hong focused intently on Lin Xinghe's figure. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding, finally settling into calm. At that moment, Su Hong's attribute panel changed, and a new agility skill appeared. Agility, Fei Hong's Cloud Step Beginner 34. The first to rank agility skill was thus learned by Su Hong. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. Having learned it, he decided not to watch any further and instead focused on enhancing his vitality. Su Hong returned to the gravity room, setting the gravity to 1.5 times. Under the pressure of 7.5 tons, he began practicing his guiding technique. Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan didn't delay either and entered the agility room together. The other students looked on with mixed feelings, realizing within a few short hours the vast gap between themselves and true geniuses. Train. Hey, that last one to arrive is training again. I can't fall behind. Exactly. Even if I don't become super strong, I can't let others surpass me. The students flocked to the gravity room, only to find Su Hong still training with a weighted vest. This sight put them under immense pressure. Damn it, if he's wearing one, so will I. Mine's half a ton. Pathetic, mine's 600 kilograms. Stop pretending. How long can you support that weight? Exactly, everyone thinks they're Wang Tiantuo, wearing a 3-ton weighted vest and enduring 2 times gravity for 2 hours. He's got a unique divine physique, the only one in the entire training camp. Despite their dissatisfaction, the students gritted their teeth and entered the gravity room, beginning their arduous training. The atmosphere in the training camp instantly became tense and fulfilling, with everyone striving for their future. That guy, he managed to evade us again. Wang Dong and Chun Bei stood outside the gravity chamber, watching as Su Hong had already begun meditating. A trace of disappointment appeared on their faces. No worries, once he's done training, he'll definitely head to the beast chamber. Chun Bei's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, that's when we'll give him trouble. All right, Wang Dong nodded in agreement, already imagining the upcoming scene, with a smirk forming on his lips. Chun Bei coldly stared at Su Hong, who was meditating, thinking to himself, I'll make sure this guy learns that attempting to ambush others without the strength to back it up comes with consequences. Wang Dong also wore a sinister smile, suggesting in a low voice, when Su Hong is about to finish his training, let's find a stick and give him a good beating. The two exchanged a knowing glance, filled with anticipation and malice. Soon, Wang Dong and Chun Bei entered the gravity chamber to start their own training. They deliberately chose positions adjacent to Su Hong, so they could keep an eye on when he would finish. Half an hour later, there was some commotion from the direction of the agility room. Lin Xinghe, Wang Tiantuo, and Xiao Yan finished their training and emerged. That was refreshing, Lin Xinghe said, looking relaxed as he fanned himself. He glanced around, but only saw a few students watching from afar, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He snapped his fan shut with a smack, trying to hide his dissatisfaction. In contrast, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan were visibly exhausted, panting heavily with fatigue written all over their faces. Lin Xinghe turned to them, grinning. So, how was it, old Wang? Xiao Yan, how's my speed? Wang Tiantuo glanced at him, too tired to respond. Xiao Yan, however, wasn't one to indulge him and bluntly pointed out, I think you just wanted an audience, and since there were no students around, you turned to us, didn't you? Just that. Lin Xinghe exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Are you saying that my speed, with my wind attribute and a great agility technique, Fei Hong Jingyan steps, is just that? He chuckled cheekily, looking very punchable. Give it a rest. You can show off your grade martial skills to those students, but what are you bragging to us for? Wang Tiantuo chuckled. Who can't do that? He, too, was practicing a grade martial skills. Exactly, Xiao Yan agreed. As a psychic mind practitioner, she trained in a special grade martial skill exclusive to her kind. Whatever. Lin Xinghe quickly lost interest. He glanced at the students training in the gravity chamber and said lazily, anyway, it's just the three of us competing in this training camp. These students are no match for us. Even those from families like ours can't learn a grade martial skills. Hearing this, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan both displayed a hint of pride. They knew that ordinary students were limited by scarce resources, and although those from equivalent family backgrounds could access a grade martial skills, among the talented individuals selected from the major families in Xingqing for this training camp, only the three of them had mastered a grade martial skills. All right, enough talk, Wang Tiantuo said as his breathing steadied, smiling confidently. This training camp's top three will be decided among us. You two can fight for second and third place yourselves. With that, Wang Tiantuo strode towards the beast chamber, leaving Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan looking at each other in silence. Whoa, I got you now. You can't even touch me, you big brute, and you still think you'll be number one? The three of them stood in the center of the training ground, each with a confident smile on their face. The psychic snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Humph, it seems I need to show you both the power of a psychic. The warrior puffed out their chest, muscles bulging, and spoke in a thunderous voice. Useless. In the end, it's all about combat power. You might be fast and rely on psychic abilities, but you can't match my brute strength. The three exchanged words, none willing to back down, and then they turned and left the training ground. Outside the gravity chamber, time ticked by. One by one, students emerged, drenched in sweat, and after a short rest, headed towards the beast chamber. Wang Dong and Chun Bei stood outside the gravity chamber, frowning. Wang Dong impatiently said, TCH, why hasn't Su Hong finished training yet? Chun Bei was puzzled. We've come out to rest several times, but he hasn't come out once? Wang Dong glanced at the screen showing Su Hong's gravity settings and sneered. Duh. Just look at the gravity level he picked. Chun Bei leaned in to see and was speechless. Whoa, he's down to 1.2 times gravity. What's the point of that? Wang Dong shook his head, full of disdain. 1.5 times was already the lowest in the room. We're wearing 700-kilogram weighted vests and can train under 3 times gravity for 10 minutes. And now he's down to 1.2 times. Chun Bei pondered. Do you think he's onto us? Otherwise, why would he be hiding out like this? It doesn't make sense. Wang Dong thought for a moment and suggested. Let's head outside and see how he reacts. All right, let's go. The two quietly left the gravity chamber, hiding nearby to observe. A few minutes later, they became excited. He opened his eyes. Whoa, he was stalling on purpose. Chun Bei whispered in surprise. Wang Dong coldly laughed. Humph, he's scared. Just as I thought. Seeing Su Hong rise, Chun Bei was eager. He's getting up. Let's just beat him up right here. Wang Dong quickly stopped him. No. There are too many people here. If we make a scene and the master finds out, it'll be trouble. So what should we do? Chun Bei asked, puzzled. Wang Dong smiled slyly and lowered his voice. After training, everyone is curious about the beast chamber. Su Hong will definitely go there too. I noticed on the way that the beast chamber has separate sections. Once he's inside, we can corner him and nobody will know. Great idea. Let's go. Chun Bei's eyes lit up, and he pulled Wang Dong to hide further back. Soon, Su Hong emerged from the gravity chamber and headed towards the beast chamber. Wang Dong and Chun Bei whispered excitedly from their hiding spot. He's going to the beast chamber. Let's follow him quickly. Once Su Hong was a few hundred meters ahead, they followed. Meanwhile, Su Hong felt refreshed as he walked. The past 2 hours in the gravity chamber had increased his vitality from 130 to 135 points, a whole 5-point gain. This was even more than before, thanks to his improved guiding technique, which enhanced his ability to absorb spiritual energy. With his unparalleled talent, Su Hong's progress was rapid. During those 2 hours, he had elevated all 7 guiding techniques to level 4, significantly increasing his vitality attributes. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Hong's eyes as he thought, I wonder if the beast chamber at the training camp has enough beasts. He knew that the more beasts there were, the more martial points he could earn, and the faster his strength would grow. Outside the beast chamber, the air was filled with the clamor of voices. Su Hong navigated through the thronging crowd to reach the 3 beast chambers. The students' excited exclamations echoed all around, brimming with tension and anticipation. Su Hong didn't stop to watch. Instead, he headed straight to the board detailing the rules. He quickly scanned the information. Defeating a low-level first-tier beast earned 1 contribution point, mid-level awarded 3 points, and high-level granted 5 points. The rules were straightforward, and Su Hong grasped them quickly. He recalled the rules of the gravity room and agility room he had seen earlier, where 10 contribution points could be exchanged for an hour of training time. In contrast, the beast chamber had no restrictions and could be challenged at any time. Clearly, this was the main source for earning contribution points. His eyes caught the small print at the bottom of the board, and they lit up. The beasts were captured by the training camp's warriors and replenished when numbers were low. This meant he could earn contribution points endlessly. Licking his lips, Su Hong was about to enter one of the beast chambers. Just then, an excited shout erupted nearby. Wow, Wang Tiantua has over 100 contribution points now. What a monster! Who would believe he killed a high-level first-tier beast with a single punch? Lin Xinghe is incredible too. His speed is insane. High-level first-tier beasts can't even touch him. Is that the great agility technique? Fei Hong Jingyan's step? Amazing. Look at Xiaoyan. It's my first time seeing a spiritual master in action. Her attacks are completely unstoppable. The last comment piqued Su Hong's curiosity. He quickly made his way to the outside of Xiaoyan's beast chamber and watched intently. Xiaoyan was facing an assault from 3 high-level first-tier beasts. She stood motionless, while several small, light-like flying daggers sliced through the air, precisely piercing the beast's vital points. Suddenly, Su Hong's pupils contracted. A severely injured beast leapt high, lunging at Xiaoyan. Just as it was about to strike, the beast's massive body inexplicably froze midair, unable to move. Xiaoyan slowly ascended into the air, coming face to face with the beast. With a calm expression, she raised her weapon and unhurriedly pierced the beast's skull. Su Hong held his breath, his heart racing. He was certain Xiaoyan hadn't used any agility techniques, yet she could float effortlessly. Though it seemed she couldn't maintain it for long. This was a skill only grandmasters could master. Walking on air. A spiritual master could manipulate objects with their mind, control enemies, and even briefly walk on air. No wonder every spiritual master was so formidable. They combined the robust physique of a warrior with mysterious mental powers, overwhelming ordinary warriors effortlessly. Su Hong clenched his fists, his breathing quickened. His eyes were filled with a burning desire to become a spiritual master, yearning to max out his martial value and enhance his mental power to become a powerful spiritual master. Just then, the students watching suddenly gasped, as if witnessing something incredible. Whoa, what is that? What's up with that giant sword? Su Hong was startled by the noise and quickly looked up. He saw a fierce beast lunging at Xiaoyan. In that critical moment, Xiaoyan's eyes focused intensely, and out of nowhere, a massive silver sword materialized in the air. With a flash of the sword, the beast was instantly sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere. Su Hong was stunned, overwhelmed by shock. A family member nearby, hearing the exclamations, remarked, "That's a unique spiritual skill of a mental master, and it's rated a level." This statement was like a bombshell, exploding among the crowd. Whoa, a mental master's exclusive skill. I've never even heard of it. Another a level? First there was Lin Xinghe's a level movement skill. Now Xiaoyan has one too. Could Wang Tiantua have mastered one as well? The family member replied with a complex expression. Wang Tiantua does indeed have one. But unlike Lin Xinghe, his A-level skill is offensive. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions became a mix of awe and disbelief. Someone couldn't help but comment, "This is insane. Competing with them is pointless. They're like 3 monsters." It's one thing to have strong physical abilities, but their skills are all A-level, incredibly powerful. Unlike the others, whose expressions were mixed, Su Hong's eyes lit up with excitement. He had thought Lin Xinghe's A-level movement skill was impressive, but now there were even more formidable talents. Especially Wang Tiantua's A-level offensive skill, which filled him with admiration. Eagerly, Su Hong ran to the beast chamber where Wang Tiantua trained, observing for a while, but feeling a bit disappointed. Wang Tiantua seemed to be deliberately training without using any skills. Su Hong decided to find another opportunity to learn from him later. He then went to Xiaoyan's beast chamber, watching intently, but felt a bit helpless. This is frustrating. I'm not a mental master, and I can't learn skills that require mental power. My mental attribute is too low, even with exceptional talent. It's useless without the basics. With this realization, Su Hong stopped watching and quickly entered a distant beast chamber. He was filled with a strong desire. He craved Wang Tiantua's level skill, Xiaoyan's mental master skill, and most of all, he wanted to become a mental master. But to achieve that, he needed a lot of martial points. Su Hong checked his status panel. Mental, 26.5. He recalled Wu Linxian's explanation that becoming a mental master required at least 100 mental points. He was short by 73.5 points, equivalent to 735 martial points. Understanding this, Su Hong entered the beast chamber with one thought. He needed to start a rampage. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Chun Bei, who had been observing Su Hong secretly, saw him enter the beast chamber and immediately sprang into action. Did you see that? He went in. Wang Dong said excitedly. Let's go, let's go. Everyone else is watching Wang Tiantua and the others fight beasts. No one's paying attention to us. Let's go. Both of them were excited. Rushing towards the beast chamber, Su Hong entered. Each held a large wooden club, which they had specifically broken off from a tree on their way here. They planned to repay Su Hong in kind, just as he had ambushed them before. Soon, they arrived outside Su Hong's beast chamber. Chun Bei, full of excitement, was about to push the door open. Whoa! Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, as if seeing something astonishing, quickly stopping Chun Bei. Whoa! Don't scream like that, you scared me. Chun Bei shivered, asking in annoyance, what are you so excited about? However, he received no response from Wang Dong. Curious, Chun Bei looked at Wang Dong, only to see him standing there, stunned, mouth agape, and tremblingly pointing inside the chamber. What are you freaking out about? Whoa! Chun Bei grumbled as he followed Wang Dong's gaze. The next moment, when he saw the scene inside the beast chamber, he froze as if struck by lightning. Inside the chamber, 10 fierce beasts stood in front of Su Hong. Each beast looked ferocious, exuding a terrifying aura. All 10 were high-tier, first-rank beasts, and Su Hong was challenging them all at once. Is he trying to get himself killed? Chun Bei's voice quivered, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chun Bei widened his eyes in disbelief, silently wondering if Su Hong had lost his mind. 10 high-level first-tier beasts? That was practically a death wish. Wang Dong was also stunned, his eyes filled with terror, as if he could already see Su Hong being torn to pieces. Isn't he just at the early stage of the first tier? He's challenging beasts 2 levels above him, and 10 at once. Chun Bei furrowed his brows, quickly thinking of a plan. Should we go find an assistant instructor or Master Qin? Otherwise, this kid is doomed. Wang Dong shook his head, his voice laced with despair. It's too late. These are high-level first-tier beasts. They can shred him in seconds. As the two anxiously discussed, the battle inside the beast chamber had already begun. Come on. Facing 10 fierce high-level first-tier beasts, Su Hong showed no fear. Instead, he excitedly beckoned with his finger, a provocative gesture that instantly enraged all the beasts. A giant black scorpion launched the first attack, its tail stabbing towards Su Hong like lightning. Su Hong remained calm, softly shouting, "Void, break your finger." With a flick of his finger, a white energy burst through the scorpion's tail. The black scorpion beast roared in agony, and simultaneously, the other 9 beasts charged forward, surrounding Su Hong. With a deafening roar, all 10 beasts launched a fierce attack. It's over. Wang Dong and Chun Bei shook their heads, sighing as they mentally prepared to mourn Su Hong. However, the next moment left them speechless. Amidst the assault of 10 beasts, Su Hong moved with agility and grace, dodging their attacks with ease. Despite the frantic onslaught, none of the beasts managed to even graze his clothes. What the? Wang Dong and Chun Bei widened their eyes, watching in disbelief. Su Hong, supposedly only at the early stage of the first tier, was handling the onslaught of 10 beasts with ease and even counterattacking. This can't be something a first-tier beginner can do. Wang Dong stammered in shock. These are 10 high-level first-tier beasts. Even if we, who are at the mid-tier, were surrounded, it would be a life-or-death situation. Chun Bei, am I dreaming? Wang Dong asked, stammering. Suddenly, he heard Chun Bei's trembling voice beside him. Wait a minute, old Wang. Doesn't that movement style look familiar? Wang Dong paused, focusing on Su Hong's movements. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He racked his brain, and suddenly, it hit him. No way. Is that Lin Xinghe's grade movement technique, soaring crane steps? Chun Bei nodded dumbfoundedly, confirming in shock. It's exactly soaring crane steps. Hearing this, Wang Dong was thunderstruck. After a long pause, he muttered incredulously, Lin Xinghe only learned that a grade technique at the high level of the first tier, and Su Hong has mastered it at the early stage? And he's just a high school student. He shouldn't have access to such high-level techniques. Wang Dong was full of doubt, murmuring to himself, could it be that Su Hong is actually from a powerful family? At that moment, Chun Bei hesitantly spoke up. I mean, could it be possible? Wang Dong stared in disbelief as Lin Xinghe demonstrated an 11 movement technique, his mind reeling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head vigorously, his voice filled with incredulity. That's an 11 technique. How could someone master it just by watching? Chun Bei calmly pointed towards the beast room and said, "Then how do you explain his movement?" Wang Dong was left speechless, but internally, he was still struggling. He couldn't help but wonder, is there really someone who can learn a level technique at a glance? If such a person exists, just how gifted must they be? It's almost monstrous. At that moment, Chun Bei quietly suggested, "Old Wang, maybe we should just let it go." Wang Dong looked at Chun Bei in confusion, and the latter continued, "I mean, let's not try to get back at Su Hong. The two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him." These words plunged Wang Dong into silence, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face as he tightened his grip on the wooden stick in his hand. Seeing this, Chun Bei silently pointed towards the beast room. "If you're not convinced, then go ahead. I'm not going. But let me remind you, before you cause trouble for him, take a look at this." Wang Dong followed Chun Bei's gesture and, in the next moment, was as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. With a clatter, the tightly held wooden stick fell to the ground. Inside the beast room, the 10 fierce first-level high-grade beasts that had been so ferocious just moments ago were now lying on the ground like defeated dogs. Su Hong, on the other hand, didn't even seem out of breath. What was even more astonishing was that after just a few seconds of rest, Su Hong walked over to the screen and made some adjustments. Instantly, another 10 first-level high-grade beasts appeared, bearing their fangs and claws. Wang Dong was utterly bewildered, his mind roaring. Is this even human? He was only talking to Chun Bei for a few minutes, and 10 first-level high-grade beasts were dealt with? And Su Hong wasn't even panting, starting a new round of challenges after just a few seconds of rest. This isn't fighting beasts, it's like he's grinding through them. Forget it. Let's get out of here, Wang Dong finally conceded, with no trace of reluctance left. He hurriedly pulled Chun Bei to leave, afraid that Su Hong might notice their intentions and come out to teach them a lesson. As they passed through the crowd of students watching Wang Tiantuo and the others, they heard exclamations. Wow, 9 first-level high-grade beasts, and Wang Tiantuo took them down in under 10 minutes. Lin Xinghe isn't bad either. He wasn't even touched by the 8 first-level high-grade beasts. Xiaoyan as well. I'm really amazed. These people are on a completely different level from us. This is like having cheat codes. It's not fair. With the strength of Wang Tiantuo and the other two, aren't they just going to sweep the top 3 spots in this training camp? What's the point of competing? Hearing these discussions, Wang Dong and Chun Bei couldn't help but grimace. They internally screamed, Wang Tiantuo and the others are indeed formidable. But the problem is, there's also a prodigy with overwhelming talent in this camp. Hey Wang Dong, Chun Bei. A student approached them with a grin. Weren't you guys planning to get back at the guy who ambushed you earlier? Have you already taught him a lesson? Wang Dong and Chun Bei forced out awkward laughs, not responding. They were so embarrassed that their toes practically curled into the floor. Teach him a lesson? If we weren't smart about it, we'd probably be lying on the ground like beaten dogs right now. The student didn't notice their discomfort and continued to comment. This training camp is insane, with monsters like Wang Tiantuo, and then someone like Su Hong who just broke through to a first-level warrior not long ago. The gap in strength is just too big, and even putting Su Hong aside, we first-level mid-grade warriors have no chance against these monsters like Wang Tiantuo. Hearing this, Wang Dong and Chun Bei's faces twitched instantly. Yeah, right. They muttered a few perfunctory words and hurriedly left. The doors to the 3 beast rooms slowly opened, and the students watching couldn't help but step back, their eyes filled with awe. A tense atmosphere hung in the air as everyone held their breath, waiting for the people inside to emerge. Moments later, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan came out, drenched in sweat. Their clothes were stained with the blood of fierce beasts, and though their faces showed exhaustion, their eyes gleamed with the light of victory. How many contribution points did you earn from killing so many beasts? A curious and expectant family member who knew the trio couldn't help but ask. Wang Tiantuo replied expressionlessly. 280 points. Lin Xinghe pursed his lips, somewhat unwillingly saying, 265 points. Xiaoyan glanced at her smart bracelet and calmly said, 270 points. As soon as they finished speaking, the surrounding students erupted into chatter. Wow, that's a lot. There's no point in competing. A high-tier first-order beast is only worth 5 points. These 3 monsters, if calculated at high-tier first-order beasts, the least among them killed at least 53. The students' expressions turned complex, filled with both envy and defeat. The vast gap left them without hope, and even the chance to match the trio seemed impossibly distant. Lin Xinghe, sounding a bit displeased, said, Let's go, head to the martial arts pavilion. Clearly, he was embarrassed by having the fewest contribution points among the 3. Just then, everyone's smart bracelets simultaneously chimed. After 6 hours of weighted vest training, contribution points were being tallied. I only got 10 points. Sigh, I just got 20 points. Damn, even with a 1 vest, I only got 30 points. The students chatted animatedly, then all turned their curious gazes toward Wang Tiantuo and the others. Wang Tiantuo didn't shy away, casually stating, 100 points. Lin Xinghe, with a dark expression, said, 50 points. Xiaoyan also looked displeased, quietly saying, 50 points. Hearing these numbers, the students were once again stunned. Someone couldn't help but complain. It's not fair. I got only 30 contribution points with a 1,000 kilograms vest. Why do they get 20 more points? Obviously, the heavier the weight, the harder it is. More points are normal. If you're not happy, add another 200 kilograms, another student immediately retorted. The complaining student was left speechless, an awkward expression on his face. By the way, does the weighted vest count during sleep? Someone suddenly asked. Are you crazy? You might suffocate in your sleep. Can't you read? The tiny text on the bracelet clearly states sleep doesn't count. Soon, Wang Tiantuo and the others headed toward the martial arts pavilion, leaving the other students in silence. Moments later, they all entered the beast rooms, seemingly eager to prove something. Meanwhile, inside the beast room where Su Hong was, chaos reigned. The floor was littered with the carcasses of various fierce beasts, blood dripping from their remains, and staining the white floor a deep red. Su Hong's figure appeared somewhat disheveled, his body soaked in beast blood, with droplets hanging from the tips of his black hair. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Sweat continuously dripped from his face onto the floor. Despite his formidable strength, even he felt exhausted after 2 straight hours of slaughter. Su Hong glanced down at his smart bracelet that recorded contribution points. The number displayed brought a flash of satisfaction to his eyes. Su Hong looked at the number on his smart bracelet, 400 contribution points, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of his 2-hour effort in the beast chamber, quite impressive. Just as he was about to take a break, his bracelet chimed again. Raising his wrist, Su Hong saw that the contribution points from his weighted vest had been credited an additional 300 points. Combined with the points from defeating beasts, he had earned a total of 700 contribution points tonight. Su Hong stood up and exhaled deeply. Ever since acquiring the Overlord body, he noticed his energy levels were exceptionally high. After 2 hours of intense combat, he needed less than half an hour to recover almost completely. Realizing it was getting late, Su Hong decided to wrap up today's training and prepare for tomorrow morning. As he walked out the door, he noticed that the area was deserted. Looks like I stayed too long, Su Hong thought to himself as he headed towards the martial arts pavilion. In fact, the other students had left over an hour ago, worn out like dogs, tongues out as they headed back to their dorms. Few warriors could continuously fight beasts at full strength for 2 hours. Most students couldn't last an hour before their arms were too tired to lift, completely exhausted. Even Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions only managed a little over an hour. Under the star-speckled night sky, Su Hong admired the stars as he made his way swiftly to the martial arts pavilion. Soon, he reached his destination. Behind the counter stood a martial artist, who, upon seeing Su Hong enter, gestured towards a board and said, "The list of items you can exchange for contribution points is there. Take a look and let me know what you want." Su Hong nodded and approached the display board. The martial artist, rubbing his chin, speculated about how many contribution points Su Hong might have. He had been busy all day, with nearly all the training camp students coming to exchange points. The ones with the most points were Wang Tiantuo and his companions, and aside from them, only a dozen or so mid-stage first-tier warriors had over 100 points. This kid is just at the initial stage of the first tier, probably can't exchange for much, the martial artist thought as he yawned and sat down. Su Hong carefully examined the board's contents. First tier vitality pill, 10 points. First tier healing pill, 20 points. First tier spirit gathering pill, 30 points. Second tier spirit gathering pill, 70 points. Grade A movement technique, Starry Sky Waltz, 3,000 points. Grade A martial skill, Explosive Palm, 2,000 points. Grade A fire attribute martial skill, Bone Netherflame Fist, 2,800 points. The more Su Hong read, the more his eyes lit up. This training camp was really pulling out all the stops, offering pills, martial skills, movement techniques, and even various types of weapons and skills for spirit masters. Not only that, but contribution points could also be used to customize alloy weapons, including those used by spirit masters, a truly dazzling array of options. Wow, these grade A martial skills are so expensive, Su Hong thought, his mouth watering. He only had 700 contribution points, and the cheapest grade A martial skill was 2,000 points. Suddenly, Su Hong noticed a new term. What is this attribute martial skill? He asked curiously. The martial artist was a bit surprised, then realized. Oh right, you're just at the initial stage of the first tier, probably just broke through, so it's normal not to know. He began to explain to Su Hong. There are 2 types of martial skills. One is the general martial skill, which is what you train with before breaking through to the first tier. The other is the attribute martial skill, which most warriors use after breaking through to the first tier. The martial artist continued his detailed explanation. Attribute martial skills are like exclusive skills for spirit masters. Whatever your spiritual energy's attribute is, using the corresponding attribute martial skill will unleash greater power. For example, The bone nether flame fist, when used by a warrior with fire attribute spiritual energy, is far more powerful than when used by warriors with other attributes. Also, the effects of skills with the same attribute can vary. Some might not be very powerful, but have special abilities like control or enhanced defense. He added, each of the 7 attributes has its strengths and weaknesses. Forcing yourself to train in martial skills that don't match your attribute will significantly reduce their effectiveness and power, making it not worth the effort. In short, just train in the martial skills that match your attribute, and avoid those that don't. Understand? Got it. Su Hong nodded, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. So, there were attribute martial skills. Train according to your attribute? Then, as a warrior who trained in all 7 attributes, wouldn't he be able to train in all types of attribute martial skills? This advantage was much greater than that of a single attribute warrior, making him practically a jack of all trades. Since you understand, go to bed early. Tomorrow is your first day of training, so make sure you're in the right state, the martial artist said with a yawn, preparing to head back inside. Suddenly, Su Hong called out, "Wait, I haven't exchanged my contribution points yet." The martial artist's eyes flickered with surprise, then he understood. Turning back towards the shelves with a lazy stride, he said, "I get it. You want to exchange for a Tier 1 vitality pill, right? Most of the newcomers today have exchanged for a few of those." Su Hong glanced at the list and asked, "What does this spirit gathering pill do?" The martial artist was a bit taken aback, but explained, "The spirit gathering pill is used by spiritualists to recover mental energy. Additionally, it has a slight effect on enhancing mental strength, but it's very minimal and only effective the first time you take it." Su Hong's eyes lit up immediately, and he pressed on. "It enhances mental strength? I see there are different grades of the spirit gathering pill." The martial artist interrupted him with a smile. "I know what you're thinking. You want to become a spiritualist, right? Everyone asks about the spirit gathering pill. Unfortunately, its effect on enhancing mental strength only works the first time, and higher grades give just a little more boost." Su Hong noticed that the highest grade Tier 4 spirit gathering pill required 500 contribution points. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take 1 Tier 4 spirit gathering pill." The martial artist was stunned, dropping the vitality pill he had just picked up. He stared in disbelief and asked, "What did you say?" "That's 500 contribution points, not 50. Su Hong helplessly showed his smart bracelet. The martial artist looked closely and was dumbfounded. A total of 700 contribution points. He was shocked that a first-stage martial artist on the first day at the training camp could earn so many contribution points, even surpassing Wang Tiantua and his group. "Kid, impressive." The martial artist gave a thumbs up and immediately fetched a Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. "Anything else you need?" "How many contribution points for a Crade alloy spear?" Su Hong inquired. 200 points. The martial artist thought for a moment and added, "I'd suggest saving your points to directly exchange for an attribute-specific alloy weapon later. Like attribute martial arts, alloy weapons matching your attribute have greater power." Hearing this, Su Hong paused, realizing he knew too little and was still too weak to access higher-level knowledge. This solidified his resolve to enter a top martial arts university. The martial artist curiously asked, "By the way, what's your attribute?" "Thunder," Su Hong replied. The martial artist raised an eyebrow in surprise. The strongest offensive attribute, thunder, no less. This talent is truly enviable. The warrior's eyes glinted with greed, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I suggest you switch to a thunder attribute alloy weapon, though the price, well, might be a bit high." "How much?" Su Hong asked directly, his expression calm. 200 contribution points, just enough to exchange for a thunder alloy spear. Su Hong stroked his chin, frowning slightly as he pondered. Seeing this, the warrior thought he was hesitating over the price and was about to speak when Su Hong interrupted with a question. "Is there an alloy with 2 attributes combined, or even more?" The warrior was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Yes, but they are quite rare. Because they're not very practical, the price is only slightly higher than regular alloy weapons." He paused, adding, "Of course, I'm talking about 2 attribute alloy weapons. Alloys that can accommodate more attributes are even rarer. As for those that can hold 7 attributes, they seem to exist only in top-tier martial arts academies or the military, where resources are abundant." After this explanation, the warrior looked puzzled. "Do you want to exchange for a multi-attribute alloy weapon? But let me warn you, the training camp has very limited stock, just a few dual-attribute alloy weapons." He shook his head. "I don't recommend buying one. Warriors typically train with a single attribute, so the power they unleash is the same as with single-attribute alloy weapons. The only advantage is being able to accommodate multiple attributes." Hearing this, Su Hong felt a surge of joy, his eyes lighting up slightly. He quickly asked, "Is there a Crade alloy spear with thunder and fire attributes?" "There is indeed one, but it costs 300 contribution points." The warrior raised an eyebrow, his tone resigned. "But didn't you listen to what I said? Their power is the same." He thought to himself, "Why doesn't this kid listen?" 300 points, I'll take it," Su Hong said decisively. All right. The warrior shook his head, choosing not to persuade him further. Soon, Su Hong emerged from the martial arts pavilion. In his right hand, he held an exquisite box containing a fourth-grade spirit-gathering pill. In his left, he gripped an alloy spear etched with thunder and flame patterns, its surface glinting coldly in the sunlight. I'll call it Thunderfire Spear, Su Hong casually named it, a smile spreading across his face. As he walked back to his dormitory, he reflected on how little he still knew about the martial world, like attribute martial skills and alloy weapons. Without guidance, he would have been clueless. I must get into a top-tier martial arts academy. Su Hong resolved, gripping his spear tighter. Even this government-hosted, resource-leaning training camp only had a few dual-attribute alloy weapons. In the future, he aimed to acquire a 7-attribute alloy weapon, which was undoubtedly scarce. The warrior had mentioned that only places with abundant resources, like top-tier martial arts academies, had such precious items. I need to enhance my strength to prepare for the entrance exams. Su Hong glanced at the exquisite box containing the fourth-grade spirit-gathering pill in his hand, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. I wonder how much it will boost my mental power. With this thought, Su Hong quickened his pace, practically flying down the path. 10 minutes later, he returned to his dormitory, eagerly sitting cross-legged on his bed. Carefully, he opened the box, took out the fourth-grade spirit-gathering pill, and opened his attribute panel, focusing on the martial value section. Martial value, 490. This gain surpasses what I achieved in the 8th hour entrance assessment. Su Hong marveled inwardly. During the entrance assessment in the wild, he had to search for beasts. But in the training camp's beast room, all he had to do was kill them, a massive difference. To reach 100 points of mental power, I still need 735 points. Not enough. Su Hong gazed at the crystalline 4th-grade spirit-gathering pill, his eyes burning with intensity. This pill was primarily used by spiritualists to restore mental power. It only had an effect on enhancing mental power when taken for the first time, and even then, the effect was weak. However, it was still a 4th-grade pill. I don't expect a miracle, just enough to save me some martial value. With this thought, Su Hong swallowed the spirit-gathering pill in one gulp. The moment Su Hong took the 4th-tier spirit-gathering pill, a rich medicinal power surged through his body like a warm current. His exhausted nerves were immediately relieved, and his mind became incredibly clear. This state lasted for a long time until the last trace of the pill's power was exhausted. Eagerly, Su Hong opened his attribute panel and focused directly on the mental section. The numbers appeared before him, 49.5. This was a full 23 points increase from his previous 26.5. Su Hong stared wide-eyed at the numbers, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is this the power of a 4th-tier pill? Su Hong murmured to himself, deeply shocked. According to that martial artist, the spirit-gathering pill was mainly used to restore mental power, and the improvement was supposed to be minimal. Yet the results far exceeded his expectations. It seems I underestimated the power of a 4th-tier pill, Su Hong thought to himself, though he felt a bit regretful. It's a pity this spirit-gathering pill can only be taken once. His gaze wandered over the attribute panel. Mental power at 49.5, martial arts value at 490 points. He was just 1.5 away from 100, which translated to 15 martial arts points. Su Hong couldn't help but feel frustrated. If only I had killed a few more beasts. Looking out the door, Su Hong felt a surge of impulse, wishing he could rush to the beast room to gain those 15 martial arts points. But remembering the training assembly scheduled for the next morning, he forced himself to suppress the urge. Forget it, they'll practice the guiding technique. My vitality hasn't improved in a while, Su Hong said to himself. After 2 sessions in the gravity chamber, his current vitality was at 135 points, which placed him at the bottom among the geniuses attending the training camp. But there was nothing he could do. Becoming a psychic warrior was evidently more cost-effective at this time. Just 15 points short. After practicing the guiding technique for a while, Su Hong opened his eyes, a look of melancholy on his face. Meanwhile, at the other side of the training camp, a group of black-clad martial artists were ready and eager, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Is everyone ready? Let's launch the night raid. A deep voice commanded. Yes. The black-clad martial artists responded in unison, quickly heading towards the dormitory building where the students were resting. These kids are in for a scare, Qin Tianlai smirked slightly, following closely behind with Lin Zhe and Bai Mu. As they walked, he instructed, you too, keep an eye on them tonight. Reward contribution points to those who manage to fend off the night raiders, to motivate the ones who can't. Yes, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe replied in unison. Bai Mu nudged Lin Zhe's shoulder, who then cleared his throat, and said, Master Qin, should we keep an eye on Su Hong since you've assigned Bu Jingfeng to him? That kid doesn't hold back. Bai Mu quickly agreed. Yeah, I passed by their rest area today and heard Bu Jingfeng yelling about making Su Hong bedridden for half a month, so you'd regret not swapping opponents for him. Bu Jingfeng, that brat, really needs a lesson. Qin Tianlai's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, all right then, Lin Zhe, keep an eye on him. After Bu Jingfeng defeats Su Hong, stop him. Qin Tianlai thought to himself that he only wanted to use Bu Jingfeng to correct Su Hong's idea of practicing 7 types of guiding techniques simultaneously. Moreover, he planned to take Su Hong to other training camps to spar with other geniuses and show off in front of those masters. If Bu Jingfeng actually made Su Hong bedridden for half a month, he'd be heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe nodded solemnly, promising to closely monitor the situation and be ready to assist Su Hong at any moment. Meanwhile, on the path to the dormitory building, 3 middle-aged martial artists surrounded Bu Jingfeng, advising him in low voices not to be too harsh. Bu Jingfeng rolled his eyes impatiently and quickened his pace to leave them behind. Enough, stop persuading me. I don't care about that. Since Master Qin agreed, I'll just do my best. He thought to himself, kid, blame Master Qin for not switching my opponent. You're unlucky to face me. Soon, the group silently arrived outside the dormitory building. Everyone turned to Qin Tianlai, awaiting his command. Qin Tianlai waved his hand and ordered, go. The black-clad martial artists moved like phantoms, silently entering the dormitory building and heading toward their target rooms. Bu Jingfeng smirked, holding an alloy-long knife as he strode into the building. Lin Zhe quietly followed. 3 minutes later, the silent night was shattered by sudden loud noises. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of doors being kicked open resounded throughout the dormitory. Immediately after, the panicked shouts of students echoed. Who are you? What do you want? Damn, an ambush, how despicable. Must be a special training camp setup. Bring it on. Wait, dude, can I at least put on some underwear first? Fine, if you won't let me, but where are you aiming? Jealous, aren't you? The dormitory turned into chaos. The students' curses, the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh, and the clash of metal echoed through the night. In the distant forest, startled beasts roared intermittently. Listening to the students' alarmed voices, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but laugh, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He turned to Bai Mu and asked with a smile, who do you think, among Wang Tiantuo and the others, will defeat their opponent first? Bai Mu pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. It's hard to say. Each has their own strengths. I can only be sure that these 3 will definitely be the first to win, but as for who exactly, it's tough to predict. True. Qin Tianlai chuckled noncommittally. Meanwhile, inside dormitory room 301, Su Hong, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately grabbed his thunderfire gun, watching the door with vigilance. A cult attack was his first thought. On Blue Star, some humans infiltrated by alien races called themselves the Holy Church, hunting human geniuses to trade for resources, even undergoing bloodline transformations to become part of the alien races. Each year, many talents fell victim to these cults. But soon, hearing the commotion outside, Su Hong realized it was a training camp raid. He thought, I wonder what level of martial artist is coming. Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open. Su Hong looked expectantly, seeing a young man with an alloy-long knife and a confident smile walking in slowly. Sensing the faint aura from Su Hong, Bu Jingfeng curled his lips, showing a bored expression. As expected, just a first-tier beginner. A first-tier advanced martial artist? Haha, bring it on. Su Hong suddenly burst into laughter, baffling Bu Jingfeng. Kid, scared witless? Bu Jingfeng chuckled. However, before he could finish, he quickly dodged to the side, his brows furrowed. The next moment, with a whoosh, a spear pierced the spot where he had just stood, the air exploding with force. This power, seems Master Qin wasn't lying. His combat strength really can rival a first-tier advanced level. Bu Jingfeng was somewhat surprised, not expecting the boy to be such a genius. However, compared to him, this strength was still lacking. Bu Jingfeng's expression turned slightly cold. Kid, you're quite rude. Enough with the nonsense. Su Hong interrupted forcefully, holding his spear single-handedly, the tip aimed directly at Bu Jingfeng, his eyes blazing. You're just what I need. Su Hong was secretly delighted. This first-tier advanced martial artist was stronger than any beast he had slain. Defeating him would provide 15 points of martial value, more than sufficient. You're just the one I was missing. Bu Jingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly before he quickly dismissed his hesitation. A cold smirk appeared on his lips, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Kid, being this arrogant will cost you dearly. Today, I'll personally teach you that lesson. Before he finished speaking, Bu Jingfeng's entire body surged with energy, muscles bulging, resembling a beast ready to pounce. In an instant, he charged at Su Hong, raising his alloy-long knife high, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim room. Su Hong squinted slightly, advancing instead of retreating, lifting his spear to counter. Such poor combat awareness? Bu Jingfeng mocked internally. His strike was a full-force blow, incredibly powerful. For a mere first-tier beginner warrior to not dodge, but confront it head-on was sheer folly. In the next moment, the long knife clashed fiercely with the incoming spear. Boom! A sharp metallic clash reverberated throughout the room. Bu Jingfeng's face changed drastically as he felt a terrifying force emanating from the spear. How can a first-tier beginner warrior possess such strength? As Bu Jingfeng reeled in shock, the spear unleashed an even greater force, slowly pressing his long knife downward. His face turned red, veins bulging, muscles taut. Yet he was horrified to find himself powerless to stop the knife from being gradually pushed down. A wave of disbelief surged in Bu Jingfeng's mind. In a pure contest of strength, he was utterly outmatched by Su Hong. This defied everything he knew. Monster! Bu Jingfeng suddenly retreated, his eyes filled with shock and wariness. In just a moment of exchange, the playful smirk on his face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Now, he regarded Su Hong as a formidable opponent on the same level. No wonder Master Qin holds you in such high regard. You truly are impressive. Bu Jingfeng sincerely praised. But the next moment, his expression turned cold again. However, in battles between warriors, it's not just about who has more strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Bu Jingfeng raised his long knife once more, strands of flame coiling around the blade like serpents. The previously dark room was instantly illuminated by the fiery glow, flickering with an eerie red light. Watching from the shadows, Lin Zhe tensed up. He realized that Bu Jingfeng was serious this time. Su Hong's strength is terrifying, even surpassing Bu Jingfeng, Lin Zhe thought to himself, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Here it comes, Bu Jingfeng suddenly shouted, his flaming long knife slashing down fiercely. A blade light, enveloped in roaring flames, shot towards Su Hong like a blazing bolt of lightning. Blazing slash. Seeing this strike, Lin Zhe's expression changed dramatically, cursing inwardly. Bu Jingfeng, that bastard, actually used his most proficient level martial skill right from the start, truly treating Su Hong as an equal opponent. Just as Lin Zhe was about to step in to help, a sharp crackle of thunder echoed. Facing the incoming blazing slash, Su Hong's thunderfire spear suddenly crackled with lightning, emitting a piercing blue-white glow. He thrust his spear forward, meeting the fiery blade heat-in. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Su Hong shuddered, forced to stagger backward by the tremendous impact, only managing to steady himself after several steps. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, indicating some internal injury. Bu Jingfeng, however, stood motionless, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even possessing the most powerful thunder attribute, Bu Jingfeng marveled. It's a shame you don't seem to know any thunder attribute spear techniques. If you did, I might not have been able to defeat you so easily. As Bu Jingfeng spoke, he couldn't help but be awed by Su Hong's incredible talent. Such an opponent was undoubtedly one of the greatest challenges he had encountered in his career. In the shadows, Lin Zhe witnessed the breathtaking scene, swallowing hard with shock written all over his face. Su Hong had just faced Bu Jingfeng's blazing slash without employing any martial arts techniques, and yet he was only pushed back a few steps, with just a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The toughness of his body was simply unbelievable. As Bu Jingfeng finished speaking and was about to leave, Lin Zhe felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a raspy voice emerged. You haven't won yet. Why are you leaving? This made Lin Zhe's heart leap once more. Bu Jingfeng paused, turned to the young man hidden in the darkness, and said in a deep voice, the battle is over. If you still want to fight, don't blame me for what comes next. Su Hong casually wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned. Hey, I told you, you haven't won. Suit yourself. Bu Jingfeng shrugged, looking indifferent. I guess you won't accept reality until you get knocked out. All right then, bring it on. Bu Jingfeng's eyes narrowed, and flames appeared once more on his alloy long knife. In the next instant, he unleashed another blazing slash, sending a fiery blade arc towards Su Hong. Without even looking, Bu Jingfeng sheathed his knife and turned towards the door, assuming Su Hong was at his limit and couldn't withstand this strike. Hearing the crackling of thunder behind him, Bu Jingfeng shook his head. It's useless, such a stubborn mule. But then, amidst the thunderous hum, he sensed a sudden surge of heat. What? Bu Jingfeng's expression changed drastically as he spun around, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The young man facing the blazing slash now wielded a spear that not only crackled with thunder, but also blazed with flames. The two forces, thunder and fire, had seamlessly merged, illuminating the young man's face in flickering light. This is impossible. Bu Jingfeng's face displayed unprecedented astonishment. Elemental fusion. In the shadows, Lin Zhe was equally stunned, standing there as if struck by lightning. Both recalled the legendary technique of a warrior who had once practiced multi-element guidance. Elemental fusion, the power of thunder and fire. Previously, they had thought it was just a myth. After all, element repulsion was a fundamental truth every warrior understood. Yet now, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. And the one mastering elemental fusion was merely a youth, not even 18. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, goodness, Master Qin, didn't you say that warrior took over a decade to barely grasp elemental fusion? Go! At that moment, Su Hong shouted fiercely, thrusting his thunderfire spear forward. The fused thunder and flames concentrated at the spear tip, clashing with the fiery blade arc in the next moment. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Bu Jingfeng's blazing slash was instantly obliterated. Moreover, the collision unleashed a terrifying power, the shockwave containing an overwhelming force, surging straight towards Bu Jingfeng. No! Bu Jingfeng realized the danger, his face filled with shock as he prepared to unleash another blazing slash. But before he could raise his blade, the terrifying impact struck him. Instantly, Bu Jingfeng's eyes rolled back as he was sent flying, crashing through the dormitory corridor's glass and disappearing from sight. This power! Lin Zhe's eye twitched, filled with awe. The next moment, he took a deep look at Su Hong and silently left. Meanwhile, the moment Su Hong defeated Bu Jingfeng, a notification sounded in his mind. He glanced at the panel, seeing his martial value had increased by 17 points. Finally, he had reached the last 15 points needed to become a spiritual master. Outside the dormitory building, Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu stood amidst the chaos, observing the pandemonium before them. Qin Tianlai glanced at his watch, thinking the timing was about right. Su Hong should have already been defeated by Bu Jingfeng. A slight smile played on his lips as he mentally prepared his arguments to persuade Su Hong to abandon practicing multiple guiding techniques simultaneously. Bai Mu, let's go, Qin Tianlai called, and the two were about to enter the dormitory. Suddenly, a deafening boom shattered the night sky. The glass in the third-floor corridor exploded, raining shards down like a storm. A shadowy figure flew out of the broken window, hitting the ground hard and stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Tianlai frowned. Was he counterattacked so quickly? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Looks like the first martial artist to fail a night raid has appeared. These students are quite capable. Driven by curiosity, Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu quickly approached. When they got a clear view of the unconscious figure in black, they were both stunned into silence. Bu Jingfeng, Bai Mu exclaimed, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at the unconscious man on the ground. Qin Tianlai was equally shocked, his face a mixture of emotions. Internally, he was reeling. Bu Jingfeng had been defeated? Despite his arrogance, Bu Jingfeng was undoubtedly talented otherwise. Qin Tianlai wouldn't have tolerated him for so long. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed both their minds. They gasped, exchanging looks of disbelief. Bu Jingfeng had gone to raid Su Hong tonight. Now, seeing him here could only mean, my God, Su Hong defeated Bu Jingfeng and left him unconscious. Bai Mu murmured, utterly frozen in place. Qin Tianlia's eyes widened in disbelief. Bu Jingfeng was a first-tier high-level martial artist, and among all the raiders tonight, he was the strongest. Yet, he had been taken down by Su Hong, who was only at the initial stage of the first tier. What is going on? Qin Tianlai was nearly losing his mind. He had all his arguments ready to persuade Su Hong, but the scene before him defied all expectations. And you? How did you end up lying there like that? How could you lose? No matter how hard he tried, Qin Tianlai couldn't fathom how Bu Jingfeng had been defeated. This doesn't make any sense, he was thoroughly perplexed. Just then, several more boom, boom, boom sounds of shattering glass echoed through the night. More black-clad martial artists flew out from the upper floors, landing heavily beside Bu Jingfeng, equally unconscious. Bai Mu quickly approached to identify them, then turned to Qin Tianlai. These are the ones who went to raid Wang Tiantuo and the other two. Qin Tianlai nodded slightly. Wang Tiantuo and his companions each had their strengths, and if they couldn't even defeat opponents of similar strength, it would be too embarrassing. This was within his expectations. But the real puzzle was how Su Hong managed to defeat Bu Jingfeng. At that moment, three heads peeked out from the dormitory corridor where the glass had been shattered. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan looked down. Master Qin, next time, send someone tougher. This was too easy. Lin Xinghe called out cheerfully. Wang Tiantuo stood with his arms crossed, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Although Xiaoyan said nothing, a confident smile curled her lips. However, when the trio saw four black-clad martial artists lying below, their expressions froze. More experts? Lin Xinghe exclaimed in surprise. Someone managed to beat them even faster than us? Wang Tiantuo, Xiaoyan, and Lin Xinghe stood on the dormitory building, bewildered by what had just happened. Lin Xinghe casually speculated. Maybe that black-clad warrior was just too weak and got defeated easily. The three quickly dismissed the incident from their minds and returned to their dorm. Downstairs, Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu, having heard Lin Xinghe's voice, glanced at the unconscious Bu Jingfeng with mixed emotions. Was Bu Jingfeng weak? Certainly not. In Qin Tianlia's view, Bu Jingfeng should have had the upper hand against the trio of Wang Tiantuo. This only deepened his confusion. How did Su Hong manage to defeat Bu Jingfeng? Even though Su Hong had extraordinary talent, he was still only at the initial stage of the first tier. Defeating Bu Jingfeng across two minor levels was a fact that left Qin Tianlai in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Zhe came running out of the dormitory. Qin Tianlai quickly called out, Master Qin, come here. As Lin Zhe approached, he immediately asked, "How did Bu Jingfeng lose?" Recalling the shocking scene, Lin Zhe swallowed hard. He hesitated for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Master Qin, maybe we shouldn't persuade Su Hong to give up dual cultivation. I feel he's quite suited for it." Before he could finish, Qin Tianlai sharply interrupted, "Nonsense. Haven't I told you the outcome of dual cultivation? That warrior from years ago took over a decade just to barely achieve the fusion of two attributes. For a prodigy like Su Hong, wasting even a few years would be a loss for our people. Moreover, the path of attribute fusion is extremely difficult. Even for a genius like Su Hong, it would take at least several years." Qin Tianlia's words were firm, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Zhe, with some trepidation, continued, "But Su Hong has already mastered attribute fusion." I said, "Wait, what?" Qin Tianlai was about to continue scolding when he suddenly froze. His tone rose sharply, his deep voice turning sharp. "What did you say? Repeat that." Seeing the fierce look on Master Qin's face, Lin Zhe quickly explained, "I said Su Hong has already learned attribute fusion. I just witnessed it." Su Hong used the fused Thunderfire attribute to defeat Bu Jingfeng. Lin Zhe's words were like a bombshell, exploding in Qin Tianlia's mind and leaving him momentarily blank. Bai Mu was also stunned, incredulously asking, "Really? Say that again." After a moment, Qin Tianlai regained his composure and became extremely excited. His eyes shone brightly, fixated on Lin Zhe as if trying to see through him. Lin Zhe had no choice but to repeat himself, emphasizing, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." Ha ha ha. Qin Tianlai suddenly burst into laughter, his excitement bordering on madness, as if he had just heard the most unbelievable yet delightful news in the world. Qin Tianlia's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the moment when Su Hong had just broken through to become a first-rank martial artist. In a mere month, this young man not only learned the guiding techniques, but also mastered the fusion of 7 spiritual energy attributes. Even more unbelievable was his success in defeating Bu Jingfeng in actual combat. Qin Tianlia's heart pounded violently, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He remembered how, many years ago, a martial artist had spent over a decade researching the fusion of 2 attributes, yet Su Hong achieved this level in just 1 month. Such talent surpassed the realm of genius. It was truly monstrous. Ha ha ha. Qin Tianlai couldn't help but burst into laughter, his entire body trembling slightly with excitement. As a master, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. He understood the significance of Su Hong mastering attribute fusion within a month. Recalling how that martial artist from years ago had developed attribute fusion and was able to overpower second-rank fighters as a first rank, Qin Tianlai swallowed hard. The upper echelons of the human race were naturally intrigued, but experiments showed that the path was extremely difficult. Even for a genius martial artist, pursuing multiple attributes could lead to ruin or madness. The unfavorable outcomes led to the path of multiple attributes being gradually forgotten under the control of the higher-ups. Yet, in Qin Tianlai's training camp, a monster emerged who mastered dual attribute fusion in just a month. The path of multiple attributes was abandoned due to its immense difficulty, impossible for anyone but an extraordinary prodigy to manage. Even if one could succeed, it required an unimaginable amount of time. Like that martial artist who spent over a decade mastering dual attribute fusion, yet remained a first-rank martial artist with a low level. And Su Hong, mastering such a skill in merely a month, his talent and comprehension were simply out of this world. Qin Tianlai's eyes shone with excitement as he began to imagine what it would be like if this prodigy truly grew and one day became the strongest among humanity. With 7 attributes at his command, the power unleashed upon fusion would be terrifying. Perhaps one move could leave the emperors of all races utterly stunned. Just imagining this possibility made Qin Tianlai feel parched and his heart race. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, but the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. In the face of Su Hong's extraordinary talent, Qin Tianlai was initially shocked, but then deep hesitation appeared on his face. His heart was filled with conflicting emotions. If someone else were practicing multiple guiding techniques, he would have corrected them without hesitation. However, Su Hong had mastered dual attribute fusion in just 1 month, a feat that was astonishingly impressive. Qin Tianlai furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. His gaze drifted into the distance as his thoughts wandered to the future. Su Hong mastering dual attribute fusion in a month was indeed remarkable. But what about the future? How would he handle the fusion of 3 or 4 attributes? With each additional attribute, the difficulty increases exponentially, a rule established by the higher-ups of the human race after countless experiments. If Su Hong continued to practice multiple techniques and eventually hit a plateau, wouldn't Qin Tianlai be blamed as a historical sinner of the human race? After much deliberation, Qin Tianlai finally spoke, seeking the opinions of Bai Mu and Lin Zhe. Do you think Su Hong should continue practicing multiple techniques? The two were taken aback, clearly not expecting the master to seek their opinions. Bai Mu pondered for a moment, a light suddenly appearing in his eyes. Master Qin, tomorrow is the first day of training. We had planned to test the students' capabilities through practical combat. You could witness Su Hong's performance firsthand before making a decision. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai fell into thought, then nodded in agreement. Let's do it that way. At that moment, Lindsay suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Seeing Qin Tianlia's puzzled look, he lowered his voice and said, Master Qin, while observing the battle earlier, I discovered that Su Hong absolutely possesses a special physique. His strength is unbelievably powerful. Bu Jingfeng, at the high stage of the first tier, was absolutely overpowered in a clash with Su Hong. Even crushed, you could say. These words left Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu stunned. Qin Tianlai couldn't help but scold. Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? His gaze shifted to the dormitory building, full of shock. Su Hong is only at the initial stage of the first tier, with a vitality just over 120. Yet you say his strength surpasses Bu Jingfeng at the high stage of the first tier, even crushing him? Qin Tianlai muttered to himself, his expression extremely complex. What kind of physique does this boy have? Even Wang Tiantua's barbarian god body doesn't amplify strength to this extent. Bu Jingfeng's vitality is over 400, while Su Hong's is just over 120, more than twice the difference. Yet in terms of strength, Su Hong crushed Bu Jingfeng. Qin Tianlai took a sharp breath, his expression serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Tomorrow's combat plan needs to be adjusted. I want a comprehensive assessment of Su Hong's abilities, as well as those of the other students. Get the combat power detectors, vitality detectors, and other equipment ready. We'll check these metrics first tomorrow, then proceed with the actual combat. Finally, bring Wang Tiantua and the other two to face Su Hong Onianon. I want to see what happens when a prodigy like Su Hong goes up against the top 3 talents of the training camp. He turned to Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, instructing them sternly. You two draft the specific plan tonight. Yes, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, the dormitory was in disarray, clearly the result of Su Hong's battle with Bu Jingfeng. However, Su Hong was not concerned with tidying up at the moment. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his face full of anticipation. Quickly opening the panel, Su Hong unhesitatingly allocated all 17 points of his martial arts value to his mental strength. Instantly, his mental value soared to 100, and a refreshing, exhilarating sensation swept through his entire body, lasting for nearly 10 minutes. When Su Hong opened his eyes, he felt as if his mind had undergone a remarkable transformation. Have I really become a psychic? He wondered, glancing around the room until his gaze settled on a pillow on the floor. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation surged within him, as though he had suddenly grown a third arm, both unfamiliar and intriguing. With the support of his unparalleled ancient talent, Su Hong quickly adapted to this new feeling. He focused on the pillow again, and with a thought, an invisible force surged from his mind. A miracle happened. The pillow on the floor slowly rose, hovering in midair. Witnessing this, Su Hong couldn't contain his excitement any longer and burst into laughter. I did it. I've truly become a psychic. The feeling of manipulating objects was both wondrous and addictive. As Su Hong directed the pillow to fly around the room, he attempted to control other items like the blanket, tables, and chairs. Soon, the entire room took on a fantastical scene as all objects lost their gravity and floated freely in the air. After a while, Su Hong was confident he had mastered the sensation of releasing mental power. With a thought, all the objects returned to their original positions. Thanks to his mental power, he didn't even need to lift a finger, and the once cluttered room became neat and orderly in an instant. Open the system panel. With a thought, the panel appeared before Su Hong. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unparalleled ancient. Vitality, 135. Psychic, 100.2. Physique, Dominator body spirit level 1. Guiding technique, Thunder guiding technique. Martial arts, perfect void-breaking finger. Martial arts value, 0. After reaching 100 points in mental strength, the mental section changed to psychic. Su Hong pondered that the psychic realm was divided similarly to martial artists, and he was currently at the first stage. After glancing at the panel, Su Hong closed it and walked to the window, gazing at the starry sky as he exhaled slowly. All his hard work had finally paid off. From now on, he could be just like Xiao Yan. At this thought, Su Hong paused. Now that he was a psychic, he could surely learn Xiao Yan's rank psychic martial technique. Not only Xiao Yan's, but also Wang Tiantua's rank martial technique. It was said that Wang Tiantua's technique was offensive, but Su Hong wondered what attribute it belonged to. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before he knew it, it was 6 in the morning. Yesterday, the students, wearing weighted vests, had exhausted themselves through training in the gravity room, agility room, and beast room. Worse still, they faced a surprise martial artist drill at night, leaving them with barely any sleep. Now, they lay deeply asleep in their beds. Just then, a deafening shout came from downstairs. Everyone, assemble downstairs in 1 minute. Any delay will cost you contribution points. A loud shout, like thunder, jolted all the sleeping students awake. After a brief moment of confusion, they sprang into action as if electrified, hurriedly getting dressed. Meanwhile, Su Hong, who had been meditating and practicing guiding techniques, slowly opened his eyes. The results of his all-night training were evident. His vitality increased from 135 to 137 points. As his guiding technique level improved, his training efficiency significantly increased. Reflecting on the martial artist's attack last night at 3 a.m., and accounting for the time spent on skill points and tidying his room, his actual training time was about 2 hours. This meant an increase of 1 vitality point per hour, an astonishing speed. Time to gather. Su Hong got up, opened the door, and calmly headed downstairs. In stark contrast, students in other dorms were noisily rushing to get ready. Soon, outside the dormitory building, the students were lined up neatly. Despite having only a minute to prepare, as martial artists, that was enough to get ready. Lindsay surveyed them with a smile. Good, no one is late. Now, let me tell you about this morning's training. At these words, all the students immediately focused, including Wang Tiantua and his 2 friends. For our first day of training, we need to fully understand your abilities. Lindsay continued. We'll test everything: vitality, mental strength, power, speed, compatibility, and mastery of martial skills. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students turned their eyes towards Wang Tiantua and his friends, filled with envy and jealousy. It was clear they would shine in the upcoming tests. Noticing their reaction, Lindsay added, and that's not all. After the tests, there will be a final combat test. This combat will be ranked. The top 10 students will earn contribution points based on their ranking. This announcement brightened the students' faces. While they acknowledged Wang Tiantua's group's abilities, it didn't mean they were willing to concede to others. Instantly, they began sizing each other up, the air thick with tension. Wang Tiantua and his friends were not to be outdone, exchanging confident smiles. Lin Xinghe chuckled. Well, this is a training camp, showing our true skills right away. I won't be modest about taking first place. Xiaoyan laughed. You've got third place locked in. Wang Tiantua crossed his arms, silent but exuding arrogance. Their nonchalant attitude irked the other students, but there was little they could do. Lindsay continued. All right, that's today's agenda. Also, students who successfully defeated the night attackers last night will receive contribution points. The amount will depend on the attacker's strength. Hearing this, many students brightened, while others looked embarrassed. At that moment, a student complained. Assistant Lin, I could have defeated that night attacker, but he ambushed me, didn't even let me put on my shorts, and aimed for, well, you know where. That's why I lost. Lindsay glanced at the student, his tone calm but sharp. Don't be upset. If you were ambushed by the 10,000 races last night, do you think they'd wait for you to put on your shorts? This comment left the student, who wasn't wearing shorts, speechless, and he quietly retreated back into the group. At that moment, Bai Mu quickly operated his smart wristband and then announced, the contribution points have been distributed. Please check them. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification sounds rang out, and many students' smart wristbands lit up. Haha, they're really generous. I got 50 contribution points for defeating that mid-tier level 1 fighter. My opponent was just a beginner level 1. Only 20 points, damn. Mine seemed to have just broken in a mid-tier level 1 not long ago. 35 points, not bad. Better than nothing. How many contribution points would you get for defeating a high-tier level 1? The students who hadn't managed to defeat any of the night attackers were left awkwardly shifting their feet, while the successful ones excitedly compared notes before all eyes turned to Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions. Lin Xinghe lazily unfolded his pink fan, which bore the phrase, world's most handsome, and casually said, not bad, I got 130 points. Pathetic. Wang Tiantua scoffed. I got 135 points. Lin Xinghe was taken aback and quickly glanced at Xiaoyan. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she said, don't bother looking. I have 140 points. She added, from these contribution points, it's clear you're firmly in 3rd place. Damn it, Lin Xinghe grumbled. It's just that the fighter who ambushed me was too weak, which is why my contribution points are lower than yours. Wang Tiantua nodded slightly. True, even if they were stronger, I could have defeated them easily. The number of contribution points you get really just depends on luck. Seeing the 2 acting dissatisfied, Xiaoyan was irritated, but she understood that Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe had a point. The trio's nonchalant attitude toward over 100 contribution points left the surrounding students twitching at the corners of their mouths. At that moment, Su Hong's wristband beeped. He looked down to see 150 points. He thought to himself, seems like the person I fought yesterday was the strongest among the attackers. They must have really thought highly of me to have me, a beginner level 1, face the strongest. Lindsay cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. All right, no more talking. Follow me to start the test. With that, he and Bai Mu turned and walked off, with the students quickly following. Soon, they arrived at the open space outside the gravity chamber. Unlike the emptiness of yesterday, It was now filled with various testing equipment. Qin Tianlai stood there with his hands behind his back, exuding a calm and masterful presence. Master Qin, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu respectfully greeted, and the students followed suit, obediently calling out. Yes, Qin Tianlai nodded slightly, hands still behind his back, displaying the composure of a true master. The students marveled at his presence, though Su Hong was slightly puzzled. Since becoming a mentalist, his senses had been unusually sharp. He felt Qin Tianlia's gaze occasionally sweeping over him, without any attempt to hide it. Master Qin is looking at me. Could it be he sees potential in me? Murmured a student standing next to Su Hong, clenching his fists in excitement, his face flushed. Even though the student tried to keep his voice down, how could Master Qin Tianlai not hear him? He glanced at the student with a hint of amusement, his mouth twitching slightly. He looked again. Master Qin looked at me again. The student's entire body jolted with excitement at Qin Tianlia's glance, quickly straightening his posture. He was convinced it was Master Qin's silent way of expressing approval. Qin Tianlai withdrew his gaze and looked around the room. His voice thundered through the air, instantly commanding everyone's attention. Let's cut to the chase. The test begins now. First up is the combat power test, Qin Tianlai announced. The rules are simple. Start with a full-strength punch without using any martial techniques to test your physical strength. Then, unleash your martial skills to showcase your strongest combat power. The students nodded eagerly in agreement. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. Suddenly, Qin Tianlai grinned. Oh, I almost forgot. He deliberately drew out his words. Whoever ranks first overall in combat power, vitality, and speed will get to choose in a grade martial technique or footwork. This last-minute rule was designed to ensure that Su Hong wouldn't hold back and would give it his all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students' eyes widened, and they gasped. Wow, in a grade martial technique, someone whispered in awe. That's a huge incentive. Wang Tiantua and the others will definitely go all out now, another student murmured. Sure enough, Wang Tiantua and his companions' eyes lit up with intense determination. Although they came from prestigious backgrounds, a grade martial techniques were rare even in their families, let alone having the freedom to choose one. They had visited the martial arts library yesterday and discovered it housed dozens of grade techniques covering various attributes. The temptation was too great to resist. I'm taking that first place, Wang Tiantua declared, licking his lips, his ambition clear. It's mine, Lin Xinghe retorted, refusing to back down. Xiao Yan didn't speak, but her clenched fists and determined gaze said it all. Watching their reactions, the other students felt both envious and resigned. A grade martial technique. We don't even stand a chance, someone sighed quietly. The strong just keep getting stronger. Hearing that the top spot came with a grade technique as a reward, Su Hong was thrilled. In truth, Qin Tianlai needn't have worried. Su Hong had no intention of holding back from the start. Since he was at the training camp, he was determined to give it his all and secure as many resources as possible. A grade martial technique. Su Hong thought to himself, clenching his fist, his eyes shining with determination. Qin Tianlai, who had been observing Su Hong closely, gave a subtle nod, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was eager to see just how astonishing the talents of this gifted young man could be. The combat power test starts now, Qin Tianlai announced loudly. Lin Xinghe, you're up first. He was no longer interested in watching the other students perform and directly called upon Lin Xinghe, one of the top 3 contenders. Xiao Yan, you're second. Wang Tiantua, you're third. Hearing Qin Tianlia's arrangement, the other students couldn't help but be taken aback. With such an intense start, who would dare to follow? The fourth person was sure to feel the pressure. At that moment, Qin Tianlai pointed to Su Hong with a slight smile. Su Hong, you're fourth. Boom. All the students were momentarily stunned. Then their faces broke into expressions of schadenfreude. Haha, it's actually him. Isn't he the one who arrived last during the entrance assessment? Master Qin's arrangement sparked a lot of discussion among the crowd. The trainees whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with amusement. They believed that by first arranging the 3 strongest and then the weakest, Master Qin was creating a stark contrast to motivate the less skilled students to strive harder. Standing among the crowd, Su Hong felt the gazes and the schadenfreude expressions around him. At first, he looked puzzled, but after hearing the discussions around him, he finally understood. It turned out that because he took longer to accumulate martial arts points during the entrance assessment, people assumed he was the weakest. The fourth to be tested is Su Hong, Qin Tianlai announced. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiantua, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe glanced at Su Hong with disdain before quickly losing interest. They had expected the fourth to be someone nearly as skilled as themselves, but it seemed they had overestimated. Master Qin is just watching our performances directly. The order after us is probably random, Lin Xinghe said with a playful smile, fanning himself. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan couldn't be bothered to respond, but Wang Dong and Chun Bei's expressions were different. Having witnessed Su Hong's challenge in the beast room, Wang Dong and Qin Bei had a vague understanding of Su Hong's abilities. Their faces showed no disdain, but rather a hint of respect. These idiots, I think Master Qin arranged the testing order based on strength. Qin Bei whispered, prompting Wang Dong to nod in agreement. At that moment, Qin Tianlai finished reading the list and, without unnecessary words, directly instructed Lin Xinghe to begin the test. Here we go. Lin Xing has stepped out of the line with a relaxed expression. This power test isn't really my forte, he said with a light laugh, though his tone was full of confidence. After all, the final ranking was based on overall ability, and his speed was unmatched, giving him a significant advantage. Standing in front of the power testing device, Lin Xinghe took a deep breath and delivered a powerful punch. Huh. Boom. The numbers on the power meter quickly climbed, and everyone watched the screen intently. Finally, the numbers stopped at 4013. Wow. And that was without using any martial techniques. TSK, if Lin Xinghe says this is his weak point, just how fast is his strong point, his speed? Didn't you see the agility room earlier? Compared to his terrifying speed, his raw power is indeed his weakness. In martial combat, raw power isn't everything. With Lin Xinghe's terrifying speed, defeating opponents with similar power is as easy as mowing grass. The students exclaimed and discussed excitedly, while Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin remained calm. After resting for a few seconds, Lin Xinghe's expression became serious as he began to use martial techniques. Seeing this, Su Hong perked up, focusing intently on Lin Xinghe. He thought, given Lin Xinghe's impressive background, his martial techniques must be at least level, if not better. Su Hong hoped to learn something from observing him. Cloud Concealment Gale Fist. Lin Xinghe shouted, raising his fist and striking with great force. As Su Hong expected, the punch carried a light and swift wind attribute. Compared to the previous punch, its speed increased significantly, creating afterimages and even a brief gust of wind. Boom. The power testing device emitted another loud noise. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly before settling at 5642. The number 5642 flashed on the screen of the power level meter, instantly electrifying the atmosphere in the room. The students were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. They whispered among themselves, filled with disbelief. Holy crap, that's the standard for a second-tier warrior, isn't it? 500 vitality is what's needed for a second-tier warrior. Could Lin Xinghe have already broken through? Breakthrough? No way, Lin Xinghe's vitality is only about 350. Oh my goodness, that power level is insane. What was most shocking was Lin Xinghe's calm demeanor, as if this was his weak point. His Blevel Wind attribute martial technique was terrifying. The students recalled Lin Xinghe's earlier words, and their mouths twitched involuntarily. Only Su Hong had a thoughtful look in his eyes, seemingly having figured something out. Not bad. Master Qin briefly praised, his tone approving. Haha. Lin Xinghe chuckled smugly, watching his stunned classmates with a slight smile. He casually fanned himself and leisurely returned to the group. Xiao Yin pouted, unimpressed. It's just okay. Look at how pleased you are with yourself. Wang Tiantuo merely gave a soft, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. TCH, Lin Xinghe scoffed. Power level is just explosive attack power, which is my weak point. Why don't you try competing with me in speed? At these words, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin fell silent. Even though they were reluctant to admit it, Lin Xinghe was indeed much faster than them. Meanwhile, a look of understanding flashed in Su Hong's eyes. The next moment, his system panel displayed a new entry under martial techniques. Martial technique, Wind Cloud Concealed Gale Fist Beginner. It really is a wind attribute martial technique, with wind as a prefix. Su Hong glanced at the panel, feeling secretly pleased. Next, Xiao Yin will be tested. With this announcement, Xiao Yin stepped up to the power level meter. Su Hong immediately looked up, full of anticipation. The martial techniques of a psychic were something he had long coveted. This test was a tremendous opportunity. With the substantial rewards for first place and contribution points for the top 10, everyone would undoubtedly give their all. This was a golden opportunity for Su Hong, who was eager to learn as many martial techniques as possible today. Besides Xiao Yin, Wang Tiantuo also had an 11 attack attribute martial technique. Thinking of this, Su Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, Qin Tianlai looked at Xiao Yin and chuckled. You're the only psychic in the training camp, so we'll skip the mental strength test. You can directly use your psychic martial technique. Thank you, master. Xiao Yin replied cheerfully. Then, she took a deep breath and punched the target on the power level meter. Boom. The students quickly focused on the screen. Power level, 3253. No comparison to Lin Xinghe. Of course not. Xiao Yin is a psychic. It's normal for her vitality to be a bit weaker. That's already impressive. Didn't you notice something terrifying? Both Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan's pure physical strength is significantly stronger than other warriors with the same vitality. Obviously, they come from prominent families, raised with resources. How can ordinary warriors compare to them physically? Xiao Yan exhaled, satisfied with her power level result. After all, Her real strength lay in her mental abilities. Huh. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's eyes focused. Her invisible mental power condensed in the air, forming an almost tangible hammer. The hammer fiercely struck the target. Boom. Power level, 5942. Whoa. The students' eyes widened, their faces filled with astonishment. Xiaoyan's combat power value flashed before everyone's eyes, causing a wave of astonishment. The students widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the number that was over 300 points higher than Lin Xing's. They whispered and discussed fervently. Oh my gosh, she only had a combat power of over 3,200 before, but once she used her mental power, it almost doubled. Is this the power of a psychic warrior? It's like they're the chosen ones. My goodness, mental power not only explodes but can also be controlled. Its uses are endless. Envy and jealousy spread among the crowd, with someone even dramatically exclaiming, I wish I could go back to the womb and start over. Standing at the back of the group, Su Hong remained exceptionally calm. He closed his eyes, replaying the scene of Xiao Yan using her martial skills in his mind. His brain worked rapidly, analyzing every detail like a precision instrument. When Qin Tianlai called out Wang Tiantua's name, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, a glint of understanding flashing through them. At the same time, his panel showed a new entry under martial skills. Martial skill, mental condensing weapon technique beginner. Su Hong tried out this newly learned martial skill with his mental power. He found that the condensing weapon technique was indeed fascinating. It could condense weapons, furniture, and even beasts. However, the more tangible the object, the more mental power it consumed. He mused to himself that Xiao Yan had not yet perfected this martial skill. At that moment, Master Qin called out Wang Tiantua's name. Instantly, all eyes focused on the center of the field. Su Hong was no exception, though his gaze held a unique anticipation. It's over, the true god of combat power is here, someone whispered. Wang Tiantua has the barbarian god physique. His strength is terrifying. He's surely going to take first place. I wonder how high he can score. Xiao Yan just reached the standard of a second-tier warrior with nearly 600 blood points. 500 blood points is the early stage of second tier. 800 is mid-stage. 1000 is latest stage. Could it be? Oh my, could Wang Tiantua directly hit 8,000 combat power, reaching the mid-stage of the second tier? Amidst the discussions, Wang Tiantua strode confidently to the combat power detector. Without any preparation, he casually raised his fist and slammed it onto the target. Boom. A loud explosion resonated through the venue. Combat power, 5310. With just the strength of his body, his combat power had already reached the initial standard of the second tier. The entire crowd was in an uproar. What? Is this for real? Oh my, just with his body, he's only 300 points less than Lin Xinghe, who used martial skills. Is this the terrifying aspect of the barbarian god physique? Even the assistants Lin Zhe and Bai Mu were visibly stunned. Qin Tianlai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Receiving the compliment, Wang Tiantua grinned. Hey, next, I'll use my martial skills. With this announcement, the previously bustling scene fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on him. Su Hong was especially focused, afraid to miss any detail. Wang Tiantua raised his fist again. This time, pure white flames ignited on its surface. These flames were unlike ordinary fire. Instead of emitting heat, they exuded a bone-chilling cold. Everyone felt an icy chill, as if a fierce winter wind was blowing through. Bone Inferno Fist. Qin Tianlai exclaimed, recognizing Wang Tiantua's martial technique. The mention of this A-grade fire technique, worth 2,800 contribution points in the martial arts pavilion, made Su Hong instinctively lick his lips. With a smile, Qin Tianlai remarked to Wang Tiantua, I recall the Lord of Xing City cultivates the wood attribute path, yet he found you a fire attribute A-grade martial art. It seems you're held in high regard. Wang Tiantua replied with pride. Well, what can I say? Among all my father's children, I'm the one with the best martial arts talent. Qin Tianlai chuckled, eyes filled with anticipation. All right then, let's see your combat power. Responding to the challenge, Wang Tiantua's gaze turned icy. Bone Inferno Fist, he shouted, launching his fist like a meteor with a deafening roar. A charred imprint was left clearly on the target. The combat power meter flickered before settling at 7534. The room fell into a stunned silence. The students were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as if they'd seen a ghost. This number indicated Wang Tiantua was only 500 points away from reaching the mid-second rank warrior. They remembered his vitality being around 350. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu involuntarily narrowed their eyes, clearly shocked by this remarkable progress. Master Qin raised an eyebrow in admiration. Excellent. With this combat power, your father's long-standing wish to have a master in the family seems well within reach. Wang Tiantua bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the kind words, master. With that, he returned to the lineup. Lin Xinghe pursed his lips, feeling disgruntled. Now it was clear, of the three tested, his combat power was the weakest. But he consoled himself, determined to shine in the speed test. In his eyes, the The three of them were the top contenders, and even his weakest skill was still a strong point compared to the other students. Fourth, Su Hong, step up for testing. Qin Tianlia's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Hong, filled with schadenfreude. The top three performances had been so impressive, anyone else would seem inadequate. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantuo and his companions didn't even bother to glance at Su Hong, engrossed in their own conversation, confident their top spots were secure. Here I go. Su Hong responded calmly, stepping out from the lineup toward the combat power meter. The surrounding students chatted and laughed, not taking Su Hong's test seriously, a stark contrast to their focus during Wang Tiantuo and the others' tests. However, Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu watched Su Hong intently, with Bai Mu even opening a new page in his notebook to record Su Hong's data. You may begin. Qin Tianlai reminded with anticipation. First punch, pure physical strength, no martial techniques. All right. Su Hong nodded expressionlessly. The chatter behind him irked him slightly, and he resolved to silence them. Positioning himself in front of the meter, Su Hong slightly bent his knees, his spine arching like a dragon. His gaze turned fierce, like a tiger ready to pounce. In the next moment, he twisted his waist and hips, unleashing a punch as swift as lightning. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted, silencing all noise. Wang Tiantuo and his companions snapped their heads up, eyes filled with astonishment. All eyes, including those of Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu, were drawn to the screen. The combat power number flickered, finally stopping at 6551. At that moment, the entire room was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. With one punch, all was still. Su Hong stared at the number he had just achieved, 6551, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is this the legendary Overlord physique, the pinnacle of strength among special constitutions? Incredible, he marveled to himself. The students who had been laughing and joking behind him fell silent instantly, their eyes darting between the power level display and Su Hong's back, faces filled with disbelief. No way. How can it be over 6,000? He hasn't even used any martial skills. The power level detector must be broken, right? Don't be ridiculous. With the masters here, they'd know if it was broken. Wasn't this guy struggling with just 1.5 times gravity yesterday? How did he suddenly become a monster today? I thought Wang Tiantuo was unbeatable in this training camp, but I guess there's another master here. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes gradually showing respect and awe. Those who had laughed at Su Hong yesterday now felt embarrassed and ashamed. They had thought he was just a weakling, but it turns out he's the ultimate powerhouse. My gosh, and that's just a punch without martial skills, someone stammered. His power level is higher than when Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yin used their martial skills. He's amazing. If he uses martial skills, what does Wang Tiantuo have to compare with? He can't be at the early stage of the first level. He must have some way of hiding his true strength. No one at the early stage could achieve this kind of power. Exactly. Su Hong must be close to becoming a second-level warrior, maybe just a few points of health and energy away. All the students were convinced that Su Hong had hidden his true level before. Otherwise, it was just too unbelievable, especially considering that Wang Tiantuo, with his barbarian god physique, only achieved 7,500 with martial skills at a high stage of the first level. After a wave of astonishment, many students glanced quietly at Wang Tiantuo and his two companions. At that moment, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yin stood frozen in place, staring at the power level screen in shock, unable to speak. He actually achieved 6,551 in power level. Bai Mu exclaimed in awe, not even noticing when her notebook fell to the ground. As a fifth-level warrior, she'd seen many geniuses, but never anyone who could achieve such terrifying numbers without using any martial skills. My goodness, this Su Hong is truly a monster. Lin Zhe's throat went dry with shock. Even Qin Tianlai, a master, struggled to maintain his composure. As someone who considered himself knowledgeable about the geniuses of top cities like Shanghai and Beijing, he knew of no one who could exhibit such formidable power at the early stage of the first level without using martial skills. Staring at the calm Su Hong, Qin Tianlai was secretly amazed. Wang Tiantuo and his companions gradually snapped out of their stupor, and Lin Xinghe spoke in a serious tone. This level of combat power is impossible for someone at the initial stage of the first tier. Su Hong's energy and blood must be at the high end of the first tier, or even close to a second-tier warrior. Lin Xinghe stared in disbelief at the flashing numbers on the combat power detector. With a master present to supervise, there was no possibility of cheating or instrument malfunction. This astonishing combat power data was undoubtedly real. Lin Xinghe's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. The energy and blood range for the initial stage of the first tier is between 100 to 200 points. Even if Su Hong was at the upper limit of 199 points, the standard combat power would be around 2,000. But the number in front of him was nearly 4 times that. This was simply impossible. What an exaggerated combat power, Xiao Yin exclaimed. If he hit me with one punch, I'd probably be seriously injured. A complex expression flashed in Wang Tiantua's eyes, which quickly turned into intense enthusiasm. I was too arrogant, he murmured. I didn't expect such a monster to be hiding in the training camp. Suddenly, a strong sense of anticipation arose in him. I have to face him in the actual combat test this afternoon. Despite Su Hong's combat power data being astonishing, Wang Tiantua remained confident. He thought, even if Su Hong's combat power reached over 8,000 after using martial arts skills, slightly higher than his own, he still had a chance of winning. After all, the competition between warriors isn't just about the numbers on paper. What's with you two? Lin Xinghe asked, puzzled. Do you really think his energy and blood are just at the initial stage of the first tier? Of course not. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, her tone full of disdain. Wang Tiantua said excitedly, his energy and blood must be at least comparable to ours, or even significantly higher. As a genius with a powerful physique, Wang Tiantua's combat power without martial arts skills was just over 5,000. Meanwhile, Su Hong delivered a punch with a combat power of 6,500. This clearly indicated that Su Hong's energy and blood far exceeded theirs. Maybe he's over 100 points higher than us, Lin Xing has speculated. At that moment, Su Hong noticed that Master Qin had been silent for a while and asked, Master Qin, should I continue? Oh, yes, continue. Qin Tianlai snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. As Su Hong adjusted his state, Qin Tianlai asked expectantly, Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, what do you think his combat power will be after using martial arts skills? Bai Mu cautiously reminded, Master Qin, don't forget, Su Hong comes from an ordinary family, so his martial arts skills might not be very high, possibly only at level. Qin Tianlai paused, then smiled wryly. I was so shocked by him that I forgot about that. Lin Zhe added. But even so, I think his combat power will surpass Wang Tiantua's, maybe even reaching 8,000. That's reasonable. Qin Tianlai nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a level martial arts skills. As long as he takes first place, I can justifiably reward him with one. Meanwhile, as Su Hong prepared to continue the test, the surrounding students stopped their conversations. The entire venue fell silent, with everyone holding their breath, anticipating the upcoming impressive scene. This silence was in stark contrast to the noise before Su Hong's test, showing the respect everyone had for a strong individual. Wang Tiantua and his companions also stopped chatting, their eyes fixed on Su Hong, eagerly awaiting his performance after using martial arts skills. Old Wang, this time he'll hit at least 8,000, definitely putting you to shame. Lin Xinghe couldn't help but tease. Wang Tiantua smiled slightly. It's okay. If I'm outdone, so be it. But even if it's over 8,000, it's only slightly higher than mine. The real competition among warriors depends on actual combat ability. Xiaoyan said quietly. Actual combat ability is only relevant when the combat power gap isn't too large. If Su Hong hits 9,000, would you still be so confident? Wang Tiantua was taken aback, then shook his head. 9,000? Do you know what that means? That's comparable to a second-tier warrior close to the third tier. Do you think that's possible? At this moment, Su Hong became the center of attention at the power testing device. All eyes were fixed on him like arrows, not daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. Su Hong took a deep breath, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he focused on the punching target. Suddenly, he raised his fist, and pure white flames, exuding a chilling aura, appeared on its surface. This scene instantly ignited the crowd. Wait, isn't that Wang Tiantua's bone nether flame fist? How does Su Hong know it too? Wow, there's only one such martial skill in the martial skill pavilion. Did he exchange for it? Damn, that's 2,800 contribution points. We've only been here a day. How could he have that much? The students were buzzing with shock. Lin Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? He exchanged for an 11 martial skill already. He recalled how he had struggled all day yesterday to earn less than 1,000 contribution points, feeling a mix of emotions. Xiaoyan's expression quickly shifted from astonishment to something more peculiar. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xinghe, both understanding without words. Lin Xinghe gleefully said to Wang Tiantua, Old Wang, you're out of luck. Su Hong's martial skill is exactly like yours. Now there's something to compare. Wang Tiantua's face darkened, and he retorted irritably. What's there to be happy about? My bone nether flame fist is on the list, but isn't your flying Hong Jingyan step also there? Maybe in a few days, Su Hong will perform the flying Hong Jingyan step right in front of you. Lin Xinghe laughed triumphantly. Heh, that's impossible. I've already checked the martial skill pavilion list, and my flying Hong Jingyan step isn't on it. Stop dreaming. Su Hong can't use the flying Hong Jingyan step in front of me. Wang Tiantua was left speechless. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was entirely different on Qin Tianlia's side. Qin Tianlia's expression became colorful when he saw Su Hong perform the bone nether flame fist. As the instructor, he knew very well that no one had exchanged for an 11 martial skill since the training camp began. He frowned, pondering, where did Su Hong get this martial skill? Bai Mu hesitated before Qin Tianlai urged, do you know? Speak up. Bai Mu whispered a bold guess. Is it possible? Su Hong's talent is so terrifying. Could he have learned it just by watching Wang Tiantuo perform? What? Qin Tianlai was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to dismiss the idea. Even if an A-level martial skill was placed in front of the training camp students, most wouldn't be able to learn it, let alone by merely watching. If someone had suggested this before he met Su Hong, Qin Tianlai would have laughed at them for life. But this was Su Hong the prodigy with a 100 affinity for 7 attributes. The words Qin Tianlai intended to deny were swallowed back down. He muttered to himself, this isn't a level martial skill. Even if he's a prodigy, it's impossible. In truth, Bai Mu's suggestion had already convinced Qin Tianlai by 80. He just couldn't fully accept this outrageous reality. After all, even if he personally taught these students, very few could master an A-level martial skill. Su Hong nailed it, didn't he? Just one look and he got it down pat? No way. Is he Kakashi or something? He just copied it at a glance. Su Hong's performance was like a bolt of lightning, shattering everyone's understanding. The students present were stunned, their eyes glued to Su Hong's every move. Without hesitation, he channeled all his energy, his fist instantly enveloped in pure white cold flames. In the next moment, Su Hong unleashed a powerful punch at the target. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the venue. Everyone watched in shock as the sturdy power-testing target was sent flying, disintegrating into a cloud of charred fragments. The charred fist mark Wang Tiantuo left before was already astonishing, but Su Hong's display surpassed all expectations. Whoa! He sent the target flying, someone exclaimed. What kind of power is that? All eyes turned to the screen, watching the numbers climb rapidly. When the final result froze, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Power, 9,013. No way, are you serious? 9,000, damn, that's a whole 9,000. 1,000 blood points is considered high second tier, and a power level of 10,000 is the benchmark. Su Hong just hit 9,000 power while still in the first tier. Whoa, he's just in the first tier. The students were wide-eyed, struggling to find words. Even Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, both fifth-tier martial artists, couldn't help but raise their voices in surprise. Qin Tianlai's eye twitched, silently acknowledging. This kid is truly a monster. Qin Tianlai recalled the data stating Su Hong's blood level was only 123 points, and couldn't help but curse internally. With this kind of power, he believed Su Hong was a second-tier martial artist. Lin Xinghe was dumbfounded, not even noticing when his fan slipped from his hand. Wang Tiantuo was frozen in place, while Xiao Yan swallowed hard and asked softly, what did you say earlier about 9,000 power? What's that supposed to mean? However, Wang Tiantuo seemed not to hear her, staring blankly at the screen, muttering, 9,000, 9,000. Both displaying the bone nether flame fist, yet Su Hong's power exceeded Wang Tiantuo's by 1,500 points. Such a significant gap silenced even Wang Tiantuo, who couldn't claim anymore that real combat could beat Su Hong, or power is just a number. Wang Tiantuo was filled with doubt. To achieve a power of 9,000, could Su Hong's blood level already be at the second tier? Very likely. Xiao Yan nodded seriously. Lin Xinghe shrugged, unable to resist commenting. Who was it that said blood level was important? Old Wang. Do you still believe Su Hong is just a first-tier beginner? Wang Tiantuo was speechless. First-tier beginner? More like second-tier beginner. Qin Tianlai's expression was as stern as iron, with his brows tightly furrowed. He pondered to himself. Although Su Hong's vitality hasn't reached the second level, it must be nearing the 500-point mark. Otherwise, how could he unleash such astonishing combat power? The answer to this mystery will soon be revealed when everyone's tests are completed, and the vitality assessment will provide the answer. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianhua's eyes flickered with curiosity about Su Hong's true vitality level. Could this young man have really stepped into the ranks of a second-level warrior? At that moment, Lin Xinghe couldn't help but comment sarcastically. 9,000 combat power, really? What's the point of testing actual combat? We might as well just declare Su Hong the winner. Qin Tianlai's mouth twitched involuntarily at this comment. It seemed the original combat test plan needed a complete overhaul. A unknown match would be meaningless, as everyone would be easily defeated by Su Hong. Even having Wang Tiantuo and 2 others team up against Su Hong might not be enough. Perhaps the entire training camp should attack Su Hong together? Qin Tianlai was deeply troubled by this dilemma. As he pondered how to arrange the combat test, he announced for the other students to continue their combat power assessments. Then, Qin Tianlai discreetly stepped aside, took out his phone, and opened the Jiangnan Province Training Camp Master Group chat. He quickly tagged all members and sent a provocative message. You bunch of losers, I'm planning to bring my team to sweep through your training camp. Are you still up for the bet we talked about before? Within seconds, the group chat exploded. The notifications chimed continuously, and the previously quiet master group became lively. The first reply came from a master with a profile picture of an old man with white hair. He joked, "Little Qin, after losing the bet, you disappeared without a trace. We let you off the hook out of kindness, and now you're just asking to get slapped again, aren't you? He then added, all right, just bring your team to my training camp. I'll tell my students to go easy on them so they won't be too bewildered. Oh, and don't forget to bring the wager, or don't bother coming. As Qin Tianlai read the flashing messages on his phone, a slight smile appeared on his lips. His original plan to take Su Hong to other training camps for some friendly exchanges seemed like it needed to be put into action sooner than anticipated. Qin Tianlai looked at Wang Qingshan's pretentious demeanor with a teasing smile. He recalled the bet made in the Grandmasters group chat, where Wang Qingshan, the head of the Hangzhou training camp, was the most provocative. Hangzhou, being the provincial capital of Jiangnan, was teeming with talent, and Qin Tianlai knew of more than a dozen second-tier martial arts prodigies there. This was why he had remained silent in the group chat earlier. The disparity in strength between Xingqing and Hangzhou was just too vast, and the odds of winning were slim. However, at this moment, Qin Tianlai glanced at Su Hong beside him, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. He quickly replied in the group chat, Wang Qingshan, stop acting like you're superior. No need for such taunts. Just wait, I'll be there soon enough. After sending the message, he added, but Hangzhou is too far from Xingqing, so I'll first take my students to the nearest training camp, crush them all the way, and then come to challenge your Hangzhou geniuses. Wang Qingshan immediately responded, huh? If you're afraid to fight, just say so. What's with the lame excuse of coming to Hangzhou last? Qin Tianlai smirked. He was actually eager to take Su Hong straight to Hangzhou, but as the head coach, he felt it was important to give Su Hong more experience. The facilities at the training camp were sufficient for Wang Tiantua and others, but far from enough for Su Hong. Although a month of training had indeed made Su Hong stronger, Qin Tianlai believed that personally taking him to spar with other training camp prodigies would fully unleash his martial arts potential. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hangzhou training camp, an elderly man with white hair was slumped unceremoniously in his chair, laughing so hard that he had a runny nose. He showed the chat messages to two assistant coaches, struggling to contain his laughter. See that? Qin Tianlai still thinks he can bring Xingqing's prodigies to challenge Hangzhou's geniuses? Haha. The two assistants couldn't help but chuckle as well. One of them said, Master Wang, Xingqing's students couldn't even beat those in nearby Yangcheng, let alone challenge us in Hangzhou, right? Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up at this, and he clapped his hands in approval. Good one, that's some fighting spirit. He immediately picked up his phone to send a message. This is hilarious. Qin Tianlai, you still dare to talk about crushing all the way? I bet you can't even handle Yangcheng, let alone our Hangzhou geniuses. Don't go pretending nothing happened when you lose. Following this, someone chimed in, Old Wang is right. Qin Tianlai, stop bragging already. Don't you know how low Xingqing ranks? You're just hurting yourself with this stubborn pride. I suggest you bring your students to our Yangqing training camp first, unless you're too scared, of course. As the head coach of the Yangqing training camp, Jiang Lin's command sparked a storm of group chat activity. Masters from various places joined in, with some fanning the flames with ulterior motives, while others, enticed by Qin Tianlia's previous wager, used provocative language, eager for him to take the bait. Qin Tianlai watched the flood of messages in the group chat, with about 80 coming from the masters of different city training camps in Jiangnan province, all filled with taunts. Initially furious, he let out a laugh, thinking to himself, all right, you asked for it. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of insults, a sudden idea struck him. He deleted his original message and carefully crafted a new one. Feigning anger, he asked in the group, do you dare to raise the stakes? The group chat, previously buzzing, fell silent for a moment. Then, like an avalanche, messages poured in, quickly surpassing 99. Every master, with a mocking tone, inquired about his terms for the bet. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai smirked slightly, thinking, the fish have taken the bait. He began to outline a new wager. Everyone, previously it was just between you and me, but I think we should offer some benefits to the talented students too. So, here's my proposal. I'll bring my students. If your training camp students win, I'll teach them in a grade attribute martial skill, regardless of the attribute. And if I lose, I'll teach your students in a grade attribute martial skill too. At his words, the masters in the group were momentarily stunned. Then expressions of joy spread across their faces as they eagerly agreed. Some even started thanking Qin Tianlai in advance, saying their students would certainly remember this gesture. Wang Qingshan, the master of the Hangqing training camp, immediately chimed in. What a generous offer. Master Qin, your heart is truly broad. How about this? Don't bother with the other training camps. Just come straight to Hangqing. On behalf of Hangqing's talents, I thank you in advance. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin's eyes lit up at Qin Tianlia's proposal. Although Yangqing ranks slightly higher than Xingqing, it is still only middle tier and lacks the resources of Hangqing. Yangqing's training camp does have a grade attribute martial skills, but they are limited compared to Hangqing's abundance. While Yangqing's martial skill reserve is slightly better than Xingqing's, who would complain about having more grade skills. Jiang Lin immediately changed his tone, warmly saying, Brother Qin, it's been too long since we last met. Why not come to Yangqing first? I assure you, our training camp's talents will be gentle with your students. Just say the word, and I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Not just Jiang Lin, but other city training camp masters also pulled out all the stops. Some continued to provoke, trying to anger Qin Tianlai into visiting their training camp first, while others, like Jiang Lin, suddenly turned friendly, doing their utmost to capture his attention. The group chat had effectively turned into a battlefield to win over Qin Tianlai, with everyone trying to entice him to visit their camp first. Some city masters were shamelessly claiming that Qin Tianlai was visiting to introduce him to female masters. Suddenly, masters from various regions showcased their abilities, and the atmosphere in the group chat was akin to a strategic battle of wits. Qin Tianlai put down his phone, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky with an inscrutable expression, secretly calculating. Su Hong, I've secured the greatest benefits for you. This wager was made after careful consideration by Qin Tianlai. Su Hong had a 100 compatibility with all 7 attributes, theoretically allowing him to train in any attribute martial arts. However, this also meant his demand for martial arts was immense, as others only needed to focus on one attribute, while Su Hong had to master 7. Just training in one martial art for each of the 7 attributes was already an incredibly difficult task. The training camp did not have a complete set of a grade attribute martial arts, and the contribution points required were astronomical. Even with Su Hong's current strength, gathering them all was nearly impossible. Moreover, after acquiring the martial arts, time was needed for practice. Even the top 3 experts in the training camp, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yin, despite their advantageous backgrounds and access to numerous grade martial arts, only trained in one. The reason was simple. The difficulty of training was too high, demanding an exceptional martial arts talent. Even an unseen-a-century genius would struggle to master them all in a short time. If Qin Tianlai hadn't just witnessed Su Hong demonstrate the bone nether flame fist, seemingly learning it just by observing Wang Tiantuo, he would never have proposed such a bet. He thought to himself, the path is laid out for you. Whether you can seize it and learn depends on your ability and talent. However, Qin Tianlai soon realized he had overlooked something, and his expression changed slightly. He had been so focused on securing benefits for Su Hong that he neglected the potential cost to himself. He initially planned to sweep through the Jiangnan province training camps with Su Hong, and although Su Hong's strength made failure unlikely, what if they encountered a few exceptionally strong opponents who defeated Su Hong? How many grade attribute martial arts would he have to offer as compensation? There were 14 cities in Jiangnan province besides Xinjiang. The thought of the potential cost sent a shiver down Qin Tianlai's spine. If Su Hong really lost, losing a few matches was manageable. He could still offer a few grade attribute martial arts. But if he lost too many, Qin Tianlai might have to consider calling hospitals to inquire about the price of a master's kidney. Qin Tianlai suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning on his face. He recalled Su Hong's impressive display of 9,000 combat power earlier, and he hadn't even used the fusion power of lightning and fire. If Su Hong were to unleash his full potential, his combat strength would surely skyrocket, making it difficult for even high-level second-tier martial artists to withstand. Why am I still worrying that Su Hong might lose? Qin Tianlai chuckled at himself. Even if he does lose, it would only be to a martial artist whose level far surpasses his, probably at least a 3rd tier. A relieved smile appeared on his face. As far as he knew, in the entire Jiangnan province, including Hangzhou, the most talented martial artists were only high-level 2nd tier. If Su Hong utilized his lightning fire power, victory would almost certainly be his. As Qin Tianlai felt reassured, the combat power test of the last student concluded. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe approached, with Lin Zhe quietly reporting, Master Qin, we've recorded everything. Apart from Su Hong and the 2 others, the combat power of the students is within the normal range, at most not even double the standard. That's as it should be. Qin Tianlai nodded in agreement. There aren't that many prodigies in the world. He glanced up at the blazing sun and realized it was already noon. All right, everyone is dismissed for lunch. Gather back here at 1 p.m. sharp for the blood and chi test, followed by the combat test. Qin Tianlai announced. Then he gestured for Su Hong to come over. Su Hong, come with me. Yes, Su Hong responded, stepping out from the group to follow Qin Tianlai towards the office. The other students watched Su Hong leave, their expressions a mix of emotions: admiration, respect, but not jealousy. It was the first time Master Qin had called someone individually since arriving at the training camp, indicating a reward awaited. However, they understood that Su Hong had earned this opportunity through his own strength. Recalling the astonishing 9,000 combat power displayed on the screen, the students were left in awe. Chun Tian and Li Tu were particularly stunned, never imagining that Su Hong, who had come with them, was so formidable. They couldn't help but think that the principal would be overjoyed upon learning of Su Hong's performance. On the other side, Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions were similarly complex expressions. They had thought the competition within the training camp was just between the 3 of them, but Su Hong had emerged like a tiger, leaving them completely outmatched. Lin Xinghe sighed helplessly. What's the point of the combat assessment this afternoon? Wang Tiantoa analyzed seriously. For Su Hong to achieve 9,000 combat power, he's at least a high-level first-tier warrior. I even suspect he's a second-tier warrior. I have an exceptionally strong barbarian god body, yet I only reached over 7,000 combat power. Even if Su Hong has a special physique, his strength shouldn't vastly exceed mine. So, there's only one explanation. Su Hong is definitely a second-tier warrior. Xiao Yin nodded silently, her expression complex, but she said nothing. Soon, all the students headed to the cafeteria. Along the way, they excitedly speculated about Su Hong's blood and qi levels, eager for the afternoon tests. Previously, someone mistakenly claimed that Su Hong was only at the initial stage of the first level. If I found out who said that, I'd make them see that his combat power is actually 9,000. Su Hong's strength far exceeds everyone's expectations, which is undeniable at this point. Wang Tiantoa, with his barbarian god physique, is at a high stage of the first level and only managed to achieve a combat power of over 7,000. Meanwhile, Su Hong has a combat power of 9,000. This indicates that he is either at a high stage of the first level, close to the second level, or he might even be a second-level martial artist. Reflecting on their previous mockery of Su Hong, the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. At the time, Su Hong seemed unfazed, but who knew what he was truly thinking? Perhaps, in his eyes, we were as insignificant as ants. After all, why would a dragon care about the ridicule of ants? While everyone was still speculating about Su Hong's true strength, a conversation that would change Su Hong's fate was taking place in Qin Tianli's office. Sit down, Qin Tianli said with a smile, motioning for Su Hong to take a seat before getting straight to the point. Su Hong, have you considered challenging the other training camps in Jiangnan province? Su Hong was taken aback, and before he could respond, Qin Tianli laid out the stakes and potential rewards. As Qin Tianli explained, Su Hong's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Initially, Su Hong was quite content with the training camp. Here, he could continually challenge the beast rooms, earn martial arts points and contribution points, and even exchange them for a level attribute martial skills. To him, this place was a paradise for martial artists. However, Qin Tianli's words completely reshaped Su Hong's perspective. He realized his vision had been too narrow, like a frog at the bottom of a well. A level attribute martial skills. Just win, and they're yours. Taught by a master in person, Su Hong repeated to himself, with excitement clearly written on his face. Moreover, defeating geniuses from other training camps could also earn him martial arts points. Su Hong understood that the stronger the opponent he defeated, the more martial arts points he would gain. These geniuses could easily defeat beasts of the same level, meaning he would earn far more martial arts points than from beasts alone. The most crucial point was one sentence from Qin Tianli that made the opportunity irresistible to Su Hong. He had the talent of a 100% compatibility with 7 attributes, allowing him to train in any attribute martial skill. Now, the chance to acquire these skills was right in front of him. The more Su Hong thought about it, the more excited he became. Jiangnan province had training camps in 14 cities that he could challenge. Even if he excluded those ranked lower or those he wasn't interested in, the remaining number was still considerable. For the masters of the higher-ranked cities, who would refuse such a sure-win situation? Su Hong's heart raced as excitement gleamed in his eyes. As long as he kept winning, what a bright future lay ahead. Once this training camp concludes, Su Hong will have mastered 2 level martial skills for each of his 7 attributes, becoming a true all-around warrior with no weaknesses, the ultimate jack-of-all-trades. Of course, that's the ideal scenario, as the allocation of a level attribute skill still depends on the master's decisions. Qin Tianli smiled and asked, have you made up your mind? I'll do it. Su Hong nodded earnestly, then stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Tianli. Thank you, Master Qin. I won't let you down. Although Qin Tianli attributed everything to his own interest, Su Hong knew in his heart that this was Qin Tianli helping him. After all, if it were just out of interest, Master Qin could have made a bet with other masters on his own without involving his students' interests. Haha, you're a smart one. Qin Tianli chuckled, pointing at Su Hong, who accepted the gesture with composure. Go on, have some lunch first. After the afternoon test, prepare for tomorrow's departure. Yes. Su Hong replied with a hint of excitement and turned to leave the room. Oh, by the way, Qin Tianli added, for this afternoon's combat test, I'm planning to have Wang Tiantoa and 2 others attack you together. What do you think? If you find it too much, we'll stick to the usual unknown rules. Upon hearing this, the young man paused at the door, his tall figure bathed in sunlight. He turned around, his expression full of youthful confidence and boldness. Master Qin, you're underestimating me. Those 3 are no match for me. Oh, Qin Tianli was momentarily stunned, then jokingly said, since you claim Wang Tiantoa and the others aren't enough for you, are you suggesting I let all the students take you on at once? He was joking, but Su Hong's face lit up with a daring grin, exuding a sharp and audacious aura. Let them all come at me. Even if they do, they still won't be my match. Qin Tianlai could tell Su Hong was serious and not joking in the slightest. He was taken aback. One person taking on all the talents in the training camp? This. After a moment, when Qin Tianlai snapped back to reality, he realized Su Hong had already left. He silently gazed at the doorway, as if the audacious young man still stood there, exuding an aura of, no matter if you're a genius or a prodigy, you're no match for me. Qin Tianlai stood there for a long time, a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. He saw his younger self in Su Hong, the same fearless spirit, the same ambition reaching for the sky. Back then, he believed there was nothing he couldn't achieve in this world, that everyone else was ordinary, and he was the sole protagonist. Even the masses seemed to exist only to highlight his brilliance. The image of his youthful self gradually became clearer until, like waking from a dream, Qin Tianlai suddenly raised his head and glanced at the mirror, seeing his weathered face reflected back. A complex mix of emotions washed over him. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Tianlai sighed and remarked with deep nostalgia, "Being young is really something special." Qin Tianlai picked up his phone and sent a message in the Jiangnan Province Masters group chat. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be taking my students to challenge your training camps, beginning with Yangqing." The moment the message was sent, the group chat erupted. Countless messages flooded in like snowflakes, and you could almost hear the lamentations in the master's words. "Why not choose our city? Why did you choose that lousy Yangqing? The advantage of this A-level martial skill is going to be scooped up by Jianglin." Wang Qingshan's message popped up. "Tis TSK, young Qin. You're really going to bulldoze your way through, huh?" Huh. Qin Tianlai was not one to back down. "Old man, don't call names. Before I bring my students to bulldoze through to your Hangqing, you'd better make your training camp students practice harder." Wang Qingshan's laughter almost came through the screen. "Ha! Your mouth is the toughest I've ever seen, like SS grade alloy. All right, I'll be waiting in Hangqing for you to deliver. Just don't get discouraged in Yangqing and not dare to come to Hangqing." Qin Tianlai replied coldly. "Humph, enough nonsense. Just be ready to teach martial skills." At this moment, Jiang Lin's message came in. "Brother Qin, I knew you'd still think of your little brother. I'll go notify the training camp students of this great news right now. Anyone who dares to hurt your students, I'll make sure they lose their teeth." Seeing this message, Qin Tianlai smirked coldly, didn't bother looking further, and tossed the phone aside. Meanwhile, in the master's office at the Yangqing training camp, a hearty laugh echoed. "Ha! Qin Tianlai, I'll be waiting for you to deliver." Jiang Lin stood in the center of the office, his black hair shaking slightly with his laughter. Though his face was stern and dignified, he was grinning so widely it almost looked crooked. He paced excitedly, already planning how to leverage this great news. Just as Jiang Lin was about to go out and inform the students, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Jiang Lin said with a smile in his voice. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back walked in, followed by two young men carrying guns. Jiang Lin was surprised. "Jiang Ming, you actually came to see me for your two disciples." The visitor was Jiang Ming, along with his two disciples, Li Yin and Li Ming. "Uncle Jiang," Jiang Ming greeted respectfully. Jiang Lin nodded and approached the three, his gaze falling on Li Yin and Li Ming. The two young men were so nervous they almost held their breath, as it was their first time facing a master up close. Jiang Ming respectfully requested, "Uncle Jiang, I entrust these two disciples to you for guidance." He felt quite helpless. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't have used such an important connection. Although they were relatives, their relationship was not very close. Favors are finite, but he had no other choice. Since being defeated by Su Hong at Xingqing No. 1 High School, his two disciples had been so demoralized that they lost interest in training. No matter how he tried to console and encourage them, it had little effect. In the end, Jiang Ming promised to use his connections to get them into the training camp to train with the masters. This finally rekindled hope in Li Yin and Li Ming. Jiang Lin carefully assessed the two young men and said slowly, "Their talent is not bad." Upon hearing the words, a joyful glow instantly spread across Li Ming and Li Yan's faces. The master's approval was undoubtedly a great encouragement. However, their joy was short-lived as Jiang Lin's next words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. "In the training camp, you're probably at a mid to low level." This statement hit them like a bolt from the blue, leaving Li Ming and Li Yin momentarily stunned, their smiles frozen. In the awkward silence that followed, Jiang Ming spoke up to ease the atmosphere. "Don't be discouraged, you two. The training camp in Yangqing is full of top talents, so it's normal not to measure up." He paused, a smile of encouragement playing on his lips. "But don't worry, after a month here, I guarantee you'll be able to confront Su Hong when you return. So make sure to train hard and don't slack off." At the mention of Su Hong, Li Yin and Li Ming perked up as if invigorated. With determined expressions, they promised Jiang Ming, "Teacher, we swear we'll train diligently. After this month, we'll go back and defeat Su Hong, making you proud in front of Principal Li." Jiang Ming showed a comforting smile at their words. However, Jiang Lin, standing nearby, looked puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Clearly, Jiang Ming had other reasons for seeking him out. He quickly explained, recounting the events at Xingqing No. 1 High School in detail. A freshly advanced first-stage martial artist from Xingqing No. 1 High School defeated your two students. Jiang Lin was slightly surprised after hearing this. It seems this student is quite a prodigy. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Lin, and his expression turned peculiar. He muttered to himself, with such talent, getting into the training camp shouldn't be an issue. I wonder if Qin Tianlai will really bring this student over for a challenge. The idea amused Jiang Lin, and he chuckled. A mere first-stage martial artist? If Qin Tianlai brings a first-stage student to challenge us, I might not be able to hold back my laughter. Our Yangqing training camp boasts two newly advanced second-stage martial artists a whole level above. However, Jiang Lin soon realized such a scenario was unlikely. Even with Xingqing standards, they wouldn't send just a first-stage student, he mused. Hearing Jiang Lin's surprised tone, Li Yin and Li Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Noticing this, Jiang Lin reassured them with a smile, "Don't worry. After spending a month here, you'll definitely be able to easily defeat that student from No. 1 High School and stand up for your teacher." He spoke with such ease, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Just a first-stage student. After a month of training here, handling them will be a breeze. "Yes, thank you, Master Jiang." Li Yin and Li Ming responded with delight, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Soon, the two escorted Jiang Ming out of the training camp. Before parting, Li Yin and Li Ming confidently assured Jiang Ming, "Teacher, rest assured. In a month, we'll be back with a vengeance. Hee, with a master personally instructing us, we'll go to No. 1 High School and settle the score." Li Yin and Li Ming promised one after the other. Li Ming, in particular, couldn't contain his smile. Just imagining defeating Su Hong in a month and seeing his disbelief was as refreshing as drinking an ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. Meanwhile, at Xingqing training camp, at precisely 1 in the afternoon, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, alongside Master Qin, appeared outside the student dormitory. Lin Zhe shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, gather here in 1 minute." As soon as he spoke, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the dormitory. Seconds later, a group of students streamed out, quickly forming a neat line in front of the building. Lin Zhe briefly reiterated the afternoon's agenda. "This afternoon, we have tests blood vitality and combat. All right, follow me to the testing grounds." With Lin Zhe's command, the entire group began moving in an orderly fashion towards the testing area. On the way to the testing grounds, Su Hong stood out remarkably. After the morning's combat test, he had leaped from the last position in the group to the forefront, walking alongside Wang Tiantuo and the others. The students' eyes lingered on Su Hong, and they whispered among themselves, "I've been thinking about it for an hour. Su Hong's blood vitality must have reached the second-tier warrior level," one student declared confidently. Of course, another chimed in, "I thought so too. Even if he's not a second-tier warrior, he's not far off." Everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming blood vitality test, especially Su Hong's performance. By noon, a heated debate had erupted in the dormitory, eventually turning into a wager using contribution points. Nearly half the students bet that Su Hong was already a second-tier warrior, while the other half believed he was a high-level first-tier warrior, with blood vitality of at least 450. Regarding the bet, the students couldn't help but glance at Chen Shan and Li Tuesday. Someone chuckled, "Chen Shan, Li Tu, you're sure to lose this time." "Exactly," another student agreed. "You actually bet that Su Hong is a beginner first-tier warrior? That's hilarious. His combat power is almost at the high second-tier level. How could he still be a beginner first-tier?" Despite the mockery, Chen Shan and Li Tu remained unusually calm, even laughing along with the others. This reaction left the other students shaking their heads, thinking they were fools. Soon, the crowd lost interest and ignored Chen Shan and Li Tu, who were quite pleased because their smiles hid a secret. As Su Hong's schoolmates, they knew his true strength all too well. Before setting out, Su Hong had just broken through to a beginner first-tier warrior. "Still, I'm curious how Su Hong managed to score 9,000 in combat power," Li Tu said with a puzzled expression. Chen Shan gave him a speechless look. "Brother, you just need to know he's Su Hong. At this point, nothing he does surprises me." "True." Li Tu nodded in agreement. Chen Shan gestured dramatically. "Even if Su Hong stood up later and said he wanted to challenge everyone in the training camp, I believe he has full confidence." Li Tu couldn't help but laugh, giving Chen Shan a light punch. "You're exaggerating, but I think he might take on Wang Tiantuo and the others." "I'm just saying," Chen Shan replied with a grin. Soon, under the guidance of Lin Zhe and the others, everyone arrived at the testing grounds. Qin Tianlai cleared his throat and announced loudly, "There's no need to repeat the rules. As for the order, it's the same as this morning." He pointed to Lin Xinghe. "Lin Xinghe, you start the test." "Yes." Lin Xinghe responded promptly. A complex expression crossed Lin Xinghe's face as he glanced at Su Hong. Then he walked towards the vitality testing machine. He placed his hand on it, and the screen quickly displayed the result. Lin Xinghe, vitality 335 points. This number should have caused a commotion, but at that moment, only sparse applause was heard in the classroom. Most students' attention was focused on Su Hong, eagerly anticipating his test result. Lin Xinghe felt the drastic change in how he was treated, from being the center of attention in the morning to being ignored now. And he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He decided that during the practical combat session, he would show Su Hong a thing or two to vent his frustration. Next, Xiaoyan stepped forward for her test. The result was quickly revealed. Vitality 300 points. Most students merely glanced at it before turning their attention back to Su Hong. Xiaoyan shrugged and quietly returned to the lineup. Then it was Wang Tiantua's turn. His result caused a bit of a stir. Vitality 370 points. A student exclaimed, "Wow, 370? He must have exchanged for some elixir yesterday." However, someone quickly retorted, "So what if it's high? It's still not as good as Su Hong's. Why do you keep comparing others instead of comparing yourself? It's ridiculous." Wang Tiantua walked back to the lineup expressionlessly. Finally, it was Su Hong's turn. As Su Hong passed by Wang Tiantua, the latter lowered his voice and taunted, "Battle power is just a number on paper. You might not beat me in a real fight." Su Hong showed no reaction and headed straight for the testing machine. Lin Xinghe muttered dismissively, "What's he showing off for? He's just a second-tier warrior." Xiaoyan quietly replied, "Isn't being second-tier enough to show off?" Her question left Lin Xinghe speechless. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Hong, not daring to blink. Qin Tianlai, who had been observing from the side, also stepped up to the testing machine, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He had long discarded Su Hong's ridiculous enrollment records in the trash. Who could believe someone who just broke through the first-tier initial stage could have 9,000 battle power? "You can start now. Just place your hand on the machine." Qin Tianlia's tone was unusually gentle, a stark contrast that made by Mulin's mouth twitch. Su Hong nodded and placed his hand on the machine. Qin Tianlai immediately leaned in, his eyes locked on the screen. The next moment, the numbers on the screen skyrocketed, finally settling on an unbelievable figure. "What?" Qin Tianlai was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief. Is the vitality testing machine broken?" Vitality 137. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Qin Tianlai was completely bewildered. How could Su Hong, who could achieve 9,000 battle power, have a vitality of only 137? How many times over did this exceed the standard battle power? It is well known that the standard measure of a normal martial artist's combat power is 10 times their vitality. However, genius martial artists often surpass this standard due to their unique talents, constitution, or other factors. The more gifted they are, the more their combat power exceeds that of ordinary people. Qin Tianlai, being a master, understood this all too well. When he learned that Su Hong could achieve a combat power of 9,000, his first reaction was that Su Hong's vitality must have reached the mid-level of the first tier. This estimate was already quite exaggerated, even surpassing the level of top talents in the capital of the Magic City. However, Qin Tianlai never imagined that he had still underestimated the extent of Su Hong's extraordinary abilities. When the vitality detector displayed 137 points, Qin Tianlia's mind went blank. This level of vitality was barely different from someone who had just broken through the initial stage of the first tier. Yet, with such a low vitality, Su Hong was able to unleash a combat power of 9,000. Damn it! Qin Tianlai was dumbfounded, his eyes almost glued to the screen as he muttered these words repeatedly. His unusual behavior caught the attention of the surrounding students, and Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, and Wang Tiantua could only stand there, unable to see the test results. "What's going on? Come on, Master Qin, don't block the view." "Wait, why is Master Qin's shoulder shaking? No way, could it be that Su Hong's vitality is even higher than Master Qin estimated? It can't be. Su Hong couldn't possibly be a mid-second tier martial artist, could he? That's monstrous." The students were abuzz with excitement, their curiosity nearly overwhelming. Unfortunately, Master Qin's figure obstructed their view, leaving them scratching their heads in frustration. Seeing Qin Tianlai still frozen in place, Bai Mu nudged Lin Zhe with a knowing look. Lin Zhe hesitated for a moment, but then gathered the courage to step forward and gently push Qin Tianlia's shoulder. "Master Qin." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Zhe caught a glimpse of the number on the screen and exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, that vitality!" His expression instantly became incredibly animated, as if he'd seen a ghost, standing there just as stunned as Qin Tianlai. Bai Mu, seeing this, walked up with a look of exasperation, muttering, "Is it really that shocking? You should have been prepared for Su Hong's high vitality." Before he could finish, he too saw the number on the screen and was rendered speechless. Oh my god! The atmosphere became strangely tense. A master and two fifth-tier martial artists crowded around the vitality detector, wide-eyed, while the students behind them grew increasingly anxious. They wanted to ask the trio to move aside, but didn't dare to interrupt. Finally, after several seconds, Qin Tianlai snapped out of it. Seeing the students' eyes nearly popping out of their heads, he felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure as a master. The main issue was that Su Hong's vitality was absurdly low, not high. It was hard to believe that such low vitality could correspond with a combat power of 9,000 unless witnessed firsthand. Ahem. Qin Tianlai cleared his throat and sternly scolded. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, what are you two doing blocking the vitality detector for so long? Bai Mu and Lin Zhe were taken aback by the sudden reprimand, thinking, weren't you the one blocking it first? Your face was practically pressed against the screen, but they could only exchange glances, not daring to contradict the master. How dare he take the initiative to scold us first? Bai Mu and Lin Zhe thought to themselves, but dared not speak up. They quickly responded, stepping aside to reveal the blood energy results on the screen. The waiting students immediately turned their attention to the screen. Someone murmured, finally, they're gone. I want to see Su Hong's blood energy. Before the person could finish, the room fell into a stunned silence. Then, a chorus of woe erupted, as if a bomb had gone off in their minds. 137 blood energy points. No way, is that real? 137? Are you sure it's not 1370? Missing a zero maybe? Wow, Su Hong is actually a first-stage warrior? The students stared at the screen in disbelief, their eyes wide as if they were seeing a monster. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan stood there as if struck by lightning. Lin Xinghe's pink fan slipped from his hand, but he didn't notice. His lips quivered, trying to form words, but failing to speak a coherent sentence. Wang Tiantuo muttered to himself. He's not even at the mid-first stage. Remembering his earlier taunts, his face flushed, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Xiaoyan's eyes widened, her hand covering her mouth as if her eyes might pop out. All eyes were on Su Hong. The young man stood by the blood energy detector, his expression calm. He had anticipated this result and was not surprised. Chen Shan and Li Tu were also taken aback, but they were shocked by how high the blood energy value was. Just days ago, Su Hong had barely broken into the first stage, and now he was at 137? After the initial shock, a smile spread across their faces, especially seeing the bewildered expressions of students who had mocked them earlier. Ha! What a profitable win! Chen Shan shouted. Don't just stand there, transfer all your contribution points to me later. This is a big win. The faces of the students who had bet against them turned dark. Chen Shan pointed at the screen, mocking. Weren't you saying Su Hong was a second-stage warrior? Now tell me, what's Su Hong's blood energy? Ha! Li Tu began to mimic the students' earlier taunts. Oh dear, are you all silly? How could Su Hong be just a first-stage warrior? You're so eager to give away money. Didn't expect your contribution points at the first stage to be so insufficient, huh? Ha! The students' faces grew increasingly grim, nearly turning green. Li Tu deliberately exclaimed loudly. Wow, suddenly earning so many contribution points. How should I spend them? It's such a headache. Sigh. I've suddenly earned so many contribution points, and I'm at a loss on how to spend them. Su Hong's words hit the students like a heavy blow. Their faces turned from red to green, filled with a sense of loss. Earlier, they had witnessed Su Hong's remarkable combat skills and were convinced he was at least a high-level first-tier, if not a second-tier warrior. Confident of victory, they had wagered almost all their contribution points. However, fate had other plans. When Su Hong's modest 137 blood energy value was revealed, the students were thunderstruck. Their dreams shattered, as if they had been set back to square one overnight, left with empty pockets. All right, next students, come forward to test your blood energy. Qin Tianlia's voice broke the silence. Once tested, we'll begin the combat trials to determine the top 10 warriors. Don't forget, the first-place winner gets an A-level attribute martial skill. Upon hearing this, the students wore peculiar expressions. To them, was there even a contest for first place? Wasn't that a level skill as good as Su Hong's already? Who could possibly defeat Su Hong with a combat power of 9,000? Even Wang Tiantuo with his barbarian god physique had only over 7,000. Yet, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan had a different perspective. After their initial shock, they calmed down, a strange glint in their eyes. Who would have thought Su Hong's blood energy was so low? This means there might be a chance, Lin Xinghe murmured, touching his chin. Having witnessed Su Hong's amazing prowess that morning, he had given up on claiming first place. He presumed that someone with Su Hong's combat power would also have high blood energy. In his mind, facing Su Hong, he could only rely on his speed to evade until exhaustion led to his defeat. But who could have guessed that Su Hong's blood energy would be so surprisingly low? Lin Xinghe's eyes brightened. I can totally outlast him with my agility. What good is high combat power if he can't hit me? With this realization, he grew more excited. As a man possessing the A-level agility skill Flying Crane Step, he was confident no one in the training camp could match his speed. Plus, Su Hong is a fire attribute, using the Bone Ghost Flame Fist. This thought brought a broad smile to Lin Xinghe's face. His wind attribute, excelling in speed, gave him a significant advantage over Su Hong's fire attribute, as long as he avoided direct confrontations. At this moment, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin also shared the same realization, seeing a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Soon, the blood energy testing for all students was completed. Next, the combat trials. Qin Tianlia's voice rang out again. All eyes instinctively turned to Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yin, only to be met with surprise. They had expected these former top contenders to have lost hope, looking defeated. However, the scene before them was quite the opposite. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yin were all wearing confident smiles, as if they were determined to claim the top spot. This left the other students puzzled and confused. Before long, under Qin Tianlia's guidance, everyone gathered at a spacious open ground. Before Master Qin could speak, Lin Xinghe couldn't wait and shouted, "Master Qin, I want to challenge Su Hong." This sudden challenge left Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin momentarily stunned, silently cursing Lin Xinghe for his cunning. Earlier on the road, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu explained the rules in detail to everyone. The rankings are based on overall performance. Defeating opponents with higher combat power earns more points. Among those present, Su Hong, with a combat power of 9,000, was undoubtedly the strongest. Defeating him would almost guarantee the top spot. After the blood and energy tests, everyone had discovered Su Hong's fatal weakness: low stamina and endurance. Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin were secretly pleased, thinking that if they couldn't win Hedon, they could just outlast him by leveraging their stamina advantage. Both hoped to be the first to face Su Hong. However, Lin Xinghe broke the norm by actively requesting to fight Su Hong. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin silently prayed that Master Qin would refuse the request. Qin Tianlai looked at Lin Xinghe in surprise. "Oh, you want to challenge Su Hong?" "Yes," Lin Xinghe replied firmly. Qin Tianlai was momentarily speechless, thinking it was rare to see someone voluntarily seeking a tough challenge. He shook his head and said, "No." Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, while Lin Xinghe looked disappointed, about to argue further when Qin Tianlai spoke first. "If we followed the original rules, it would be possible. But after the morning's combat power test, we need to make some adjustments to the rules." All the students were taken aback. Lin Xinghe quickly asked, "How are the rules changing?" Qin Tianlai smiled and waved Su Hong over. "Su Hong, since you suggested it, why don't you explain?" The rules were proposed by Su Hong. All the students, including Lin Xinghe, were stunned. Su Hong walked over to Qin Tianlai, facing everyone with a glint of excitement in his eyes. The reason he proposed challenging everyone wasn't just to show off. Normally, combat tests follow a draw mechanism, narrowing from 64 to 32 to 16, and so on, limiting the number of battles and the martial arts points he could earn. But with dozens of students in the training camp, and with an impending challenge with Qin Tianlai the next day, Su Hong decided to challenge everyone, seizing every opportunity to gain martial arts points. Then, Su Hong spoke, his tone calm as if greeting friends on the street. "The rules are simple. You all come at me together, and I'll fight all of you by myself." His words exploded like a bomb, electrifying the scene. "What? Su Hong wants to fight all of us alone? No way. That's too arrogant, no matter how strong he is. There are dozens of us. We could drown him with spit alone. Does he really think he's a second-tier martial artist already?" The place erupted instantly, with students voicing their protests in excitement. "Do you really not take us seriously? No matter how strong you are, Su Hong, you can't be so arrogant as to challenge all of us at once." Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yin were momentarily stunned by Su Hong's words, but soon couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Their gazes turned sharp, as if they were looking at a clueless clown. Wang Tiantuo crossed his arms over his chest, a disdainful smirk on his lips, thinking, "This guy is so arrogant. I could take him down on my own." Lin Xinghe was visibly displeased, seething with jealousy, secretly thinking, "I should be the one making such bold claims." Xiao Yin merely scoffed dismissively, unwilling to waste words. At that moment, Qin Tianlai announced the start of the match. "All right, all of you can come at him together." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became tense and strange. The students exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to make the first move. Wang Tiantuo and his companions looked somewhat displeased. They were internally frustrated. Su Hong's outrageous rule was one thing, but for Master Qin to allow it without protest, and even encourage them to begin, it was as if he believed Su Hong could take them all on single-handedly. As everyone hesitated, Qin Tianlai added, "Anyone who participates in taking down Su Hong will earn 100 contribution points. The one who defeats him will receive 1,000 contribution points." This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the crowd. Wang Tiantuo and his friends' expressions changed dramatically. The students who had been ready to sit back and watch now had a gleam in their eyes, eager to join the fray. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Master Qin, you're practically urging us to beat Su Hong to death." Before the words were fully out, a group of students surged forward. However, Wang Tiantuo and his friends were quicker. Lin Xinghe used his swift wind step technique to dash towards Su Hong like a gust of wind. Without hesitation, He launched a gale fist and then swiftly retreated. This Hitandran tactic was something Lin Xinghe was very familiar with. Just as Lin Xinghe steadied himself, ready to gauge Su Hong's reaction, he noticed the surrounding students had all stopped, their faces filled with disbelief. Before he could process this, Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan's urgent shouts reached him. Lin Xinghe, watch out. A chill swept over him as Lin Xinghe caught sight of a large hand reaching for his shoulder from behind. He immediately employed his swift wind step to dodge, but was horrified to find that the hand followed him relentlessly. Even more terrifying, the hand's movements seemed slow, yet gave the impression of a cat toying with a mouse. How is this possible? Lin Xinghe roared in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and anger. Just then, the hand accelerated, its fingers gripping his shoulder like iron claws. The intense pain contorted Lin Xinghe's face, but he forced himself to turn around despite the agony. When he met those calm, unruffled eyes, Lin Xinghe felt as though his blood had turned to ice. Lin Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. You? How can you be so fast, even faster than me? Su Hong ignored the question, raising his fist without hesitation, aiming straight for Lin Xinghe's face. Just as the punch was about to land, an invisible force seemed to appear out of nowhere, freezing Su Hong's fist in midair. At the same time, Lin Xinghe felt the grip on his shoulder loosen for a brief moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he swiftly slipped away from Su Hong's control. Mental power? Su Hong murmured to himself, clenching his fist. It's the first time experiencing this kind of restraint, and it's really unsettling. He paid no attention to the escaping Lin Xinghe, and instead spun around sharply, his gaze like a piercing beam directed at Xiao Yan in the distance. That single look made Xiao Yan feel as though she was being stared down by a fierce tiger, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. The next moment, Su Hong dashed toward Xiao Yan at an astonishing speed. Fei Hong Jingyan step. Lin Xinghe's face turned a myriad of colors upon seeing Su Hong's movement technique. How is that possible? Su Hong knows it too, and his speed is far greater than mine. Clearly, Su Hong not only knew the Fei Hong Jingyan step, but also surpassed Lin Xinghe significantly in mastery. But then, Lin Xinghe seemed to witness something even more astonishing, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wind attribute. From Su Hong, who was charging at Xiao Yan, Lin Xinghe saw the presence of wind attribute energy. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if confirming whether he was seeing things. Isn't Su Hong a fire attribute? How did he become wind attribute too? Could it be? Lin Xinghe suppressed the shock in his heart, forming a terrifying hypothesis in his mind. Damn, Su Hong is an extremely rare dual attribute warrior. Watch out, Lin Xinghe shouted to warn Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan also noticed the wind attribute energy around Su Hong, their expressions changing dramatically. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked by the scene. Holy crap, Su Hong is a dual attribute warrior. Damn, he's definitely a genius. Most warriors only train in the attribute guidance technique they are most compatible with, but Su Hong is training in two. Could his compatibility with both fire and wind attributes be extremely high? That's not the point. High compatibility with multiple attributes isn't unheard of, but the difficulty of training is beyond human capability. Dual training, no less. The difficulty of increasing one's vital energy and blood isn't comparable to single attribute training. Only an absolute genius could manage it. I remember some of the supreme geniuses in the imperial capital with high multi-attribute compatibility, but they eventually chose single attribute guidance techniques. This shows how difficult dual training is. Even supreme geniuses gave up. Damn, I finally understand why Su Hong only has 137 points of vital energy and blood. Dual training can't be fast. Hearing these discussions, by Mullins, who had read Su Hong's file, had an incredibly peculiar expression. He thought to himself, is dual attribute training shocking enough? What if they knew Su Hong isn't dual, but training in all 7 attributes? They'd be utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, seeing Su Hong use the Fei Hong Jingyan step at a speed far surpassing Lin Xinghe's, heading straight for her, Xiao Yan hurriedly shouted, stop him. Her voice carried an unmistakable note of fear. Su Hong's combat power was terrifyingly strong, a full 9,000. She couldn't withstand a single punch. She had thought she could outlast Su Hong with her high vital energy and blood, but who knew he was also a wind attribute warrior? In an unknown fight, she stood no chance. She realized she had been too naive before. With Su Hong's speed, there was no way to outlast him. No, not just her, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe were also no match for Su Hong. Xiao Yan suddenly realized a terrifying truth. No wonder Master Qin agreed to Su Hong's proposed rules. Wang Tiantua was deeply shaken, his expression grave. Witnessing Su Hong's speed firsthand, he understood that he stood no chance in an unknown fight. Only by joining forces with the other two could they stand a chance. I'll stop him. You use your mental power to restrain him. Wang Tiantua shouted, positioning himself in front of Xiao Yan, watching Su Hong approach. He activated his bone nether flame fist. Just as the white flame appeared on his fist, Su Hong was already upon him. Wang Tiantua's pupils contracted instantly, and he threw a punch with all his might. In response, Su Hong also unleashed the bone nether flame fist. The cold white flame exuded a terrifying power, far surpassing Wang Tiantua's white flame. Seeing this, Wang Tiantua was utterly shocked. He hadn't noticed it during the previous test, but now he realized that Su Hong's mastery of the bone nether flame fist far exceeded his own. No wonder he can achieve a combat power of 9,000. Damn, is this mastery or perfection? Wang Tiantua watched the incoming punch, his face turning pale instantly. His combat power was over 1,000 less than Su Hong's, and without Xiaoyan's assistance, he was no match for Su Hong. In a moment of crisis, Wang Tiantua shouted, "Xiaoyan, now hold him." Xiaoyan's eyes focused as her mental power instantly locked onto Su Hong. Su Hong's punching motion suddenly paused, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Xiaoyan felt assured, confident she could control Su Hong for at least 10 seconds, enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Wang Tiantua breathed a sigh of relief, his fist wrapped in white flames as he charged towards the immobilized Su Hong. Though you're strong, thinking you can take on everyone at once is just a fantasy. Su the monster, take this punch. At the same time, Lin Xinghe appeared behind Su Hong, unleashing the cloud-hidden swift wind punch towards Su Hong's back. The students watching were stunned, their eyes filled with awe at Su Hong's strength. Bai Mu remarked with some regret. In the end, it was just a bit short. Lin Zhe replied irritably. Su Hong did well enough. You have to realize Wang Tiantua and the others together could easily take down a second-tier fighter. Qin Tianlai, rubbing his chin, analyzed. It's a pity, Su Hong is still too young. Taking out the interfering mental power user was a good decision. But he didn't consider being restrained by mental power, which was a bit reckless. While Qin Tianlai pondered, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Just as Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's fists were about to strike Su Hong, under mental control, shuddered violently. Ugh! Xiaoyan, caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. In disbelief, she hurriedly shouted at the still attacking Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe. My mental power was shattered. Su Hong, he can move freely now, retreat quickly. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's faces changed drastically, realizing the situation had completely reversed. But with their fists already halfway swung, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe had no way out. Steeling themselves, they roared and unleashed all their power, determined to defeat Su Hong, who had just regained his ability to fight. Facing the incoming punches, Su Hong remained exceptionally calm. He swiftly adjusted his stance, his hands darting out like lightning to intercept the oncoming fists. Boom! Boom! Two loud thuds echoed in the air. The students watching widened their eyes, and those in the back stood on tiptoes, craning their necks to see. When they finally caught sight of what was happening, they were all stunned. Su Hong had blocked the attacks of Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe with sheer physical strength, without using any martial techniques. Even more astonishing, his raw power was enough to shatter their mental energy, causing Xiaoyan to cough up blood. No way he blocked it. This guy is like a human beast. Wang Tiantua and the others can't beat him even together? Exclamations rang out, and the students felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu watched in shock, with Bai Mu exclaiming, that strength is unbelievable. Lin Zhe marveled. If Wang Tiantua is an ox, then Su Hong is a dragon. Qin Tianlai was also taken aback. He thought to himself, Su Hong's unique physique might be far more powerful than the savage god body. Judging by his strength alone, he could easily rank among the top 200 in the world, if not higher. In the arena, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe were filled with terror. They stared in disbelief at the hands that had stopped their punches, their minds in turmoil. However, Su Hong didn't give them time to dwell on their shock. With his fingers like hooks, he grabbed their fists. Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's faces changed drastically as they struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Damn it, if we can't escape, then fight. Wang Tiantua shouted, swinging his other fist towards Su Hong with all his might. Lin Xinghe followed suit, gritting his teeth and throwing a punch as well. But before their punches could fully land, Su Hong gave a sharp tug on their captured fists. In an instant, both Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe lost their balance, gritting their teeth as they futilely tried to steady themselves. However, Su Hong wasn't about to give them any respite. Like a possessed Hulk, he gripped them both tightly, initiating a heart-stopping ground collision. Boom. The first impact cracked the ground instantly. Boom. The second impact caused the ground to collapse, forming a small crater. Boom. The third, fourth. The onlooking students were dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. This was no contest, it was a one-sided crush. Su Hong's immense strength was reminiscent of a parent disciplining a disobedient child. Overwhelming force subdues all. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? After the final thunderous crash, Su Hong released his grip. Two massive dents marked the ground, with Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe lying in the center like lifeless bodies. covered in dust and devoid of any will to resist. Su Hong exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Xiao Yan's mental strength was unexpectedly formidable. If not for his extraordinary physical prowess, this battle might have dragged on longer. Although his mental strength reached 100 points, it paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's higher tier. Surveying the surroundings, Su Hong's gaze locked onto Xiao Yan, now lying on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her expression shifted from shock to sheer terror as Su Hong approached. "Don't come any closer," Xiao Yan cried out in fear. Su Hong calmly replied, "Either concede, or I'll let you join them." Despite his words, he was already reaching for Xiao Yan's ankle. No, I give up. I give up." Xiao Yan's face turned even paler than when she coughed up blood, clearly terrified. With Xiao Yan's surrender, the fact that the training camp's strongest trio was defeated by a single person shocked all the students present. They buzzed with conversation, both surprised and impressed by Su Hong's strength. However, they quickly sensed something amiss. Su Hong didn't stop. Instead, he walked towards them, his gaze filled with scrutiny. 7, 19, 38. Su Hong counted quietly. The students began to feel uneasy, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Dude, what are you counting?" 65. Su Hong finished counting, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he charged towards the students as if ready to unleash havoc. Their faces turned pale with realization Su Hong's earlier claim of challenging everyone wasn't an empty boast. He truly intended to take on every single one of them. "Oh no, what do I do? How can I handle a punch from him with my small frame?" The students' exclamations echoed one after another, panic spreading like a tidal wave. Someone trembled as they spoke. "I don't want to end up looking as peaceful as Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe. Please don't come at me, bro." Amidst the chaos, a voice suddenly cut through with a bit of ferocity. "There are 60 or 70 of us. No way Su Hong can take us all down." These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly calming the panicked crowd. A few brave students had a glint of determination in their eyes. "Seriously, do they think we're pushovers?" One student said through gritted teeth. "Wang Tiantuo and the others are strong, but against 60 or 70 of us, we can definitely give him a beating." "Exactly," another student chimed in. "Plus, Su Hong's just one person. Let's get him, guys." A few students leading the charge shouted, "Stop running, damn it. 60 or 70 of us being chased by one guy through the whole camp. You're embarrassing us, fight back." Those students who were about to flee stopped in their tracks, shame and anger mixing on their faces. They realized if they ran alone, how would they hold their heads up later? "Charge." With that cry, the lead students rushed forward, yelling as they charged at Su Hong. The others, fueled by adrenaline, followed suit. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. Su Hong's fists rained down like a storm, and the lead students fell to the ground, faces filled with shock and unwillingness. Seeing this, the other students' shouts abruptly ceased, their hot-bloodedness cooling down as reason returned. "One punch per person, how are we supposed to fight like this? Is he fighting kids?" Someone shouted in terror. "Anyone who wants to go ahead. I'm not getting beaten." Another student quickly turned away. Just then, Su Hong charged again. Someone yelled, "Oh crap, he's coming, run." "What are you waiting for?" Chaos erupted as students scrambled to escape, pushing and shoving each other, with some even accidentally pulling down others' pants. "Stop pushing me. Who pulled my pants down? Have some decency. Damn it, I'm not wearing underwear." Amidst the chaos, someone tried to plead. "Su Hong, it's me, Chen Shan, go easy." Bang. Before he could finish, he was knocked out with a punch. "We're all from the same school. You don't need to be so serious." Bang. Another dull thud, and the student speaking fell to the ground. With the aid of his swift moves, Su Hong moved like lightning through the crowd, knocking students down one by one. Even Chen Tian and Li Tu weren't spared. Despite this, taking down over 60 scattered students still required some time, even for Su Hong. 20 minutes later, the last student was cornered. His eyes wide with fear, he couldn't even beg for mercy before Su Hong knocked him out. "Phew, it's finally over." Su Hong panted heavily, sweat dripping like rain. Even with his powerful body, the fool in chase for over 20 minutes had nearly exhausted his stamina. "I need to increase my energy levels. I can't believe I can only last this long at full power," Su Hong muttered to himself. Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu, who happened to walk by, heard this and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They knew that an average first-level martial artist could only last a few minutes at full exertion. Even for a genius with similar energy levels as Su Hong, having such stamina was unheard of. Su Hong's performance had far exceeded normal expectations. However, Su Hong seemed to handle it with ease. Although he was sweating profusely, he clearly had energy to spare. His performance made Lin Zhe marvel. "This guy is a monster, knocking everyone down like a human-shaped beast." Bai Mu looked around, watching the students sprawled on the ground, his eye twitching involuntarily. Qin Tianlai laughed and said to Su Hong, "Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, you two take care of these students. The first place winner, Come with me to receive your reward and choose an A-level attribute martial skill. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes lit up instantly. He followed Qin Tianlai to the martial skills pavilion, where a martial artist who had been lazily lying on a recliner jumped up in surprise, exclaiming, "Master Qin." Qin Tianlai gave a brief instruction. "Bring the list." Yes. The martial artist quickly complied, and soon, Su Hong received the martial skills list from him. After examining it for a while, Su Hong pondered, "Master Qin, which attribute martial skill do you think I should choose now?" This question left the martial artist beside him stunned. What? What do you mean by choosing an attribute martial skill? Isn't it obvious? You choose the one with the highest compatibility. Is this kid clueless? Qin Tianlai curiously asked, "Which attribute martial skills do you currently know?" The martial artist looked at Qin Tianlai in shock and couldn't help but ask, "Master Qin, what's going on here? What do you mean by choosing an attribute martial skill?" Qin Tianlai glanced at him, surprised. "It's exactly as it sounds. Have you been slacking off so much that you can't understand simple words?" The martial artist was bewildered. Aren't martial skills supposed to be practiced based on the attribute with the highest compatibility? "Oh, you're talking about that?" Qin Tianlai replied casually. "That's true for normal martial artists. Su Hong is different. He has 100 compatibility with all 7 attributes, so he needs to choose." What? The martial artist was thunderstruck, stunned on the spot. All 7 attributes at 100 compatibility? What kind of monster is this? Wait. He suddenly realized. Dual cultivation? Isn't dual cultivation a well-known taboo? He hesitated, wanting to say something. At this moment, Su Hong spoke. "The attribute martial skills I'm currently practicing are Bone Ghost Cold Fist, Fei Hong Surprise Step, Cloud Concealment Gale Fist, and a Blevel Void Breaking Finger. The others are of lower grade." As he spoke, he casually demonstrated a few attribute martial skills. The martial artist was instantly dumbfounded, swallowing back the words he was about to say, his eyes filled with intense shock. Cloud Concealment Gale Fist. Qin Tianlai was clearly taken aback. He looked at Su Hong with an indescribable complex expression. When he discovered that Su Hong knew the Bone Ghost Cold Fist, he suspected that Su Hong might have learned by watching others perform it. This suspicion was further confirmed when he saw that Su Hong also knew the Fei Hong Surprise Step. Now, he was 100 certain. Cloud Concealment Gale Fist, that's not a martial skill available in the Martial Skills Pavilion. Moreover, Lin Xinghe has only performed it once during the morning battle power test since joining the training camp. Qin Tianlai asked incredulously, "You learned it just by watching that one punch this morning?" Su Hong nodded. "Yes." This, the martial artist, who had just recovered, gasped repeatedly, looking at Su Hong as if he was a freak. Qin Tianlai was momentarily speechless, finally remarking, "Oh boy, an A-level martial skill. Even geniuses like Wang Tiantuo and the others struggled to learn it. But you, Su Hong, just glance at it and you know it. A prodigy." After a while, Qin Tianlai began to seriously consider which martial skill to recommend to Su Hong. "You already have attack and movement martial skills, so you might want to learn a control-type martial skill." He thought for a moment and pointed to a martial skill on the list, saying, "This one is pretty good." Su Hong followed his finger and saw 4 large characters. Flame Prison. The Flame Cage, classified as an A-rank fire attribute skill, is a control-type technique. This martial skill condenses fire aura into a flaming cage to trap the enemy within. As Su Hong finished reading the description, Qin Tianlai spoke up with a serious expression. "Control-type martial skills are the most challenging and require a high level of mastery over aura. You're only at the first stage, which typically means I shouldn't recommend this to you." Qin Tianlai paused, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "However, given your talent, you should be able to learn it, at least at the basic level." He continued explaining. "Unlike attack-type skills that only require aura to be attached to a weapon or the body, control-type skills need the aura to be projected externally. Most second-stage martial artists can't achieve this." Qin Tianlia's expression turned earnest. "I happen to know this skill myself. Let me demonstrate it, and then you can decide if you want to choose it." Su Hong immediately focused all his attention on Qin Tianlia's every move. Qin Tianlai extended his hand towards a nearby, bewildered martial artist. "Master Qin, please don't use it on me," the martial artist exclaimed, his face changing as he turned to run. But as he took a step, Qin Tianlai slightly clenched his fingers. In an instant, surging flames appeared around the martial artist, quickly forming into pillars that created an unbreakable cage, trapping him inside. "That's what you get for slacking off, just a little punishment," Qin Tianlai said with a smile. The martial artist stood awkwardly in the cage, not daring to move. Qin Tianlai turned back to Su Hong and explained further. "Although it's a control-type skill, its power is comparable to attack-type skills. The difference is that attack-type skills are proactive, while the flame cage only unleashes its power when the enemy tries to escape and touches the fire pillars, making it more of a restrictive skill." He paused and added, "Of course, once you've restricted the enemy, you can attack. But maintaining the flame cage while attacking is something even you can't do right now." It's too difficult. Just like this. As he spoke, a small flame appeared at Qin Tianlia's fingertip and shot towards the martial artist. Master Qin, I promise I won't slack off again, the martial artist shouted in panic. The next moment, both the small flame and the flame cage vanished. Next time I catch you slacking, it won't be this easy, Qin Tianlai warned. The martial artist laughed nervously in response. Qin Tianlai turned to Su Hong and asked, so what do you think? Do you want to choose it? But I must remind you again, it's very challenging. With your talent, mastering the restriction part should be fine, but attacking simultaneously is extremely difficult. I only mastered it when I was a third-stage martial artist. However, Su Hong didn't answer immediately and seemed to be deep in thought. Qin Tianlai was slightly surprised and patiently asked again. At that moment, Su Hong seemed to snap out of his trance. He blinked and quickly shook his head, saying, forget it. If even you say it's that hard, I should choose something else. I won't go for a control-type skill. Haha, you're quite wise, Qin Tianlai laughed, shaking his head with appreciation for Su Hong. Talented individuals like Su Hong often have a certain pride, and it's rare for them to heed advice. Qin Tianlai looked down at the list in his hand and began to ponder. Su Hong had acquired offensive techniques and movement skills, but he still needed a suitable control technique. A defensive type. Qin Tianlia's eyes lit up as he pointed to an entry in the martial arts catalog spread out on the table, his voice brimming with confidence. This technique is absolutely perfect for you. Thick earth armor, grade A, earth attribute, defensive effect, condenses armor on the body surface using earth's spiritual energy. Don't be fooled by the seemingly ordinary description, Qin Tianlai explained, tapping the page lightly with his finger. This armor has incredible defensive strength. Combined with your already formidable physique, the effect will be outstanding. Su Hong withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and nodded slightly. All right, I'll trust Master Qin's judgment. Great. Qin Tianlai turned to his assistant waiting nearby. Shall Li go fetch it? Yes, sir. Shao Li responded respectfully and immediately turned to leave. While waiting for Shao Li to return with the martial arts technique, Qin Tianlai leaned forward with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Speaking of your physique, Su Hong, what's your special constitution? Overlord body. Su Hong replied plainly, showing no intention to hide it. He even harbored a bit of anticipation, hoping Qin Tianlai would be amazed and perhaps offer him a slew of grade techniques. However, Su Hong was soon disappointed. Overlord body. Qin Tianlai was momentarily taken aback, frowning slightly. Did you come up with that name yourself? As far as he knew, no such constitution was listed among the known special constitutions. Kind of, Su Hong replied, feeling a twinge of regret but maintaining a calm exterior. Seems like an undocumented constitution, Qin Tianlai noted without dwelling on it, as such occurrences were not uncommon in the martial arts world. His expression turned to one of admiration. Your overlord body must enhance your strength, right? You easily blocked a full-force punch from Wang Tiantua, who has the barbarian god body. The strength enhancement of your overlord body is truly remarkable. It better be. It's the strongest in terms of power among the 3,000 constitutions, Su Hong thought to himself, though his face betrayed nothing. How much does it enhance your strength? Qin Tianlai continued to inquire. Su Hong paused, then shook his head. I'm not really sure. He genuinely didn't know the exact enhancement. Only that after awakening the overlord body, his combat power had soared from 2 or 3,000 to an impressive 9,000. You're not sure? Qin Tianlia's eyes gleamed. Then punch me, and let's see. He gestured to his chest, signaling Su Hong to go ahead without worry. All right. Su Hong nodded. Confident as he was, he didn't believe he could harm a master. He unleashed a full-force punch directly at Qin Tianlia's chest. The moment his fist made contact, Su Hong felt as though he had struck an unbreakable wall, causing his arm to go numb. He instinctively clutched his hand, a hint of pain flickering across his face. Qin Tianlai, however, remained unmoved. This is the power of a master. Su Hong felt a surge of awe. Qin Tianlai closed his eyes, carefully sensing the impact of Su Hong's punch. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What the? He murmured, almost unable to believe his perception. He discovered that Su Hong's strength had already reached the threshold of a third-tier warrior. This realization sent shockwaves through Qin Tianlia's mind. During the morning's combat power test, Su Hong had registered 9,000, which Qin Tianlai assumed was his limit. But now, Qin Tianlai realized he had been gravely mistaken. Su Hong's overlord body had enhanced his strength to an absurd degree. He was certain that if not for the limiting factor of low vitality, Su Hong's combat power would exceed 9,000, possibly even surpass 10,000. He's only at the initial stage of the first tier, Qin Tianlai mused, his mouth twitching slightly. Just then, Su Hong asked curiously, Master Qin, how does my strength measure up? Can it compete with the top talents from the great cities like Modu and Daijing? Measure up? You're far beyond that, Qin Tianlai thought, internally exasperated, though outwardly he expressed admiration. I've never seen a first-tier warrior with such immense strength. Su Hong, I can assure you that no first-tier warrior could withstand a direct punch from you. Even the top talents from Modu and Daijing, if they were first-tier warriors, wouldn't come out unscathed from your punch. Su Hong nodded, now having a clearer understanding. At that moment, Xiaoli returned with the martial arts manual for the thick earth armor. Su Hong eagerly took it and began flipping through it at a rapid pace, seemingly just skimming. Watching this, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but chuckle. Su Hong, no need to rush. At least wait until you're back to start practicing. Let's go. He turned and began to walk towards the door, but he didn't hear any footsteps following him. Puzzled, Qin Tianlai turned back, and his expression froze. Su Hong had already finished reading the martial arts manual. After contemplating for only a few seconds, Earth attribute spiritual energy began to manifest on his body, rapidly forming a heavy black armor that encased him completely. Qin Tianlai. Inside the martial arts pavilion, the atmosphere was tense, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qin Tianlai stared blankly, his eyes fixed on the thick earth armor on Su Hong, dazed for several long seconds before he snapped back to reality. You've already learned it? Qin Tianlai's voice was incredulous, trembling slightly despite his status as a grandmaster. Just the basics, Su Hong replied modestly. The basics? Qin Tianlai repeated, his eyelids twitching, mouth opening and closing without words, unsure of what to say. Beside him, the young martial artist Xiao Li was completely dumbfounded, a roar of disbelief echoing in his heart. This was an A-level martial skill. Su Hong had merely glanced at it, flipping through it in less than 10 seconds, and he'd already learned it? Remembering how he had barely grasped a B-level skill after a month of hard training, Xiao Li felt utterly dejected. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Just then, Qin Tianlai's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at Su Hong with a complex expression before picking it up. It was a video sent by Bai Mu, showing Su Hong's performance in the beast room yesterday. The footage displayed Su Hong effortlessly slaughtering dozens of high-tier, first-level beasts. If he hadn't tired out, he might have wiped out the training camp's entire beast inventory on the first day. Another message followed. Grandmaster Qin, it seems Su Hong was wearing a weighted vest during the battle. Qin Tianlai's pupils contracted sharply. He looked up at Su Hong, his voice hoarse. You were wearing a weighted vest just now. Su Hong paused, then nodded. Yeah. Why wear it during a fight? Qin Tianlai's tone was complex. Su Hong looked puzzled. If I take it off, I won't earn contribution points. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai was left speechless. He realized he had underestimated Su Hong. Seeing him panting after defeating all the students, he thought that was Su Hong's limit. But it turned out, he had been wearing a weighted vest the whole time. Qin Tianlai sighed inwardly. This kid is a monster. I shouldn't assess him with normal standards. After a moment, he said irritably, forget about those contribution points. As long as you succeed in challenging the training camp, there will be plenty of martial skills. Now, take off the vest. Su Hong thought for a moment and agreed, starting to remove the vest. I'll help you, just hand it over to me. Xiao Li offered enthusiastically. It's a bit heavy, Su Hong warned. A bit heavy? Xiao Li thought. If you, a first-level martial artist, can wear it for so long and still fight, how heavy can it be? Besides, I'm a second-level martial artist. So, Xiao Li didn't take Su Hong's words seriously. Until the moment Su Hong handed him the vest, Xiao Li realized something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to increase his strength, but it was too late. With a loud boom, Xiao Li fell to his knees on the spot, the weighted vest crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Xiao Li suddenly stood up, his cheeks turning bright red with shame. As a second-tier martial artist, being knocked down by Su Hong's weighted vest was a huge embarrassment. He was secretly annoyed and resolved to be more cautious in the future. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Li reached out with all his might to grab what seemed like an ordinary vest. As soon as he lifted it, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What the 5 tons?" Qin Tianlai, who had been looking stern and ready to reprimand Xiao Li for his outburst, froze at this astonishing number. How much? He quickly stepped forward, taking the vest to verify its weight himself. It was indeed 5 tons. While this weight didn't surprise Qin Tianlai, what truly shocked him was something else. He stared at Su Hong, as if sizing up an unknown beast. You're telling me you can carry 5 tons and still last over 20 minutes in combat at the initial stage of the first tier? Qin Tianlai's voice was filled with disbelief. Feeling uncomfortable under their intense gazes, Su Hong could only chuckle awkwardly, momentarily lost for words. Qin Tianlai clicked his tongue in amazement. Su Hong, your overlord body is aptly named. Just in terms of strength, the term overlord is well-deserved. He paused, then marveled. Among the special physiques I'm aware of, there are very few that can rival your overlord body in sheer power. He handed the heavy vest back to Xiao Li, and then turned to Su Hong. All right, you should go prepare now. Tomorrow morning, we're heading to Yang City. Okay, Su Hong replied, about to turn and leave when Qin Tianlai suddenly remembered something and called him back. By the way, I remember you use a spear, right? Su Hong paused, then nodded in confirmation. A glint of excitement appeared in Qin Tianlia's eyes. Coincidentally, the master in Yang City, Jiang Lin, is also a spear expert. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Moreover, Qin Tianlai continued. Not only is he skilled in spear techniques, but he's also a martial artist with a lightning attribute. From what I know, he has mastered an 11 lightning spear technique, which is among the most powerful in its class. Seeing Su Hong's face full of excitement, Qin Tianlai smiled. Originally, winning the challenge would depend on the master's mood for what you could learn. But I'll talk to him. If you win, he might teach you that lightning spear technique. Thank you, Master Qin. Su Hong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, unable to contain his excitement. All right, go prepare. Qin Tianlai waved his hand, signaling Su Hong to leave. However, Su Hong stood still, a look of guilt crossing his face. Qin Tianlai asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Hong admitted, "Master Qin, when I saw you use the flame prison earlier, I had some insights but wanted to learn another technique, so I didn't tell you right away." "You had insights?" Qin Tianlai was momentarily stunned but then dismissed it with a wave. "That's nothing. With your talent, it's normal to have some realizations after just one look. Go and prepare." It's actually more than just a little insight." Su Hong hesitated, unsure how to continue. Qin Tianlai didn't pay much attention to Su Hong's words, just chuckled and waved him off. "All right, stop being so hesitant. Where did your previous boldness go? If you feel bad about not telling me, just perform well in the training camp challenge and win the bet for me. I've wagered quite a bit." Hearing this, Su Hong said no more, his expression turning serious as he declared, "You can tell those masters to get ready to hand over their bets now." Qin Tianlai laughed heartily. "Yes, that's the spirit young people should have. Go on, go." Soon, Su Hong left and returned to his dormitory. Sitting on his bed, he contemplated. With Master Qin treating him so well, he couldn't let him down. He couldn't afford to lose any match in the upcoming training camp challenge. However, it seemed Master Qin didn't quite understand what he was trying to convey. Su Hong extended his hand and waved it through the air. Instantly, fierce flames appeared out of nowhere, quickly forming a flame prison. Compared to Bone Ghost Cold Fist and Flying Crane Cloud Step, this control-type technique is indeed more difficult, Su Hong mused. It took me 7 or 8 seconds to learn it. If any master witnessed this, they would probably be stunned. The ability to manipulate spiritual energy outside the body, typically only encountered by second-tier martial artists and usually mastered by the third tier, was now being wielded effortlessly by a first-tier beginner. Soon, with a casual wave of his hand, Su Hong dispersed the flame prison. "Let's see how much martial value the entire training camp has provided me today." Su Hong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he opened the system panel. Su Hong stared at the data on the panel, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 860 martial points. This was the first time he had obtained such a massive amount of martial points, and a wave of satisfaction surged in his heart. His gaze swept over the martial skills section, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Since joining the training camp, his martial skills had transformed dramatically. The clubbable skills he once prided himself on, like Thunder Fist and Furious Sea Spear technique, now seemed inadequate. They were replaced by the level skill, Void Break Finger, which often yielded unexpected results when unleashed in battle. Su Hong calculated silently. First, enhance his strength, and then quickly perfect the condensed soldier technique and other martial skills, along with the 2 new skills he had learned. After pondering for a moment, he decided to allocate all 860 martial points to his vitality. Reflecting on the exhaustion he felt after defeating all the training camp students, he realized that if his vitality had been higher, he wouldn't have been so worn out. After all, one's realm is fundamental. It must be improved. With determination, Su Hong began allocating the points without hesitation. Thanks to his awakened overlord body, he was confident in his physical form and didn't spread out the points but invested all 860 into vitality at once. As the martial points were infused, Su Hong's vitality surged from 137 to 223. Simultaneously, waves of warmth coursed through his body like a soothing hot spring, spreading to every limb. The advantage of the overlord body became evident. His physique didn't bulk up with muscle like an ordinary person but remained slender, yet packed with astonishing power. Moments later, everything settled. Su Hong clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Midstage of the first tier, he silently cheered. With the increase in vitality, he clearly felt his strength surge again. Silently feeling the power raging within him, Su Hong recalled Master Qin's words. "The power of the overlord body is far greater than this. Your vitality has been holding you back." Now, he deeply understood the meaning of those words. If he faced Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions again, Su Hong was confident he could defeat Wang with a single punch, without needing any martial skills. Moreover, with his physical strength enhanced, Xiaoyan's mental power could no longer easily control him. A mere shake of his body could disperse her mental influence instantly. Despite reaching midstage of the first tier, Su Hong still lagged in realm compared to other talents his age. He knew he must continue to strive diligently, without any slack. Looking at the panel, Su Hong suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as if he lacked funds. Martial points were still far from sufficient. His mental power barely reached the early stage of the first tier, and his vitality was only mid-stage. The Overlord body had much room for enhancement. Improving any aspect would significantly boost his combat power, but it required a vast amount of martial points. This thought gave him a headache. Fortunately, the next step was to challenge the geniuses from other training camps. This thought brought a glimmer of anticipation and fighting spirit to Su Hong's eyes. Su Hong pondered over Master Qin's words, calculating in his mind. How much martial value could he gain from challenging a single person? Why not take on all the geniuses in the training camp? Shaking his head, he decided to play it by ear and then focused his mind on honing his martial skills. Meanwhile, in the master's office, Qin Tianlai sat in a chair, picking up his phone to send a message to Jiang Lin, the master at Yangqing training camp. Jiang Lin, get your thunder spear technique ready. I'm bringing my students over tomorrow, and I want you to teach it to them. Jiang Lin quickly replied, Old Qin, you're playing dirty now. That's not what we agreed on. Your student has to win first before I teach. Qin Tianlai was puzzled. Of course, they have to win first. I'm just asking you to teach the thunder spear technique, not any other random martial skills. Jiang Lin was relieved. No problem then. Qin Tianlai responded. All right, that's settled. In the Yangqing training camp master's office, Jiang Lin put down his phone, muttering to himself, TSK tisk. Old Qin really thinks he can win, huh? Maybe next year, he might stand a chance. He looked up to see a thin young man practicing martial skills. Every move he made emitted a life-filled, dark green aura. The office's plants visibly grew rapidly when touched by this aura. Wood prison. The young man's eyes focused, and the aura instantly condensed into thick vines, surrounding the chair ahead. However, the vines vanished into thin air after just a meter. Failed again. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking to himself as if used to it. Jiang Lin said with exasperation, Lin Chunfeng, I've told you, control-type martial skills aren't mastered just because you want to. Lin Chunfeng was the most talented student in this training camp session, already a second-tier early-stage martial artist with a wood spirit body and a wood attribute affinity of 99. His talent was extraordinary. With burning eyes and full of confidence, Lin Chunfeng said, I'll succeed in releasing it within a month at most. Jiang Lin marveled inwardly at such incredible talent. He remembered taking nearly 3 months to grasp it initially, and Lin Chunfeng claimed he could do it in just 1 month, 3 times faster. By the way, Jiang Lin reminded, when Master Qin brings his students, don't win too easily. Give them some face. Lin Chunfeng nodded nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. Got it. For an 11 attribute martial skill, I'll definitely give Master Qin some face. I'll make sure to spar for dozens of rounds before barely defeating his student. Jiang Lin laughed. Be careful if it's a fire attribute martial artist. Fire counters wood, you know. Lin Chunfeng replied with confidence. Even if a fire attribute martial artist comes, I won't be afraid. Chances are it's just a first-tier martial artist. Even if it's a second-tier fire attribute, with my wood spirit body's recovery ability, they won't be my match. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. You're right. The recovery ability of the wood spirit body is indeed impressive. Just remember not to win too easily. Lin Chunfeng gave a thumbs up and grinned. Don't worry. You can count on my acting skills. The next morning, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes in the dormitory, concluding a night of training. He couldn't help but remark, it's truly worthy of being an A-level martial technique, especially the flame cage. It's quite challenging. This was the longest time he had spent training since acquiring his unparalleled talent, taking a full hour to elevate the flame cage from beginner to perfection. Su Hong recalled that Master Qin had once mentioned it was too early for him to engage with control-type martial techniques, and now he finally understood the deeper meaning. Yet, he felt secretly relieved, knowing that he had achieved perfection in attack, control, defense, and agility level techniques, making him well prepared for the training camp challenges. As Su Hong was lost in thought, Lin Zhe's loud voice echoed from downstairs, Assemble. Instantly, a wave of commotion spread through the other dorms, with hurried footsteps resonating down the corridor. Su Hong got up and stepped into the hallway. As soon as he appeared, the students heading to the assembly paused in unison, their gazes filled with complexity and awe. Yesterday's feat, where Su Hong single-handedly defeated everyone, left those who had been knocked out early in shock upon hearing about it after they awoke. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan remained silent, their faces marked by noticeable dark circles. Clearly, being defeated by Su Hong in a Onion 3 match left them unsettled, likely keeping them awake all night. Facing the collective attention, Su Hong remained calm and turned to head downstairs. The students parted to create a path for him. Once his figure disappeared at the stairwell, a deep sigh broke the brief silence. Encountering such a prodigy right at the start of training camp, I can't tell if it's our fortune or misfortune. Don't dwell on it. Comparing ourselves to Su Hong is just self-torture. When I was younger, People used to say not to meet someone too extraordinary. I never thought I'd one day echo those sentiments. Amidst the complex discussions, the students gradually proceeded downstairs to assemble. Soon, outside the dormitory building, all the trainees were gathered. However, Su Hong was not in the lineup. Instead, he stood beside Qin Tianlai. Noticing the students' puzzled looks, Qin Tianlai inwardly chuckled, as he had intentionally arranged this to motivate them. Are you wondering why Su Hong isn't in the lineup? Qin Tianlai asked casually, freezing the students in place. He continued, it's because Su Hong's skills and talent far surpass yours, so I've decided to personally take him for special training. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions varied. Some were envious, others jealous, and some sighed in resignation. Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan clenched their jaws, their fists white with tension. Observing the students' reactions, Qin Tianlai smiled broadly and added, of course, my personal training doesn't necessarily mean Su Hong's progress will be faster than yours in the training camp. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the trio of Wang Tiantuo, his expression calm. Yesterday's defeat, for a group of prodigies like you who have never tasted failure, is actually a much-needed wake-up call. It makes you realize that there are stronger beings out there. Qin Tianlai stood before them, his gaze intense and voice commanding. I hope you can turn this shame into motivation. Remember the original purpose of this training camp: to nurture geniuses capable of competing against all manner of formidable foes in future battles across the universe. His words struck each student like a heavy blow. Those who had considered giving up now were expressions of shame. In the eyes of Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, a renewed determination was evident. Qin Tianlai continued, if a minor setback like this makes you crumble, I won't console you, I'll kick you out. On the path of martial arts, those who can't handle a little failure, no matter how talented, are nothing but wastes. With a chuckle, he announced, while I'm away, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu will personally put you through hellish training. When the camp is about to end, I'll return with Su Hong and set up a match. Raising his voice, he asked, will you have the confidence to defeat Su Hong then? Yes. The students shouted in unison, though their voices were somewhat weak. Dissatisfied, Qin Tianlai demanded, too quiet. I ask again, do you have confidence? Yes. This time, even Wang Tiantuo and the others joined in the roar, shouting with all their might, veins bulging on their necks, their momentum unstoppable. Wang Tiantuo fixed his eyes on Su Hong, firmly declaring, Su Hong, when you return from special training, I want a duel with you. I might not win yet, but I'll keep pushing myself until I surpass you one day. Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan also spoke up, agreeing to another battle with Su Hong upon his return. Other students mustered their courage and voiced their intentions. Su Hong, I want to fight you too. I won't be as powerless as yesterday. Me too. When you come back, he'll at least be able to take 2 hits from you. Come on, that's not ambitious enough. You don't get it. It's called gradual progress. This time I can take 2 hits, next time 3, then 4, got it. Listening to the enthusiastic voices around him, Su Hong beamed. See you in a month. In a month, the students echoed in unison. Soon, Su Hong and Qin Tianlai departed. As they vanished from sight, the students immediately turned their attention to Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, eyes filled with anticipation and fervor. Assistant Lin, Assistant Bai, let's start training. I'm fired up, ready for any hellish training without a peep. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu exchanged smiles. The old master's motivational speech did the trick. Lin Zhe waved his hand grandly. All right then, head to the gravity room. First ones there get a reward, last ones get a punishment. Suddenly, Bai Mu shouted, move out. Let's see who's the fastest. On hearing this, the students surged forward like unleashed horses, racing towards the gravity room. Meanwhile, at the Xingqing high-speed rail station, Qin Tianlai had just completed the check-in process, and the broadcast welcomed the master. Instantly, he and Su Hong, trailing behind, became the center of attention. Every gaze was filled with respect, for everyone present knew that it was because of such formidable individuals working tirelessly at the front lines that they could live in peace. Seeing this, Su Hong felt a twinge of emotion. Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Tianlai's voice brought him back to reality. What are you daydreaming about? Keep up. Coming. Su Hong jogged to catch up. Soon, the high-speed train departed, speeding towards Chaoyang City. The sun blazed over the Yangqing training camp. On the field, students were sweating profusely as they trained with all their might. Newcomers Li Ming and Li Yin stood at the back of the group, their clothes already soaked with sweat. Brother, this training camp is no joke. Li Ming gasped. Li Yin nodded, exchanging a complex glance with Li Ming. In just one day, they had come to realize how limited their perspective had been. Su Hong, whom they once considered to be exceptionally talented, seemed remarkably ordinary here. Even the weakest students in the camp had reached the early stage of the first level, matching Su Hong. Many were at the mid-stage, and some even at the high stage of the first level, with one being a second-level martial artist. The presence of these geniuses instantly dimmed Su Hong's brilliance. We really were like frogs in a well before, Li Ming said excitedly while training. These geniuses are the ones we should aspire to be like. Exactly, Li Yan agreed. Suddenly, Li Ming lowered his voice and asked, I wonder what level of genius Xingqing will send to challenge us this time. Li Yan confidently replied, at least someone at the high stage of the first level, maybe even a second-level martial artist. Xingqing may not be as strong as Yangqing, but they wouldn't challenge us without confidence. He continued, I know what you're thinking, Su Hong is only at the early stage of the first level, so there's no way he would come. Just look at our training camp. Being at the early stage is the weakest here. Focus on your training. No matter the strength of the genius from Xingqing, they're beyond our current ability to compete with. Li Ming nodded, setting aside his thoughts to concentrate on his training. At that moment, Jiang Lin walked over and announced loudly. Everyone stop for a moment. I have an announcement. At 3 this afternoon, a genius from Xingqing will arrive to challenge us. Be sure to watch and learn. The students were slightly surprised, but soon they were chatting and laughing, seemingly not too concerned about the news. They're really coming, huh? Lin Xuanfeng's in for a treat. That's an rank martial skill directly passed down by the master. I heard that Master Qin is fire attribute, while Lin Chunfeng is wood attribute, so their skills shouldn't match. What are you thinking? A master of his stature surely has a collection. There are plenty of martial skills. Lin Chunfeng stood with his arms crossed at the front, unaffected by the envious gazes of the surrounding students. To him, the afternoon's battle was merely a performance to maintain appearances, after which he would simply wait to receive the martial skill. At this moment, the only other person standing alongside Lin Chunfeng, a burly youth, suddenly spoke up. Master Jiang, I'd like to have a match with the challenging student this afternoon too. His words left the students present in a state of shock. Wow, even Mangu, who ranks second in our training camp, wants to fight? His eyes gleamed with greed, clearly fixated on that seemingly easy toe snag a level martial skill. Mangu is just a few points of vitality away from being a second-level warrior, and being a fire attribute warrior like Master Qin, his confidence is boosted. Jiang Lin frowned in thought, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He pondered, is it really possible for Master Qin to teach 2 martial arts skills? If that's the case, doesn't that mean I also have a chance? A student from a mere star city should be someone I can easily handle. Seeing Mangu looking at him expectantly, Jiang Lin paused in contemplation before turning to Lin Chunfeng and asking, Lin Chunfeng, what do you think? Lin Chunfeng responded with a light laugh. I have no objections. In his view, any student brought by Master Qin for a challenge should at least be at a high first-level stage. Whether Mangu can win is uncertain. However, no matter how talented the person from Star City is, they're certainly not his match. All right, Jiang Lin nodded. In that case, Mangu will go first. Yes. Mangu responded immediately, his face brimming with excitement, as if that a level martial skill was already within his grasp. After returning to the team, Mangu cast a wary glance at Lin Chunfeng and warned, Lin Chunfeng, don't back out and compete with me later. Lin Chunfeng scoffed dismissively. Let's see if you can win first. Anyone who comes to challenge won't be weak. All right, continue training. Jiang Lin instructed, leaving behind a sentence before assigning 2 assistants to supervise while he returned to his office to rest. At 2:50 p.m., all the students gathered on the training camp's field in Yang City. They watched Jiang Lin's figure as he went to pick someone up, whispering curiously among themselves. I wonder what level the person from Star City is. They should at least be a high first level, right? If they're any lower, it wouldn't be impressive at all. Who knows, after all, it's Star City. Lin Ming and Li Yan's eyes also glimmered with anticipation. They didn't care who was coming from Star City, as it couldn't possibly be just a first-level beginner. They were looking forward to the intense battle between geniuses that was about to unfold before them. Outside the training camp, Jiang Lin stood waiting for a moment before seeing a black vehicle slowly approach. 2 people got out, a rugged middle-aged man, Qin Tianlai, and a handsome young man. Jiang Lin thought to himself, so this is the student Qin Tianlai brought for the challenge. He scrutinized the young man closely. At that moment, the young man looked up and met his gaze for a while. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Even without deliberately exerting pressure, his gaze naturally carried a slight oppressive aura. Yet, the young man was completely unfazed. Jiang Lin became cautious. This isn't simple. Could I really be outmatched here? Is Qin Tianlai bringing in a prodigy? Old Jiang, is the Thunder Spear technique ready? Qin Tianlai greeted with a casual tone. Hearing his confident tone, Jiang Lin felt a sinking feeling. He cautiously asked, Old Qin, your student here, not simple, huh? What level are they? A second-level warrior. Qin Tianlai replied with a teasing tone, first-level beginner. He was well aware of how deceptive Su Hong's level could be. Jiang Lin shook his head in disbelief, thinking to himself, a mere first-stage beginner? Impossible. He was about to mock when Su Hong suddenly added, Master Qin, I've already advanced to the first stage mid-level. This statement hit Jiang Lin like a sledgehammer. He was stunned, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Just the first stage mid-level. Jiang Lin's mind was in turmoil. What is Qin Tianlai planning by bringing him here? However, Qin Tianlia's reaction was unexpected. His eyes lit up with excitement, and his voice was filled with delight. Really? You've advanced to the first stage mid-level so quickly? Su Hong, you truly are a prodigy. Qin Tianlai laughed heartily, openly expressing his admiration for Su Hong. Just as a first stage beginner, you could take down the entire Star City training camp. Qin Tianlai continued to praise. Now at the first stage mid-level, even without using the power of lightning and fire fusion, you could probably handle a second stage warrior. Jiang Lin was utterly confused and couldn't help but ask, Old Qin, you're not kidding me, right? Qin Tianlai chuckled and replied, Nonsense, why would I lie about his level? I just didn't expect him to have already advanced to the first stage mid-level. He turned to Jiang Lin, teasingly saying, Old Jiang, you might want to have a psychologist on standby. If your genius gets beaten into doubting life, it might be too late to call for one later. Jiang Lin's expression turned peculiar. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but held back. In the end, he could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. Jiang Lin never expected that the student Qin Tianlai brought would only be a first-stage mid-level warrior, and seemingly just broke through last night. This meant that before, Su Hong was merely a first-stage beginner, and he came to challenge. Jiang Lin chuckled to himself, recalling how he had advised Lin Chunfeng not to win too easily. Oh boy, a second stage fighting a first-stage mid-level. Isn't that a one-sided match? How are they supposed to make it look like an even fight, struggling to win? Jiang Lin sighed inwardly. Lin Chunfeng, your acting skills are about to be tested. Meanwhile, he noticed Qin Tianlai was still praising Su Hong, marveling at his rapid advancement. Jiang Lin was even more speechless, internally grumbling. Is this student Qin Tianlia's illegitimate child, or something? Otherwise, why praise him so much for merely breaking through to a first-stage mid-level? Jiang Lin watched coldly, calculating in his mind. This level of skill, at best, is just a small-scale genius. In my training camp, saying he's in the middle to lower ranks would be a compliment. He's totally in the weakest tier. It's going to be tough. We'll have to rely on Lin Xuanfeng's acting skills, thought Jiang Lin as he glanced at Qin Tianlai, who was still lavishly praising Su Hong. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes and said impatiently, All right, stop blocking the entrance. My students are waiting to gather. Qin Tianlai chuckled and asked, What's the rush? Got the psychologist ready? Jiang Lin ignored him, turned around, and started walking away, saying only, Follow me. Su Hong followed closely behind. Qin Tianlai patted Su Hong on the shoulder and led the way. Seeing this, Su Hong stepped through the training camp's gate as well. Jiang Lin, walking ahead, looked back at Qin Tianlai, with sympathy written all over his face. Qin Tianlai, puzzled by the look, asked, What's wrong with you? Jiang Lin sighed, patted Qin Tianlai's shoulder, and said earnestly, Old Qin, getting assigned to Xingqing is really bad luck. Since when did you start treating a mid-stage first-tier warrior like a treasure? At this, Qin Tianlia's mouth twitched, and his expression turned peculiar. Holding back laughter, he said, Bad luck? The best luck I've had, apart from breaking through to master, is being assigned to the Xingqing training camp this time. Old Jiang, here's a suggestion. Better have a few psychologists ready. Jiang Lin shook his head and said helplessly, You really won't give up until you hit a dead end. Keep being stubborn. Meanwhile, on the training camp's open ground, the students were eagerly looking towards the entrance. Soon, several figures slowly approached. The students whispered excitedly, They're coming. I wonder what level of genius Xingqing sent. Let's hope they're not weaker than me. Li Ming and Li Yin stood together, eyes wide as they stared at the approaching figures. When they recognized the handsome young man following the two masters, they were stunned. What the heck? Su Hong, Li Ming exclaimed. How could it be him? Li Yin said in disbelief. They never imagined that the genius sent from Xingqing to challenge them was Su Hong, the same Su Hong, who had only just advanced to the early stage of the first tier a few days ago. After their initial shock, Li Ming and Li Yin exchanged glances and began to chuckle. They could already envision what was going to happen next. I can't wait to see how Lin Chunfeng and Man Gu will crush Su Hong. Li Ming rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Li Yin, equally excited, licked his lips. They had both been defeated by Su Hong before and had been brooding over it, especially since Su Hong hadn't even spared them a second glance after defeating them, leaving them deeply humiliated. Now, with Su Hong about to face Man Gu and Lin Chunfeng, they were certain he would lose. They couldn't wait to see Su Hong's defeated and dejected expression. The mere thought of it thrilled them. As the three approached, all the students' eyes were fixed on Su Hong, filled with curiosity. Jiang Lin pointed to Su Hong and introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is Su Hong, the genius from Xingqing here to challenge you. His level is. Jiang Lin paused deliberately, giving Lin Chunfeng and Man Gu a knowing look before continuing. The level is at the mid-stage of the first tier. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a sudden silence, followed by a burst of incredulous exclamations. No way, just mid-stage of the first tier? One student exclaimed, eyes wide with mockery. Are you kidding me? With that level, he dares to challenge. This is insane. It's like delivering himself to our doorstep. The students whispered among themselves, eyes gleaming with anticipation of a spectacle. Their expressions were full of disdain and ridicule. Lin Chunfeng was a solid second-tier martial artist, and even without his wood-spirit body, dealing with someone at the mid-stage of the first tier was a piece of cake. Not to mention Lin Chunfeng. Even Man Gu could easily crush a first-tier mid-stage martial artist. Hell, forget about those two. I'm also at the mid-stage of the first tier. I could handle this too. One student couldn't help but shout, eliciting a round of laughter. With Su Hong's level revealed, the entire venue erupted into chaos. The students buzzed with conversation, their voices mingling together. No way. How is Su Hong only mid-stage of the first tier? Wasn't he just breaking through to the first-tier martial artist not long ago? Right. It hasn't even been long since the monthly exams. Unlike the noisy crowd, Li Ming and Li Yan's expressions became quite remarkable. Their eyes were wide open, as if they might pop out at any moment. Damn, I can't accept this. How did he break through so fast? Li Ming gritted his teeth and whispered. Have to admit, he's a genius, Li Yan sighed, shaking his head. But facing Lin Chunfeng and Man Gu, he's just unlucky. The two felt incredibly bitter. In the past few days, their chi and blood had only increased by a few points, while Su Hong's had shot up by at least 100 points. The psychological gap left them speechless. Mid-stage of the first tier, Lin Chunfeng pulled a wry smile, his expression twisted. He finally understood the meaningful look Jiang Lin had given him earlier. It was clearly a reminder that his acting skills were about to be tested. Thinking back to Jiang Lin's advice not to win too easily, Lin Chunfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just mid-stage of the first tier, how was he supposed to act? Lin Chunfeng felt both speechless and troubled. Even the most ordinary second-tier martial artist would find it a piece of cake to deal with a first-tier mid-stage opponent, let alone someone with a wood-spirit body like him. It wasn't just about defeating the opponent. The question was whether Su Hong could even break through his defense. We agreed earlier, I'm going first. At this point, Man Gu eagerly threw out a sentence and was about to step forward, his face full of impatience. Wait a minute. Lin Chuanfeng's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Man Gu's sleeve. What are you doing, going back on your word? Man Gu turned and glared at Lin Chunfeng, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Lin Chunfeng felt like crying, thinking, how was I supposed to know this guy was only mid-stage of the first tier? He had agreed to let Man Gu go first because he thought that even a weak genius from Xingqing wouldn't be below the high stage of the first tier. Being at the same level as Man Gu, either of them could win. So he generously agreed to let Man Gu fight first. But now, a first-tier mid-stage martial artist. If Man Gu went up, he would win easily. Then where would the A-level martial skills taught by Master Qin be for him? I changed my mind. I'm going first. Lin Chunfeng, anxious and flushed, pulled Man Gu's sleeve as he tried to step forward. You jerk, you're going back on your word? Man Gu, also anxious, immediately grabbed Lin Chuanfeng's sleeve. This genius from Xingqing was only mid-stage of the first tier. Defeating him would earn the A-level martial skills taught by Master Qin. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Neither would give way, and for a while, they pushed and shoved, causing quite a commotion and attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Jiang Lin watched from the side, his eyelid twitching, his expression extremely awkward. What's going on? Qin Tianlai asked in surprise, his gaze falling on his two disciples. Well, it's like this. Jiang Lin explained with some embarrassment. After listening, Qin Tianlai's eyes twinkled, and he chuckled. It's simple. If both of your students beat Su Hong, I'll teach another A-level martial skill, won't I? Jiang Lin was stunned, thinking, is Qin Tianlai really this easygoing? This is too unfamiliar. But then, Qin Tianlai revealed his true intentions. However, if Su Hong beats both of them, Qin Tianlai smiled like a cunning fox, his eyes twinkling with slyness. Besides that thunder spear technique, you'll have to teach another A-level martial skill. And I get to choose. Jiang Lin paused, his mind racing. Is this for real? Deal. He agreed without hesitation. Qin Tianlai's quick agreement filled Jiang Lin with secret delight. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Turning down such a rare opportunity would indeed be foolish. On the surface, it seemed like Jiang Lin was at a disadvantage. He not only had to teach a martial skill chosen by Qin Tianlai, but also risk betting on Su Hong's victory. However, Jiang Lin knew the key was for Su Hong to win the matches. Even if Su Hong had exceptional strength, surpassing the mid-first level, he could at best defeat a high first-level opponent like Man Gu. Facing a second-level opponent like Lin Chunfeng, the odds were slim. In this way, Jiang Lin only needed to teach the Thunder Spear as agreed, and neither party would lose out. However, Jiang Lin secretly calculated that if Su Hong could win both matches, it would be a tremendous benefit. He wouldn't have to teach any martial skills and could instead learn two A-level martial skills from Qin Tianlai was like a windfall. Seeing Jiang Lin's composed demeanor, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you're quite confident. Jiang Lin shrugged, appearing relaxed. Judging by the data, it's hard not to be confident. Haha, then I'll go ahead and choose another A-level martial skill. Qin Tianlai probed. Choose whatever you like, Jiang Lin chuckled. With Lin Chunfeng around, you won't get it anyway. Qin Tianlai felt secretly pleased. The bait had been taken. He smiled slightly and said, in that case, I want you to teach Su Hong the Palm Thunder. I knew it, Jiang Lin smirked. Among all the A-level martial skills, Palm Thunder was the most powerful and the strongest A-level skill he mastered. No problem, Jiang Lin nodded and added. But only if Su Hong beats Lin Chunfeng. Deal, Qin Tianlai agreed. So it's settled then? Settled. The two exchanged glances and laughed, each feeling they had gotten the better end of the deal. Just as they concluded their agreement, Jiang Lin noticed Lin Chunfeng and Man Gu still arguing. He called out sharply, enough, don't embarrass yourselves here. Hearing this, the two separated reluctantly, but continued to glare at each other. Jiang Lin announced, no need to argue. Master Qin has generously offered that if either of you defeats Su Hong, you'll get to learn an A-level martial skill. Upon hearing this, Man Gu and Lin Chunfeng were initially stunned, then overjoyed. The surrounding students looked on enviously, their eyes turning green with jealousy, wishing they could take their place. Especially those at the mid-first level and a few at the high-first level, who were twisted with jealousy. They regretted missing such a golden opportunity. All right, Man Gu, you're up first, Jiang Lin said. Yes. Man Gu eagerly stepped forward and beckoned to Su Hong. You first. In light of the A-level martial skill at stake, he was quite courteous. All right, Su Hong nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Su Hong's figure flashed, appearing right in front of Man Gu. This astonishing speed caused Man Gu's expression to change. Immediately after, a burst of explosive air was heard as a swift punch rapidly enlarged in Man Gu's pupils. Cloud-hidden gale fist. Bang. Before Man Gu could react, he was sent flying by the punch, landing heavily on the ground in the distance. He sat there dazed, unable to recover for a long time, clearly shocked by the sudden blow. Huh? That's it. It's over already. A group of students stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Manga's figure had been sent flying with a single punch, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. No way. Is this really a mid-stage first-tier warrior? Just one punch, and Mangu was sent flying. One student gasped, his voice filled with incredulity. Wow, this must be some kind of special physique with incredible strength. On the edge of the training field, the students who had previously been complaining about their bad luck immediately fell silent. Their jealousy vanished, replaced by a deep sense of relief. If they had been in the ring, they might have been knocked out with one punch too. Li Ming and Li Yin were completely dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Su Hong is actually this strong? That was a high-stage first-tier Mangu, the second-ranked genius in the training camp. The one-sided beatdown we imagined did happen, but it was Mangu who got beaten. This is insane. It seems we might have underestimated Su Hong's talent. The two shared a look and fell into silence. Jiang Lin's previously relaxed smile froze on his face, surprise flickering in his eyes. His second-ranked Mangu from the training camp had been defeated in one punch by a mere mid-stage first-tier warrior? Instinctively, Jiang Lin glanced at Qin Tianlai beside him, who was giving him a bright smile. Ah, you have to keep your word. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, realization dawning on him. Qin Tianlai. So this is what you've been waiting for. No wonder you've been so confident. You got lucky. Xingqing has produced a genius with a special physique. Qin Tianlai smiled slightly. You might want to think about how to teach the Palm Thunder later. Jiang Lin snorted. It's only Mangu who was defeated. I admit your student is talented, but just having great strength isn't enough to beat Lin Chunfeng. He's already a second-tier warrior, and the difference in their realms is too great. Su Hong can't possibly be his match. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai just smiled without saying anything. Seeing his confident demeanor, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in Jiang Lin's heart. No, no, no. Jiang Lin reassured himself. Even with a special physique, Lin Chunfeng still has the absolute advantage in terms of realm. How could he lose? Lin Chunfeng's with spirit body recovers extremely quickly. As long as he's not instantly defeated, he can wear down his opponent. Su Hong may be strong, but he's only mid-stage first tier. The gap in realms is absolute, and even with a special physique, he can't defeat Lin Chunfeng. With that thought, Jiang Lin felt reassured. Lin Chunfeng raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise as he watched Mangu get defeated with one punch. Lin Chunfeng, it's your turn. Jiang Lin's voice called out. Coming. Lin Chunfeng stepped forward, feeling unexpected about Su Hong's strength, but not doubting his own victory for a moment. At this point, all the students stopped being nonchalant and focused their attention on the two of them. All right, start when you're ready. Hearing this, Lin Chunfeng's eyes sharpened, and he fully unleashed his energy and blood. The pressure of a second-tier warrior spread out, making it hard for the students present to breathe. A few of the weaker ones turned pale and involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Lin Chunfeng drew his alloy longsword from its sheath. Although confident in his victory, he did not underestimate his opponent in the slightest, considering this was a matter of a-level martial skills. Second-tier warrior. Su Hong's eyes narrowed, his expression becoming serious. You're not using your spear? Lin Chunfeng glanced at the spear on Su Hong's back. It'll come out when it's time. Su Hong replied calmly. In truth, it wasn't that he was deliberately not using the spear. He just knew that with his current clever angry sea spear technique, he'd be at a disadvantage against the higher-grade martial skills. His fists were more powerful. I need to beat him quickly and learn Master Zhang's a-level thunder spear technique. Su Hong thought to himself. Hearing Su Hong's words, Lin Chuanfeng's expression turned a bit colder. How arrogant, he sneered. If you don't use it now, you won't get a chance later. Before his words even finished, Lin Chunfeng moved, quickly closing the gap between him and Su Hong. He raised his long sword high and slashed down, the air cracking with the force. This strike was aimed directly at Su Hong's forehead. Su Hong's expression remained unchanged as he executed the flying swan shock, cloud step, instantly dodging several meters away. A level footwork and a wind a tribute warrior. Missing his target, surprise flashed in Lin Chuanfeng's eyes, and he immediately turned and attacked again. Seeing that Su Hong seemed to be trying to dodge again, Lin Chuanfeng's lips curled into a smile as he reached out and grasped the air towards Su Hong. Just as Su Hong was about to dodge, he felt his feet being bound. Looking down, he saw thick vines, formed from condensed spiritual energy, entangling his feet. A control-type martial skill? Su Hong tensed up, but he didn't panic. Just as he was about to break free with brute force, he suddenly felt his feet loosen. The thick vines had only lasted a second before the spiritual energy collapsed and dissipated. They broke so easily? Su Hong was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned peculiar. Is that it? Control-based martial techniques? A group of students exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. Is this the wooden prison? Qin Tianlai stared at the thick vines, incredulous. Jiang Lin smiled smugly. Surprised, aren't you? His tone carried a hint of awe. Lin Chuanfeng's talent is simply outrageous. He's only been learning this wooden prison for a few days and can already maintain it for a second. He paused, teasing. Old Qin, should I call a psychologist for your students? Encountering such a genius for the first time might be quite a blow to them. Qin Tianlai replied irritably. You should call one for your student instead. Although amazed by Lin Chuanfeng's talent, he had no doubt that Su Hong would win. In the arena, Lin Chunfeng, who had been restrained by the wooden prison for a second, had already closed in on Su Hong again. The alloy sword in his hand gleamed coldly as he swung it down. This time, Su Hong decided not to dodge. After some probing, he had gauged Lin Chuanfeng's strength. As the sword swung towards him, Su Hong's eyes sharpened, and he threw a punch with explosive force, causing the air to burst with a loud crack. Lin Chunfeng sensed something amiss, detecting a strong sense of danger from the punch. Would escape, he shouted, as wooden spiritual energy formed a large, sturdy shield in front of him. You've lost. Lin Chunfeng smiled confidently, but his smile quickly froze. Before his sword could reach Su Hong's fist had already smashed into the shield in front of him. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the terrifying impact forced Lin Chunfeng to stumble back several steps, completely disrupting his attack. This power! Lin Chunfeng was utterly shocked. His would escape was a rank martial technique, capable of withstanding incredibly strong attacks. However, Su Hong's direct punch, with its residual force, could still push him back. It was unbelievable. Lin Chunfeng couldn't fathom the extent of Su Hong's strength. Just then, the sound of cracking filled the air. Lin Chunfeng looked up sharply to see his shield, crafted from wood escape, starting to crack and then shattering completely. What the heck? The students were dumbfounded. That's a rank defensive technique, performed by Lin Chunfeng at the second level. This guy at the mid-first level has strength greater than a fierce beast. Jiang Lin's smug grin stiffened, his eyes filled with astonishment. This strength. Qin Tianlai laughed heartily, proudly saying, Old Jiang, what do you think? Your student is like a humanoid beast. Though Jiang Lin was annoyed by Qin Tianlai's gloating, he admitted the truth. He then shook his head and said, but having just raw strength won't be enough to beat Lin Chunfeng. Aren't you aware of the wood spirit body's recovery abilities? Qin Tianlai shrugged dismissively. Just a punching bag that can take a hit, right? With Su Hong's power, one punch and Lin Chunfeng would be coughing up yesterday's dinner. Jiang Lin sneered. Easier said than done. I admit your student's strength is impressive, but Lin Chunfeng isn't a punching dummy. Doesn't he know how to defend or evade? He added casually. It's not like only your student knows a rank movement techniques. Qin Tianlai was suddenly startled, his gaze sweeping across the scene like lightning. He saw Su Hong shatter the wood release technique with a punch, and in the blink of an eye, his figure darted towards Lin Chunfeng like a phantom. His fist struck out like a cannonball, but it passed right through Lin Chuanfeng's image. After image, Su Hong's brow furrowed, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Lin Chuanfeng's lethal strike. The alloy-long knife slashed into the ground, leaving a massive, eye-catching crater. Grade A movement technique. You're not the only one who knows it, Lin Chunfeng remarked calmly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Su Hong snorted coldly and lunged forward again like a tiger on the hunt. Lin Chunfeng easily dodged, calmly analyzing. It's useless. Although your movement technique is much superior to mine, I'm a second-tier warrior, and I still have the advantage in speed. Seeing that Su Hong ignored his words and continued his relentless assault, Lin Chuanfeng's brow furrowed deeply, and his tone grew more serious. Concede. For someone at mid-level tier 1 to push me this far, you're strong enough. If we were at the same tier, I wouldn't be your match. But since you refuse to back down, don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chunfeng launched a punch through the air. As he easily evaded and prepared to counter with his blade, Su Hong suddenly reached out and made a subtle grasping motion. This strange action set off alarm bells in Lin Chuanfeng's mind, and he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Intense flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly forming pillars of fire around Lin Chunfeng, trapping him securely. Flame cage. Lin Chunfeng was momentarily stunned, his voice turning sharp. A control-type martial technique? Through the gaps in the fire pillars, he stared intently at Su Hong, who was approaching slowly, his eyes filled with a complex mix of disbelief. The students on the sidelines were already dumbfounded, continually exclaiming in amazement. Li Ming and Li Yin swallowed hard, silently relieved that they hadn't rashly challenged Su Hong. Jiang Lin, wide-eyed and shocked, turned to Qin Tianlai. Holy crap! Old Qin, your student's talent is insane, mastering the flame cage at mid-level tier 1. However, when he saw Qin Tianlai's equally stunned expression, Jiang Lin was completely taken aback. What's going on? Old Qin, isn't that your martial technique? Qin Tianlai was too shocked to speak. He recalled that when they were in the martial arts pavilion, Su Hong had mentioned gaining insights from watching him use the flame cage. Qin Tianlai felt a chill down his spine and inwardly roared. This is what you call a little insight. As the seconds ticked by, the flame cage remained stable. Jiang Lin's expression grew more incredulous. No way. Why hasn't it collapsed yet? He's only at mid-level tier 1. How is he so proficient at manipulating spiritual energy outside his body? Suddenly, Jiang Lin was struck by a terrifying realization, gasping sharply. He asked in a trembling voice, wait a minute. Old Qin, isn't your student supposed to have wind attributes? Where the hell did this fire attribute come from? Jiang Lin finally snapped back to reality as Qin Tianlai was about to speak. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence in the arena. Why hasn't the flame cage collapsed yet? Lin Chunfeng screamed hysterically, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His voice was filled with anxiety and panic. Isn't Su Hong just at the mid-stage of the first rank? How can the flame cage last this long? It's been almost 15 seconds, and it still hasn't collapsed. I lasted only 1 second. At that moment, Su Hong casually walked over to the flame cage. His movements appeared leisurely, but they exuded an undeniable aura of authority. He slowly raised his right fist, which was instantly engulfed in a chilling white flame, reminiscent of a biting winter wind. What? Lin Chuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. His shoulders trembled involuntarily, and his voice quivered. Don't tell me you can still attack me while maintaining the flame cage. Su Hong didn't say much, simply delivering a powerful punch. Bone nether cold ghost fist, he shouted, his fist slicing through the air like a meteor. Damn, you can really attack? Lin Chunfeng exclaimed, his scalp tingling as he cursed repeatedly. Trapped within the flame cage, he had nowhere to escape. Facing this formidable punch, he had no choice but to brace himself. I refuse to believe it. Let's see if your endurance outlasts the regenerative power of my wood spirit body. Lin Chuanfeng's eyes flashed with madness, his voice filled with indomitable determination. Would release. However, the wooden aura shield he had just formed was instantly shattered by Su Hong's punch. The terrifying impact sent Lin Chunfeng flying back, crashing heavily into the scorching flame pillars. A chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of sizzling flesh. In just a momentary contact, Lin Chuanfeng's clothes turned to ash, and his skin was charred black. But as Lin Chunfeng struggled to return to the center of the cage, a dense wood aura emerged on his back. His charred skin began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a withered tree springing back to life. Special physique, huh? Su Hong squinted, a hint of surprise in his voice. Such powerful regenerative abilities. But if one punch isn't enough, then I'll deliver more punches and see how long you can keep recovering. Before he finished speaking, Su Hong attacked again. Bang, bang, bang. His fists moved like the wind, unleashing a storm of attacks on Lin Chunfeng. Under this relentless assault, Lin Chunfeng coughed up blood. Despite repeatedly using wood release, each defense was shattered by a single punch. Soon, Lin Chunfeng was beaten to the point where his feet barely touched the ground, his body pinned against the scorching flame pillars, unable to break free. Holy crap! The surrounding students were stunned. Lin Chunfeng, the top-ranked fighter in the training camp, a second-rank martial artist, was being suppressed by a first-rank martial artist. However, as Su Hong continued his onslaught, his brow furrowed. Under his ferocious attacks, any ordinary second-rank martial artist would have long been defeated. Yet Lin Chunfeng stubbornly held on. His regenerative ability was astonishing. It's futile. Lin Chunfeng, trapped in the flame cage, coughed up blood as the flame pillars continued to burn his back. The intense pain drove him to the brink of madness. He stared intently at Su Hong, articulating each word. I want to see if you can really maintain this flame cage indefinitely. Lin Chunfeng knew very well that once the flame cage disappeared, the situation would instantly reverse. As Su Hong kept punching, his frown deepened. He could feel his internal energy depleting rapidly. Moments later, the flame cage began to show signs of collapsing. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Chunfeng laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. Su Hong, you're indeed impressive, but it's a pity you encountered someone with the wood spirit body like me. Su Hong slowly halted his attack, looking seriously at the tenacious opponent before him. Lin Chunfeng grinned as he watched the fiery cage begin to crumble, feeling eager and impatient. After being suppressed for so long, it was finally his turn to strike back. Just then, Su Hong sighed softly, with a hint of resignation in his voice. Lin Chunfeng's smile widened, ready to speak, when he heard Su Hong murmur, "This is quite draining." "What do you mean, draining?" Lin Chunfeng was startled, his pupils contracting sharply. Su Hong raised his fist once more, but this time it wasn't the cold white flame. It was a fusion of lightning and fire energy. Lin Chunfeng felt his hair stand on end, sensing a dangerously intense aura from this thunderfire energy. What is this?" Lin Chunfeng exclaimed. "Is this something a mid-tier first-stage martial artist can unleash?" He was nearly losing his composure, every pore screaming that being hit by this would be the end. This monster. Lin Chunfeng gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing out the wood energy within him, rapidly deploying multiple wood-style shields. In the blink of an eye, 10 heavy shields layered in front of him. This should hold, right? He thought, uncertain. Su Hong unleashed his punch, imbued with terrifying thunderfire power. With a loud boom, the fiery cage that hadn't yet collapsed was instantly shattered, and the 10 wood-style shields vanished into smoke. The power! Damn it! Are you even human? Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, managing only a roar before being sent flying by the punch, blood gushing from his mouth. With a final thud, he crashed to the ground in the distance, unconscious. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Whoa, Lin Chunfeng lost. Not only lost, but knocked out with a single punch, and he's a wood spirit body. How powerful was that punch? Is this really the power of a mid-tier first-stage martial artist? What was that move? Its power rivals in rank martial skill. My god, that was 10 consecutive wood-style defenses, and it still couldn't hold. The students stared at Su Hong as if he were a monster, their voices filled with fear and awe. Jiang Lin stared intently at Su Hong, his chest heaving, eyes filled with disbelief. "Old Qin, did you see that?" he shouted. "That's a tribute fusion. This kid, at mid-tier first stage, has mastered a tribute fusion. Do you know what that means?" "Of course I know," Qin Tianlai replied nonchalantly. Jiang Lin was stunned, then heard Qin Tianlai mutter, "To think Lin Chunfeng forced Su Hong to use that move. He's pretty strong too." "Jiang Lin, what are you doing?" Qin Tianlai asked in surprise as Jiang Lin grabbed his collar tightly. Jiang Lin tightly gripped Qin Tianlai's collar, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Old Qin, so you knew all along. You're one lucky bastard to have such a prodigy show up at the Xingqing training camp." His tone was dripping with envy, as if jealous of Qin Tianlai's fortune. Qin Tianlai gently shook off Jiang Lin's hand and shrugged with feigned modesty. "Oh, it's nothing special. Just dual attribute fusion. No need to make such a fuss." Hearing this, Jiang Lin was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Tianlai. Noticing Jiang Lin's reaction, Qin Tianlai's lips curled into a smug smile as he continued. "I definitely won't tell you that Su Hong achieved dual attribute fusion in just under a month." This revelation hit Jiang Lin like a sledgehammer, leaving him thunderstruck. His grip on Qin Tianlai's collar loosened unconsciously. Seeing Jiang Lin in such a state, Qin Tianlai felt a sense of satisfaction. He patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder, looking at him with disdain. "Really? You're already dumbfounded at this level." Jiang Lin remained bewildered, muttering to himself, "Dual attribute fusion in less than a month. Isn't that astonishing enough?" Just then, Qin Tianlai lowered his voice, speaking with a mysterious air. "If you knew that Su Hong has a 100 compatibility with 7 attributes, and is simultaneously mastering 7 guiding techniques, wouldn't you just drop dead from shock?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianlai slapped his thigh dramatically, feigning regret. "Oh no, I let it slip, how careless. Despite his words, there wasn't a trace of regret on his face, only a mischievous smile. The next moment, Qin Tianlai regarded Jiang Lin with the interest one might show a piece of art. Jiang Lin stood there, dumbfounded, his legs trembling slightly as if he could barely stand. Jiang Lin was completely absorbed in his shock, not even noticing Qin Tianli's teasing gaze. His mind echoed with key phrases: dual attribute fusion in under a month, 100 compatibility with 7 attributes, mastering 7 guiding techniques simultaneously. Seeing Jiang Lin in such a state, Qin Tianlai smiled contentedly. He recalled his own shock upon discovering Su Hong's talent and felt a sense of balance seeing Jiang Lin equally bewildered. Come on, old Jiang, don't stand there like a country bumpkin. If people see you, they'll wonder how a master like you could be so clueless. Qin Tianlai chuckled, patting Jiang Lin's shoulder again as he remained lost in thought. Suddenly, Qin Tianlai shifted the conversation, a sly glint in his eye. Besides, now that Su Hong has won, it's time for you to keep your promise. An 11 Thunder Spear technique. A technique so powerful, it's top tier even among 11 Thunder martial arts. Teach it. In the training room, Su Hong stood in front of Jiang Lin, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Jiang Lin's expression was still somewhat dazed, as if Qin Tianli's words were still echoing in his ears. What a prodigy, Jiang Lin muttered to himself. In over 60 years, I've never seen anyone like this. He recalled Su Hong's astonishing talent, perfect affinity with 7 attributes, and actually mastering them all. Old Jiang, stop daydreaming and teach. Qin Tianli's urging brought Jiang Lin back to reality. The emperor's not worried, but the eunuch is. Jiang Lin retorted irritably, temporarily suppressing his shock. Jiang Lin turned to the weapons rack and picked up an alloy spear. As soon as he gripped it, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he had become a mighty war god. I'm going to teach you in a rank thunder spear technique called heaven-piercing 9 spears, Jiang Lin said with a hint of pride. As he spoke, a fierce and domineering thunder enveloped the alloy spear in his hand. The thunder was so intense that it seemed to transform the spear into a pure lightning weapon. The heaven-piercing 9 spears consists of 3 sets, each with 3 moves. Each set is more powerful than the last, and the difficulty increases accordingly. Jiang Lin explained. Ordinarily, I wouldn't teach this to anyone below the 4th level. But with your talent, Su Hong, you should have no problem mastering the first set. Jiang Lin's expression turned serious and focused. He intended to teach without holding back. I'll demonstrate each move for you now. The first set, Surging River. The second set, Overturning Sea. The third set, Piercing Heaven. With Jiang Lin's movements, the thunder surged like a ferocious tide, turning the large training room into a sea of lightning. He wielded the spear with overwhelming power, each move causing the thunder to erupt with terrifying blasts. Su Hong watched Jiang Lin's every move intently, his eyes shining with excitement as he gripped the alloy spear tightly. This was his first time witnessing a Grandmaster-level martial arts demonstration, and the sheer force made him feel like a lone boat in a vast ocean, at risk of being overturned at any moment. Piercing Heaven. With the final thrust of Jiang Lin's spear, all the thunder concentrated at the spear tip. A light tap, and the air shattered instantly. Although Jiang Lin had deliberately restrained the power, the residual force of the piercing heaven thrust created a violent tornado inside the training room, causing the entire building to shake as if it might collapse at any moment. With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Lin dissipated the tornado. Su Hong licked his lips, a gleam of determination in his eyes. He realized profoundly that in front of Jiang Lin, he was like an ant. Not even a direct hit, but just the tornado from the residual force could be too much for him to withstand, even with his formidable physique. All right, now you give it a try? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Jiang Lin said, tossing the alloy spear back onto the weapons rack with precision. Thank you, Master Jiang, Su Hong said respectfully. Well, a bet's a bet, Jiang Lin shrugged casually, a slight smirk on his face. Once you've mastered the Surging River, I'll teach you another technique, Thunder Palm. The power of the sky-breaking 9 spears is already top-notch among a level martial skills, yet it still falls short compared to Palm Thunder. Upon hearing this, Su Hong's breathing became heavier. Could Palm Thunder really be more formidable than the sky-breaking 9 spears? He eagerly closed his eyes, replaying every detail he had just witnessed in his mind. Under the blessing of his unparalleled ancient talent, he memorized even the smallest actions and techniques. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin walked over to Qin Tianlai, surprised to find him timing something with a stopwatch. Why are you timing? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. Qin Tianlai just smiled at him without answering. Jiang Lin seemed to understand, his expression suddenly changing. Wait, are you timing how long it takes Su Hong to master the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears? Correct. Qin Tianlai nodded in confirmation. Jiang Lin's eye twitched slightly, and then he noticed the stopwatch in Qin Tianli's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Really, old Qin, If you want to use a stopwatch, why not use a proper one? Jiang Lin leaned in for a closer look, then burst into laughter. You only set it for a 10-minute countdown. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Lin suddenly realized something and his eyes widened. Old Qin, do you really think Su Hong can learn the first move of my sky-breaking 9 spears in just 10 minutes? Qin Tianlai continued to smile, without saying a word. Jiang Lin's eye twitched again, somewhat displeased, and he said, I know Su Hong is incredibly gifted, but you're underestimating this martial skill. Jiang Lin compared silently in his heart. It took him a whole week just to learn the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears. Although he acknowledged Su Hong's extraordinary talent, he suggested Qin Tianlai set a 2-hour countdown. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianlai only gave 10 minutes, which seemed too exaggerated. Well, prepare yourself to teach Palm Thunder later. Qin Tianlai chuckled, ignoring Jiang Lin's dissatisfaction. He thought to himself, Old Jiang, if you knew Su Hong learned the flame cage in just a few seconds, you'd use a stopwatch too. What do you mean, prepare to teach Palm Thunder? Jiang Lin was stunned, looking speechless. The sky-breaking 9 spears is extremely difficult. It took me a week to master the first move back then. But, it depends on what you compare it to. Compared to Palm Thunder, the sky-breaking 9 spears is relatively easy. Old Qin, do you know how long it took me to even begin with Palm Thunder? A full 3 months. Jiang Lin shook his head and sighed, continuing. I believe Su Hong can learn the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears today, but there are still the second and third moves, each one more difficult than the last. Before he could finish speaking, a sound of a spear being wielded, accompanied by crackling thunder, suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Lin froze for a moment and quickly turned around. He saw Su Hong wielding a spear, with small bolts of lightning entwining the shaft. Although it didn't have the momentum of the previous sky-breaking 9 spears, Jiang Lin immediately recognized it as the first move. Turning the river. Boom. Jiang Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. He actually already mastered the first move? He murmured, as if in a dream. At that moment, the sound of a stopwatch being stopped rang out. Jiang Lin quickly turned to look at Qin Tianlai. 55 seconds, Qin Tianlai said in amazement. Jiang Lin was instantly stunned. 55 seconds. Damn, it wasn't even a minute, and he learned the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears. He couldn't help but curse, his shock evident. Just then, Qin Tianlai pointed behind him and said quietly, Why don't you take another look? Is it really just the first move? Hearing this, Jiang Lin's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned around again, his expression becoming incredibly vivid. Su Hong entered a state of complete focus, fully absorbed in wielding his spear. In the training room, the only sounds were the whooshing of the spear slicing through the air, thunderous cracking noises, and Jiang Lin's increasingly heavy breathing. After Su Hong fluidly completed the entire set of the 9 sky-breaking spears routine, Jiang Lin couldn't contain himself any longer. Holy crap, Jiang Lin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, and he was at a loss for words as he shoved Qin Tianlai, pointing at Su Hong. Did you see that? Qin Tianlai calmly replied, You're overreacting. That remark instantly ignited Jiang Lin's fury. Overreacting? You call this overreacting? Qin Tianlai, don't you think you're overdoing it with the cool act? Jiang Lin roared, 55 seconds, man. He mastered the basics of the 9 sky-breaking spears in just 55 seconds. This talent is just unbelievable. He slapped his thigh, lost for words. At that moment, Su Hong approached and humbly said, Master Jiang, there are still some parts one don't quite understand. Jiang Lin was taken aback by his words. He thought to himself, there are parts you don't understand? You only practiced for 55 seconds, man. Normally, you'd still be clueless about 99 of it. But he didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he gave an extremely gentle smile and began to guide Su Hong. However, just a few minutes later, Su Hong's eyes lit up, and he said, I understand now. Thank you, Master Jiang. With that, he immediately went back to practice the 9 sky-breaking spears again. Before Jiang Lin could finish speaking, he noticed that in this practice, Su Hong had corrected everything. From the details Jiang had pointed out to the issues he hadn't even had time to mention. A hint of frustration flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes, but it quickly turned into astonishment. After Su Hong executed the first move, he seamlessly transitioned into the second and third moves without any pause. Even after Su Hong completed the entire set, Jiang Lin remained in a daze. Is this mastery? Jiang Lin murmured to himself. How is this even possible? Qin Tianlai chuckled and patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder, saying, It's because of his incredible talent, old Jiang. You don't need to teach him the 9 sky-breaking spears anymore. I bet if Su Hong practices a few more times, he'll understand it all by himself. Start teaching him the Thunder Palm. Jiang Lin nodded dumbly, not mentioning the difficulty of the Thunder Palm this time. He called Su Hong over, demonstrated the Thunder Palm once, and simply said, Figure it out on your own. With that, he walked over to a chair by the wall and sat down, lost in thought. Jiang Lin and Qin Tianlai simultaneously pressed their stopwatches, emitting a crisp ding sound. Qin Tianlai glanced at Jiang Lin with a slight teasing smile. Jiang Lin didn't respond, instead focusing intently on Su Hong, who was deep in thought. Jiang Lin silently compared. It took him a week to learn the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears, while Su Hong only took 55 seconds. Now, he was more curious about how quickly Su Hong could master the Palm Thunder, a martial skill that had taken Jiang Lin 3 months to even begin understanding. Time seemed to stretch, each second becoming unusually long. Su Hong stood still, eyes closed in contemplation. Jiang Lin breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that the difficulty of the Palm Thunder might finally pose a challenge to this freak. However, just then, Su Hong suddenly opened his eyes and raised his palm. In an instant, thunder gathered in his palm, restless and crackling. With a low command of condense, the wild thunder became tame, merging continuously in his palm until it formed a basketball-sized thunderball. Even without any intent to attack, the thunderball exuded an intimidating power. Palm Thunder, complete, Su Hong announced softly. Qin Tianlai shook his head, unsurprised, while Jiang Lin, reminded of his own past experiences, wore a slightly numb expression. Both stopped their stopwatches simultaneously, showing the time, 90 seconds. Jiang Lin muttered to himself, dazed. 90 seconds, just a minute and a half to get started. I took 3 months back then. He recalled how the teachers at Wuda had praised him as a genius with the potential of a grandmaster when he first mastered the Palm Thunder. Indeed, he had become a grandmaster. What about someone who took just 90 seconds? What does the future hold? Jiang Lin wondered with a bitter smile. 9th level? Far beyond. A king. He dared not continue his thought, only knowing one thing. The future of this young man before him was limitless. Qin Tianlai and Jiang Lin prepared to leave for dinner, reminding Su Hong to rest well before they left. After seeing them off, Su Hong headed to the temporary dorm arranged by the training camp's assistant coach. He was still pondering over the martial points he earned today from Lin Chunfeng and Mangu, regretting not having sparred with other students. As Su Hong approached the dormitory, a group of students burst out, playing and laughing. Seeing Su Hong, they immediately stopped, eyes filled with awe. One student quietly reminded his companion not to block the way, and they quickly stepped aside. Su Hong thanked them and entered the dorm, thinking it was unexpected to be staying with the training camp students. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlai and Jiang Lin were on their way to a massage parlor. Suddenly, Jiang Lin remembered something and asked Qin Tianlai if he recalled the master's previous discussions about conducting night raid training on students. Qin Tianlai laughed, saying he'd already done it with great results. Jiang Lin awkwardly explained that he had also arranged a night raid for tonight, and Su Hong was assigned to the dormitory that would be raided. Jiang Lin was about to call the assistant coach to change Su Hong's dorm, but Qin Tianlai stopped him. Qin Tianlai chuckled, saying that since Su Hong was also a student of the training camp, he should experience the night raid too. In truth, Qin Tianlai was thinking that since Su Hong had just learned 2 new martial skills today, this would be a perfect opportunity for him to practice. Su Hong looked at the attribute panel with satisfaction, seeing the 100 points of martial arts value. He praised Lin Chunfeng inwardly for being a second-tier martial artist, contributing the majority of the martial arts value, with the rest coming from that brute. He began to ponder which attribute to prioritize next. The Overlord body, although offering a significant boost, was still at one of the spiritual level, with a long way to go before reaching full progress. Curiously, Su Hong added a point to the Overlord body, but noticed no change in progress. He was momentarily puzzled, as according to previous ratios, it should have increased by 0.1. With some doubt, he invested another 9 martial arts points. This time, the progress finally changed, increasing from 1 to 1.1. Su Hong was stunned, cursing inwardly. What's the point of adding this? Originally, 10 martial arts points could increase progress by 1, but now it required 100 points. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that investing in the Overlord body in the short term was not cost-effective. Despite this, Su Hong felt satisfied. With the Overlord body, his strength had made a qualitative leap. Without it, he wouldn't have defeated Lin Chunfeng, and even against Wang Tiantuo, he would likely need to use the power of thunder and fire to have a chance of winning. After careful consideration, Su Hong decided to invest all 100 martial arts points into his mental strength. His mental strength quickly increased from 100.2 to 110.2. Su Hong immediately felt a noticeable increase in the mental power he could control in his mind. He tried controlling a pen to fly freely around the dormitory and found that the speed had indeed increased significantly. Not bad. Su Hong nodded to himself, but he also realized that compared to his vitality, his mental strength was still relatively low. He resolved to enhance his mental strength quickly to have more tactical options in future confrontations. After allocating the points, Su Hong sat cross-legged and began practicing the guidance technique. As for the 2 new martial skills he learned, He planned to practice them in the gravity room of the training camp once his current training session was complete. Meanwhile, in a private room at the first hotel of Yang City, slightly tipsy Qin Tianlai was thoughtfully stroking his chin after several rounds of drinks. What are you thinking about? Jiang Lin asked curiously, hiccuping from the alcohol. I'm considering which training camp to go to next, Qin Tianlai replied. Jiang Lin dismissed the concern, saying, just pick any. With Su Hong's strength, does it really matter which training camp he goes to? He added smugly. Besides, now that he's learned my palm thunder and sky-breaking 9 spears, Su Hong will be unstoppable wherever he goes. True. Qin Tianlai nodded in agreement, no longer concerned with the issue. Suddenly, he remembered something and grinned. Almost forgot. Lao Jiang. When are you going to pay up on the bet? Cash or resources? At this, Jiang Lin's expression froze, and he quickly tried to change the subject. But Qin Tianlai wasn't about to let him off the hook, persistently pressing the issue. Finally, Jiang Lin could only reluctantly start transferring the money. Wow, a few million just came in. Feels great. Qin Tianlai laughed heartily as he looked at the transaction notification on his phone. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, slumped in his chair like a pile of mud, his eyes vacant as if he'd lost his soul. Just then, both of their phones chimed with incoming text notifications. They picked up their phones to find that someone in their master group chat was mentioning them. Wang Qingshan's message suddenly popped up in the group chat, with a hint of puzzlement in his tone. Why hasn't Xiao Qin said anything today? He should have arrived in Xingqing by this afternoon. As soon as he finished, Lin Feng's reply came through, his laughter almost audible through the screen. Haha. Wang, isn't it obvious? He's already lost. Bei Qin quickly chimed in. Exactly. Maybe Lao Qin is hiding under his blankets, crying. After all, he bet millions worth of resources with each of us. The chat burst into activity, with other masters joining the discussion. Some typed quickly, others sent voice messages, but all shared a common tone of schadenfreude and joy. Then, the group chat suddenly fell silent. Qin Tianlia's message cut through the jovial atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. He sent just 2 words. I won. This brief message exploded like a bomb in the chat. Wang Qingshan was the first to respond, sending 4 question marks in disbelief. Bei Qin and Lin Feng quickly followed, questioning the strength of the current training camp in Yangqing. Other masters echoed their sentiments, their words laced with sarcasm towards Jiang Lin. Faced with this skepticism, Qin Tianlai spoke again, his tone tinged with pride. No need to rush. Jiang Lin's millions are already in my account. Soon, none of you will escape. With that, he closed his phone and turned to Jiang Lin beside him, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Old Jiang, you just stayed silent. You couldn't even admit you lost. Jiang Lin didn't respond immediately. Instead, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai became wary. What scheme are you plotting now? Jiang Lin gave a mysterious smile and said slowly. Old Qin, I was helping you by staying quiet. Seeing Qin Tianlia's puzzled expression, he continued. Think about it. If I had revealed Su Hong's full strength, given these old guys' shamelessness, they might have sealed their doors with tape. Then you wouldn't win any more bets. Qin Tianlai suddenly understood, raising a thumb in admiration. Wow, you're something else. That's cunning, really cunning. His eyes shone with respect. Good brother, when I win, I'll definitely share the money with you. Jiang Lin nodded with a smile, and the two clinked their glasses with a knowing look. Just then, Jiang Lin's phone rang. He glanced at it, his smile widening. It's Wang Qingshan. He's panicking because you won and is now privately messaging me for information. Qin Tianlai leaned over to look at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Wang Qingshan's messages were coming in one after another, full of urgency and unease. Jiang Lin, what's going on? I thought Yangqing had a Mu Lingti this year. How could they lose? Jiang Lin, say something. What's happening? It can't be that Qin Tianlia's student has a special physique and is a second-tier martial artist, can it? Qin Tianlai saw these messages and a sly look flashed in his eyes, urging, quick, distract him. When we win Wang's money, I'll split it with you. Deal. Jiang Lin grinned, his fingers flying over the screen as he began concocting excuses to fool Wang Qingshan. He skillfully avoided revealing Su Hong's true strength, instead attributing the result to Lin Xuanfeng's poor state after consecutive nights of training. The two exchanged a knowing smile, already envisioning the substantial winnings soon to come. This elaborate scheme, orchestrated by Jiang Lin, was quietly unfolding. In the end, Wang Qingshan believed it. He couldn't help but complain, eyebrows furrowed. Your training is way over the top. Exhausting a second-tier warrior like this is just harmful. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial question and hurriedly asked, by the way, you haven't told me yet what realm Qin Tianlia's student is in? Also a second-tier beginner. Jiang Lin remained calm, answering quietly, first-tier mid-level. Wang Qingshan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. A first-tier mid-level, what the heck? Jiang Lin, don't joke with me, be serious. He hastily added, old man, if I win against Qin Tianlai, I'll share some of the winnings with you. Jiang Lin's expression didn't change, Really? Why would I lie to you? It's just first-tier mid-level. Wang Qingshan fell into a 10-second silence. On his phone screen, the input box was lit up, showing he was carefully considering his words. Finally, a voice message suddenly played. Jiang Lin. Wang Qingshan's voice was filled with helplessness. It's not me being condescending, but if a second-tier warrior loses to a first-tier mid-level, you better watch out that your training doesn't ruin Lin Chunfeng. He paused, then added, all right, I got it. When I win against that kid Qin Tianlai, I'll share a few million with you. Jiang Lin's lips curved slightly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Old Wang, just make sure you don't wear out your students like I did. It'd be embarrassing if you lost too. Wang Qingshan retorted confidently. Hey, don't worry, young man. This old man knows what he's doing. The training is perfectly planned. Besides, it's just a first-tier mid-level. My training camp has several second-tier talents who could win with their eyes closed. Just wait to split the money. That's all for now. Putting down the phone, Jiang Lin and Qin Tianlai exchanged a knowing smile, a sly glint in their eyes. Su Hong's lower level was a strategic advantage, and the first-tier mid-level status was indeed very misleading. Meanwhile, Wang Qingshan was already stirring things up in the group chat, constantly provoking and boasting about waiting in Hangzhou for Qin Tianlai to deliver the goods. The masters who had been watching cautiously due to past losses in Yangqing saw this, and started private messaging Wang Qingshan. Before long, they too joined in the taunting. Qin Tianlai chuckled softly, setting his phone aside. With the meal finished, it was time to leave. As they stepped out of the restaurant, a car was already waiting for them. At that moment, Jiang Lin suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important. Oh, we have a night raid organized tonight. Old Qin, come with me to check it out, he said confidently. Even though Lin Chunfeng lost to Su Hong, the overall quality of my training camp students is high, and their performance in the night raid will definitely outshine your Xingqing. Qin Tianlai pursed his lips, too embarrassed to argue. He recalled the embarrassing situation at the Xingqing training camp, where some students wanted to pause the night raid to put on shorts. Faced with Jiang Lin's invitation, Qin Tianlai was reluctant, knowing his side couldn't compare, and Jiang Lin would surely take the opportunity to boast. However, Jiang Lin didn't give him a chance to refuse, so Qin Tianlai reluctantly got into the car. Soon, the vehicle slowly made its way toward the training camp, the outline of brightly lit buildings faintly visible in the night. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Su Hong opened his eyes, concluding several hours of training. He had advanced all 7 of his guiding techniques to level 5, increasing his cultivation speed significantly. Through his efforts, his vitality had improved by 5 points, with the thunder guiding technique and sky flame guiding technique breaking through to level 6 under his deliberate arrangement. Standing up and stretching, Su Hong contemplated his next steps. Time to practice the heaven-breaking spear and palm thunder, and I can also train my vitality in the gravity chamber, he muttered, quickly dressing and striding out of the dormitory. Outside the gravity chamber, a group of students had gathered, their attention fixed on a particular chamber door, exclamations of amazement echoing through the air. Whoa, did Lin Chunfeng eat something special today? He's been in the gravity chamber for nearly 8 hours, one student exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. That's under 5 times gravity, and he's wearing a 6-ton weighted vest, another added. Altogether, that's almost 30 tons, like a small mountain. I heard he almost couldn't hold on shortly after he started, someone whispered. But his wood spirit body's recovery speed is insane, keeping him going. I'm impressed. Who could break this record? As the students buzzed with conversation, the gravity chamber door slowly opened. Lin Chunfeng emerged, drenched in sweat, each step heavy. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resonated through the training hall. Student Lin Chunfeng, 6-ton weight, 5 times gravity, sustained for 8 hours, record broken, currently ranked first. Compared to the Xingqing training camp, the Yangqing camp's facilities were noticeably more advanced. Besides the automatic announcement system, a massive electronic screen stood in the hall's center, displaying all students' rankings in real time. Lin Chunfeng's name shone at the top in golden letters, sharply contrasting with the other names in white. Hearing the announcement, the surrounding students gasped, eyes wide. How can anyone compete with that? One muttered under their breath. Yet Lin Chunfeng remained expressionless, as if this was all routine. Since entering the training camp, the top spot had been exclusively his. Su Hong, Lin Chunfeng murmured, clenching his fist. After a brief rest, he dashed back into the agility room, prompting other students to exclaim, he's a training machine. Unsurprisingly, as the only student in the camp mastering a great agility technique, Lin Chunfeng once again set a new record. The mechanical voice echoed. Student Lin Chunfeng, 6-ton weight, agility room at 5 times intensity, sustained for half an hour, record broken, currently ranked first. When Lin Chunfeng emerged from the agility room, his face was noticeably pale. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, that's enough for today. I'll rest for a few hours and be back by 6 in the morning. The students were stunned. Wow, Having that recovery ability is really something, one marveled. We're exhausted just watching him. And he says he'll rest for 3 hours? Is he even human? That's the value of the wood's spirit body, another student said enviously. Soon, the students began to disperse, heading back to their dorms to rest. However, shortly after they left, a figure carrying a weighted vest quietly appeared outside the gravity chamber. With my vitality at mid-tier level 1, a Tintin-weighted vest is just right for me now, Su Hong murmured, determination gleaming in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he donned the heavy vest and resolutely entered the training hall. Su Hong caught a glimpse of the ranking screen, but quickly looked away. As an outsider, he wasn't interested in the training camp's rankings. He walked straight into a gravity chamber, deciding to start with 3 times the normal gravity. With a tap on the control screen, a massive force, equivalent to 30 tons, pressed down on him. This was similar to what Lin Chunfeng had tested earlier. However, facing this immense pressure, Su Hong merely frowned slightly and murmured, "It's a bit light." Without hesitation, he adjusted the gravity to 5 times. Instantly, a 50-ton force bore down on him. Su Hong moved his body, his actions noticeably slower, but he nodded in satisfaction. This is effective, just right. Although 30 tons was far from his limit, Su Hong didn't increase it further. After all, his main purpose here was to practice martial arts. The gravity chamber was just a bonus for training his physical strength. Soon, he was fully absorbed in practicing his palm thunder technique. Under the weight, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed of gathering spiritual energy slowed, which further tested his control over it. Su Hong smiled, focused his mind, and concentrated on his training. Under the immense pressure, his control over spiritual energy and understanding of palm thunder improved rapidly. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but when Su Hong emerged from the gravity chamber, he was drenched in sweat but elated. The gravity chamber is really effective, he thought happily, noticing his physical strength had increased by 3 points. The system panel showed that his Broken Sky 9 spear and Palm Thunder had both reached perfection. More importantly, his spiritual energy control had greatly improved. Su Hong clenched his fist slightly, and the Palm Thunder appeared instantly. What used to be a wild and uncontrollable force was now as gentle as a lamb under his command. Just as he was about to rest, he noticed the agility chamber nearby, and his eyes lit up. Let's see the level of my speed now. He entered the agility chamber and emerged soon after with a fine cut on his face. I didn't expect the perfect realm flying Hong Jingyun step to barely pass the 6th level. Su Hong casually wiped away the blood, glancing curiously at the ranking screen in the hall. Why does the broadcast sound like it's crackling? Is it stuck? Not thinking much of it, he left the hall and headed towards his dormitory. The broadcast continued to crackle intermittently. Half an hour later, in the empty training hall, a mechanical voice that had been stuck finally announced, "Student, static, unidentifiable, weight 10 tons, 5 times gravity, lasted 2 hours, new record, currently ranked first. Student, static, unidentifiable, weight 10 tons, agility chamber 6th level, perfectly passed, new record, currently ranked first." At the same time, on the ranking screen, the name of Lin Chunfeng, who was previously first, slowly turned from gold to white, moving to 2nd place. A new name took the top spot. 1st place. 2nd place, Lin Chunfeng. 3rd place, Mangu. 4th place. Back at the dormitory, Su Hong quickly took a shower and then immersed himself in practicing his cultivation technique. The awakening of his overlord body and his identity as a psychic warrior granted him remarkable stamina. Despite a day filled with battles and gravity chamber training, he remained energetic, seemingly tireless. This state was characteristic of someone with an innate nocturnal cultivation physique. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, a group of martial artists dressed in black stealth attire was quietly approaching. They carried black hoods and moved as silently as cats. Leading them were a pair of twins who bore a striking resemblance to each other, one of whom was Bu Jingfeng, whom Su Hong had previously defeated. "Big brother, you're a high-level 2nd-tier warrior. Why bother with a night raid?" Bu Jingfeng asked in a low, puzzled voice. Bu Jinglong shrugged and explained, "There's a wood spirit body here, said to have extraordinary recovery abilities. Master Jiang specifically asked me to come to challenge him for training purposes." He sighed. "Does Master Jiang really have to do this? This wood spirit body is just at the initial 2nd tier. Isn't it like bullying a kid if I go after him?" Bu Jingfeng was silent for a moment, finding the situation oddly familiar. Bu Jinglong suddenly remembered something and smirked. "By the way, I heard you tried a night raid during training in Star City and got knocked out instead?" Bu Jingfeng's face stiffened. Bu Jinglong continued to tease. "Couldn't even handle the students in Star City. TSK, you're embarrassing your brother. Now in Yang City, which ranks even higher, do you think you can manage?" Bu Jingfeng's face turned red, and he retorted with a low growl. "I'm a 2nd-tier warrior now. If I face Su Hong again, I can definitely defend against his moves." Bu Jinglong scoffed. "Is it really something to be proud of, being a 2nd tier who can beat a 1st tier?" Hu Jingfeng was at a loss for words and shot back stiffly. Just worry about yourself. Everyone knows how terrifying the recovery ability of a wood spirit body is. Just make sure you don't mess up. Me? Mess up? Hu Jinglong exaggeratedly pointed to himself and then laughed. Do you think I'm like you, losing to someone below your level? Soon, the group approached the dormitory building. Two assistants stepped forward to remind them. Everyone, stop talking now, so we don't alert the target. The group nodded silently and put on their black hoods. Hu Jinglong gave a low shout. Brothers, charge with me. He led the charge towards the dormitory, with the others following closely behind. In an instant, the tranquil night was shattered. Shouts, curses, and the clash of weapons echoed through the night sky. Su Hong, who was in the middle of his practice, was startled by the commotion and wondered, is this a night raid? Curiously, he opened the door and looked towards the opposite dormitory. A student covered in body wash foam shouted, no martial ethics, only to be knocked out by a heavy punch. The night attacker emerged from the shadows, locking eyes with Su Hong. He grinned, his white teeth gleaming in the dim light. Kid, curiosity killed the cat, you know that? If you hadn't opened the door, nothing would have happened. Remember that for next time. Before he could finish, the martial artist shot towards Su Hong like an arrow. However, in a blink, the tables turned. The attacker felt a blur before going limp and collapsing. Su Hong withdrew his hand, sighing, I'm not just a training camp student. As he was about to close the door, Su Hong caught sight of the attacker's night suit and hood, sparking an idea. If he impersonated the night attacker, couldn't he openly defeat students and earn martial points? He could even profit from other attackers. This doesn't seem right. Su Hong hesitated aloud, but his actions betrayed his thoughts. He quickly scanned the area to ensure no one was watching before stripping the attacker's gear and putting it on. Back in his dorm, he checked the mirror to confirm only his eyes were visible, then sprang into action. He rushed towards the first dorm on the left, unexpectedly encountering another night attacker. Brother, this is my area. What are you doing here? The attacker questioned, only to see his companion strike. The rapid punch expanded in his pupils. There's a mole, was his last thought before passing out. The students in the dorm were stunned, subdued before they could react. Martial points secured. Su Hong grinned at the notification in his mind. He recalled earning over 800 martial points from defeating students at the Xingqing training camp and realized with excitement that he could double that in Yangchang by including the night attackers. At least 1,000 martial points tonight, aiming for 2,000. Su Hong eagerly dashed towards his next target, hoping the students could hold out until he arrived. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, Zhang Lin and Qin Tianlai approached leisurely. Two instructors respectfully greeted them. How's the night attack going? Zhang Lin asked. Master Zhang, you're just in time. The attack started 5 minutes ago. The students were initially panicked, but have now adjusted. The noise has noticeably decreased, suggesting they're seriously engaging. Zhang Lin nodded in satisfaction, turning to Qin Tianlai with a proud smile. Old Qin, the quality of my training camp students is impressive, isn't it? Qin Tianlai surveyed the dormitory, acknowledging that compared to the Xingqing training camp, it was indeed quieter here. Especially on the first floor, where there were hardly any cries, only the dull sounds of fighting. Indeed, not bad. Well done, old Jiang. Qin Tianlai reluctantly praised. Zhang Lin laughed heartily, but then noticed the unusual silence on the first floor. Despite the overall good performance, other floors occasionally had exclamations, but the first floor silence was almost eerie. He furrowed his brow, a hint of suspicion creeping into his mind. Zhang Lin was genuinely surprised to see how quickly the students on the first floor managed to end the battle, even when ambushed. He marveled at their performance and couldn't stop praising them. As he complimented them, he smugly winked at Qin Tianlai. Qin Tianlai, noticing Zhang Lin's smugness, rolled his eyes and chose to ignore the self-satisfied man. However, Zhang Lin wasn't ready to let it go. He sidled up to Qin Tianlai and continued to boast. Hey, old Qin, what's going on here? My students, although their skills are just average, have shown impressive adaptability, don't you think? Qin Tianlai was irked by Zhang Lin's smugness, but the undeniable facts were right in front of him, leaving him unable to argue back. He could only suppress his frustration. Meanwhile, the first floor of the dormitory had fallen into an eerie silence. In most rooms, you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, two dull thuds echoed from a dorm at the end of the hallway. Shortly after, a nitrating warrior and a student both fell to the ground, eyes rolled back, as if struck down by an invisible force. Few first floors done. Su Hong muttered to himself as he emerged from a dormitory and headed towards the stairs to the second floor. As he passed each room, the scenes inside were identical. Both nitrating warriors and students lay sprawled on the floor, appearing peaceful, as if merely asleep. This silence was indeed as Zhang Lin described, though perhaps achieved in a way he hadn't imagined. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Hong was taken aback by the scene before him. The entire floor was engulfed in chaos, with the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. Some had even taken their fights to the hallway, finding the dorms too cramped, creating a lively spectacle. Hey, you guys finished on the first floor. A nitrating warrior, just having clashed with a student, took a few steps back and noticed Su Hong approaching. Just about, Su Hong replied with a nod. Man, I'm so jealous. These students on the second floor are tough as nails, the nitrating warrior complained, his eyes lighting up suddenly. Why don't you give me a hand? Su Hong feigned hesitation. Isn't that a bit improper? What's the big deal? I got ganged up on the first floor. Su Hong stated truthfully, though he left out how he effortlessly handled those attacks. The nitrating warrior, hearing this, got excited. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Help me take him down. All right, Su Hong agreed readily. Upon hearing Su Hong's agreement, the nitrating warrior turned around and laughed at the wary student. Kid, you might be able to take one of us, but can you handle, huh? What's with that look? Halfway through his taunt, the nitrating warrior noticed the student's eyes widen in terror. Just as he was puzzled, a precise chop landed on the back of his neck, knocking him out without causing any serious harm. Why'd you hit me, buddy? The nitrating warrior asked in bewilderment, his vision spinning before he collapsed to the floor. The student stood dumbfounded for a moment, not quite grasping the situation. What just happened? Weren't you supposed to team up against me? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves now? Quickly regaining his composure, the student beamed with a bright smile. Although unsure of what had just occurred, he felt he had caught a lucky break. I don't know what's going on, but I can assure you, knocking him out was your worst decision. With that, the student confidently stepped forward, pointing at himself with his thumb. Now it's your turn to challenge me. Just as he finished speaking, with a loud thud, the student fell with a confident smile, landing peacefully on the unconscious Night Raider. The Raider's arms were thrown upward and then fell back, inadvertently embracing the student, making them appear like a pair of intimate lovers. Meanwhile, Su Hong couldn't wait to rush towards the others on the second floor. In the following moments, he became like a precise killing machine, relentlessly taking down opponents. The constant notifications of martial arts points in his mind served as his greatest motivation. Thanks to Su Hong's enthusiastic assistance, the students and Night Raiders on the second and third floors soon fell silent. As he stood before the stairs leading to the fourth floor, excitement was written all over his face. At the same time, most of the battles on the fourth floor had concluded. Victorious students and successful Night Raiders gathered together, eyes fixed on the last two fights. In the spacious corridor, the battles were divided into two. Lin Chunfeng against Bu Jinglong on one side, and Man Gu against Bu Jingfeng on the other. Spectators marveled at Lin Chunfeng's strength. Facing the second-tier high-level Bu Jinglong, he managed to hold his ground for half an hour, transitioning from being suppressed to only slightly at a disadvantage. Bu Jinglong's prowess was equally impressive, as he was only slightly out of breath. On the other side, Man Gu was also holding his own, remarkably enduring against the newly advanced second-tier Bu Jingfeng. Suddenly, someone heard footsteps behind them. Turning around in confusion, they saw a figure leaping over their head. What the heck? They exclaimed. Who is this? Are you Night Raiders planning to gang up on us? The masked raider, dressed in black, bypassed the spectators and headed towards the four engaged in battle. The students grew anxious and questioned the Night Raiders, who appeared equally bewildered, waving their hands defensively. We don't know. Our rule is everyone fights their own battles. Who is this guy? Both sides stood up, ready to stop the intruder. However, the next moment left them all stunned. The Night Raider charged directly at the four fighters. Man Gu, Lin Chunfeng, Bu Jingfeng, and Bu Jinglong all paused, frowning at the newcomer. The intruding raider provocatively beckoned to the four, making it clear he intended to challenge them all. Bu Jinglong chuckled in disbelief. Not only did you break the rules, but you're also asking for trouble? He turned to Man Gu and Bu Jingfeng. You two are closer, you handle him. All right, you keep fighting your battle. They agreed, preparing to deal with the unexpected guest. Bu Jinglong, uninterested, was about to resume his fight with Lin Chunfeng. Just then, they heard two loud thumps followed by the students' exclamations. What the heck? Bu Jinglong and Lin Chunfeng frowned, barely having a chance to see what happened before hearing the sound of bodies hitting the ground. They instinctively looked over, only to find that Man Gu and Bu Jingfeng, who had been standing moments ago, were now lying on the ground, eyes rolled back. Defeated in just seconds, they thought, shock flashing across their faces. But soon, their expressions turned grim, as the raider who had defeated Man Gu and Bu Jingfeng provocatively beckoned to them again. As the martial artist beckoned once more, the onlooking Night Raid warriors and students fell into a stunned silence. The previous fight had ended as swiftly as lightning, with Man Gu and Bu Jingfeng being defeated in an instant. It wasn't so much a battle as it was a one-sided thrashing. Wow, I didn't even see it happen. Did the second-ranked Man Gu just get taken out instantly? Geez, Bu Jingfeng just broke through to the second tier. But still, this guy's strength is unreal. Not only unreal, but also incredibly arrogant. He's really taking on both Lin Chunfeng and the high-level second-tier Bu Jinglong. Those two are on a whole different level compared to Mangu and Bu Jingfeng. The students murmured in shock, exchanging their astonished thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong, who were being taunted, exchanged a knowing glance. Bu Jinglong casually declared, "You take a break, I'll handle him." Lin Chunfeng shook his head. "That wouldn't be a fair win. I recover quickly, let me take him on." Despite being surprised by the martial artist's prowess, neither of them intended to gang up on him. As they spoke, Su Hong had already made his move. He darted forward like a phantom, launching a punch at Bu Jinglong, who was closer. "Hey, coming at me first." Bu Jinglong grinned, raising an eyebrow at Lin Chunfeng. "Then he's all yours." Lin Chunfeng stepped back with a hint of regret on his face. Turning back, Bu Jinglong's expression turned fierce as he growled, "Kid, night raid warriors only deal with their own targets. Since you're breaking the rules, I'll have to teach you a lesson." He spoke with confidence, being the strongest among the night raiders this time. Facing the oncoming punch, Bu Jinglong met it head-on with a punch of his own. "What?" The moment their fists collided, Bu Jinglong's expression shifted. A tremendous force surged through his fist, the violent impact forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Ugh! Bu Jinglong's face flushed, his muscles tensed as he struggled to steady himself, but he was pushed back a full 12 steps before he could regain his footing. This scene left the watching students dumbfounded. Bu Jinglong, a high-tier second-level warrior, was at a disadvantage in a direct clash. Lin Chunfeng, who was about to leave, also looked surprised. But just then, a swift punch came hurtling towards him. "So arrogant. Do you really think you can take on both of us alone?" Lin Chunfeng's face turned cold as he retaliated angrily. However, within seconds of engaging, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. Despite his strong recovery abilities, Lin Chunfeng was overwhelmed by the relentless assault and couldn't fight back effectively. Seeing this, Bu Jinglong's face changed dramatically as he prepared to assist. Yet, before he could act, Su Hong had already seized Lin Chunfeng and flung him towards Bu Jinglong. Before Lin Chunfeng could even hit the ground, Su Hong had already dashed forward like the wind, launching a fierce attack on Bu Jinglong. With deliberate positioning, he managed to keep both Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong within his attack range. "Damn it, there's something off about this guy's strength. Let's team up," Bu Jinglong shouted, signaling Lin Chunfeng to join him in the attack. On it, learning from the earlier encounter, Lin Chunfeng didn't hesitate to respond and move in. He also realized that this person's strength was superior to any of theirs. On there was no chance. Bu Jinglong and Lin Chunfeng exchanged a glance and simultaneously decided to team up. This scene left the onlooking students and night raid martial artists astonished, each gasping in surprise. Lin Chunfeng whispered to Bu Jinglong, "I'll control him, and you seize the opportunity to attack." "All right." Bu Jinglong nodded in agreement. Lin Chunfeng extended his hand and shouted, "Wood prison." However, their opponent seemed to anticipate the move, dodging in an instant. This extraordinary reaction speed shocked Lin Chunfeng, a hint of doubt in his eyes. His wood prison was an instant skill, usually catching first-time opponents off guard. Clearly, this person had predicted it, having seen his wood prison before, and possessed incredible strength. Various signs in his mind began to sketch a familiar figure. Just then, as Su Hong narrowly avoided the wood prison, his expression subtly changed. Bu Jinglong had somehow silently maneuvered behind him, taking advantage of his evasion to launch a punch at his back. "Fall for me," Bu Jinglong roared, putting all his strength into the punch, determined to win with a single blow. In the next moment, his fist landed squarely on the opponent's back. Yet, the sensation was off. It didn't feel like hitting flesh, but rather something indestructible. "Damn, what is this?" Bu Jinglong grimaced, quickly retreating, feeling as if his fist had fractured. The surrounding audience gasped in amazement, with someone exclaiming, "Wow, what an awesome armor. An earth element martial artist? Seems like a hidden master among the night raid martial artists." As Bu Jinglong rubbed his aching fist, he looked up and was stunned. The challenging martial artist before him was now encased in a black, menacing armor that covered even his head, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. Bu Jinglong had just struck this armor. He immediately looked at the spot he had hit, finding only a shallow fist mark. More astonishingly, as earth energy enveloped it, the dent was visibly rising, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Bu Jinglong's expression was a mix of disbelief. He was a second-tier high-level martial artist, and he had used all his strength in that punch. Yet, it only left a fleeting shallow mark on the armor? This defensive martial skill was at least a level, and its mastery level was likely near perfection. An earth element martial artist? Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been convinced this person was Su Hong, only to be proven wrong in an instant. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! If it's not Su Hong, then what monster is this? In just one day, he had encountered two monstrous opponents. One was Su Hong, and the other was this person before him. As everyone stood in shock, the unflinching Su Hong, clad in his thick earth armor, advanced swiftly towards the pair. After only a few seconds of exchange, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong were completely dumbfounded. The armor was ridiculously tough, impervious to their attacks. Even at full force, they could only leave a fleeting shallow mark, unable to inflict any real damage. Moments later, two dull thuds echoed. Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong, faces full of unwillingness, rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Having defeated the pair, Su Hong wasted no time and immediately turned towards the surrounding students and night raid martial artists, swiftly charging at them. The crowd of students and night raid fighters were in shock upon seeing Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong actually being defeated. However, when they noticed Su Hong suddenly charging towards them, everyone was momentarily stunned. Panic erupted among the crowd as people started shouting in fear. What the heck is going on? We're just watching. What are you doing? Stop pushing. Who the hell is grabbing my foot? Panic spread like an epidemic through the crowd, and everyone desperately tried to retreat. But the narrow corridor was already packed tight with onlookers, leaving no room to escape. At that moment, Su Hong leaped into the crowd like a fierce tiger, starting his rampage. His punches and kicks were like a lawnmower, easily knocking down each student or night raid fighter. It was like an adult bullying children, with no suspense at all. In less than a minute, the corridor was littered with people lying in various positions. No one, whether a night raid fighter or a student, was spared. Martial points are mine. Su Hong muttered to himself excitedly. He was secretly pleased, as he hadn't even reached the 4th floor yet, and his martial points had already exceeded 1,000. Finishing this floor alone had added several hundred points. Just as Su Hong was about to leave, he realized the floor was covered with fallen people, leaving no place to step. With no other choice, he leapt over the bodies and quickly headed downstairs towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, Jiang Lin and two assistants exchanged puzzled looks, sensing something was amiss. Isn't it a bit too quiet in the dormitory building? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. It made sense on the 1st floor. Maybe the students were just quick to adapt. But now, the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th floors are eerily silent, which seems a bit off. What's happening? Jiang Lin was bewildered. Logically, successful night raiders should have already retreated and gathered outside. Exactly, one assistant agreed. Even those who failed should have been brought out by the successful raiders. Looking at the empty space outside, the two assistants were equally confused. At this point, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but sarcastically comment. Wow, the students at Yangqing training camp are something else, such high standards. Jiang Lin's expression stiffened, deciding to investigate personally. Let's go check it out. He led the two assistants towards the dormitory building, with Qin Tianlai following behind, ready to watch the spectacle. However, as they entered the 1st floor corridor, the scene before them left all four speechless. Inside the dormitory, students and night raid fighters were sprawled across the floor, clearly knocked out. Even more astonishing was that this wasn't an isolated incident. Every room from one end of the corridor to the other was the same. Jiang Lin and the two assistants were dumbfounded. What happened here? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask. Did you change the night raid plan at the last minute? No. The two assistants shook their heads frantically, utterly baffled. They weren't about to take the blame for this. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlai felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The scene seemed oddly familiar, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Let's check the 2nd floor. Jiang Lin led them to the 2nd floor, his expression turning dark immediately. The 2nd floor was identical to the 1st, with students and night raid fighters knocked out everywhere. One student was even found embracing a night raider, sleeping together. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tianlia's initial mockery vanished, replaced by a cold sweat. The scene on the 3rd floor mirrored that of the 2nd. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone was shocked. Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong, both formidable fighters, lay unconscious on the ground. Jiang Lin and the two teaching assistants exchanged incredulous glances. Both of them were taken down. Who could do this? The assistants, too stunned to react, hurried forward to check on the two fighters. At that moment, a thought struck Jiang Lin. He slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on Qin Tianlai, and said softly, Old Qin. Huh? Are you talking to me? Qin Tianlai replied with a nervous laugh, sweat already forming on his forehead. Jiang Lin, expressionless, continued. All the night raiders were personally chosen by me. None of them possess such strength. Besides, the ones I selected are well disciplined. Qin Tianlia's sweat increased, nearly soaking his clothes. Jiang Lin persisted. Even if there were someone undisciplined, they wouldn't have the strength to take down all the students and other night raiders. As Jiang Lin was about to continue, Qin Tianlai quickly coughed to interrupt him and said righteously, Old Jiang, let's not jump to conclusions about whether it was Su Hong. Let me ask you, what's the purpose of these night raids? Jiang Lin paused, instinctively replying. Back then, it was to train the students and give them a bit of a shock. Qin Tianlai immediately interjected. Every student, including the night raiders, was taken down by one person. Isn't that shock enough? Of course, Jiang Lin started to say but stopped midway, realizing something, and couldn't help but find it amusing. That's twisted logic. He was about to argue, but suddenly stopped. Upon reflection, he found that Qin Tianlia's twisted logic had some truth to it. The night raids were meant to shock the students, and the outcome had certainly exceeded that goal. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai continued to persuade. Old Jiang, the results are what truly matter. A little hiccup in the process is normal, right? Moreover, even if it was Su Hong, it was with good intentions. He was probably moved by your earnest teaching of martial arts this afternoon and decided to help train the students as a form of gratitude. Jiang Lin widened his eyes, utterly shocked by Qin Tianlia's shamelessness. Stop feeding me this nonsense, he said helplessly. In reality, Jiang Lin wasn't upset about Su Hong taking down the students and night raiders. After all, it was a matter of skill. As Qin Tianlai had pointed out, the results were what counted. With so many talents being defeated by one person, anyone with ambition would surely strive to improve and train harder. Jiang Lin suddenly realized that this incident might actually be beneficial for his training camp. At that moment, with the help of two teaching assistants, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong gradually regained consciousness. Seeing Jiang Lin in front of them, they quickly stood up. Master Jiang. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. You two couldn't even take down Su Hong together? Lin Chunfeng immediately retorted. Master Jiang, we weren't defeated by Su Hong. This statement left not only Jiang Lin and the assistants dumbfounded, but also surprised Qin Tianlai. If it wasn't Su Hong, then who was it? Why are you so sure it wasn't him? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. Lin Chunfeng explained. Because Su Hong is a thunder and fire attribute warrior, but the one who defeated us was an earth attribute warrior. The assistants were completely stunned by this. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, felt both speechless and amused because only he and Qin Tianlai knew about Su Hong's mastery of 7 attributes. Bu Jinglong added, this warrior used a highly advanced defensive martial technique, at least a level, and definitely at a perfect stage. During its execution, a black armor covers the body, offering immense defense. My full-strength punch could only leave a shallow imprint. A defensive martial technique. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Qin Tianlia's eyes widened in shock. He realized this must be the thick earth battle armor. But the key issue was that Su Hong had only obtained the armor a couple of days ago. How had he reached the perfect stage with it already? And he could even withstand a full-force attack from a second-tier high-level warrior? Jiang Lin subtly glanced at Qin Tianlai, seeking confirmation. Seeing Qin Tianlai nod, Jiang Lin was left speechless. Damn, Jiang Lin thought to himself. This Su Hong is a monster. How can he even master defensive martial techniques? The heaven-breaking 9 spears, the palm thunder, and a level defensive technique, and a level wind attribute movement technique, and a level fire attribute fist technique. The more he counted, the more astonished he became. From what he knew, Su Hong had mastered at least 5 level techniques. And aside from the heaven-breaking 9 spears and palm thunder, the other 3 techniques had all reached the perfect stage. His talent was simply outrageous. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Su Hong eagerly opened his attribute panel to check his latest gains. Su Hong clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His martial arts value had reached an astonishing 14,231,423 points. He quickly calculated that if he allocated all these points to his vital energy, it would surge past 370 points, instantly propelling him to the high stage of the first tier, just 130 points shy of the second tier's 500 points. However, Su Hong did not act impulsively. He realized that his mental strength was still at the initial stage of the first tier and needed careful consideration. Recalling the experience of his overlord body's power soaring after a previous increase in vital energy, he understood the significance of this attribute. After thoughtful deliberation, Su Hong decided to first raise his vital energy to 300 points, reaching the high stage of the first tier. He swiftly allocated 690 points to his original 231 points of vital energy. In an instant, a fierce surge of heat coursed through Su Hong's body. The once calm vital energy in his veins roamed tumultuously like a raging tide, and his bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. This was the typical reaction during a minor breakthrough, as his physical body underwent enhancement. There are many theories in the martial arts world about this phenomenon. Some call it unlocking the genetic lock, while others see it as the body gradually becoming sacred. Regardless of the name, each minor breakthrough results in a slight leap in a martial artist's physical strength and power. A major breakthrough, however, brings about a qualitative change in strength. For most martial artists, crossing a major tier and fighting at a higher level is nearly impossible. As one advances in tiers, the difficulty of fighting at a higher level increases exponentially. After all, the gap between the first and second tiers is merely a few hundred points of vital energy. But for high-level martial artists, even a minor tier difference could mean thousands or tens of thousands of points in vital energy. Even so, only a few prodigies can fight at a higher level during the lower tiers. With the breakthrough complete, Su Hong stood up. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the powerful energy surging within him like a mighty dragon. and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, if I were to face Bu Jinglong now, I wouldn't even need to activate the earth armor to take his full force punch without a scratch. Despite the illusion of a power surge after each enhancement, Su Hong wanted to test his current strength on something. His gaze swept across the room and paused at the Thunderfire gun. No, no. Su Hong shook his head, recalling how he had previously left a palm print on a Crate alloy. He quickly dismissed the dangerous idea. Unlike the Crate alloy spear he obtained for free, he had purchased the Thunderfire gun with real money. Accidentally damaging it would be heartbreaking. Finally, Su Hong's eyes landed on the Tintin-weighted vest. He remembered that previously, he could only leave a shallow fingerprint on it with his hand. This time, Su Hong took a deep breath and squeezed with all his might. With a crack, the alloy plates inside the weighted vest immediately emitted a strange sound. Su Hong released his grip and looked at the deep fingerprints on the vest, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. If I squeeze with all my strength, I could crush it instantly. Su Hong released the weighted vest and sat back on the bed with satisfaction. He felt the surge of power within him, as if he could easily defeat several of his former selves. Su Hong quickly assessed his progress. His vitality had increased to 300 points, using up 690 points of martial value. He deliberately reserved the remaining 733 points for his mental power. Although he had advanced to a mentalist, his mental power was barely at the initial stage of the first tier, almost useless in actual combat. Against increasingly powerful second-tier martial artist opponents, this mental power might not even withstand their full-force explosive vitality. Without hesitation, Su Hong decisively invested all remaining 733 points of martial value into his mental power. He closed his eyes, sensing the gradual expansion of his mental power in his mind, soaring from 110.2 to 183.5. Despite this, he was still some distance from the mid-level of the first tier, requiring another 725 martial value points. Su Hong opened his eyes, contemplating how to acquire more martial value. He couldn't always be as fortunate as this time, encountering a martial artist night raid. In fact, if not for acquiring a level martial skills, he wouldn't have left the training camp. After all, hunting fierce beasts in the camp could accumulate martial value more quickly. However, the variety of a level attribute martial skills within the training camp was limited. As a genius with a 100 compatibility in 7 attributes, Su Hong had to fully utilize this advantage. Each attribute's martial skill had different effects, and he was determined to master them all. This was the main reason he followed Qin Tianlai outside. Su Hong took stock of the 11 martial skills he had mastered: thunder, fire, wind, earth attributes, and the mentalist condensation technique. He still lacked martial skills in the metal, wood, and water attributes. With a casual grip, thick vines instantly sprouted from the ground, securely suspending the Tintin-weighted vest in midair. This was the wood prison he learned from Lin Chunfeng during the afternoon battle. Although it was a control-type martial skill like the flame cage, their effects differed significantly when facing opponents of different attributes. Through his interactions with Qin Tianlai, Su Hong gained a deeper understanding of martial skill types. Martial skills below S level were mainly divided into 4 categories: attack, control, defense, and healing recovery. As for those above S level, Qin Tianlai merely smiled mysteriously, saying that Su Hong would understand when the time came. Su Hong stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing he still lacked a healing recovery type martial skill. Recalling Lin Xuanfeng's impressive recovery ability, he decided to prioritize acquiring a wood attribute healing martial skill. His plan was clear: gather martial skills in all 7 attributes, plus a healing recovery type skill, then return to the training camp to hunt fierce beasts and enhance his strength in preparation for the college entrance exam. With his thoughts sorted, Su Hong calmed his mind and began practicing the guiding technique to enhance his vitality. Soon after, the students and night raid martial artists who had been knocked out in the training camp gradually regained consciousness. Once they comprehended what had happened, both students and martial artists were deeply shocked. They could hardly believe that so many people had been treated as a single person's instance to be farmed. Jiang Lin's furious shout startled everyone. The students, who had been feeling down after being thoroughly beaten by Su Hong, suddenly seemed energized, rushing eagerly toward the gravity chamber. "Master Jiang, please train us," one bold student shouted. "Yeah, Master Jiang, being defeated like this is embarrassing for you too, isn't it?" Other students chimed in. Even Lin Chunfeng and Mangu looked at Jiang Lin expectantly. Jiang Lin's eyelid twitched, realizing that sleep was out of the question tonight. Since the students were asking for extra training, he had no choice but to go along with it. "Let's move. Gather in the gravity chamber," Jiang Lin commanded, waving his hand. "Anyone not there in a minute can just die in there." No sooner had he spoken than the students surged toward the gravity chamber like a tide. Jiang Lin turned to see Qin Tianlai still watching the scene with amusement, which only fueled his irritation. "What are you looking at, old Qin? Get moving!" Jiang Lin snapped. Qin Tianlai was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me too. Of course. You brought Su Hong here, and now my students are all worked up. Don't you have any responsibility? Jiang Lin retorted, dragging Qin Tianlai toward the gravity chamber. On the way, Jiang Lin kept grumbling. If I can't sleep, neither can you. You're here already. Might as well be useful. Qin Tianlai could only accept his fate in silence. Let me make it clear, I'll only teach until morning. Then I'll take Su Hong to the next training camp. Qin Tianlai tried to negotiate. If you don't leave by morning, I'll kick you out myself. Jiang Lin scoffed. If Su Hong stays any longer, my students' morale will be completely shattered. He added with relief. Good thing I didn't have Su Hong train with us this afternoon. With his skills, my students would have been even more demoralized. However, when they reached the gravity chamber, the sight before them left them stunned. The students, who had been full of fighting spirit moments ago, were now standing frozen, as if they'd seen a ghost. Lin Chunfeng and Meng Gu were trembling with fear. What happened? Jiang Lin asked, wide-eyed and confused. Qin Tianlai said nothing, but a sense of foreboding rose within him. The two quickly moved forward, following the student's gaze. On the ranking screen, it displayed. First place. Second place, Lin Chunfeng. Third place, Meng Gu. Fourth place. What the heck? Jiang Lin couldn't help but curse. Why are there 3 question marks for first place? Halfway through his sentence, a realization dawned on Jiang Lin, and his expression changed dramatically. He muttered under his breath. Could it be? Shao AI, bring up the top-ranked training data. Jiang Lin's voice echoed in the gravity chamber. A cold mechanical voice responded. Ding. Data displayed. Would you like a second display? Stop wasting time and show it to me. Jiang Lin growled, his brow furrowed. The next moment, the astonishing data left by Su Hong in the gravity and agility chambers was broadcast. Carrying a weight of 10 tons, under 5 times gravity, sustained for 2 hours. Carrying a weight of 10 tons, agility chamber at 6 times intensity, perfectly completed. As these numbers were announced, Jiang Lin's expression gradually matched the stunned look of the surrounding students, utterly dumbfounded. His throat went dry as he repeated the information in disbelief. Carrying 50 tons of weight for 2 hours? 10 tons in the agility chamber at level 6 intensity. This data shocked not only the students present, but also left Jiang Lin, a master, speechless. He knew that the only one capable of such incredible feats could be none other than Su Hong. The students quickly realized that the person responsible for these numbers had to be Su Hong, who had defeated Lin Chunfeng that afternoon. After all, a nighttime martial artist wouldn't train in the gravity chamber without reason. Isn't he just a mid-level first tier? Jiang Lin murmured to himself, still somewhat dazed despite having witnessed Su Hong's extraordinary talent. Moments later, Jiang Lin snapped back to reality, looking at the students who were deeply affected. He attempted to say something encouraging, but they merely glanced at him blankly, showing no reaction. Just as Jiang Lin was at a loss, Qin Tianlai coughed at the right moment. The previously listless students suddenly perked up, all eyes on Qin Tianlai. Qin Tianlai, with his hands behind his back, exuded the demeanor of a master and said calmly, Su Hong is my student. Don't you want to experience the same training intensity as him? This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the students' fighting spirit. They realized that the master who had mentored Su Hong was right before them. Soon, as Qin Tianlai began explaining the training methods, the students listened intently. All right, let's start with the gravity chamber. Qin Tianlai commanded with a wave, and the students eagerly rushed into the chamber. Well, Qin Tianlai smiled smugly at Jiang Lin. Did you really set up Su Hong's training like this? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai was momentarily speechless before confessing. How could I arrange it? Su Hong had barely been in the training camp for 2 days before he challenged the entire camp. A prodigy like him doesn't need me to plan his training. No matter what I arrange, it's better to let him grow wildly. I was just bluffing the students. Did you really believe it? Jiang Lin's eyelids twitched at this. Just as he was about to retort, Qin Tianlai pointed ahead. Don't say anything. Just look at the results. Jiang Lin followed his gaze and saw the students, excited as if they were on a high, and was left speechless. The next morning, in the dormitory, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes. After a night of training, his vitality increased by 5 points, reaching 305. At that moment, Qin Tianlia's voice came from outside, interrupting Su Hong's thoughts. Outside the training camp, Su Hong bid farewell to Jiang Lin. Master Jiang, see you next time. Jiang Lin nodded with a smile, watching Su Hong leave. He thought to himself that it would be best not to let this kid come back to the training camp in the near future. Soon, Su Hong and Qin Tianlai boarded the vehicle to leave. Inside the car, Su Hong explained his plan to Qin Tianlai in detail. He intended to return to the training camp as soon as he had mastered the 7 attribute martial arts and healing techniques. Qin Tianlai nodded approvingly and praised him with a smile. Impressive. It's rare for someone your age to understand that the quality of martial arts is more important than quantity. He was about to continue with his guidance, but suddenly realized that his advice might be unnecessary. For other warriors, even geniuses, this teaching might be beneficial. But for Su Hong, it was like showing off one's skills before an expert. Qin Tianlai decisively changed the subject and began to seriously consider Su Hong's request. After pondering for a moment, Qin Tianlai spoke. With your current strength, you're unbeatable at the first level, and even second-level warriors would struggle to defeat you. After all, you even managed to defeat Bu Jinglong, a high-level second-tier fighter. He paused briefly, then shifted the topic. However, I heard Bu Jinglong's analysis last night. He mentioned that his full-force punch would have hit you, but it was blocked by your earth armor. Is that true? That's right, Su Hong confirmed with a nod. In other words, if you had taken that punch with just your body, you would have been injured, so you had to use the earth armor? Qin Tianlai pressed further. Yes, Su Hong nodded first, then added. But now I've broken through to the high level of the first tier. With my current physical strength, I should be able to handle it without activating the earth armor. Qin Tianlai was about to continue analyzing when he suddenly realized what he had heard, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? His tone instantly turned excited. I said I've broken through to the high level of the first tier, Su Hong repeated obediently. Boom. Hearing these words, Qin Tianlia's mind went completely blank. 20 days later, the high-speed train slowly pulled into Hangqing Station. Su Hong stepped out of the station, took a deep breath, and gazed at the bustling city that was still brightly lit in the middle of the night. This was his and Qin Tianlia's final stop and the end of his journey to collect martial arts techniques. Reflecting on the past 20 days of travel, Su Hong felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Qin Tianlai had taken him to training camps in 3 different cities, helping him finally complete the missing gold, wood, and water attribute techniques. These newly acquired grade martial arts were each a masterpiece. Golden Ripple, a gold attribute technique of unparalleled sharpness. Whether punching or wielding a weapon, it could unleash rippling waves of golden energy that were difficult for opponents to defend against, with astonishing power. Vine Strangle, a highly aggressive wood attribute technique. Unlike the defensive wood prison, this skill could entwine enemies like poisonous snakes, delivering lethal constriction. Water Dragon, a powerful water attribute technique. Ideally, a practitioner could conjure a dragon-like torrent to attack opponents. However, at Su Hong's current level, he could only muster an arm-thick stream, which Qin Tianlai jokingly called a water loach. These 3 martial arts techniques were among the most challenging and powerful within the grade category. Foremost prodigies, mastering even one would serve as a formidable trump card during the first or second tier. Yet, in Su Hong's hands, these advanced techniques were perfected almost instantly upon learning. Through 20 days of rigorous training, Su Hong not only completed his collection of techniques across 7 attributes, but also significantly enhanced his strength. By defeating prodigies in the training camps and diligently practicing energy guidance techniques, his vitality points had surged from 305 to 450, leaving him just 50 points shy of advancing to a second-tier warrior. Without exaggeration, with Su Hong's current capabilities and arsenal of techniques, he had become a versatile combatant. He could effortlessly handle any environment or adversary, countering any opponent's attribute with ease. At this moment, the only thing missing for Su Hong was a healing technique, which was the purpose of his and Qin Tianlia's visit to Hangqing. Wang Qingshan, a wood attribute master at the Hangqing training camp, possessed a top-tier grade healing technique. Among all martial arts, healing techniques were the rarest and most valuable. Even an ordinary healing technique could be exchanged for several techniques of the same level in other categories, while a top-tier healing technique was a priceless treasure. Just then, Qin Tianlai took out his phone, snapped a photo of the Hangqing station exit, and sent it to the Grandmaster group chat. Soon, notification sounds chimed in succession, but unlike before, the responses came at a noticeably slower pace. Some Grandmasters in the group continued to boastfully invite Qin Tianlai to their training camps, but those camps that Su Hong had already challenged were conspicuously silent. Seeing this, Qin Tianlia's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile. Over the past 20 days, he had taken Su Hong to training camps in 3 cities. Before each visit, the Grandmasters, much like those taunting in the group now, were arrogant and overconfident. However, after Su Hong's visit, they were like ducks with their throats clutched, utterly silent and speechless. Qin Tianlai chuckled to himself, knowing that these Grandmasters, who usually appeared so dignified, were actually rotten to the core, each more unscrupulous than the last. When other masters inquired about the results of the competition, those who lost money were reluctant to accept Su Hong's victory and made excuses. They claimed Su Hong was just lucky and incited other masters to continue challenging Qin Tianlai. Having lost millions to Qin Tianlai, they were extremely unsettled. They thought, if more masters lost to Qin Tianlai, then everyone would be in the same boat, and it would be as if no one lost. As a result, uninformed masters in the group were swayed by these arguments and unknowingly joined in the provocation. At that moment, Wang Qingshan suddenly appeared in the group. Ha! Ha. Wang Qingshan's laughter was full of mockery. Xiaoqin, you really came? Taking such good care of an old man. Delivering right to the door. Qin Tianlai retorted unceremoniously. Cut the crap. Send the location of the training camp. Have your geniuses ready. My students and I are coming to crush them. Wang Qingshan's tone suddenly became difficult. Ah, why didn't you come earlier? The timing isn't right. Upon seeing this message, Qin Tianlai frowned, wondering what trick the old man was up to this time. Without hesitation, he called Wang Qingshan directly. As soon as the call connected, Qin Tianlai got straight to the point. Scared? A chuckle came from the other end. Wang Qingshan's aged yet amused voice. Me scared? Ha ha ha. Even over the phone, Qin Tianlai could sense Wang Qingshan's disdain. Then what do you mean by the timing not being right? Qin Tianlai pressed. Wang Qingshan explained that the Hangzhou training camp was starting a field training session today, and everyone was already at the outdoor camp. You old bastard, why didn't you say you were doing special training earlier? Qin Tianlai couldn't help but curse. I thought you were joking, didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Wang Qingshan was a bit helpless too. Alright, just take your people back. Coming here would only get you beaten. I don't need that level martial skill. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai laughed in anger. Where are you now? They'll bring my students over immediately. Wang Qingshan was genuinely surprised. Xiaoqin, I was giving you a break today. Why are you still eager for a beating? Could it be that defeating geniuses from other cities has boosted your confidence? Don't you know Hangzhou is a gathering place for geniuses? Qin Tianlai didn't refute. He knew well that as the capital of Jiangnan province, Hangzhou boasted top-notch teaching staff and martial arts resources in the province. It not only attracted local talents, but also drew many geniuses from other cities who were willing to pay a high price to attend martial arts schools in Hangzhou. In such fierce competition, those who could enter the Hangzhou training camp were undoubtedly the best of the best, and their strength was certainly formidable. But to Qin Tianlai, what did that matter? No matter how talented or extraordinary, could they be stronger than Su Hong? Really? I don't believe it. Qin Tianlai insisted. Stop talking nonsense. I'm coming today, send the address. My special training is about to start, are you sure you want to come? Wang Qingshan confirmed again. Coming. All right. Wang Qingshan thought for a moment and suggested. But it shouldn't affect my special training here. How about this? Let your students join my geniuses in the special training. This way, it won't disrupt the training, and we can see who performs better based on the training outcomes. If you really don't like it, we can have a match after the training. Wang Qingshan paused, then added, by the way, just a reminder, this field training involves surviving in the Wanyao Mountains for 7 days without any supplies, and they must kill a large number of fierce beasts during this period, or it's considered a failure. It's extremely difficult. Are you sure you want to come? Or rather, are you sure your students can handle it? After saying this, Wang Qingshan waited for Qin Tianlai's response. Wanyao Mountains? Survive for 7 days without any supplies and kill a large number of fierce beasts. Qin Tianlai was shocked by the training content. He couldn't help but say, Old Wang, you're not going to stop until you've exhausted your students, are you? Stop talking nonsense. Just say if you're coming. Wang Qingshan interrupted, then teased, don't agree rashly. Ask your students. Don't come over and find them scared stiff by the training content. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai briefly explained the training content to Su Hong. What do you think, Su Hong? Don't worry about my opinion. If you don't want to go, we won't. At worst, they'll buy you a healing martial skill later, though the effect won't be as good as. They'll go. Before he finished speaking, Su Hong nodded with excitement. Surviving for 7 days in the Wanyao Mountains and having to kill a large number of fierce beasts? It might be difficult for others, but for Su Hong, this was not just a large number of fierce beasts, it was a large amount of martial arts value. His agreement was so loud that even Wang Qingshan on the phone heard it. Wang Qingshan's hearty laugh came through. Ha! Xiaoqin, your student has quite the guts, not only not afraid but so excited. Good lad. Just not sure if his strength matches his courage. In the outskirts of Hangzhou, Wang Qingtian put down his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. The last words from Qin Tianlai, hold on tight, still echoed in his ears, suggesting that Qin was confident enough to bring his students directly through the air. This confidence piqued Wang Qingtian's interest, though he didn't dwell much on Qin's capabilities. As the capital of Jiangnan province, Hangzhou naturally attracted talented individuals. The admission standards of its universities were straightforward and merit-based. If a student was exceptionally talented, not only was their tuition waived, but even miscellaneous expenses like travel and accommodation for out-of-town students were fully covered. Given that Qin Tianlai's student had stood out among other training camps, it was likely that they were quite formidable. However, since they hadn't chosen a university in Hangzhou, they couldn't be that exceptional. While Wang Qingtian was lost in thought, 3 youngsters approached with carefree smiles, showing no signs of nervousness in front of a master. Master Wang, what are you muttering about? Yeah, something about confidence and real strength. Wang Qingtian looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than the three prodigies of the Hangzhou training camp: Shin Su, Kong Lei, and Luo Dao. He casually mentioned Qin Tianlia's challenge. Hearing this, excitement gleamed in the trio's eyes. A genius from Xingqing? Haha, isn't this a gift of martial arts skills? Shin Su laughed. Luo Dao joined in. And he wants to train with us? Not to belittle him, but can he really handle it? Kong Lei remained silent, but the intense look in his eyes betrayed his eagerness for a-level martial arts skills. Even though they had already mastered several A-level skills, who would complain about having more? All right. Wang Qingtian waved his hand dismissively. If you want A-level skills, just perform well during the special training. After the trio left, other students quickly gathered around to find out what was going on. When they learned that defeating a student from Xingqing could earn them A-level martial arts skills, envious murmurs filled the air. After all, even in the resource-rich Hangzhou training camp, A-level skills required a significant amount of contribution points to obtain. Now, with such an opportunity seemingly falling from the sky, who wouldn't be tempted? At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the sky. Everyone looked up sharply to see a small black dot rapidly enlarging, like a meteor hurtling towards the outskirts of the camp. In no time, two figures appeared. It was Qin Tianlai and Su Hong. Old Wang. Qin Tianlai called out as he and Su Hong stepped into the camp, instantly capturing everyone's attention, especially the curious students. Is this the genius from Xingqing? Chen Su and his companions whispered among themselves. Kong Lei scratched his head. Aside from being handsome, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. He must have some skills, Luo Dao said casually. Didn't Master Wang say he defeated other cities' training camp prodigies? True, but I wonder if he's reached the second tier? Xingqing, that's tough. Chen Su's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with certainty. No matter the level, as long as we win, we get to learn A-level martial arts directly from Master Qin. His voice was filled with anticipation and excitement. Luo Dao suddenly frowned and raised a crucial question. With our strength, securing the top 3 spots is a sure thing. But if we take all the podium places, how will Master Qin teach the martial arts? This question was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the smug expressions on Chen Su and Kong Lei's faces. The three exchanged wary glances, fully aware that Master Qin would most likely only teach the first-place winner. In an instant, former teammates became competitors. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Qin Tianlai, Wang Qingshan turned his attention to Su Hong, who greeted him with poise. Master Wang. Wang Qingshan looked Su Hong up and down with interest, and said with a smile, Hey, you've got guts. No wonder you agreed to this special training so readily. Su Hong's calm demeanor raised Wang Qingshan's opinion of him. Qin Tianlai interjected, Old Wang, let's discuss the stakes. If I win, I want you to teach Su Hong a top-tier A-level healing martial art. Wang Qingshan laughed. You're asking for a lot right off the bat. I thought martial arts were to be taught freely. Just say yes or no. Qin Tianlai urged. All right then. Wang Qingshan agreed, noting Qin Tianlia's confident demeanor, as if victory was assured. He glanced at Su Hong, pondering. Since Qin Tianlai wants a wood-based healing martial art, this student must be a wood attribute martial artist. Compared to the lightning, metal, and fire attributes of Chen Su's group, his efficiency in slaying fierce beasts might be lacking. Out of curiosity, Wang Qingshan inquired about Su Hong's level. High stage of the first rank, Qin Tianlai answered without hesitation, as if he'd answered this question countless times. Wang Qingshan was taken aback, his eyes widening slowly. Only high stage of the first rank. He shook his head. I was overthinking it. Other training camps can't compare to Hangqing. Maybe a high stage of the first rank can indeed sweep through. Wang Qingshan then began strategizing for Chen Su's group. Xiaoqin, since you're set on my healing martial arts, I have a condition too. If Chen Su's group outshines Su Hong in both performance and beast kills during the special training, I want each of you to teach one A-level martial art. Qin Tianlai agreed without hesitation. Wang Qingshan immediately announced the start of the outdoor training, eager to prevent Qin Tianlai from backing out. Su Hong joined the team, standing in the back row. Soon, everyone was assembled, and Wang Qingshan began to announce the training rules. Wang Qingshan stood at the entrance of the Wanyao mountain range, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the students before him. His voice was loud and firm, echoing through the valley. Listen up, there are 2 key points for this field training. First, you will survive in the Wanyao mountain range for 7 days without any supplies. Each of you must kill 10 beasts equivalent to your own level, or you won't earn contribution points. Second, each of you will be equipped with a smart wristband. It will automatically record the number of beasts you kill and track your distance into the mountains. Remember, the deeper you go, the higher the evaluation, but the danger increases as well. Know your limits. With that, Wang Qingshan waved his hand. A staff member immediately approached, carrying 2 large boxes. With a gentle gesture, Wang Qingshan made the items in the boxes float and land precisely in each student's hand. Su Hong curiously examined the 2 items he received. a smart wristband, and a bracelet with transparent beads. Wang Qingshan continued to explain. This bracelet is a specially made amulet. When the smart wristband detects a sharp decline in your vital signs, it will automatically activate a shield. This shield can withstand attacks from a third-level beast for 30 seconds, which should be enough to save your life. The students' eyes lit up, and they began to whisper among themselves. Such a high-level amulet would cost at least 1 million on the market, and yet each of them received one. Truly, Hangqing was known for its wealth. Su Hong clicked his tongue softly and put on the bracelet. Wang Qingshan announced, "If you have any questions, ask them now. We leave in 3 minutes." The students were abuzz with discussion, mostly centered on the impressive amulet. Meanwhile, Chen Su, Luo Dao, and Kong Lei quickly approached Master Wang, asking him a few questions in low voices. Moments later, they returned to Su Hong, their eyes full of regret. Chen Su couldn't help but mutter, "No way, Su Hong is only at the high stage of the first level? If I had known that was his strength, Master Wang wouldn't have said it would delay the training. I could finish the fight in seconds, and maybe Master Qin would already be teaching me martial arts." Luo Dao and Kong Lei nodded in agreement, looking equally frustrated. Exactly, Master Wang is being too cautious. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. With a command from Wang Qingshan, the students, armed with various alloy weapons, marched toward the Wanyao mountain range. Su Hong, clutching his thunderfire gun, quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Once all the students had vanished from sight, Wang Qingshan and Qin Tianlai turned back toward the camp. Wang Qingshan wore a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. "Little Qin," Wang Qingshan chuckled, "you might want to start preparing which 3 martial arts you'll be teaching." Qin Tianlai snorted, retorting, "You think you've already won?" "Ha ha ha, of course." Wang Qingshan laughed heartily. "I didn't tell you before, but Chen Su and the others are already at the mid-second level. I was afraid you'd be too scared to compete with me. Now that the students have gone into the mountains, it's too late for you to back out. The outcome is set, and those 3 martial arts will be mine in 7 days." Wang Qingshan paused and added, "Oh, by the way, just a little reminder." Wang Qingshan beamed with a cheerful tone. "Chen Su has a thunder attribute, Kong Lei is metal, and Luo Dao is fire. Only Luo Dao shares the same attribute as you, so you can teach him fire-based martial skills like the flame cage. As for Chen Su and Kong Lei, you can teach them agility skills. As long as it's an A-level martial skill, anything goes. I'm not picky." His smile was so wide it nearly reached his ears. However, Qin Tianlai responded with a disdainful sneer. "Old Wang, don't get too excited just yet. You'd better start preparing to teach healing martial skills now." Wang Qingshan was amused and directly revealed that Chen Su and the others had already reached the mid-second tier of martial artists, eagerly watching for Qin Tianlai's shocked and regretful expression. To his surprise, Qin Tianlai just calmly responded with an "Oh." "Keep pretending," Wang Qingshan scoffed. Qin Tianlai couldn't be bothered with his taunts. At this point, he was no longer worried about this wilderness training. He was confident that he'd secure the healing martial skills, given how well he thought he understood Su Hong's impressive abilities after spending so much time together. In his view, this outdoor training could be summed up in 2 words: piece of cake. Suddenly, Wang Qingshan's smile faded, and he became serious. "By the way, there's something important I need to tell you." Seeing this change, Qin Tianlai frowned and said, "Go on." Wang Qingshan leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Qin Tianlai's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned to look at the Wanyao mountain range with a furrowed brow. "Are you saying those beasts?" A moment later, Qin Tianlai realized. "No wonder you gave everyone protective talismans." He asked in a serious tone, "But have you considered the danger? You're sending students into this without warning them. What if something goes wrong?" Before he could finish, Wang Qingshan interrupted. "What's the big deal? These youngsters have to face it sooner or later, better sooner." Qin Tianlai's brow remained furrowed as he pointed towards the Wanyao mountain range, speaking gravely. Even in martial arts universities, when students undertake such tasks for the first time, they must form teams and have instructors secretly accompany them. But now, these students are all on their own, especially in a beast-infested place like the Wanyao mountain range. Wang Qingshan laughed. "Who said they're alone? Aren't we here?" Qin Tianlai was taken aback and then burst out. "Well played, old Wang. You've roped me into this too." "Roped you in?" Wang Qingshan replied disdainfully. "Even if you hadn't come, I was planning to bring another master. You offered yourself, so why not use you?" Seeing Qin Tianlai still occasionally glancing worriedly at the mountain range, Wang Qingshan shrugged. "A jade needs to be polished to become a gem. If you're really worried, you can head into the mountains and bring Su Hong back. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you might not be able to handle it." "Nonsense," Qin Tianlai cursed, then pondered for a moment before asking. "Since you're daring enough to do this, I assume you've checked the beast's levels?" "Most are 2nd tier, with a few 3rd tier," Wang Qingshan answered. "Oh, just a few 3rd tiers?" Qin Tianlai was immediately relieved, his worry dissipating. Wang Qingshan stared in disbelief. What do you mean just a few third tiers? Those are third tiers. Isn't Su Hong only at the high first tier? Why aren't you worried? Qin Tianlai just smiled without answering. He realized that his initial concern was unnecessary. The strongest in the Hang City training camp were Chun Su and the others at mid-second tier. Given this, Wang Qingshan's arrangements must be safe. There was nothing to worry about. After all, Su Hong could easily handle Bu Jinglong, who was at the high second tier. Even if he was at a disadvantage against third-tier opponents, it shouldn't be a major issue. Moreover, with a talisman that could withstand third-tier attacks for 30 seconds, he had plenty of time, even enough for him, a master, to leisurely sip tea before intervening. Qin Tianlai thought this would indeed be a valuable experience for Su Hong, allowing him to gain knowledge and experience. He smiled, feeling at ease. Seeing Qin Tianlai's relaxed smile, Wang Qingshan rolled his eyes in disdain. He thought Qin Tianlai was just putting on a brave face, but was surely anxious inside. Keep pretending, Wang Qingshan muttered to himself. The Wanyao mountain range stretches across Jiangnan province, teeming with ferocious beasts, a fact well known to everyone. While Su Hong was at the Xingqing training camp, he didn't truly grasp the meaning of this phrase, as Qin Tianlai had already driven away a 7th-tier beast. However, now in Hangzhou, he finally understood the literal sense of teeming with ferocious beasts. Su Hong and the students from the Hangqing training camp had barely set foot in the Wanyao mountain range for 10 minutes when a swarm of variously shaped, vicious beasts came at them, drooling. This was the true nature of the Wanyao mountain range, fraught with danger. These beasts that prowled the outskirts had all been driven out after failing in competition with other beasts. Even so, none of them were below first tier, and there were even 3 second-tier beasts among them. One of these, a giant black wolf, stood before Su Hong, its oily green eyes fixed on him, its foul-smelling maw dripping saliva. Instead of fear, excitement sparked in Su Hong's eyes. He gripped his thunderfire gun tightly, eagerly anticipating the martial arts points he could earn from this field training. Suddenly, the black wolf let out an earth-shaking howl and charged at Su Hong, its massive paws digging into the ground. Just as Su Hong prepared to shoot the wolf through the heart as it approached, a figure wreathed in faint lightning flashed by, decapitating the wolf with a single slash. Hey, no need to thank me. Chen Su grinned, then glanced around and whispered to Su Hong. Of course, if you could put in a good word with Master Qin after the training, maybe get him to teach me some martial skills first. That'd be awesome. Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Su seemed to notice something. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly distanced himself from Su Hong. Soon after, Luo Dao and Kong Lei rushed past Su Hong, chasing after Chen Su. The three of them disappeared from sight, bickering all the way. Chen Su, you're playing dirty. We agreed not to speak to him. Exactly. You're definitely trying to butter him up, so Master Qin will teach you martial skills first. Come on, I'm a model student, the moral exemplar of the training camp. How could I pull such tricks? You guys are slandering me. Apologize right now. Witnessing this scene, Su Hong couldn't help but chuckle. The trio's unabashed squabbles and Chen Su's blatant request for help clearly showed they thought they could easily manipulate him. Glancing at the giant wolf's corpse on the ground, Su Hong turned his gaze toward the depths of the Wanyao mountain range, a glint of excitement in his eyes. If second-tier beasts are at the very edge, then the depths must be even more thrilling, he thought. With that, Su Hong, carrying his thunderfire gun, eagerly charged deeper into the mountains. A group of students, having just dealt with some beasts, paused in surprise. This prodigy from Xingqing was so confident, heading directly into the depths. Don't underestimate the talents from other cities. If he's daring enough to go deeper, he must be quite strong. As soon as these words were spoken, another voice immediately countered. Nonsense. I just saw him freeze in fear in front of a second-tier beast. If it weren't for Chun Su stepping in, his protective charm would have been triggered then and there. What? And he's still going deeper? He really has no fear of death. The first person exclaimed in surprise. Who knows? A third voice chimed in. After all, he was brought in by a master himself. Maybe he's got some pretty good stuff from the master to help him out. Deep in the dense forest, shadows of trees danced around. A figure darted through like lightning, weaving skillfully through the thick foliage. The surrounding beasts didn't even have time to react before the figure had already brushed past them. Moments later, angry roars echoed as more than 20 beasts chased after him in fury. Several minutes later, with Su Hong's deliberate lure, a large pack of beasts was following him. He noticed with some regret that most were first tier, with only 2 being second tier. Still at the outskirts, second-tier beasts are too scarce, Su Hong thought to himself. But even small flies are meat. No, they're martial values. I won't complain. Su Hong stopped and turned to face the charging beasts. Within seconds, they were upon him. Leading the pack was a giant eagle, flying low and aiming its sharp claws directly at Su Hong's face. Just as its claws were about to reach him, a strange scene unfolded. The eagle suddenly froze midair, unable to move. Then, several translucent flying swords appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the eagle's body repeatedly. It was overwhelmed with pain but couldn't move, its eyes filled with terror. A moment later, a sword decisively pierced through its skull. Being a psychic is great. Killing enemies invisibly. Su Hong marveled, shifting his gaze to the other charging beasts. His eyes focused, and with a shout, his spear struck like a dragon with the force of thunder, rolling waves. A second-tier beast didn't even have time to grunt before it exploded into a mist of blood. Following closely, a sharp golden light turned into a rain of light, swiftly spraying towards the beasts on both sides. Though the droplets were small, they were immensely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of all first-tier beasts were riddled with holes, blood gushing out continuously. Golden ripples. Su Hong nodded to himself, satisfied with the destructive power of this martial technique. However, he also noted that while Golden Ripples was a great tool for clearing out weaker foes, it struggled against second-tier beasts. When the light rain hit the remaining second-tier beast, it not only failed to penetrate its body, but also deeply enraged it. The massive second-tier beast let out an earth-shattering roar and charged at Su Hong. Every step it took made the ground tremble. Su Hong remained calm, giving a low shout. "Vine strangle!" Before the words were fully out, thick vines formed from wood spirit energy wrapped around the beast like giant snakes, then twisted tightly. The beast's furious roar turned into a wail. Immediately after, a water dragon as thick as an arm sliced through the air, piercing its skull with precision. The water dragon is definitely more powerful for single targets. Su Hong concluded to himself. Vine strangle, though an offensive technique, isn't very damaging, so it can be used as a semi-control technique. And Golden Ripples, a monster-clearing artifact, can also serve to disrupt vision against strong enemies. Having tested the three martial techniques, Su Hong didn't waste any more time. The remaining beasts surged forward. Su Hong speared one beast to death, while simultaneously punching another with his other hand. This punch didn't involve any martial technique, relying solely on his physical strength. Yet, this seemingly simple punch managed to cave in the beast's forehead. Seeing this, Su Hong's mouth twitched slightly. The power of that punch was even stronger than his martial techniques. In fact, strictly speaking, for Su Hong at the moment, apart from his fist and spear techniques, other martial techniques could only serve as support. This wasn't because the A-level techniques were lacking, but because the Overlord physique, the strongest among the 3,000 physiques, was too overpowering, essentially a dimensional reduction attack. This somewhat awkward situation was partly due to the overwhelming strength of the Overlord physique, and partly because Su Hong was currently only at the high stage of the first tier, with limited spiritual energy capacity. However, the statement that A-level martial techniques could only serve as support applied only to Su Hong. For other talents, A-level techniques were used as their trump cards. Soon, all the beasts were slain by Su Hong. Holding his Thunderfire spear, he continued deeper into the forest. As dusk descended, the forest of the Wan Yao Mountains was gradually enveloped in darkness. Su Hong, gripping his Thunderfire spear, cautiously made his way through. His smart wristband indicated he'd covered 7 kilometers, but he still needed more martial points to break through to the second-tier warrior level. With nightfall, the activity of fierce beasts would surge. Even seasoned outdoor warriors would seek shelter at this time, but the special training rules prevented Su Hong from leaving. His bloodstained clothes bore witness to a day of slaughter, and fatigue began to set in. Taking advantage of the last rays of sunlight, Su Hong decided to search a bit more. However, as the sun fully set, an unusual silence fell around him. This eerie quiet made him alert, realizing he might have strayed into the territory of a powerful beast. After weighing his options, Su Hong chose to retreat. Just then, a deafening tiger roar exploded nearby, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Driven by instinct, Su Hong quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding sharp claws that tore through his clothes. A closer look revealed a massive tiger, as large as a truck, its body engulfed in blazing flames. Su Hong immediately recognized it as a high-level second-tier fire beast, the Scarlet Flame Black Tiger. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, realizing that defeating this beast might be the key to his breakthrough. The Scarlet Flame Black Tiger roared, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from its mouth. Su Hong executed the flying Hong Cloud steps, dodging and advancing like a phantom. The tiger, its limbs ablaze, charged at Su Hong with unstoppable force. Facing this behemoth, Su Hong showed no fear. He wielded his Thunderfire spear, executing the first 2 moves of the heaven-breaking 9 spears, turning rivers and treading seas. Pale blue lightning illuminated the dense forest, mingling with the firelight. As the spear slashed through the air, it cracked with explosive force. However, when this powerful strike landed on the Scarlet Flame Black Tiger, it only pierced a few 20-centimeter-wide wounds, eliciting a pained howl. This fierce battle had just begun. If a second-tier high-level martial artist were hit by those 2 shots, they would surely die, as the 2 bleeding wounds would be fatal. However, for the Red Flame Black Tiger, which is as large as a truck, these wounds amount to no more than minor injuries. Su Hong's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness as he inwardly marveled. As expected of a second-tier high-level beast, its physical resilience is several times stronger than Bu Jinglong's. Suddenly, the sharp pain deeply angered the red flame black tiger. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and its massive claws, wrapped in flames, swiped fiercely at Su Hong. The air was suffused with a scorching heat, as if the surrounding trees would ignite. Facing this lethal attack, Su Hong appeared unfazed. He charged forward with his gun, and his mental power surged out like a tide. The fiery claws halted midair, as if bound by an invisible force. However, this pause lasted only a moment. With a thunderous roar from the red flame black tiger, Su Hong's mental power was instantly shattered. At that critical moment, two water dragons, as thick as arms, materialized and struck the giant tiger's eyes with precision. Blood gushed from the tiger's eyes like a fountain, and it let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blinded, it went berserk, randomly launching fireballs in all directions, instantly setting the nearby vegetation ablaze. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Hong leaped onto the red flame black tiger's head. The thunderfire gun in his hand crackled with thunderous energy as he thrust it downward forcefully. Break the sky. This was the third and final move of the Break the Sky 9 spears, and its power was immense. The thunderfire gun pierced through the tiger's hard skull with ease, as if it were tofu, stopping only when Su Hong's hand was pressed against the tiger's hide. Having pierced the brow, not even a deity could save it now. The red flame black tiger's roar abruptly ceased, and its massive body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Hong jumped down from the tiger's head, pulled out the thunderfire gun stained with multicolored blood, and shook it clean before exhaling deeply. As a notification sounded in his mind, he quickly opened the panel and his face lit up with excitement. Martial value 502. That's enough, he thought happily. Now his vitality had reached 450 points, and the 502 martial value was enough for him to break through to a second-tier martial artist. Looking at the enormous tiger carcass before him, Su Hong had an idea. I didn't bring any supplies, so I'll have some tiger meat. He surveyed the red flame black tiger, then jumped onto its back and used the thunderfire gun to cut along the spine. Soon, he had extracted several large, tender pieces of loin. Not enough to eat. Let's get a tiger leg too. And a paw. Su Hong continued to cut, as if ordering from a menu. In the end, his thunderfire gun was laden with tiger meat, and he was dragging a tiger leg larger than a person. With his spoils in hand, Su Hong followed the direction from which the red flame black tiger had come. He reasoned, since this is its territory, there must be a cave. Sure enough, he soon found a cave, with piles of beast bones at the entrance. Su Hong swaggered into the cave as if he were returning home. After a thorough inspection to ensure no other beasts were lurking, he began chopping wood. Soon, a large pile of timber floated in through his mental control, following him into the cave. Martial arts change lives. Su Hong laughed and remarked. He used his mental power to set down the wood, and with a flick of his fingers, flames erupted, instantly igniting the wood. He then began roasting the tiger meat. Not being skilled in cooking, his method was simple and Crede tossed it onto the fire and waited to eat. Su Hong wasn't picky with his food. As long as it was cooked, it was fine. As he roasted the tiger leg, Su Hong opened his attribute panel and began allocating points. With 502 martial value points, he unhesitatingly added them all to his vitality. Instantly, the vitality on the panel soared from 450 to 500.2 points. At the same time, Su Hong's whole body shuddered, his flesh becoming hot, and the aura he emitted began to climb steadily. He could feel the surging power within him, as if it were about to break free from his physical confines. This signified that he was on the brink of breaking through to the second-tier martial artist realm, with a whole new world awaiting his exploration. The aroma of roasting tiger leg filled the cave. Flames licked the surface of the meat, gradually charring it, while the dripping fat sizzled in the fire. Sitting cross-legged nearby, the young Su Hong felt his body heat up, with wisps of white steam rising from him. His heart pounded like thunder, vibrating the air around him. After a moment, everything calmed down. Su Hong stood up slowly, clenching his fist to feel the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was secretly delighted. In just about a month, he had advanced from a martial apprentice to a second-tier martial artist, a speed of progress akin to riding a rocket. Eager to test his newfound strength, Su Hong strode out of the cave. He quickly spotted a large boulder and was about to demonstrate his skills when a hostile tiger roar suddenly echoed from the dense forest ahead. In the next instant, a larger and more ferocious crimson flame black tiger charged out from the woods. Instead of being startled, Su Hong was thrilled and didn't even bother to retrieve his gun. He directly confronted it. The crimson flame black tiger opened its massive jaws, launching a roaring fireball. Brimming with confidence from his recent breakthrough, Su Hong showed no intention of dodging. He shouted, "Bone Nether Cold Ghost Fist." The icy white flames enveloping his fist intensified several times over, almost encasing his entire hand, resembling a white glove from afar. Without hesitation, Su Hong punched toward the incoming fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball disintegrated into ashes. His fists flashed continuously, shattering every attacking fireball into pieces. Seeing this, a hint of fear appeared in the crimson flame black tiger's eyes. It clawed at the ground frantically, trying to stop and turn to flee. Su Hong grinned. Came here, and now you want to leave? With that, he used his flying Hong Cloud step to pursue it. After reaching the second tier, Su Hong's physical strength and internal energy had surged significantly. With the dense wind energy and his enhanced physique, his speed far surpassed that of his first-tier days. In just a few breaths, he caught up with the Crimson Flame Black Tiger. Cornered, the Crimson Flame Black Tiger let out a desperate roar, preparing for a last-ditch fight. However, its roar was abruptly cut off by a powerful punch from Su Hong. This simple punch sent the tiger, as large as a truck, flying backward, crashing heavily into a stone wall. Before the tiger could slide down from the wall, Su Hong was already upon it. His fists fell like a storm, and in the blink of an eye, he had beaten the massive creature to death. By the time the tiger's body finally slumped to the ground, it was unrecognizable, reduced to a bloody pulp. Clenching his fists, Su Hong exclaimed in excitement. This power is worlds apart from the first tier. Not wasting his hard-won trophy, he dragged the mountain of meat back to the cave. Now a second-tier martial artist, he felt he could devour an entire Crimson Flame Black Tiger alive. Back in the cave, Su Hong roasted meat while feasting. Soon, the fragrant tiger leg, the tender and juicy tiger tenderloin, and even the pile of meat pulp were all devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Su Hong skillfully snapped open the tiger leg bone and extracted a slender bone pick. He leisurely picked his teeth, relishing the satisfaction of a full belly. After a loud burp, Su Hong felt an unprecedented sense of contentment had finally advanced to a second-tier warrior. With a goal set in his mind, Su Hong was determined to elevate his mental power to the same level in the coming days. After a brief rest, he sat cross-legged and began to focus on practicing his guiding technique. At that moment, Su Hong's ears twitched slightly, catching the sound of footsteps and faint cursing from the distant dense forest. His eyes narrowed as he quickly extinguished the campfire. The cave plunged into darkness, with Su Hong hidden within, leaving only one vigilant eye fixed on the direction of the sounds. Soon, a figure emerged from the forest. It was an unremarkable middle-aged man, wrapped in a thick down jacket. Su Hong found it peculiar. Wearing such clothing in the heat suggested the man had something to hide. He scrutinized the newcomer, missing no detail. Suddenly, Su Hong's gaze locked onto the man's neck, where the edge of a large wing tattoo was faintly visible. The tattoo seemed oddly familiar, and Su Hong racked his brain to recall where he had seen it before. The middle-aged man continued walking, grumbling incessantly. Damn it! Who's going to be here in the middle of the night? With all these fierce beasts around, any noise is normal. The leader's too cautious, making me come check. Is hiding the sacrificial site deep in the 10,000 monsters mountain range not enough? Who could possibly discover us? Hearing these words, Su Hong's pupils contracted sharply. Leader, sacrifice, eliminate, hide. These words flashed rapidly through his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the wing tattoo's origin. It was covered in a lesson at Shanghai High School, where the teacher introduced the appearance traits of various races. The wing tattoo matched perfectly with the unique trait of the celestial race described in the textbook. The celestial race, ranking among the top 10 powerful races in the myriad worlds. Su Hong immediately understood the middle-aged man's identity was a member of the 10,000 Races Demon Cult. The 10,000 Races Demon Cult, a traitorous human organization that had allied with the myriad races. They dreamed of shedding their human forms to gain the bloodlines of other races. Over the years, they had been lurking among humans, occasionally launching terror attacks and secretly capturing humans for sacrifices to earn rewards from the myriad races. They were traitors through and through. The stance of China and countries worldwide toward the 10,000 Races Demon Cult was unequivocal. Kill. Su Hong coldly watched the middle-aged man, contemplating his next move. Since the man mentioned a sacrifice, there must be a target. Capturing him alive could yield valuable intelligence. However, Su Hong didn't act rashly. He decided to create some distance first and gauge the man's strength before making a decision. If there was a chance of success, he would attempt to capture him. If not, he would retreat immediately and report the findings to Master Qin. As a newly promoted second-tier warrior, he was acutely aware of his limitations. At that moment, the middle-aged man's complaints abruptly ceased. He noticed the blood of fierce beasts staining the stone wall, and his gaze turned icy. There really is someone here. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze on a nearby cave. The man's eyes were dark and wary as he approached the cave silently. As he got closer, the air carried a hint of cooked meat. He grinned, revealing sharp white teeth. After spending a month in the 10,000 Monsters mountain range, he was well acquainted with the aroma of various fierce beasts when roasted. Crimson Flame Black Tiger, huh? That means this person is at most at the second or third tier. The middle-aged man's expression relaxed. Soon, He reached the cave entrance and strode in without hesitation. A middle-aged man stepped into the pitch-black cave, surrounded by silence. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he was about to threaten whoever was hiding there, when suddenly a loud whooshing sound erupted. He turned quickly, only to see a water dragon as thick as a tree trunk shooting towards him. After Su Hong broke through to the second tier, his spiritual energy surged, greatly enhancing his martial skills. At that moment, a figure swiftly darted out, attempting to escape the cave. Trying to run? The middle-aged man unleashed his full strength, drawing his long blade and shattering the water dragon with one strike. He chased after the figure with a sinister grin, secretly pleased. From the moment that figure fled, he had discerned their level. Someone capable of slaying a red flame black tiger at the initial stage of the second tier was undoubtedly a genius. I love snuffing out promising lives in their cradles. The middle-aged man dashed out of the cave, only to be stunned. The figure that had just been fleeing was now standing outside the cave, facing him. Kid, not running anymore? The middle-aged man asked playfully. In fact, not only had the middle-aged man assessed Su Hong's level in that brief moment, but Su Hong had also gauged his opponent's strength when the water dragon was sliced apart. Was at the initial stage of the third tier. Interesting challenge, Su Hong thought, gripping his thunderfire spear tightly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The middle-aged man showed a hint of anger at these words and was about to speak when Su Hong made his move. Turning the tides. The thunderfire spear cut through the air, lightning bursting forth with astonishing power. Huh? Isn't he water elemental? How can he wield fire? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, utterly shocked. However, with danger looming, he couldn't afford to think too much. Sunslash. The middle-aged man swung his blade, sending out a fiery blade aura that scorched the ground black wherever it passed. Su Hong squinted, choosing to confront it head-on. This was his first encounter with a third-tier warrior, and out of caution, he used all his strength in this spear strike. Boom. The fiery blade aura was shattered by a single spear thrust. Su Hong was surprised to find that this third-tier warrior was not as formidable as Bu Jinglong, who was at the higher stage of the second tier. So weak. Su Hong muttered to himself, then realized that the warriors he had encountered recently were all prodigies with strength far beyond ordinary people. The middle-aged man before him was a true reflection of an average warrior. One spear took him out. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a full tier above this young man, using an A-level martial technique, Sun Slash. However, Su Hong didn't give him time to think. After dispersing the blade aura, he used his swift cloud step, approaching like a phantom, courting death. The middle-aged man roared ferociously, meeting him with his blade, continually unleashing skyfire slashes. Yet, these slashes couldn't stop Su Hong. He evaded while closing in, reaching the middle-aged man's side in just 2 seconds. Ocean's Embrace. A thunderous spear thrust forward with overwhelming force. This power, it's even stronger than my Sun Slash. Feeling the terrifying force within the spear strike, the middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He wanted to dodge, but found his feet seemingly bound by something. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man cursed as he looked down, suddenly stunned. Thick vines were wrapped around his calves, the green plant tissue clinging to his skin. His mind raced, recalling the earlier battle. First water, then lightning, and now wood element. A chill spread from his spine throughout his body as he looked at the approaching young man, his pupils contracting sharply. This wasn't just any prodigy. This was a monstrous talent defying the heavens. A second-tier novice. Each move was in a grade martial technique, and he was a multi-element martial artist. Before he could react, a flash of cold light swept by. The spear struck like a venomous snake, piercing the middle-aged man's heart in an instant. Blood splattered, staining the air around them. Su Hong leaped back, narrowing his eyes in vigilance. An astonishing scene unfolded. The middle-aged man, who should have fallen, transformed into streams of molten lava, sizzling as they hit the ground. Not far away, the lava reformed into the figure of the middle-aged man. This move clearly took a toll, as he was now pale and gasping for breath. Some kind of bizarre movement technique? Su Hong's eyes were cold as he charged forward with his spear again. Kid, you forced me into this, the weakened middle-aged man roared. His fingers danced across his body, muttering an obscure incantation. Su Hong abruptly halted, frowning as he observed from a distance. As the middle-aged man's actions ceased, a wing tattoo on his neck began to glow. Simultaneously, his body swelled, as if a monster resided within him. The down jacket he wore burst at the back, revealing 2 large, grotesque fleshy wings. Kid, feel the divine might of the celestial clan. The middle-aged man laughed in ecstasy, gazing at the wings behind him. Su Hong sneered. Not quite human, not quite ghost. Is this the aspiration of your demon cult? The middle-aged man's movements faltered, his expression turning grim. What do you know? He bellowed. I haven't finished my bloodline transformation yet. Once complete, I will be of the celestial clan. Killing you, a human prodigy, will earn me a great reward. Su Hong noted that he no longer referred to himself as human, but rather, you're kind. How pathetic. Su Hong shook his head, his gaze cold and devoid of sympathy. The middle-aged man's forehead veins bulged instantly. In the next moment, he charged at Su Hong, his wings propelling him far faster than before. Su Hong met him head-on with his spear. Raging tides. The spear moved like a dragon, aiming for the vital points. Haha, I'm much stronger now than before. Do you think it's the same as before? The middle-aged man laughed wildly, reaching out for the thunderous spear. Sparks flew as he touched it. Die. The middle-aged man grinned viciously, gripping the spear tightly to prevent Su Hong from escaping, while his wings swung in to crush him. Boom. In the next moment, the wings collided, with Su Hong caught in between. Ha! This is the power of the Celestial Clan. No matter how brilliant you are among humans, you can't compare. The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. But soon, he was stunned. As the wings opened, only a pool of lava remained. This is my lava substitute. His face turned blank. He had only used it once. This youth had learned it from a single glance. Moreover, this lava substitute was fire element. In less than a minute of fighting, he had seen water, lightning, wood, fire, 4 whole elements. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Just then, a faint sound of thunder came from behind him. Oh no! The middle-aged man's hair stood on end. But before he could react, Heaven Breaker. The thunderclad spear pierced through his chest, the lightning pouring into him, ravaging his organs. Monster! The middle-aged man managed to say before collapsing heavily. Su Hong coldly withdrew his spear, ready to notify Master Qin with his smart bracelet. But then, the notification of gaining martial value in his mind made him pause. It wasn't an unexpected event, but the amount of martial value gained was beyond his expectations. Su Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers flashing on his smart bracelet. A whole day of hunting fierce beasts had barely earned him 500 martial points, yet this single strike had almost matched half of that. His gaze quickly zeroed in on the keyword, mutated Celestial Clan, and he unconsciously licked his dry lips. If this was just a mutated member of the Celestial Clan, how many martial points would a true Celestial Clan member bring? Su Hong's heart raced with excitement. Although he couldn't encounter a true Celestial Clan member in the short term, it was clear there were still many of these multiracial demon cultists in the myriad demon mountains. More importantly, the leader, mentioned by the middle-aged man earlier, would likely bring even more substantial martial point rewards. Despite his excitement, Su Hong didn't forget his duties. He quickly operated his smart bracelet to relay the news of the multiracial demon cult to Master Qin. Almost instantly, a reply arrived. Qin Tianlai, continue your special training. The brief response immediately clarified the situation for Su Hong. This encounter was likely a carefully arranged plan by the two masters. The so-called wilderness training was just a cover. The real purpose was for them to eliminate these multiracial demon cultists. However, Su Hong soon frowned. Although this was a mission, he still wanted to help those innocent humans captured for sacrifice within his capabilities. Of course, if the enemy's strength far exceeded his own, he would have no choice but to give up. With this concern in mind, Su Hong sent another message. Qin Tianlia's reply came quickly. This time the sacrifice is a voluntary one by the multiracial demon cult, sacrificing their own followers. If they die, they die. You don't need to worry, just focus on your training. Upon learning the truth, Su Hong's frown eased, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. TSK. Even sacrificing their own followers, truly the multiracial demon cult. He chuckled to himself, and then began to handle the scene. Once everything was taken care of, Su Hong returned to the cave to rest. Since the masters were already aware of the multiracial demon cult's presence, there was no need for him to rush. Tomorrow, he could hunt fierce beasts while searching for traces of the cult. Meanwhile, at the outdoor camp, Old Qin, what are you fiddling with on your phone? Wang Qingshan asked curiously. Qin Tianlai, without lifting his head, calmly replied. Su Hong reported the multiracial demon cult's news to me. Oh, he encountered them? Wang Qingshan's eyes widened. Then what are you waiting for? Go and save him. Su Hong is only at the first high stage, and the shield from his protective talisman only lasts 30 seconds. Qin Tianlai smiled slightly. He probably already took care of them. You're exaggerating. Wang Qingshan shook his head in disbelief. I tell you, I've investigated this batch of the multiracial demon cult, and the weakest among them are at the third initial stage. I know. Qin Tianlai shrugged. Didn't Su Hong already take care of them? Wang Qingshan was utterly speechless. Qin Tianlai was really pushing it, claiming someone at the first high stage could defeat those at the third stage? It was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, Wang Qingshan paused, seemingly understanding something. He chuckled, I get it. You're not in a rush because Su Hong didn't confront them directly. He must have overheard this information. He spoke with certainty, as if he had seen through everything. Believe it or not. Qin Tianlai remained calm and continued focusing on his tasks. Qin Tianlai took a sip of tea with a serene demeanor, as if nothing in the world was worth worrying about. Meanwhile, Su Hong quietly returned to the cave and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Without hesitation, he allocated all the 212 martial points he had just gained to his mental strength. Instantly, his mental strength soared from 183.5 to 204.7, propelling him into the midstage of the first tier. With this boost, Su Hong felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, as if a stream of clear water was expanding his mental pool. For the next 3 days, Su Hong pressed on fearlessly into the depths of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Along the way, he vigilantly fought off fierce beasts while keeping a keen eye out for any traces of the Wan clan demon cult. His smart wristband indicated he had ventured 20 kilometers in. The beasts here were far stronger than those on the outskirts. Second-tier beasts were rare, and most were formidable third-tier ones. As their levels increased, these beasts developed a sense of territory, making encounters less frequent than on the outskirts. Whenever Su Hong entered a silent area, he knew a battle with a third-tier beast was imminent. These third-tier beasts were all stronger than the middle-aged man Su Hong had faced earlier. While they had the advantage in physical strength, they were at a significant disadvantage against Su Hong's overlord physique. Even though he overpowered them, their tough hides meant Su Hong had to expend considerable effort to defeat them. While searching for beasts and tracking the demon cult's traces, a subtle noise suddenly came from a nearby tree. Su Hong looked up warily to see a scantily clad woman standing on a branch. Her body was curvaceous, and she bore the winged tattoo of the Celestial clan on her back. The woman noticed Su Hong's gaze, her lips curving into a sultry smile as she said, "Such a handsome man. What a pity. If we were somewhere else, I wouldn't mind taking good care of you," but now her expression abruptly turned cold. "You have to die." Before her words fully landed, she swiftly conjured several water arrows with her fingers, launching them at Su Hong. Unperturbed, Su Hong pointed and commanded, "Water dragon." Instantly, water energy formed a majestic water dragon that collided fiercely with the arrows. With a deafening explosion, both attacks were annihilated in midair. The woman landed gracefully, swaying her hips as she approached Su Hong, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Oh, you're also of the water attribute like me. I almost don't want to kill you." Su Hong retorted bluntly. "Auntie, aren't you a bit shameless to speak like that at your age?" The term, auntie, was like a heavy blow, shattering the woman's pride. Her face stiffened and darkened immediately. "You're courting death," she roared, pulling out a metal whip and lashing it fiercely at Su Hong. Su Hong stood his ground, unmoved. The woman sneered, "Watch your mouth in the next life." Just as the whip was about to strike his head, Su Hong's eyes sharpened, and his mental strength surged forth like a tidal wave. The fierce whip stopped momentarily before resuming its attack, but its power had significantly diminished. Su Hong raised his hand and caught the whip firmly. "Ah!" The woman was visibly stunned. She couldn't believe that someone had so effortlessly caught a whip strike powered by her initial third-tier strength. "What kind of monster are you?" The young woman's words were barely out when Su Hong's whip wrapped around her like a venomous snake. In an instant, a terrifying force yanked her forward, and in the next moment, Su Hong's hand clamped around her slender throat like a vice. Her face flushed red, eyes wide. She struggled desperately, but in vain. She managed to lift her head slightly, her eyes pleading, only to meet the icy gaze of the young man. "Where is the Wan clan demon sect stronghold?" Su Hong's voice was cold and piercing. "Speak, or I'll cripple your limbs and toss you to a pack of wolves in heat. Your choice." His words were like a bucket of ice water poured over her, causing her to shiver and her face to turn pale. Just imagining the scene sent a chill down her spine. She opened her mouth with difficulty, signaling for Su Hong to loosen his grip. Su Hong squinted, relaxing his hold slightly. The young woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like someone who had just been pulled from the depths of the sea. "If I tell you, will you spare my life?" "I'll do anything," she said, trying to compose herself and adopt a seductive pose. However, before she could finish, the cold tip of a spear was already pressed against her throat. She froze instantly, all attempts at seduction gone. Looking at Su Hong with pleading eyes, she said, "I want to live. If you talk, you live. If not, you die," Su Hong replied coldly. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She knew that boys his age often valued their promises. Seeing his impatience, she quickly revealed the details of the Wan clan demon sect's plan. "So it's deeper in. No wonder I couldn't find it," Su Hong murmured after listening. The young woman cautiously got to her feet, retreating step by step, reminding him, "You promised to let me go after I talked." Before she could finish, the ground suddenly cracked open, and thick vines shot out like giant serpents, binding her limbs tightly. Her face changed dramatically, and she screamed, "You lied." At that moment, her body began to swell grotesquely, and a pair of hideous wings unfolded from her back. But before her transformation was complete, a glint of excitement flashed in Su Hong's eyes. "I was waiting for this," Su Hong shouted, his spear striking like lightning, piercing through her throat. Her eyes dimmed quickly, life vanishing in an instant. As a notification sounded in his mind, a cold smile played on Su Hong's lips. He felt no guilt about breaking his promise and killing this demon sect member. To Su Hong, promises were for those who deserved them, not for vile creatures like the Wan clan demon sect followers. Soon, Su Hong oriented himself and sped towards the depths of the Wan Yao mountain range. From the young woman, he had learned that the Wan clan demon sect stronghold was just 10 kilometers ahead. Meanwhile, an intense battle was unfolding within the base of the 10,000 races demon cult. 13 cultists, their bodies covered in tattoos of wings from the celestial race, had surrounded 3 young men, Chen Su, Kong Lei, and Luo Dao. Their expressions varied. Luo Dao was furious, shouting, "Damn it! That bastard lied to us, saying there were only 2 or 3 of them." Chen Su and Kong Lei frowned slightly, but remained silent. Over the past 3 days, each of them had been attacked by cultists and quickly realized the true purpose of their training. The 3 met unexpectedly while tracking the cult's movements and decided to join forces for safety. They managed to capture a cultist and, after some harsh interrogation, learned the location of the base. They arrived eagerly, only to find themselves caught in a trap. A burly middle-aged man wearing only a vest approached slowly, and the cultists immediately made way for him with respect. "Commander Xue," they called out in unison. Commander Xue nodded in acknowledgement, glanced casually at the 3, and ordered, "Kill them." "Yes." The cultists turned instantly, their eyes gleaming with malice. Luo Dao hefted his giant axe and said sarcastically, "Wow, he's so impressive." Chen Su chuckled, "Why aren't you cursing anymore? Weren't you just angry?" Luo Dao sneered, "I was angry because that cultist lied to me, not because I'm afraid of these beasts. They're just 3rd tier. Didn't I already split that last cultist in 2? Kong Lei grinned confidently. "Exactly, just 3rd tier. Even if we can't kill them all, they can't stop us from leaving." Chen Su joined in the laughter. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's fight." With that shout, the 3 launched themselves like arrows into the enemy ranks. The cultists were enraged, courting death. Just 3 mid-second-tier fighters, and they dare attack us. Arrogant geniuses. Let's turn them into corpses and see if they can still be so cocky. The battle erupted instantly, both sides clashing fiercely. Chen Su and his companions, though only mid-second tier, worked together seamlessly, forcing the 3rd-tier cultists to retreat repeatedly. Soon, Luo Dao seized an opportunity and cleaved a cultist in 2 with his axe. "The first one," he declared with a sinister grin. The cultists were shocked and furious, unable to believe they had lost one of their own despite their advantage. Seeing this, Chen Su and Kong Lei attacked with even more ferocity. "Damn, you got the first one. You bastard, stop resisting and let me cut you down." Just then, the previously inactive Commander Xue suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Transform." As soon as he spoke, Chen Su and his friends frowned, realizing the situation had changed. Despite being the strongest, the Blood Leader remained inactive, showing indifference even as his subordinates were slain. Chen Su, Kong Lei, and Luo Dao sensed something was amiss and thought, "We must act quickly." At that moment, the Blood Leader gave an order, and the cultists let out a low growl as their bodies began to swell. Large, fleshy wings sprouted from their backs, and their aura intensified rapidly. The 3 were alarmed by the intensity of this transformation. The cultists had been modified with the blood of the Celestial God clan. Known as one of the top 10 powerful clans, the mutated power of the Celestial God bloodline was formidable. "Damn, this is insane." Kong Lei cursed under his breath. "Master Wang must be out of his mind." Chen Su said gravely, "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat." Luo Dao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if even the 3 of us can't complete the task, then Master Wang's standards are just too high." As the mutated cultists charged, the trio raised their weapons to fight back. However, this time they couldn't gain the upper hand. The enhanced strength of the cultists forced them into a retreat. Outside the battlefield, the Blood Leader's eyes flickered, yet his face remained emotionless. "Old Wang, did you hear that? They're all complaining about you." Qin Tianlai teased from the side. Wang Qingshan shrugged, unfazed. "Let them complain. I never expected them to succeed in the first place. Their performance has already exceeded my expectations." He paused and added with a smile, "For mid-second-tier fighters, they're quite talented." Qin Tianlai scoffed. "Admit it, even those 12 third-tier cultists without mutations aren't a match for Chen Su and the others. Where did you get the confidence to have me prepare healing techniques? Do you really think that Su Hong, who's only in the high first tier, has more strength than Chen Su and the others?" "Haha, still being stubborn." Wang Qingshan laughed heartily. At this point, Chen Su and his companions were injured, struggling under the relentless assault of the cultists. In a critical moment, a protective charm activated, enveloping them in a shield. "Impressive performance. Now it's my turn," Wang Qingshan said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike down the cultists. "Wait." Qin Tianlai suddenly stopped him, pointing to the distant forest. "Someone else is coming." Following his gaze, Wang Qingshan saw a young man with a spear charging toward the cultist's base. "Su Hong," he exclaimed, eyes wide. "That kid, Daring to come here at just high first tier, he's got guts. Soon, Wang Qingshan's expression turned peculiar. Wait, are you suggesting Su Hong will relieve the pressure on Chen Su and the others? Not relieve pressure, Qin Tianlai corrected, but to kill. You're crazy. Wang Qingshan shook his head in disbelief but remained where he was. The shield will last 30 seconds, so I can wait a bit. Since you're so confident in Su Hong, I want to see what he's got. If he gets knocked out as soon as he steps out of the shield, we'll see if you can still talk big. Clang. The sudden clash of metal echoed across the tense battlefield. Chen Su and the others turned pale, stumbling back a few steps. Their eyes were fixed on the nearly breached shield, filled with despair and fear. Retreat. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously shouting the word before turning to flee. However, they had barely turned around when they abruptly halted. A mutated cultist had somehow blocked their path, his face twisted with malice. Where do you think you're going? The cultist snarled, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. At this critical moment, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted. Zap! From the dense forest, a spear enveloped in lightning shot out like a bolt, piercing straight through the blocking cultist. The unexpected scene left everyone present wide-eyed in shock. Ah! The cultist shrieked in agony, turning his grotesque face only to see a ball of lightning rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Palm thunder! A low voice called out, followed by a thunderous boom as the cultist's head was blasted to bits. The headless body collapsed to the ground, revealing Su Hong standing there, his expression stern and his palms still crackling with electricity. Another genius? This kid is even stronger than those three, taking down Lin Shi in one move. No matter how strong, he's just a second-level novice. Coming out now is a death wish. He's just sneaky, that's all. Despite their dismissive words, the mutated cultists couldn't help but show a hint of wariness in their eyes. After all, their physical strength had significantly increased after mutation. Yet this seemingly second-level novice managed to obliterate their comrade's head in one strike. His combat ability was clearly not to be underestimated. Su Hong, Chen Su and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The person who saved them was Su Hong. Wasn't he just at the first-level advanced stage? Luo Dao stared at the defeated cultist, his mind buzzing. You call this first-level advanced? No, he's already a second-level warrior. He must have just broken through. But what's with his combat power? Chen Su and Kong Lei exchanged glances, seeing the shock mirrored on each other's faces. Meanwhile, high above, Wang Qingshan, who had been watching idly with his arms crossed, was stunned. That power, what's going on? His eyes were wide with disbelief. These mutated cultists have strength close to a third-level midstage, yet Su Hong took him down instantly. It's absurd. But soon, his mouth dropped open again. Wait a minute, Xiaoqin, what's with Su Hong's lightning? You brought him to me for healing techniques. Isn't he supposed to be a wood attribute warrior? Wang Qingshan turned quickly, asking. However, he received no reply from Qin Tianlai. Qin Tianlai stood there, dumbfounded, muttering to himself. Already at the second level? How is he at the second level? Damn, how could he possibly be at the second level already? His tone grew increasingly agitated. He just broke through to the first-level advanced stage not long ago. How in just 20 days did he break through again? Even for a low level, this cultivation speed is ridiculous. Qin Tianlai felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Just then, more commotion arose below. The two immediately directed their gaze downward. Send 3 people to kill that brat, a leader-like cultist commanded harshly. I'll do it. Soon, 3 burly, fierce-looking mutated cultists charged at Su Hong, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, clearly viewing him as a must-kill target. Leading the charge was a hefty man whose arms were as thick as an average person's thighs. Chen Su shouted a warning. Watch out, this guy's incredibly strong, don't go head-to-head with him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the remaining cultists surged forward. 3 of them rushed towards Su Hong, giving Chen Su and his companions a brief reprieve. Damn it, Su Hong's holding off 3 of them. No need to run, we can fight. Let's finish up here quickly and go support Su Hong. He can't handle them all alone. However, just as they finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed around them. The bulky cultist was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, whistling as he flew. Both sides instinctively stepped back as he crashed heavily in the center of the battlefield, his body battered and bloodied, a deep fist imprint visible on his chest. Even more shocking was the sight of his mutated wings, torn apart. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This man was the strongest among the cultists, a terrifying force especially after his mutation. Yet now, he lay defeated in mere seconds, like a broken doll. Who was that guy who just appeared? What kind of monster is he? A cultist asked in a shaky voice, disbelief evident. Chen Su and his friends were equally stunned. This hefty man had nearly broken through their defenses just moments ago. Hastily, they turned their attention towards Su Hong, and the cultists followed suit. The scene before them plunged both sides into silence once more. Aside from the hefty man, the other 2 cultists had met similarly grim fates. One was impaled through the heart by Su Hong's spear, left hanging in midair. The other had his throat crushed by Su Hong's single-handed grip. In that brief moment of attention, the sickening snap of bones breaking echoed loudly. With a squeeze of his hand, Su Hong rendered the cultist's limbs limp and lifeless. In the blink of an eye, 3 mutated cultists lay dead at Su Hong's feet. Chen Su and his companions were nearly beside themselves with shock. Considering their abilities, dealing with 3 or 4 regular cultists was already a challenge. Yet Su Hong had effortlessly dispatched 3 mutated ones, as if it were nothing. My god, is he really just at the early stage of the 2nd tier? I feel like even if I reached the 3rd tier, I wouldn't be as powerful as he is now. I was wrong. I thought that hefty guy's strength was inhuman, but it turns out Su Hong is the real monster. While Chen Su and his friends were merely stunned, the remaining cultists were gripped by fear. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Su Hong, and they began to retreat involuntarily. Blood Leader, this guy is too strong. We need to start the sacrifice now. Yes, Blood Leader. Didn't you say a deity from the heavenly tribe would descend if we sacrifice today? We need to start the sacrifice, or we'll all die. But where are the sacrifices? Before the last words could be spoken, there was a rapid series of stabbing sounds, and large hands pierced through their hearts. One by one, the cultists fell, disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at the Blood Leader in their final moments. With bloodied hands, the Blood Leader spread his arms wide, inhaling the scent of blood deeply, and chuckled at the remaining cultists. Haven't you realized yet? You are the sacrifices. The Blood Commander curled his lips into a cold smile, observing the resentment in the eyes of his followers. He thought to himself, the sacrifice of the myriad race's holy cult will not be forgotten. All of this is worth it. A group of cultists fell, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Indifferent, the Blood Commander raised his bloodstained hands, quickly tracing bizarre patterns on his body. Just then, a cold gleam flashed, and a spear shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for his heart. The spear was launched by Su Hong, whose expression was icy as he attempted to forcibly interrupt the summoning ritual. However, he was ultimately a step too late. Just as the spear tip was about to touch the Blood Commander, a strange pattern was completed. Instantly, a blinding white light enveloped the Blood Commander's entire body. The light seemed to possess a powerful defensive capability. Su Hong's spear struck it as if hitting a brick wall. He frowned and stepped back, cautiously observing the anomaly before him. Within seconds, the figure of the Blood Commander, shrouded in white light, began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His once burly frame gradually became slender, and 2 enormous white wings swiftly sprouted from his back. As these wings fully unfurled, a formidable pressure erupted across the scene. Not far away, Chen Su and the 2 others turned pale, barely managing to stand by supporting each other. Only Su Hong remained unmoved, though a spark of excitement flickered in his cold gaze. Could these pure white wings belong to a true member of the celestial race, summoned through sacrifice? Only those with pure celestial bloodlines would have wings so immaculate. In comparison, the fleshy wings of those cultists seemed utterly worthless. Su Hong pondered. Killing transformed cultists yields substantial martial value. Imagine the reward for slaying a genuine celestial. With this thought, he gripped his Thunderfire spear with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, high above, Qin Tianlai furrowed his brow, murmuring, "This is troublesome. The sacrifice has summoned a celestial to possess him." He explained that this possession technique is a secret art of the myriad races cult, allowing a brief possession by a member of the races that granted them their bloodline. Nonetheless, the possessed celestial's power is limited by the summoner. The Blood Commander, being only a 3rd-tier warrior, could summon a celestial whose strength would not exceed the 3rd tier, at most the 2nd. Despite this, Qin Tianlia's brow remained furrowed. As one of the top 10 celestial races, the celestial strength is unmatched by ordinary races. Renowned for their formidable physical prowess, their place among the top 10 was earned through sheer combat prowess. Even the weakest celestial's physical strength would surpass that of most special constitutions. Wang Qingshan chuckled lightly. Why so anxious? It's just a temporary possession by a celestial. It's a good opportunity for these fledglings to see what kind of monsters they'll face on the celestial battlefield in the future. If Su Hong and the others can't handle it, we can step in. Can't handle it. Qin Tianlai laughed. I'm not worried about Su Hong. It's Chen Su and the others you should be concerned about. At that moment, the white light below gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the possessed celestial. It was a strikingly handsome young man. Upon seeing his face, both Qin Tianlai and Wang Qingshan were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning grave. It's actually him, they both whispered in unison, a hint of apprehension in their eyes. Tianming, a standout among the younger generation of the Celestial God clan, had already reached the 4th martial stage at a young age. He was among the top in the celestial battlefield. Wang Qingshan shook his head and sighed, thinking that this trial might be hopeless. Qin Tianlia's expression shifted uncertainly, but he finally held back the eager Wang Qingshan. Wait, let's see what happens first. What? This is Tianming from the Celestial God clan. Wang Qingshan exclaimed, eyes wide. No matter how strong Su Hong is, do you think he can match this guy? Qin Tianlai replied with a hint of uncertainty. At least he can put up a fight, right? Despite his confidence in Su Hong, he couldn't claim with certainty that Su Hong would win. Wang Qingshan was speechless. Tianming had descended, and although his level was only mid-second stage, it was still one stage higher than Su Hong. He felt Qin Tianlia's confidence in Su Hong was perhaps too much. In the dense forest, Tianming slowly opened his eyes, his silver-white pupils scanning the surroundings with a cold and oppressive gaze. Chen Su, Luo Dao, and Kong Lei were preparing to assist Su Hong when a rapid sound of something breaking through the air suddenly erupted. The three only saw a blur before Tianming appeared before them, throwing a powerful punch. Faced with this astonishing speed, Chen Su and the others' pupils contracted sharply, leaving them no time to react. At the critical moment, Su Hong's figure suddenly appeared in front of them, hurriedly raising a fist to meet the blow. A trace of surprise appeared in Tianming's silver-white pupils, clearly not expecting anyone to match his speed. The next moment, as their fists collided, a deafening boom echoed. An invisible force spread outward from the two as its center, forcing Chen Su and the others back several steps. That power, is it real? Chen Su and the others were filled with lingering fear. From just this one punch, they understood they were no match for the Celestial God clan. If not for Su Hong's timely intervention, they might have already been severely injured or even killed. At that moment, the three finally realized the vast gap between them and Su Hong, their faces involuntarily showing bitter expressions. He actually blocked it. Wang Qingshan exclaimed, Little Qin, where did you find this Su Hong? His physical strength is on par with the Celestial God clan. Qin Tianlai let out a long breath, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. In the forest, Tianming looked at the young man who had blocked his punch, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Interesting, a human of your caliber among the younger generation? His tone carried a hint of surprise. You're not bad yourself, Su Hong responded excitedly, thinking to himself, so strong. The Celestial God clan is formidable. Defeating him will surely yield far more martial value than those demon cultists. Not bad. Huh, that's a first for me. Tianming sneered, his eyes suddenly turning icy. Initially, I thought this possession would be like before, just easily exterminating a few human ants. But now that I've encountered a prodigy like you, I might as well eliminate you in the cradle. Before his words finished, Tianming's entire body trembled as a violent surge of blood energy spread around like a tornado, his aura soaring to its peak. Almost instantly, his skin began to crack slightly, with thin streams of blood oozing out. Weak body, Tianming frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the possessed body. But he quickly looked up at Su Hong, his silver-white eyes radiating intense killing intent. But it's enough to kill you. Faced with such a threat, Su Hong's response was straightforward, a fierce punch that tore through the air, rushing towards Tianming. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.